Prologue. Lucas was looking to our left, making sure the two soldiers hadn't heard the soft jingle of the fence as we crossed. I scanned right, something catching my attention. A man was standing behind a sedan parked on the side of a narrow road. He was bringing a rifle around to target us, and I'd caught a brief glint from a streetlight reflecting off the scope's glass. There was no time to shout a warning, and I threw myself at Rachel and Lucas, who were only a few feet apart. As we tumbled to the ground, there was a faint report from the direction of our attacker, telling me he was using a suppressed weapon. I heard and felt the shockwave of a heavy bullet pass just above my back. "Shooter!" I screamed, twisting around to face the threat. I didn't take time to aim. Wasn't even sure there wasn't already a bullet on its way toward my head. Instead, I pointed my rifle in the general direction of the sedan, pulled and held the trigger. The M4 was unsuppressed and shockingly loud in the still night. Rachel joined me an instant later, and we thoroughly hosed down the car, shattering glass, flattening tires, and riddling the sheet metal with bullet holes. "Move!" I jumped to my feet and ran for the protection of a squat warehouse on the far side of the street. Rachel was at my side, dog sprinting ahead. We skidded to a stop behind a large delivery van, and I looked around for Lucas. He still lay on the ground near the fence, unmoving. I tugged on Rachel's arm to get her moving in the right direction. Along the back edge of a parking lot was a water control channel that disappeared into a culvert that ran beneath a broad thoroughfare. We leapt over the curb and into the concrete ditch, running into the concealing darkness of the duct beneath the road before coming to a stop. Ahead of us, I could see the channel continue on the opposite side of the street. "Hear that?" Rachel mumbled the question at the same time I began hearing the distant wail of approaching sirens. Soon, they reached a crescendo as 3 police cars passed directly overhead. More cops were coming, and I began to hear the beat of a helicopter. Not the heavy pounding of a Black Hawk, but the lighter sound of a smaller Hello. The kind that's used by police departments. "Let's go," I said to Rachel when I made the only decision I could. "Leave your rifle." "What?" she said, still unmoving. "Just do it," I said, dropping mine and the set of NVGs into the dirt that had been washed into the tunnel. All I kept was a pistol and knife, which weren't too effective against a sniper. We can't conceal them, and all they'll do is draw attention. "Now, move." She did as I said, and we hurried to the far end, pausing before emerging into the open. Dog stayed at my side as I took a second to stick my head out and scan the area. For the moment, it was clear. We reached the edge of the parking lot and transitioned into a residential area that bordered the commercial buildings. The road was narrow, lined with small homes on the far side. None of them had driveways, the owners having to park on the street. Crossing, I turned us left, away from the center of the activity. A police car turned out of a side street a block to our front. Its siren was silent, but the roof lights were strobing brilliantly in the night, and a roof-mounted light was being played across the lawns and parked cars. It took the cops about 2 seconds to spot us. "Keep your cool," I said to Rachel as the vehicle's engine roared. I brought us to a stop, just like law-abiding citizens, and stood holding Rachel's hand. We were caught in the beam of the cop's light, and it stayed solidly on us as the car screeched to a stop a few yards away. Both front doors opened, but I couldn't see the officers behind the glare. "Please stay where you are," a voice shouted. "What's wrong, officer?" I called. "Please keep your hands in sight, sir," the same voice called. A moment later, a dark figure stepped between 2 cars to our front. "What's your business this evening?" the cop to my front asked. "We're just out walking our dog before going to bed," I said, trying to sound frightened. "What's wrong?" "What did we do?" "I need to see some ID, please, sir," he said. "You and the lady, both." "I didn't bring my wallet," I said, turning to Rachel. "Honey, do you have yours?" "I left my purse," Rachel said, releasing my hand and making a helpless gesture. The cop was quiet for a moment, probably frustrated that this was taking longer than it should have. We weren't presenting an image of people who had just been shooting up the city, but he had enough time on the job that something was tickling a warning in his head. "Please stay where you are with your hands in sight," he said after a long pause. He disappeared between the cars, returning to his vehicle. While they were talking, the helicopter drew closer and suddenly we were bathed in the blinding light of its spot. Rachel and I both looked up, just like anyone would, but I was taking the opportunity afforded by the large diameter of illumination to scan our surroundings. As the helicopter circled in a tight orbit with us pinned at the center of its light, I searched the edge of the commercial office buildings on the far side of the street. At first, all seemed calm, then a flash of movement on the roof of a one-story building drew my attention. "Down!" I screamed, pulling Rachel with me as I fell to the sidewalk. I heard the crack of a bullet. The cops immediately began yelling for us to stop and I was certain they had their weapons out. Rolling, I shoved Rachel against the side of a vehicle for protection and grabbed Dog, pushing him against her. "Sniper behind you!" I screamed at the cops, but they either couldn't hear over their own shouts, or they didn't believe me. Both moved onto the sidewalk this time, one on either side of us. They had drawn their pistols and aimed them at us, screaming commands as they cautiously approached. I screamed back that there was a shooter across the street, but they ignored me and kept advancing. From behind, there was the roar of an engine. Probably more cops coming. Tires screeched in the street and the sergeant glanced at the source of the sound, swiveling his aim in that direction an instant later. He was opening his mouth to shout a warning to his partner when his head suddenly dissolved into a cloud of pink mist. Getting to my knees and keeping my head below the level of the car's windows I was sheltering behind, I drew my pistol and scrambled to the rear bumper. The other cop was aiming his weapon at the street, shouting for someone to drop their gun. I screamed for him to get down an instant before his chest was blown out and he tumbled dead to the ground. Taking a fast peek, I saw a compact SUV sitting dark in the middle of the street, two men armed with rifles dashing for the line of cars I was hiding behind. I fired two fast shots and one of them stumbled before I lost sight of him. The helicopter was still orbiting, the pilot keeping the light focused directly on us. He had failed to notice the sniper, only concerned with the two cops who had been shot. His light suddenly went dark and a few seconds later there was the sound of broken glass falling to the street. The sniper was engaging the helo. "Get in the cop car. Run!" I shouted to Rachel, keeping my pistol trained on where I expected the two new attackers to appear. A head had just popped up over a car, then automatic rifle fire chattered in the night. Bullets tore into the trunk and rear window next to me as I fired two more shots. I don't know if either found their mark, but the head disappeared. Hoping the sniper was otherwise occupied, I stayed low and dashed for the police car. As I moved, the sound of the helicopter changed to a pounding roar, as if it were making sudden maneuvers. I couldn't tell if it was trying to avoid incoming fire or if it was crippled and about to crash down onto my head. More bullets came my way as I ran and returned fire without aiming, simply hoping to keep the shooter's head down. The car was just ahead, pointed to my left. The closest door, on the driver's side, stood open. I could see Rachel and Dog inside, waiting. Another bullet screamed by. Stutter-stepping, I twisted to return fire and hesitated when the shooter who'd arrived in the SUV suddenly pitched sideways with a shattered skull. I started to glance up at the sniper, but had to turn and cover my face when the police helicopter plummeted to the road less than 50 yards away and burst into a ball of flame. Turning, I dove for the open car door, catching a glimpse of the roofline which was brightly lit by the burning aircraft. A tall man stood watching me, long rifle in his hands. But the muzzle was pointed at the sky, not at me. In that brief instant, it struck me that this wasn't the same man that had pursued us from Wellington's training compound. 30 hours ago. My name is FBI Special Agent Bering. How many fucking times do I have to tell you? You've got my ID. Now, I must speak with the Admiral. The man secured to the table in an interrogation room on Pearl Harbor Naval Base maintained his physical composure, despite his words. He was tall and well-built with long hair pulled into a braided ponytail that hung down his broad back. "I've never seen an FBI agent that looked like you," Captain Black said drily. "I'd guess you're more the biker type." He was seated across from the man who had somehow slipped past security and made it into Admiral Packard's office. The Admiral had been working at the time, reviewing reports on the progress of the preparations for the exodus from Hawaii to Phoenix. When he'd looked up, the man had been standing in front of his desk, appearing to be patiently waiting for an opportunity to speak. As Packard stared at him in surprise, he had slipped his hand under the lip of his desk and pressed a silent panic alarm. 3 seconds later, Captain Black and 4 Marines had burst in and tackled the uninvited guest to the floor. The man hadn't resisted, but had tried to talk to the Admiral as Black hustled him out of the room. Now, the visitor was secured and guarded by a squad of Marines who had borrowed an interrogation room from the military police. A large, two-way mirror dominated one wall, giving Admiral Packard and his senior aide, Captain West, a clear view of the Stark chamber. The door to their left opened and an officer from Naval Intelligence stepped through, closing it softly behind himself. "What have you learned, Commander?" the Admiral asked without turning his attention away from the interrogation. "Sir, we cannot validate anything he's told us. Before the attacks, we would have been able to place a call to the Department of Justice and have an answer in 5 minutes. Failing that, we could have at least run the man's prints. But there are simply no servers still in operation that will allow us to verify his claim. However, I did have one of our documents experts examine the FBI badge and ID he was carrying. His opinion is that they are genuine. Most likely." "Most likely?" Captain West asked with a raised eyebrow. "Sir, these days there are no guarantees. The technology available to the bad guys is, or was, equal to what was used by the government to create law enforcement credentials. It is certainly possible that they are counterfeit. But my senior chief has been doing this for a very long time and he feels there is a high probability that the creds are genuine." "What about the local FBI office in Honolulu?" West asked. "Can they validate?" "No sir," the commander said, shaking his head. "I spoke with the SAC, the special agent in charge, and he has the same problem. There are no longer any databases available to use for vetting. If he doesn't personally know the individual." He turned his head toward the glass as the prisoner spoke again, raising his voice for the first time. "Look, Captain. We're wasting time that none of us have. I can't tell you anything else. I must speak with Admiral Packard. It is a matter of life and death." "Whose life and death?" Black asked, apparently unimpressed. "Everyone, goddammit. Now go tell the Admiral I'm from the Athena Project and the fucking clock is ticking." Packard and West both blinked in surprise at the man's words. "Captain?" the Admiral asked, turning his head to look at his aide. "You know what I know, sir," he replied. "The Reagan is still several hours away from the location in the Gulf. All we have is what's in the file the Major recovered at Offutt." Packard turned back to the glass, staring at the man for a moment before making a decision. Turning, he strode out of the observation area and a few seconds later entered the interrogation room. Captain Black looked up in surprise at being interrupted, then got to his feet when he saw who it was. "Thank you, Captain." "Please give us the room," Packard said, eyes boring into the shackled prisoner. "Sir, I don't think." "Noted," Packard said. "Now, if you would." "Yes, sir." Black was clearly unhappy with the idea of leaving the Admiral alone with the unknown man, but did as ordered without further protest. He quickly gathered his notebook and digital recorder before exiting into the hallway. "You have 10 seconds, the Admiral said. Convince me why I should listen to whatever it is you have to say. If you don't, everyone will die. Major Chase." "Most of the Australian population from a nerve gas release." Then, everyone here in Hawaii when the Russians nuke the islands. You missed a sub and it's still out there. How do you know that? Packard asked, unfazed by the man's claim. Because I watched it happen, less than 2 days from now. The admiral stared at the prisoner, not wanting to believe what he was hearing, but unable to dismiss the man outright after having read the Athena file. Look, Admiral. You don't have to believe what I'm saying. I'm carrying a data chip that holds evidence of what will happen if you ignore me. You were thoroughly searched, Packard said. There was nothing found other than that suspect FBI badge. The man barked a laugh and smiled for the first time. It isn't on me, Admiral. It's in me. Bring an iPad and I'll tell you how to access the data. Packard stared at him for a long pause, then turned to look at his reflection in the observation mirror and nodded. He knew Captain West would be watching and would quickly bring a tablet into the room. Less than a minute later, the interrogation room door opened and Captain West hustled inside with an iPad in his hand. He glanced at the Admiral, who nodded and tilted his head toward the table. He sat down across from the prisoner and looked up, mouth open to ask how to proceed. Before he could speak, the man suddenly vanished, the shackles that had been restraining him falling empty to the concrete floor with a loud clatter. What the fuck just happened? Agent Bering shouted as he stormed into the operations center on the Athena platform. Alarms were blaring, despite the frantic efforts of several technicians to silence them. For the moment, they were fighting a losing battle. As soon as they pressed a key to acknowledge one, another would pop up and add to the cacophony. Dr. Anholtz was bent over the largest console in the room, feverishly typing as she peered through reading glasses at the monitor. The director and Agent Johnson stood slightly behind each shoulder, watching as she worked. When no one responded, Bering hurried over and pushed in next to Johnson to see what was going on. There it is again, she said, stabbing a pencil-thin finger at the screen. All three men leaned closer, but none of them could decipher the data that was rapidly scrolling in a small window. More alarms began sounding, drawing muttered curses from the technicians who were trying to quell them. Doctor, please translate, the director said in his usual, unflappable tone. One moment. Anholtz snapped, irritation clear in her voice. As her fingers flew across the keyboard, several windows displaying numerical data opened. Leaning closer, she carefully examined each. Oh, my God! She breathed. She suddenly spun and pushed past the director, nearly sending him sprawling as she raced to the far wall. A large, red button was protected by a pane of glass, a small hammer hanging at the end of a chain to its side. Doctor! Patterson barked. Anholtz ignored him and grabbed the hammer. With a sharp blow, she shattered the glass and slammed her fist onto the button. The overhead lights flickered and a whole new series of alarms immediately began shrilling. She ignored them and dashed back to the console, leaning close and checking the data windows. After nearly a minute, she sighed and straightened, turning to face the director. He glared back, the concern on his face warring with irritation over not knowing what was happening. I'm sorry, sir, Dr. Anholtz said. We were losing control, and if I hadn't scrammed the super collider, we would have, well, the result would have been an unstoppable event which would almost certainly have created a singularity capable of destroying the entire planet. The alarms had finally been shut off and a stunned silence filled the room when she spoke. What happened? Patterson asked after several very long moments. It is as I feared, Anholtz said, appearing truly frightened. The incidents we have detected in alternate timelines are beginning to impact us. Several months ago, as you recall, I began monitoring gravitational waves that were inconsistent with anything we have seen before. They are growing in both strength and duration, and are having a direct effect on our systems. Is that why I'm back early? Agent Bering asked. Yes, she said, turning to face him. So, the gravitational waves are affecting time? The director asked. No, Anholtz said, vigorously shaking her head. It's not that simple, Dot. Then what? Bering asked when she didn't immediately continue. They are causing fluctuations within the temporal field. Warping spacetime. In this case, the variation was significant enough that Agent Bering was brought back early, in a manner we've never seen before. This is actually quite disturbing, and I'm concerned over the consequences to our own timeline. Did you successfully deliver the warning? Patterson asked, turning to face Bering. No, he said. I was about to give them access to my chip, but it didn't happen before I got yanked home. Doctor, the director said, spinning to face Anholtz. Can we send him back again? No, she said, looking at the floor. With the super collider scrammed, restarting, and powering up to the levels necessary to achieve a stable wormhole to the past will take days. And that's if I don't have to initiate another emergency shutdown because of rogue gravitational waves. Are you kidding me? Bering blurted. We just watched the world die. We're sitting on top of a fucking time machine and we can't go back far enough to prevent it? Dr. Anholtz met his eyes, not at all perturbed by the outburst. She opened her mouth to answer, but after a few moments, closed it without speaking. Is there anything we can do, Doctor? The director asked quietly. She looked at him, slowly shaking her head at first, then froze in thought. Maybe, she said in a far-off voice. Maybe. But I have concerns we might make things even worse. Worse? Bering interjected. Everyone is dead. What could be worse than that? Agent Bering, she said, turning to face him with a sad smile. We have been safe and secure for the past several months. Protected from the ravages that befell the world because of our location. And we have watched, in horror, as the infected tore through the surviving population like savage beasts. She paused, shuddering, obviously still not having accepted the fate of mankind. Your point, Doctor? The director prompted. Anholtz took a deep breath before answering. My point is the gravitational waves. We know there have been catastrophic shifts in parallel timelines. This energy is now affecting us. It caused Agent Bering to be returned to real-time far ahead of schedule. If it can do that, it has the potential to impact all aspects of our timeline. Like what? Bering asked. It will require some analysis, she said. To know for certain, we must review the data contained in the hardened archive and compare it to current events, otherwise we will not know that something is not what it should be. What it was originally intended to be. People that were dead may no longer be, and those who had survived could now be gone. Events that charted the course of survivors may now be different. The possibilities are virtually limitless. But whatever they might be, the people that are impacted the most may not realize things have shifted. Like I asked, Doc, Bering said. What the hell's worse than being nuked or gassed? So what if something gets changed because of these gravity waves and someone that died is suddenly alive again? If we can save the few million people that are left, we have to. They're all that's left. I must say I have to agree with Agent Bering, the director said before the discussion could continue. Doctor, can you do this, or not? Can you restart the system and send Agent Bering back to deliver the warning? After a long moment of searching their faces, she sighed and nodded. I will do my best, she said. 2. Admiral Packard and Captain West stared in shock at the empty chair across the table from them. Neither man reacted when the door suddenly burst open and Captain Black charged into the room. They were all stunned into silence, the Admiral walking slowly around the table and picking up one of the shackles that had been around the prisoner's wrist. He gave it a sharp tug, the chain jingling loudly in the quiet. Captain, he said, dropping the restraint onto the table. Please tell me the video was recording. When there was no immediate response, he turned to face the Marine officer. Captain. Sorry, sir, Black said, shaking his head as if to clear it. Yes, it was. Packard nodded and turned to face his aide. Captain West, I want you to take personal possession of the video file. Make certain there are no other copies. What just happened does not leave this room. Understood? He looked each of the men in the eye as he spoke. Both acknowledged his order and, a second later, Captain West hurried out to retrieve the recording. What the hell happened, sir? Captain Black asked, circling the table to peer at the empty shackles. I think the man just proved he was telling the truth, in the most indisputable way, the Admiral mused. Let's get to the CIC. They quickly exited the MP building, a squad of Marines forming up around the Admiral and escorting him to a waiting Humvee. Before they pulled away, Packard sent one of the men to find Captain West and ask him to come to the CIC as soon as he had the video file. Captain Black drove, a pair of Humvees loaded down with Marines bracketing the Admiral's vehicle as they headed across the sprawling base. Overhead, a Super Cobra's rotor pounded the air as it paced the small convoy. He said everyone dies, Packard said softly. Black nodded his head but didn't respond to the Admiral's musings. Packard slid open the side window on the up-armored vehicle and lit a cigarette. What happened to him, sir? You wouldn't believe me if I told you, Captain, the Admiral said. I saw it with my own eyes and I'm not even sure I believe it. He fell silent for the remainder of the drive, jumping out and rushing up a short flight of steps when they arrived at the CIC. The security detail scrambled to keep up, not having expected the much older man to be moving so fast. Charging into the room, Packard made a beeline for the duty officer. Commander, do we have any indication that the Russians might still have operational launch capability? The surprised officer stared at the Admiral for a beat before responding. Negative, sir. Definitely not land-based. We have carefully catalogued and reviewed every launch site and documented catastrophic damage from our Thor attacks. What about boomers? Could we have missed one? The Admiral was referring to submarines capable of launching ICBMs. The duty officer didn't immediately respond, earning a frown from Packard. Commander, I asked a question. Could any enemy boomers have survived? Sir, according to the after-action report prepared by Admiral James, the only surviving subsurface assets are attack platforms, not boomers, but... What are you not saying, Commander? The Admiral growled, stepping close and thrusting his face at the younger officer. The man swallowed nervously, taking a deep breath before speaking again. Sir, I concur with the assessment presented by Admiral James. We have confirmed kills on every known Russian boomer. Known? Packard asked, glaring. It's nothing definitive, sir. A report from the North Carolina a couple of days ago. If you recall, sir, they dropped off the SEAL team that was killed by Baranov and barely escaped a concerted anti-submarine warfare effort by the Russians. I recall very clearly, Commander. Continue. The Admiral snapped. Well, sir, they've hung around in the area. Just keeping an eye on the Russians and their shipping traffic in and out of Sydney Harbor. Slightly more than 4 days ago, they detected a submerged contact on sonar and were able to track it for a few minutes. It had come above the layer very briefly and they picked it up as it was going back deep. The point, Commander? Sir, the computer was unable to classify the contact as anything other than a submarine. We've never heard this specific signature before, but the sonar operator aboard the North Carolina was able to determine that it was running twin, 5-bladed, shrouded props. That is consistent with the enemy's Delta IV class ballistic missile boats, sir. Captain West arrived as the duty officer was speaking and heard enough to understand what the Admiral's concern was. Commander, West said. How many Delta IVs did we sink? 6 confirmed, sir. You've done some digging, haven't you? Packard asked, no longer trying to bore a hole through the man's head with his eyes. Yes, sir. I have. And? Sir, our intelligence says that the Russians built 6 Delta IV boomers and that is exactly the number we destroyed. However, there is an uncorroborated report in the system that a 7th hull was under construction, but never completed. That, alone, isn't enough. But 3 weeks before the attacks on the US, there was a finding generated by the Defense Intelligence Agency that claimed the Russians had completed the 7th Delta IV and it was undergoing sea trials. It does not contain any indication of the source of the information and was in the queue for follow-up. That never happened. So, sir, it is possible that there is another Russian boomer running around off the eastern coast of Australia. Packard stared at the duty officer for several long moments, finally turning to look at Captain West. Your thoughts, Captain? The evidence, circumstantial though it may be, is starting to pile up, sir, West said. Packard nodded and turned back to the duty officer. Commander, send flash traffic to the North Carolina. Locate and destroy the unidentified target. Highest priority, on my authority. Yes, sir. The man snapped. Locate and destroy unidentified target. Your thoughts, Captain? Admiral Packard asked as he lit a cigarette. They were at the bench that overlooked the harbor. Captain West hadn't taken a seat, knowing the Admiral would want to light up. There was almost no breeze, but enough to gently push the acrid smoke, and he moved upwind before lowering himself onto the hard concrete. I'm still processing what we just witnessed, sir, he said, watching Captain Black reposition himself away from the Admiral's smoke. How long until the Reagan arrives at the platform? Packard asked. I've already ordered Captain Morrow to proceed at best speed, sir. Within 90 minutes they'll be in helicopter range and he will launch a Seahawk with the XO aboard. But, I'm not sure how that will help us. Explain, Packard said, squinting at his aide. Sir, West paused. If we operate under the assumption that everything contained in the Athena file is true and that the man who claimed to be from the future is indeed genuine, then the people on that platform will be unaware of his visit. Excuse me? Packard asked, burning cigarette paused inches from his mouth. If you think about it, sir, there's no way they could know. The people that are there are at the same moment in time we are. But the prisoner would have had to come from the future to know what he knew. That's their future as well. A time that has yet to come. How could they know what they're going to do tomorrow? The Admiral took a deep drag and stared at the grass between his feet as he considered the idea. Assuming all of this is real and not some intel spook's false flag operation to screw with the Russians, he finally said, Sir, I was dubious at best in accepting the information that was in that file. But we just saw a man disappear into thin air with our own eyes. We weren't under the influence of narcotics or alcohol. We weren't in a religious fervor, or hypnotized, or anything else that might explain what we witnessed. Now, between the man's statements and the fact that he vanished without a trace while shackled to a steel table inside a secure facility, with a squad of Marines outside the only door, I find myself forced to reconsider the possibility that everything in that file was true. Packard stayed silent, finishing his cigarette and stripping the butt. He played with the pack for nearly a minute, eventually lighting a fresh smoke. So, we accept everything at face value. Is that your opinion? A statement the prisoner made led us to information about the possibility of an unknown Russian boomer prowling around out there. We thought we were secure from the threat of missile attack. While we have no firm evidence to the contrary, the very fact that the North Carolina detected what is likely a sub we've not encountered before is troubling, to say the least. The Admiral nodded and continued smoking. He said that Major Chase dies. That the nerve gas is released in Australia. How could he even know that the Major is in Australia? That was very tightly held information. He could know it because for him, it's history, West said. Then what do we do with the information? How do we act to prevent the events he was here to warn us about? We have no way of knowing what precipitated them, or if we're even to blame. Perhaps the nerve gas release was already planned. Sir, I would submit that it will most likely be triggered by the actions of our SEALs and Major Chase. We should cancel the operation. Cancel it? Packard asked in surprise. Captain, Have you forgotten the whole reason I approve this? The clock is ticking and we need to start moving our people to the mainland. We cannot do that without engaging in another major conflict with the Russians. Not until Baranov is dead and Admiral Shevchenko is able to assume power. Speaking of which, have you received an update from the team in Siberia? Yes, sir. Just before our visitor arrived. Unfortunately, Admiral Shevchenko is dead. Packard shook his head in frustration, smoking as he processed the information. Sir, West said, interrupting his thoughts. If we accept everything the prisoner claimed, we have no choice. He was very clear that the Russians attacked Hawaii with nuclear missiles. We must step back from the brink and devise a new strategy. We cannot run the risk that the strike team in Australia will trigger those events. I understand we need the way cleared to begin evacuations to the mainland, but if all the civilians are killed in a nuclear attack sometime in the next 2 days. Point taken, Captain, the Admiral said, shoulders slumping slightly. Very well. Contact the team and give the abort order. And find me the moment the Reagan is in secure contact with that goddamn platform. I want some answers from those people. 24 million, Lucas said softly. That's a bleedin' lot of people to relocate in less than a year. That's why I said you need to tell whoever you think is the right person, I said, nodding in agreement with his comment. There's no time for the goddamn politicians to play games. I'm thinking it should be us that goes in, Lucas said. The regiment, I mean. I turned and met his eyes. Understood his thinking. All that matters is it gets done, I said. Who pulls the trigger or twists the blade is unimportant. You sure about that? Lucas asked, squinting as he watched me closely. I sighed after several seconds of his scrutiny. Truthfully, I'd love to feed that motherfucker his balls before I choke the life out of him. But what I want isn't as important as all the people that will die if this isn't done fast and done right. So, yeah. I'm sure. He kept looking at me for several long, uncomfortable moments, finally turning his attention back to the festivities. What I wanted to hear. He slapped me on the back. Now, let's go get a beer before it's all gone. We walked forward, Rachel spotting us as soon as we stepped into the light. Smiling, she grabbed an unopened can of beer out of Nitro's hand, ignoring his protests and hurrying to greet me. Lucas peeled away, passing her as he headed to help his wife with the cooking. Rachel wrapped her arms around my neck, kissing me deeply before stepping back and popping the top on the Fosters. Sorry to interrupt. I had failed to notice that Commander Sherman had followed Rachel and was now standing a few feet to the side. What's up? I asked, grabbing the can of beer out of Rachel's hand and taking a long drink. Got a call from Pearl while you were off playing with the seagulls. We need to talk, he said, tilting his head in Rachel's direction. She noticed his gesture and looked back and forth between us for a moment before raising her hands in surrender. I'm starting to get it, she said, taking the beer away from me. Time for the men to talk and the women to go back into the kitchen. It's not like that. I protested, but she was already laughing. You are so easy, she said, shaking her head and walking away. So? I asked Sherman again, not taking my eye off Rachel's swaying hips. We're aborted, he said. What? I asked, turning to face him. Why? No explanation, but it's directly from the Admiral. Are we recalled? I asked, trying to control my feelings. Yes, he nodded. We're leaving at first light. Bullshit. I said, a little too loudly, drawing the attention of a few of the men seated around the closest table. It's not bullshit, Major, Sherman said, moving closer and peering intently at my face. It's orders. I glared back at him, several emotions churning in my gut. He didn't blink and he didn't back off. Finally, I nodded. There was absolutely no point in arguing with him. It wasn't his decision. Sorry, he said after several long seconds of staring at my face. I know what this meant to you. I nodded again without saying anything, and he gave me another look before turning and walking away. Rachel had been watching closely as she helped with the grill, then headed my way as soon as Sherman left. Nitro, who'd noticed the brief but animated discussion, grabbed several beers and followed her. What was that all about? Rachel asked as she walked up. I snagged a flying can of Foster's out of the air when Nitro tossed it to me, then waited for them to draw close enough to hear without me having to raise my voice. Popping the beer, I took a deep drink before answering. The operation has been aborted, I said. We're not going after Baranov. What the hell, boss? Nitro asked. Thought we didn't have a choice. That's what I thought, too, I said. Apparently, the Admiral disagrees. He's the one that issued the order. But why? Rachel asked. No explanation given, I said. He can't do that. She said. Not without telling you why. Yes, he can, I said, pausing to drain the beer. That's the way it works. He doesn't have to explain his orders. I just have to follow them. Then call him. I was already shaking my head. Not how it works, I said. Majors don't call up 4-star admirals and ask them to explain their orders. If there's one that can. Rachel stopped speaking when I shook my head again. So, what's next? Nitro asked before she could continue protesting. Recall. Leaving in the morning, ... Rachel started to say something but fell silent when I touched her arm. Nitro was looking closely at me, like he could read my mind. What? I asked him. Known you a long time, boss, he said. Seen that look before. You got something up your sleeve. Rachel looked at me, pulling her hand away from mine and crossing her arms across her chest. Me too, she said, blaring at me. What are you thinking? Not here, I said after a minute, noticing that Commander Sherman and Master Chief Baldwin were speaking with their heads close together, frequently glancing in my direction. Now, let's have some food and beer. Rachel wasn't distracted so easily and started to protest, wanting to know what crazy idea was rattling around my empty head. I pulled her close and kissed her hard. Later, I breathed. Let's join the party. Looking distinctly worried, she nodded and allowed me to lead her toward the tables. Make sure the guys stay somewhat sober tonight, I mumbled to Nitro before he peeled away to rejoin his men. It was a subdued gathering as Sherman spread the word amongst his men that we were leaving at first light. But that didn't stop us from devouring every bite of food and making a big dent in Lucas's supply of beer. Not much more than an hour later, Rachel and I thanked our hostess and excused ourselves. Looking around, I couldn't immediately spot Dog, but he came running when I whistled. As we headed for the small outbuilding where we would sleep, I caught Nitro's eye and gave him a subtle signal. He gave me a barely perceptible nod, disguising it by rotating his head and cracking his neck. What are you planning? Rachel asked the moment we were inside. Dog ignored us and curled up on a rug at the foot of the bed, let out a deep, contented sigh and closed his eyes. I'm getting in the shower, I said with a grin as I began taking my clothes off. I was planning on convincing you it would be a good idea to join me. She watched me undress, then smiled and stripped naked as I stepped into the tiny bathroom. By the time I had the water adjusted to the right temperature, she walked in and followed me into the cramped stall. An hour later, I sat on the edge of the bed, thumbing through a 5-year-old magazine devoted to living in the Australian outback. Rachel was in bed, asleep, wet hair soaking the pillow I'd end up using. After our tryst in the shower, she'd pressed me for answers, but I'd put her off. I didn't feel like repeating myself. There was a soft knock and Dog immediately leapt to his feet, staring intently at the door. Rachel woke, quickly getting up and pulling on a robe. I patted across the room and admitted Nitro, who slipped through the opening with a quick look over his shoulder. Dog bumped his hand with his nose in greeting, then returned to his spot. "What's going on?" he asked, dropping into a chair. "I'm not going back," I said, earning a nod from Nitro and a frown from Rachel. "Didn't figure you were," he said. "Hold on," Rachel said before I could continue. "You're going to do this alone? Are you crazy? There's a reason the Admiral sent the SEALs and not just you." "He ain't alone," Nitro rumbled, drawing a glare from her. "And we sure as fuck don't need a bunch of squids to turn those fucking Russians inside out." "Hoping you'd say that," I said, smiling at my old friend. "Wait!" Rachel barked, holding up a hand like a traffic cop. "You've managed to convince me that I'm not going to be able to talk you out of this. I've kind of known that all along and I'm really trying to accept it. But, weren't you the one that talked about following the rules? Obeying orders?" I nodded, then we all spun when there was another knock at the door. A pistol appeared in Nitro's hand and I was reaching for my rifle when I heard Lucas's voice. "Open the bloody door." Shaking my head, I pulled it open and he hustled inside. Glancing at Nitro, he saw the pistol and smiled. "Just me," he said. "But Smith and a couple of the lads are keeping an eye out to make sure we aren't disturbed." "What are you doing here, Lucas?" I asked. "Why the fuck are you leaving? Thought this was a big deal for America." "Don't know the answer to that," I said. "But, I'm not leaving." He looked at me for a moment before nodding slowly. "Thought it might be something like that when I saw him sneaking in here." "Homie, don't sneak," Nitro said, putting the weapon away and resuming his seat. "Aye, mate. Subtle as the night breeze, that's you." Lucas turned back to face me. "So, the SEALs are leaving and you're staying. Doesn't change anything we talked about earlier. Baranov has to die." "Agreed," I said. "But I've got a feeling that they're prepared to try and force me to return to Hawaii with them." "Good luck with that." Nitro snorted. Lucas said without hesitation. "But you've got some problems. I believe it's called refusing to obey orders and desertion. This isn't going to go over well. The PM may be a pussy, but if he gets a call from your admiral, asking him to round up a rogue soldier and put him on a plane, he'll bloody well do it." I walked over to a small table and picked up a letter I'd written while Rachel was napping, holding it up for them to see. "Resigning my commission as an officer in the United States Army," I said. Not sure how legal it really is, considering I received a mandatory recall to service when the shit started. But I'm going to hand it to Commander Sherman tomorrow morning for delivery to Admiral Packard. That's where Nitro and his guys come in. I'm a bit outnumbered if things start to go off the rails. Lucas reached out and took the letter from my hand, moving under a dim light to read it. When finished, he handed it back. "You sure you want to go down this road, mate? There's probably no coming back once you do." Rachel placed her hand on my shoulder and I turned to face her. "He's right," she said. "You do this." "Doesn't matter," I said. "We're staying here. Lucas is going to let us build a house on his land. Haven't had a chance to talk to you about it, but I'm hoping you're okay with the idea." She stared at me for a beat before smiling and looking at Lucas. He nodded, confirming I was serious. "Dumbass," she said. "Of course I'm okay with it." Nitro made a production of clearing his throat to get our attention. "About to tear up over here," he said, sarcastically. "Can we get back to the problem at hand and you two discuss your domestic arrangements later? I need my beauty sleep." "Ain't enough fucking sleep in the world," I said, earning a scowl that quickly turned into a smile. "Okay. If you're both on board, here's what I'd like to do." 4. I was up well before sunrise. It was almost chilly in the pre-dawn Australian desert as I walked dog. Even though I didn't see them, I knew Nitro and Lucas would be up, preparations already in place. I expected problems from the SEALs, but I wasn't going to let this turn into something bigger than it needed to be. I liked and respected Sherman, Baldwin, and the rest of their team and wasn't interested in seeing anyone get hurt. So, it wasn't a complete surprise when I headed back to the building where Rachel and I were staying and saw 4 figures waiting for me. They were spread out, standing away from the small pool of light cast by a dim bulb mounted above the door. Dog saw them too, growling softly before I calmed him with a hand on his scruff. I didn't slow or break stride, walking directly to where Commander Sherman stood. "Commander," I said pleasantly, noting the other 3 seals subtly moving to enclose me in a circle. "Major," he said, nodding. "We're about to start loading up. Thought I'd stop by and make sure you found your way to the plane." I glanced around at the men who now had me surrounded. None of them were armed beyond pistols, which was a good sign. If they were willing to escalate this beyond a scuffle, they would have brought their rifles. For my part, I only had a pistol and knife. Sure, we could start shooting at each other, but I understood the message Sherman was sending by having left the heavier weapons behind. Pulling the resignation letter out of my pocket, I handed it to him. He frowned slightly, then stepped nearer the light and quickly read it. "I'm not going back," I said when he looked up from the page. "That presents us with a problem," he said, folding the letter and slipping it into his pocket. "I've been instructed by the Admiral to make sure you come back." I shook my head. "I'm no longer a member of the military," I said. "That means the Admiral has no authority over me." "Nor do you." Sherman stared at me for a few seconds, then sighed. "Major, don't make this more difficult than it has to be. I really don't know why we've been recalled, but something significant must have happened for the Admiral to abort. You've been around the block a few times and know how it works. If you go after the Russians on your own, without knowing what's changed, you could end up making things worse." "True," I acknowledged. "And who said I was going after the Russians? I've decided to settle down here with my friends. There's nothing left for me back home." Sherman thought about that for maybe half a second before shaking his head. "Sorry," he said. "You're coming with us. Hopefully you don't have to be in restraints for the flight home, but if that's the way it has to be." There was the scuff of a footstep in the darkness to the side, then Lucas stepped into the light. He had a ceramic mug of steaming coffee in one hand, the other thrust into his pocket, and appeared to just be out for a stroll. "Good morning, Commander," he said, greeting Sherman. "Thought you'd be loading up by now." The SEAL had been around the block a few times, too, and wasn't fooled for a second. Stepping back, he looked around quickly. "My lads were extra helpful this morning," Lucas said, taking a noisy slurp of his coffee. "They've already escorted the rest of your men to the hangar and are keeping them company until you arrive. Oh, and their weapons have been unloaded for safety during the flight." There was the sound of more feet in the dirt, which I knew would be Nitro and his guys taking up positions behind each of the SEALs. Sherman slowly surveyed the area and I could see him weighing his options. Finally, his eyes settled back on me. "The Admiral isn't going to be happy," he said. "I don't expect he will be," I said. "Please pass along my apology." We stared at each other for a beat. "I'm genuinely sorry to put you in this position," I said, stepping forward and extending my hand until he gripped it. "You understand, if he sends me after you, I'll do whatever needs to be done," Sherman said, shaking my hand. "I'd expect no less, Commander. But I hope it doesn't come to that. It's likely that none of us would walk away." He nodded, releasing my hand and stepping back. "Commander, allow me to escort you to your plane," Lucas said in a friendly tone. Sherman looked at me again, then turned to Lucas and nodded. They set off in the direction of the hangar, the other 3 SEALs falling in behind. Master Chief Baldwin paused at my side. "Hope you know what the fuck you're doing," he said. "Me, too, Dot." "Good luck," he said, slapped me on the shoulder and trotted off to catch up with Sherman. "Well, that went better than expected," Nitro said when the SEALs were out of earshot. Didn't think their orders would go so far as getting into a firefight, I said. They might have roughed me up, bagged and tagged me for the flight, but they weren't going to go to war. You're so full of shit, Nitro chuckled. You didn't know that? No, I didn't, I admitted, grinning. And thanks for having my back. I turned and looked at Bunny, Goose, and Monk. All of you. Thank you. They nodded, then disappeared into the darkness. Nitro bumped my arm with his fist and followed. I watched them walk away, turning when the door opened and Rachel stepped out. She came close and took my hand. You okay? She asked. Not really, I said. Feel kind of lost at the moment. Spent a lot of years regretting not having stayed in the army and now here I go and quit again. For good reason, Rachel said softly, earning a surprised look from me. Thought you were opposed to this, I said. Because I'm not happy about something doesn't mean I can't recognize that it has to be done. I just wish it was the SEALs doing it, not you. I squeezed her hand and smiled. Dog bumped my leg and I looked around to see Lucas approaching. Thank you, I said when he drew closer. I should thank you, he said, holding up an obviously heavy object. What is that? Check it out, he said, grinning as he stepped under the light. I heard Rachel catch her breath when we got a good look at what was in Lucas's hand. It was a gold bar. Where the hell did you get that? I asked, reaching out and running a finger over the smooth, cool surface. SEALs paid me for the fuel that went into the C-130, Lucas said, still smiling. Guess they brought a few with them since American cash isn't worth the paper it's printed on. Are you kidding me? What's that worth? Hell of a lot more than you are, he said. If they'd offered up another, I might have trussed you up myself and delivered you to the plane. Is there still time to catch them? Rachel asked. You two should take that act on the road, I grumbled, shaking my head. Gotta go show Ziggy, Lucas said. The kid's college just got paid, . He stopped when he realized what he was saying. The excitement of being handed a brick of gold had momentarily driven our bleak reality from his head. Yeah, well. Maybe I'll just lock it in the safe, he finally said before walking away. So, what now? Rachel asked. Lucas has contacts in Sydney. I suspect we'll be heading there soon. You think the Admiral is going to come after you? I think it's a very real possibility, I said, leading her into our quarters. I imagine Commander Sherman will be on an encrypted call with him as soon as they're in the air. Then shouldn't we get out of here? Rachel asked, dropping onto the edge of the mattress. They know where we are. Soon, I said. 5. An hour later, Nitro, Rachel and I were seated around a table beneath a large tree in the yard. Lucas was feeding Little John as Ziggy prepared breakfast on a large griddle that had been laid across the grill. Dog sat next to her, eyes glued to the source of several wonderful aromas. Don't you ever cook inside? Nitro asked her. Not with all you wankers to feed, she said. Kitchen isn't big enough. That's good, Nitro said, turning back to face us. Too fucking hungry to wait. Ziggy took a step away from the grill and slapped him in the middle of the back with a large, metal spatula. He arched away from the stinging blow, eyes flying wide in surprise. Language, Ziggy said, shaking the implement in his face and pointing at Little John. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Nitro said, trying to reach the spot that hurt. You will be sorry if the first words out of his mouth sound like a bloody soldier, she said before turning back to the grill. Lucas was grinning at the dressing down Nitro had just received from a woman who couldn't have come in at more than a third of his body weight, even soaking wet. What's the plan? Lucas asked me once he was able to stop smiling. Need to see your contacts in Sydney, I said, looking over as Ziggy mounted a platter with eggs, bacon and toast. Got visitors coming today, he said. Going to make this official. Well, unofficial official. Ziggy walked over and placed the platter of food in front of Nitro, gently rubbing his back where she'd smacked him. He looked up and smiled. What about the rest of us? I asked her. Get pushy, you get served last, she said, shaking her finger in my direction before turning away. I shook my head and looked at Lucas, watching him burp his infant son. Yeah, you told me someone was coming. Why? Welcome to the rebellion, he said. Ziggy delivered the rest of the food at that point, Dog walking close beside her with his nose raised toward the large serving tray she carried. Nitro had already eaten half the food she'd given him and wasn't showing any sign of slowing down. Before he could reach for seconds, I filled a plate. Dog bumped my hip with his nose and I gave him a handful of scrambled eggs that disappeared almost as fast as Nitro's had. So, senior military? I asked. Yep. Plans have been in the works since the day the Russians arrived. But no one had counted on what the virus is going to do to the world. They need to hear what you have to say and what we saw with the seagulls. I nodded, but before I could ask anything further, one of Lucas's older kids ran up with a satellite phone in her hand. Been ringin', she said, handing it to her father, snatching a piece of bacon off his plate and racing back to the house. Lucas picked it up and checked the screen, his forehead creasing in a frown. What? I asked. Didn't know you could block numbers on the satellite system, he said, nearly dropping the phone when it began sounding a shrill ring. Hello? Lucas listened for a few seconds, his eyes swiveling to stare at me. Without saying anything, he held the handset out. With no small degree of trepidation, I took it and raised it my ear. Yes? Don't say my name, Jessica said quietly. You recognize my voice, right? Yes, I do, I said, standing and taking a step away from the table. A transport plane has been turned around. Do you understand what I mean? I do. How long do I have? Half an hour. 45 minutes at the most. I grimaced, but shouldn't have been surprised at the Admiral's reaction. Their orders? Don't know, she said. But in 5 minutes, the satellite is going to be rebooted. It takes 20 minutes to come back online, then another 5 for the camera to calibrate and start providing an image. There's nothing more I can do. Good luck, Dot. There was a soft click and Jessica was gone. We gotta move, I said. Admiral turned the seals around. They aren't going to be so polite this time. They won't come in shooting. Rachel said. Probably not, but I'm not going to risk that. We've got a small window to get the hell away from here and possibly lose them. Lucas leapt to his feet and handed Little John to Ziggy. Who was that? A friend in Hawaii, I said. She's taking sat surveillance offline in 5 minutes. Once it's down, we've got about 25 minutes to get far enough away that they can't find us again so easily. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a set of keys, tossing them to me. Van in the barn next to the hangar. Big enough for all of you. Maps in the glovey will get you to Sydney. Look up Wellington Security when you get there. Mate of mine owns it. If I can, I'll be there before you, but I've got to be here when they show up. Nitro, roust the guys. I barked and he set off at a dead run. Rachel, get our gear packed up. I'm going for the van. She set off for our temporary quarters, Dog trotting at her side. Sorry, I said to Lucas. Nothing I can't handle, he said. Get your arse in gear, mate. Come on. I'll give you a ride on the ATV. Lucas and I ran to the battered vehicle and I climbed on behind him, forced to grab him around the waist when he accelerated hard toward the distant buildings. The ride was rough and parts of me rubbed against parts of him that should have never met, but he had the throttle wide open and I didn't have a choice other than to hang on for dear life. I was surprised when we dashed into the barn to find a relatively new Ford Transit van. It was about as plain as they come, painted white with black steel wheels, but it was big enough to hold all of us. I jumped behind the wheel and Lucas spun the ATV around. He led the way back to the house where we pulled to a hard stop in a cloud of red dust. Monk, Bunny and Goose piled in while Nitro said a quick goodbye to Smith, bent to kiss Ziggy on the cheek and cuffed Lucas on the shoulder. Rachel and Ziggy hugged, talking to each other in voices too low for me to hear. "Take that trail to the north," Lucas said, pointing. "In about 10 km, you'll reach a slightly wider dirt road. Turn east for about 130 km. That'll get you to Coober PD and the Stewart Highway. Maps'll get you the rest of the way." "Watch your ass," I said as he wrapped me in a rough hug. 6. Lieutenant Commander Adrian Cable reread the flash traffic message that had just been spat out by the North Carolina's secure printer. There was no ambiguity in the order she had received, and though she was loath to admit it, a small thrill ran through her at the thought of getting back into the fight. Normally, she would have immediately delivered the message to Commander Talbot, the captain of the boat, but he was out of commission with a serious respiratory infection. In isolation, for fear that whatever it was would spread throughout the contained atmosphere of the submarine, he was drifting in and out of consciousness. She was worried about him, knew he needed better treatment than what they carried with them, but heading back to Hawaii wasn't an available option. With the skipper incapacitated, Adrian had assumed command and elevated the chief engineering officer, Lieutenant Hunt, to acting executive officer. The rail-thin Texan stood near her side and she passed the slip of paper to him after scanning it a third time. He quickly read the text, then hurried to follow as she headed for the sonar room. "Chief," she said as she squeezed into the cramped space that was jammed full of electronics. Chief Petty Officer Graham was seated at the console, eyes closed with headphones pressed tight over his ears. He raised a hand, asking for silence, and Adrian immediately complied. No other member of the crew could have gotten away with such behavior, but she well understood it wasn't disrespect. The man was listening to something the sophisticated sonar array had detected, and that took priority. After nearly half a minute, he opened his eyes and turned to look up at his skipper. "Sorry, ma'am," he said, removing the headphones. "No problem, Chief. Remember that contact from a couple of days ago? The one the computer couldn't identify?" "Yes, ma'am," he said, curiosity twinkling in his eyes. "Gut feel. Was that a Russian boomer?" Graham didn't even hesitate. "I'd bet my paycheck on it, ma'am," he said, nodding emphatically. "Why?" she asked. "What makes you think you're right when the computer couldn't classify it?" "Been doing this a long time, ma'am," he said with confidence. "I know what a shrouded Russian prop sounds like. And it's a different sound than one of their Akula attack boats. A little deeper. More like a heartbeat. The Akula sounds more like bird wings." Adrian stared at him for a moment, then smiled. "I won't pretend to understand the distinction," she said. "Think you'd recognize it if you heard it again?" "Oh, yes, ma'am. Plus, I saved it into the computer so I can compare the signatures for confirmation." "If I may, why?" "Because we just got orders to hunt it down and sink it," she said. "Going to have to go below the layer, ma'am," he said, not flinching at the information. "We'll be deaf for most surface traffic." "You sure he's still down there?" she asked. "If he's still around, yes, ma'am. I would have heard him if he'd come up. But he could have stayed deep and exited the area. Their boomers are damn quiet and he could have slipped away." Adrian thought about that for a moment. "Understood, Chief," she said. "We're going deep as soon as I get a message off to Pearl." "Yes, ma'am. I'll be ready." "Thanks, Chief," she said, turning to find the acting XO standing right behind her. "Lieutenant, get a search grid laid out. I'm going to acknowledge our orders, then take us down. I want it ready in 10 minutes. "Yes, ma'am," Hunt said, hurrying away. "Ma'am," Graham said, stopping Adrian before she could leave. "One thing. The Russians were implementing a big upgrade to their sonar detection suite just before the attacks. Everything I've heard tells me they're on par with us, now. Maybe even a little ahead. I haven't heard that, she said, frowning. When we stopped in Pearl to resupply after the attacks, I got it word of mouth from a guy I know in Intel, ma'am. It's not official and didn't sound like it had ever made it out into distribution. But if it's true, they may hear us before we hear them. Chief's network? Adrian asked. Something like that, ma'am, Graham said with a disarming grin. Can't always trust officers. Don't I know it, she said, smiling briefly before continuing. Okay, Chief. Thanks. I'll do my part and keep us slow and quiet. Graham nodded and Adrian turned to hurry to the bridge. Hunt and the tactical action officer were leaned over an electronic table that displayed a chart of the part of the ocean they were about to search. She let them do their work, telling the officer of the deck to rig the boat for silent running. All non-essential systems would be shut down. No meal would be prepared. Anyone not on duty would be in their rack, staying quiet. It was the oldest method in the Navy to reduce the risk of inadvertently making a sound that could give away their position to the enemy. While the order was circulated throughout the boat, she stepped to the plotting table and peered at the work the two officers were doing. The TAO glanced up and cleared his throat. Something on your mind, Lieutenant? She asked. Begging your pardon, ma'am, but have you ever served on a boomer? No, why? She asked. I served 2 years on an Ohio-class boat and it's not something in the books, or that a skipper would normally ever do, but I got to thinking that times aren't exactly normal. But there was one time, when things were heating up with North Korea. We were in the South China Sea and the damn Chinese were everywhere. Couldn't swing a dead cat without. Spit it out, Lieutenant. Adrian barked, marshalling her impatience. Well, ma'am. There was so much sonar listening for any little sound that the skipper just shut down and went dead in the water. We just hovered, still and silent. If we'd gotten the launch order, he could have brought us shallow, nice and slow, and there's no way we would have been detected until our birds were in the air. Anyway, I'm wondering if maybe the Russian could be sitting down there, waiting. We'll never find him on passive sonar if that's the case, and he'd probably hear us. We wouldn't know he was there until there was an inbound torpedo. Adrian stared at the younger man for a moment before looking at Hunt. Exo? Thoughts? It's possible, he said. But we don't have a choice. We just better find the bastard before he finds us. Agreed, she said, taking a deep breath before ordering the North Carolina to go deep and maintain a nearly silent speed of 5 knots. 7. I pushed hard when we pulled away from Lucas's compound, keeping a close watch on the time. That's harder than it sounds with only one functional eye. We departed with slightly less than 21 minutes remaining before the satellite surveillance system would come back up, and the only times I backed off the throttle were when I was afraid I was going to break the vehicle. The ride was bad, but everyone knew we were fighting the clock, so they held on as best they could and didn't complain. I turned onto the larger dirt road, heading east, and had covered about 6 kilometers when time expired. Lowering our speed, I heard several grateful sighs of relief from the back of the vehicle. Think it worked? Rachel asked from the passenger seat. Hope so, I said. We didn't pull the van out of the barn until the system was down, and now we're far enough away that you can't draw a direct relationship between us and Lucas's compound. But I'd feel a whole lot better if there were any other vehicles on the road. Rachel leaned forward and peered into the side mirror. You're thinking it won't be hard for someone to figure out? I nodded, grimacing when the van nearly bottomed out in a pothole I hadn't seen until the last second. Want me to drive? Nitro called from the back. Seen you drive, I said. Think I'll stay right where I am. He said something that was almost certainly unflattering, but I couldn't hear it over the constant roar of sand and small rocks being thrown up by the tires. Why do you think Jessica gave you a heads up? Rachel asked. Dog grunted in protest when Nitro pushed him aside so he could lean forward to hear our conversation. Don't know, I said. But she just put her ass on the line to help me. Maybe she's repaying a favor. What if we got set up? Nitro asked. I opened my mouth to defend Jessica's motives, then stopped. I was pretty certain I was right about the Admiral not launching an assault on Lucas's compound to capture me. But that kind of reinforced Nitro's point. Have someone I'd immediately trust call and warn me that the SEALs were on their way, simply to flush me out into the open where I could be captured more easily. The plane with the SEALs on board couldn't be that far away. And if this was a trick and things got bloody, no one other than Americans would be involved. The Aussies wouldn't be terribly upset over anything other than the violation of their territory. Maybe, I finally said, conceding the point. So, what do you want to do if the squids show up? He asked. I'll surrender, I said, shaking my head. Not going to start shooting. Would have been one thing if we'd had a little dust up back at Lucas's, but no one was ready to pull a trigger. Then you'd better hope your friend in Hawaii isn't playing games, Nitro said. He withdrew to his seat and Dog immediately filled the gap between me and Rachel. Glancing in the mirror, I could see Monk and Goose with their faces pressed to the windows on opposite sides of the van, looking up at the blue sky. That was fine, but if they did manage to spot the C-130, there wasn't a damn thing I could do. May have made a mistake, I said to Rachel. What do you mean? Resigning? Not so much resigning as going rogue. I'm worried that in his efforts to stop me, the Admiral may inadvertently draw some unwanted attention and give the Russians a heads up that I'm coming. If they learn I'm in Australia, it will take them about half a second to figure out why. So, what do we do? She asked. Turn around, surrender and go back to Hawaii? No. I'm not going back, Dot. Maybe we should give this some time, Rachel said gently, reaching across Dog and placing her hand on my shoulder. You don't need to do this. Let's go back to Lucas's and decide where we're going to build. You can borrow his phone when we get there and call the Admiral. Assure him you aren't a problem and you're going to stay out of things. I can't say the temptation to stop fighting and do exactly what she suggested didn't nearly cause me to hit the brakes. The idea of settling down and trading my rifle for a hammer was pretty damn appealing. Then I remembered the whole reason I was here to begin with. It wasn't just about vengeance. Admiral Packard would never have supported that, and it wasn't the argument I'd presented that had finally persuaded him. Baranov's death was necessary so Irina's uncle had a chance to seize power and end all of this. Me settling a score was nothing more than a bonus. But what the hell had changed to cause the Admiral to abort the mission? What's that town Lucas said we'd come to? I asked. Cooper PD, Rachel said. Why? Maybe I should have listened to you, I said, reaching up and squeezing her hand. About calling the Admiral, I mean. Something's really wrong here and I haven't bothered to think it through since I got word of the recall. If you're thinking about calling Hawaii, I'm not sure that's a good idea, boss. I looked up and met Nitro's eyes in the mirror. Why? Well, soon as that call connects, they're gonna know exactly where your ass is. From that point, ain't too hard to find you out here in the middle of fucking nowhere. Unless you're just ready to throw in the towel. If that's the case, might's well turn around now and go back to Lucas's. I nodded, knowing he was right. You're right, I said. I've just got this bad feeling that if we go into Sydney we're going to stumble into something none of us will come back from. What do you mean? Rachel asked, giving me an odd look. Just that, I said, shrugging. Not in my gut telling me to slow down and think things through. Probably nothing, but... But what? Rachel prompted when I didn't continue. Hard to explain, I said with a sigh. Kinda like that feeling you get before you kick a door open and you decide to go in a different way. Then, once inside, you find out there was an asshole waiting on the other side of that door with a weapon. Would have blown your head off if you hadn't changed entry points. She looked at me like I was a little bit crazy, turning to stare over her shoulder when Nitro spoke. Know what you mean, he said. Shit like that's happened to me more than a couple of times. Wish to hell I knew how it worked. I'd go to Vegas and make a fortune. Like a premonition? Rachel asked, trying to understand. Not really, I said, jerking the wheel to avoid a pothole the size of a trash can. It's not like I see something bad happening, it's just a sensation. Sometimes, it's like that creepy feeling you get on your arms when you're spooked. Others, it's just a tightness in the gut that makes me hesitate. Used to ignore it when I was young until I damn near bought the farm a couple of times. Learned better as I got older. Maybe that's why I'm still around. My mother would have said that it's God talking to you, Nitro said. That what you think? I asked. He shook his head. Shit I've seen that people can do to each other, not sure I still believe. That's sad, Rachel said, looking at him. Raised Catholic, he said. Never doubted my faith until Uncle Sam started sending me around the world. You see some of the shit that happens, it'll shake anyone. Dead babies stacked like cordwood. Heads cut off and piled up like trophies. Girls as young as Lucas's daughter used for sex slaves. If there is a God, he don't give a shit about us. We're on our own. Maybe he did give a shit, I said. Maybe he pushed a big, fucking reset button and that's how the Russians wiped out most of the world. Nitro snorted a laugh. Listen to you, gettin' all philosophical. You really think if God decided to wipe the slate clean and start over, he'd have left the likes of us alive? Shit, boss. How many people you killed? Probably least as many as me, if not more. We ain't no fucking choir boys. Ever kill anyone that was innocent? Truly innocent and didn't deserve what happened to them? Rachel asked, looking at Nitro. He stared back for several long seconds, then looked out the side window and shook his head. Not that I know of. You? She asked, turning to face me. I shrugged, not wanting to continue with the topic. Twisting around in the seat, she raised her voice so Goose, Bunny, and Monk could hear. What about you three? Ever kill an innocent? Someone that hadn't already harmed another person, or was about to? After several seconds of silence, each of them shook their heads. Rachel nodded to herself and turned her attention back to Nitro. Anything else to say? She asked. No, ma'am, he mumbled, still staring out the window. I watched him in the mirror for a while, flicking my eye between the road and his reflection. It had gone completely quiet in the van, each person lost in their own thoughts. After a while, Nitro slipped his hand inside the collar of his shirt. I caught a glimpse of a large, gold cross as he gripped it tightly. 8. God damn it! Admiral Packard bellowed. Captain West stood in front of his desk, immune to the uncharacteristic outburst. He'd just informed his boss that the SEALs had arrived at Lucas's compound in South Australia and Major Chase was nowhere to be found. Do we have him on satellite? The Admiral asked, tamping down his frustration. No sir, we do not, West said. Seems the system rebooted and while it was offline, he departed the area. Rebooted? The Admiral growled. Exactly how did that happen? According to Chief Simmons, the system wasn't responding properly and a restart was required. And that just happened to coincide with the Major disappearing over the horizon? The Admiral asked. It may be a coincidence, sir, or she may have aided him. I've tried to determine if this was a deliberate act to help him cover his tracks, but can find no proof that it was. Additionally, I do not believe the Chief could have known you had ordered the SEAL team to return and detain the Major and his team. Packard rocked back in his desk chair, staring at his aide from beneath a set of bushy eyebrows. He considered the information for several seconds before speaking again. Don't underestimate her, Captain, he finally said. There's not much that gets by that young lady. Should I have her relieved of her duties? West asked, nodding agreement with the Admiral's statement. No, Packard said with a shake of his head. She's too valuable. But I want her comms monitored. What did you tell Commander Sherman to do, Adot? He's holding on the ground for the moment, sir. I wanted to speak with you before tasking him with any new orders. Your recommendation? Sir, this one is difficult. We're working under the assumption that this entire premise is real. I know we've already had this discussion, he said quickly before the Admiral could interject. But we're playing a dangerous game. Continue, Packard said. Sir, we have combat troops on the ground in the sovereign territory of Australia. Granted, they were originally sent to conduct an operation against the head of state of an enemy, but this was always intended to be a quick in and out, ending with an assassination. But things have quickly escalated. We now have a small team of rogue, American operators that we can only assume are going after Baranov. And a separate team of SEALs that don't have any local support. I'm concerned that if we send them after the Major, we will draw attention and tip our hand. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not terribly concerned over the reaction of the Australians. What does worry me is the Russians. The PM will most assuredly tell Baranov, and that could trigger the events that we were warned about. So, you're proposing that we do nothing to stop the Major? Packard said, eyes widening in surprise. I think it's worth considering, sir. Despite the new information, the circumstances haven't changed. The planet is still dying. The Russians are still occupying the west coast of Konus. Even if we can fight our way through, we'll have a hostile enemy force for a neighbor. We need to reach a resolution before there's not enough time remaining to move all our people. The Admiral didn't respond, just sat quietly at his desk, staring at West. Sir, all we know, assume, to be precise, is that something triggered Baranov to release the gas and launch on Hawaii. We don't know what that is. It would seem to me that it's a safe assumption it was something done by the men we sent to Australia. Begging your pardon, sir, but we cannot make that assumption. We don't know what will happen. All we know at this point is that it is very likely things are being done differently this time. Without the warning we received, you would not have aborted the mission and recalled the team. Major Chase wouldn't have resigned and gone rogue. Your argument isn't persuading me, Captain. I'm sorry, sir. My point is simply this. We are taking different actions because of the warning. At least, I believe we are, but frankly we don't know that, even if I feel it is a fair assumption. That said, we have watched Major Chase fight both the infected and the Russians for months. He may be unorthodox and prone to impetuous decisions, but I have never believed that he lost sight of the goal. Are you saying we should trust that he'll do the right thing? Packard asked with a frown. After he looked me in the eye and gave me his assurance that he would defer to the SEALs? Then, as soon as things don't go the way he wants, he goes rogue? That's not the actions of a man who has the best interests of this country in mind. That's a man who's on a vendetta, and unfortunately, I believed him. The two men looked at each other a moment, Captain West waiting to see if the Admiral was ready to make a decision and end the conversation. When it was clear they weren't to that point, he continued. Sir, this is hardly an unprecedented action by the Major. The handover of the SADMs to the Russians. Failing to follow Colonel Crawford's orders. Failing to follow your orders. He has a history of willingness to adapt his actions to changing circumstances, and, in each case, it has been for the best. I do not disagree with you that this appears to be a quest for vengeance. He blames Baranov for his wife's death, and rightly so. But this comes down to two choices. Allow him to proceed with whatever he is doing, or send Commander Sherman and the team after him. I see the latter option as the greater risk for the reason I've stated before. It will draw attention and could trigger events that are beyond our control. Packard stared at his aide for nearly half a minute in silence. Captain West never flinched, holding the older man's gaze. I appreciate your input, Captain, and that was a persuasive argument. However, I can't stop hearing what that FBI agent said. Everyone dies. With the Major out of contact and no idea of what he is planning, I cannot allow this to continue. There are too many lives that hang in the balance. Order Commander Sherman to locate Major Chase and his team. They are to take them into custody and hold them, pending further orders. And if the Major and his men resist? West asked. Packard looked away for the first time, struggling with the decision he knew had to be made. After another long pause, he turned back to face his aide. By any means necessary. Alive if possible, but the SEALs are authorized to defend themselves to stop the Major. Aye, sir, West said, his face an impassive mask. I'll issue the order immediately. 9. Cooper PDE wasn't much more than a wide spot in the road. We finally reached pavement, bumping onto the Stewart Highway. It bisects the continent, running from Darwin on the northern coast to Port Augusta in the south. South, Rachel said after consulting a large, paper map she dug out of the glove box. I turned in the indicated direction, accelerating slowly and enjoying the feel of smooth pavement. It was hot in the van, even with the AC set to max, and I tried to do the math when we passed a squat bank building with a sign displaying the temperature. After a bit, I gave up. What the hell does 45 Celsius translate to? I asked. Something like 112 degrees, Nitro said after a few seconds of thought. But I could be wrong. Ahead, through heat shimmers coming off the asphalt, I could see a large filling station. Glancing at the instruments, I saw we were down to half a tank of gas. We're stopping, I said. Weapons out of sight. Don't need a local freaking out and calling the cops. I slowed to give everyone time to stow away their rifles and make sure anything else on their person was concealed. How are we going to pay for gas? Rachel asked. I hadn't considered that little problem. Anyone have some cash or a credit card that might work? I glanced in the mirror, sighing when everyone shook their heads. Rack on the back with extra jerry cans, Goose said. We'd left Lucas's compound so quickly I hadn't even noticed. Pulling to the side of the road, I told Dog to stay and stepped out onto the baking pavement. It was hot, but no worse than what I'd lived with in Arizona. Walking to the rear of the van, I saw there were actually 2 racks, one bolted to each door. 3 red, 5-gallon cans were secured in each, and I was happy to find all of them full when I tapped on the metal exteriors. The racks had several levels, extending all the way to the tall roof, and above the fuel on one side were 3 more jugs. These were painted blue and rang solid when I banged on them. Releasing a thick rubber strap, I lifted one down and spun open the cap, verifying it contained water. There were also several battered toolboxes, a heavy-duty jack, and when I climbed up for a look, 2 spare tires secured to the roof. I shouldn't have been surprised. Lucas literally lived in the middle of nowhere, more than 100 miles from the closest outpost of civilization. The extra fuel, water, and tools the vehicle carried weren't just convenient, they were a necessity in the harsh, remote climate. How far to Sydney? I asked when I was back in the van. Rachel leaned over the map for close to a minute before answering. About 2,100 kilometers, she said. However far that is. 1,300 miles, Nitro said quickly. Okay, we've got half a tank of gas and 30 more gallons in the jerry cans, I said. Probably about 15 gallons in the tank, then, Nitro said, looking up at the roof as he did math in his head. So, assuming we get 15 miles a gallon in this thing, that's not enough. We'll run out about 600 miles short. Maybe we can pawn Bunny, Goose called from the back. He's kinda cute if you're drunk and it's really dark. Personal experience? Monk asked with a straight face. Don't be jealous, Goose shot back. It's unbecoming in a woman of your age. Anyone have a helpful idea? I asked before things got out of hand. It was quiet in the van for a while, then Nitro sighed and pulled his collar open. Reaching in, he lifted a heavy, gold cross on a thick, braided chain over his head and held it up. 14 karat, he said, bouncing it in his hand. Chain alone's worth about 500. Or was. I turned and looked at him. He met my eye and nodded that it was okay. Driving to the gas station, I got directions from the attendant to a local pawn shop. It took several wrong turns and retracing our path before I found it. Pulling in, we waited while Nitro went inside by himself. We were probably already drawing too much attention in the town and it would only be worse if we all trooped in. After 15 minutes, I stepped out of the air-conditioned interior and casually walked around the front of the van. Glancing to the side, I could see Nitro standing at a tall counter, speaking with an older man and woman. He was nodding and smiling and they seemed to be comfortable with him in their store. Leaning against the side of the vehicle, I lit a cigarette while I waited. Rachel got out and grabbed it from my hand. "You know that's really annoying," I said. "So?" I shook my head, not rising to the bait. "Still worried?" she asked after taking a couple of drags and handing the smoke back to me. "Yes," I said. "But don't know what to do about it." "I still think you should call the Admiral," she said, fanning herself in the heat. "Maybe," I said, though I'd already dismissed that idea. Fortunately, Nitro came out of the store at that moment, ending a conversation I didn't want to have. "All good?" I asked. "Got 300, he said, nodding and holding up a wad of cash. "That's all?" Rachel asked in surprise. "Only sold the chain," he said. "Nice couple in there." They wanted the cross, but the man said it was worth way more than he could afford and didn't want to cheat me. We got back into the van, the AC feeling good after the blistering heat. Driving slowly, I returned to the filling station on the highway and topped off the tank. While I did this, Nitro and Rachel went into the small shop attached to the side of the building and stocked up on bottled water and food. Once we were back on the road, Rachel dug through the sacks, passing out sandwiches and bags of chips. I glanced over when she tore open a plastic clamshell package and lifted a cell phone. She plugged a charging cable into the dash, then the other end into the handset. "Don't turn it on," I said, not even sure I wanted it in the vehicle. "Just in case you change your mind," she said, then unwrapped and handed me a sandwich. We ate as we drove, the perfectly flat and straight ribbon of asphalt quickly lulling us into silence. Dog wolfed down his own sandwich, burped loudly and stretched out behind my seat. There was a minor skirmish as he pushed against Nitro's big feet, trying to find enough room to stretch his legs. They growled at each other. Nitro flexed and bounced his pecs. Dog curled his lip, exposing his teeth. Nitro moved his feet. Soon, everyone was asleep. I could have easily joined them, so I forced myself to keep scanning the instrument panel on either side of the road. We passed the occasional northbound road train, which was a semi-truck pulling 3 or more very long trailers. Other than that, there was no traffic. After 2 hours of driving, I hadn't seen any indication of modern civilization other than the infrequent road sign. I was pushing our speed, wanting to cover as much distance as possible before the sun went down, but decided to pull over when I saw a primitive rest area. Turning off the pavement, I intentionally braked hard as the van bounced onto the rough dirt of the pullout. There were grunts of surprise, then multiple disparaging comments from the back. Rachel just looked at me and rolled her eyes. Red dust boiled around us for a moment, slowly clearing in a gentle breeze. Leaving the engine running so the interior didn't turn into an oven, I stepped to the ground and had to move out of Dog's way so he didn't take my legs out from underneath me in his hurry to smell new territory. Stretching, I wandered around, smoking a cigarette. There were no facilities, but a faded sign had the symbols for male and female with arrows pointing at 2 separate trees. "Are you kidding me?" Rachel asked, hands on her hips as she glared at the sign. "Watch for snakes," I said. "Great. Just what I needed to hear. Come on, dog." I chuckled as she followed a faint path in the dirt to the far side of a low-growing tree. Nitro walked up next to me, starting to speak but pausing and turning to look at the eastern horizon. I turned with him, but didn't see or hear anything. After a moment, he raised a hand to shade his eyes from the harsh glare of the sun and continued to watch the sky. "What?" I asked quietly. Bunny, Monk and Goose had taken notice, coming over to stand with us. "Not sure," Nitro said without looking away. "Swear I heard something." "What's something?" Goose asked. "Not sure. Maybe a helicopter." He shrugged. "Only heard it for a second." He stayed motionless, other than his head, which slowly traversed as he scanned the horizon. 10. "Anyone else hear anything?" They all shook their heads. I looked back at Nitro, who was still intently scanning the horizon. "Anything?" I asked quietly. After several seconds, he shook his head but didn't take his attention off the direction he'd been watching. "Don't know what I heard," he said. "Probably two kangaroos fucking or something." "We'd better get back on the road," I said, looking around for Rachel and Dog. I didn't see them and frowned. It shouldn't take that long to go to the bathroom. Stepping to the idling van, I reached in and retrieved my rifle. Gently closing the door, I was stepping around the hood when Rachel and Dog appeared from behind a thick bush. "Everything okay?" I called. "You know what it's like trying to pee when some asshole put the thought of a snake in your head?" she asked, glaring at me. Nitro guffawed and laughter rippled through the rest of the team. Rachel gave them a look, too, and their mirth was quickly tamped down. Shaking my head and smiling, I put the rifle back into the van. Lighting a cigarette, I stepped around the tree designated for men and relieved myself. Returning to the pullout, I paused and looked to my right. I'd caught a brief flash of motion out of the corner of my eye. It was in the same direction that Nitro had been watching so intently. I didn't see anything, but my radar was up and I was getting that bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. "Let's move," I said, hurrying to the van. The team had taken note of me surveying the horizon and quickly climbed aboard. I didn't waste any time jumping behind the wheel. Accelerating hard, small rocks pinged off the undercarriage as the rear tires momentarily spun in the dirt, then we bounced onto pavement and roared away. "What did you see?" Nitro asked, leaning forward. Goose, Bunny and Monk were all watching out the windows. "Don't know," I said. "Maybe I overreacted because you heard something, but no point in taking a chance." "Who could know where we are?" Rachel asked. "Satellite was only down for a little while," I said. "Couldn't have been that hard to find us when it came back up." "The seals?" she asked. "Maybe." Before I could say anything else, the left front tire exploded with a loud bang and the wheel was nearly torn out of my grip. Fighting to keep us from turning sideways and flipping over, I gently applied the brakes. The team in back had their rifles ready and swarmed out the side door as we ground to a halt. "Stay close," I hissed to Rachel. Squeezing between the seats, I jumped through the open door. She and Dog followed as I ran across a short stretch of open ground and threw myself behind some bushes. Nitro and the guys were already spread out, Monk focused on our rear as the rest of us scanned for a threat. "Major Chase," Commander Sherman called from somewhere in the brush on the far side of the road. "Fuck," I grumbled, then whispered to Rachel. "Keep control of Dog in case this gets ugly." She looped an arm around his neck, pulling him down to the ground next to her. "They're probably already around us," I murmured to Nitro. "Would be if I was them," he said, then quietly slithered away. "What do you want, Commander?" I called. "You know why I'm here," he answered, his voice coming from a different location. "You and your men need to put down your weapons and come with me." I shook my head in frustration, now knowing what Nitro had heard. They had been tracking us. We'd stopped and the C-130 had put down on the far side of the series of low hills that lined the east side of the highway. While we were stationary, the SEALs had beat feet across to set up an ambush and I'd driven right into it. I was pissed, as much at myself as anyone. "Not happening, Commander," I shouted. He was silent for nearly a minute before responding. "I'm coming out. Let's you and I have a chat." I looked around, verifying that my small team was well spread in covering all 4 points of the compass. A few seconds later, Sherman stood up in the tall grass that bordered the opposite shoulder of the pavement. "Stay put," I said to Rachel, then crawled 20 yards away so I didn't reveal her position. Getting to my feet, I lowered the rifle on its sling and moved onto the asphalt. Sherman cautiously walked forward, stopping on the faded line that ran down the center of the highway. Moving equally as slow, I went forward to meet him. "I have my orders, Major," he said. "You need to call your men off before someone gets hurt." "Exactly what are your orders, Commander?" He sighed and reached up to wipe sweat off his forehead. "The Admiral wants you and your team to stand down. We're supposed to take you into custody and hold you." "Why?" I asked. "He can't be that upset that I resigned." "Why?" "How the hell would I know? You understand how this works. Orders come down, we follow them. At least some of us do." "Fuck you," I said, taking offense at the slight. "Look," he said. "This is going to happen. It's up to you to decide how it goes down. I'd rather not get into a firefight with you and your team, but I don't have any wiggle room. You can come willingly, or this can go to shit in a hot second. You're outnumbered and surrounded. You don't have a move. Now, how about we just calm down and get the hell out of here?" I stared at him, doing my best to keep my face impassive. I wasn't any more interested in shooting at his men than he was in firing on mine. "What the fuck is wrong with you?" he finally asked. "You know better than this. You are better than this. How the hell do you go from surrendering to the Russians to save Hawaii to disobeying orders and creating this mess?" "Tell me why," I said. "This isn't grade school and I'm not an idiot. What's got the Admiral so twisted that he's willing to let me and you go to war? The goddamn enemy is sitting on his fat ass in Sydney. That's who we need to be fighting." Sherman sighed as he frowned at me. "I really don't know," he finally said. "But I can tell you this. The Admiral likes and respects you. Or he did. Lay your weapons down and come with me. I'll put you on a phone with him and you can ask him yourself. You have my word." I glanced down at his chest when a bright red dot suddenly appeared directly over his heart. "Got a sniper out there on my 6, don't you?" I asked. He didn't answer, but the way his eyes flicked to look over my shoulder told me all I needed to know. "Not anymore you don't," I said, tilting my head toward his torso. He looked down and froze when he saw the laser dot that was unmoving. Nitro had gone hunting and hadn't disappointed me. "Doesn't need to happen like this," he said, raising his face and looking at me. "No, it doesn't," I said. "But I'm not the one who started it. Now, if I just flick my hand, you get a bullet in the chest. I'm guessing your guy was carrying something either in 7.62 or .300 Winchester Magnum. Either one'll punch right through that body armor you're wearing. You ready to die, today? For nothing? Are you?" he asked, appearing unconcerned with being targeted. "I died a long time ago." "In Nevada," I said, earning a concerned frown. "Just been going through the motions ever since, but..." He stared at me another few moments, then slowly nodded his head when he realized I wasn't going to back down. "What about them?" he asked, meaning Rachel and my team. "You ready to see one of them die? Have that on your conscience?" I didn't have an immediate answer. My focus had been on getting out of this. I had an appointment with President Baranov to end his miserable existence. But Sherman's question hit me like I'd been doused with cold water. There was no doubt in my mind that Nitro would follow me to his death and his men would follow him. Rachel and Dog wouldn't stay out of a fight at either, and their odds of survival were pretty damn slim if we all started shooting. "It's about more than just you," Sherman said, having seen something in my face. "Do you really want to lose one of them?" "Walk away," I said, but my heart wasn't in it. Not like it had been. "You know I can't do that," he said. "No more than you would if you were me." We stood staring at each other, time stretching out. I had no doubt he was sincere about carrying out his orders. An image of Katie, lying in a primitive grave in the Nevada desert, flashed through my mind, and I nearly flicked my hand to signal Nitro to fire. Then a memory of Rachel's face came up. Her eyes were closed, mouth parted slightly as we made love. That was the tipping point that pushed me to stand down. Before I could say anything, there was a sudden roar as a Russian Hind gunship popped up from behind the hills and a volley of rifle shots rang out. Sherman spun around to see what was happening, and I yanked him to the side an instant before high-velocity cannon slugs shredded the pavement where we'd just been standing. We tumbled across the highway before leaping to our feet and running for the brush as the massive helicopter screamed over our heads. 11. The Hind pounded the air as it circled for an attack run. Screaming for Rachel and Dog to follow, I ran down a gentle slope and leapt over an outcropping of brilliant red rock, huddling against the backside. Sherman was on my heels and Dog bounded over the ridge, Rachel only a second behind him. The toe of her boot snagged on a scraggly bush and she crashed down, far too exposed. Sherman grabbed her by the arms and hauled her into shelter as the Hind fired a sustained burst from its nose-mounted rotary gun. I ducked, pulling Dog's head down with me as the seal threw himself on top of Rachel to protect her. Not that it mattered. One of those shells would pass through both their bodies without even slowing. The ground erupted from the aerial onslaught. Dirt was blasted into the air and rained down all around us as something whizzed past my head. I popped up a second later, the gunship already banking as it climbed to line up for another pass. "Shoot him!" Rachel screamed as she gathered Dog into her arms. I ignored her, knowing the rifle I carried would do no more than chip the paint on the flying tank that was lining up to strafe the far side of the pavement. Before it swooped in and began chewing up the desert, I heard a brief moment of light weapons fire from within the brush. Sherman was screaming into his radio, and I turned to look at him as the Hind let loose with another stream of withering fire. "Spetsnaz on the ground!" he shouted to be heard over the bellow of the attacking helicopter. "You got anything with you that can bring that bastard down?" I screamed back. "Got a couple of stingers in the plane, but it's over a mile away." We ducked again as the Hind flew over, blasting away at a thick stand of bushes 40 yards to our right. They were shredded, as well as the seal that was concealed within their branches. Sherman kept his head down, pressing hard on an earpiece so he could hear, then barked more orders before turning to me. "I've got 4 men not responding and 3 confirmed enemy kills. Russians are pushing in from the east. Almost to the road. We've gotta take out that fucking helo." The Hind made another run, tearing up the hard-packed dirt on the far shoulder of the road. Through the cloud of dust thrown up by the attack, I caught a glimpse of one of the SEALs as he stumbled behind a rock. The way he moved left no doubt he was injured, but his rifle was up and firing. He wasn't going down without a fight. I threw myself to the side as a bullet spanged off the rocks I was using for cover. Small chips blasted free, peppering my face and neck. "They're pushing in," I yelled to Sherman, wincing when the Hind began shredding ground to our rear. "You go left." I didn't wait for an acknowledgement. Scrambling across the rocky terrain, I headed to the right, following a low ridge of rocks. Rachel and Dog came with me, her behind as he tucked in tight against my side. The gunship was turning again, slowing as he lined up for a run directly on our position. Looking around frantically, I didn't see anywhere that would shield us from the high-velocity slugs that were about to come our way. The pilot stabilized the big hello and I was staring directly at the 4-barrel gun attached to its chin. With nowhere to go and no way to fight back, I lay there, waiting for a flash from one of the muzzles that would be the last thing I'd ever see. The hind accelerated, beginning its attack run. I could see the pilot and gunner through the windscreen and had no doubt they could see me. Both helmeted heads suddenly snapped to the side, then the nose lifted as the gunship danced sideways. Coming into a hover over the highway, it rotated to face a point beyond my location in the desert. First one, then quickly a second opaque spot appeared on the armored glass, both directly in line with the pilot. It took me a second to realize someone was sniping them. The hind's gun spoke with a ripping sound, sending a steady stream of fire at their attacker. The hello remained in a hover, the pilot confident in the protection of the heavy armor, and continued to fire. The downwash from the giant rotor was fierce, even as far away as I was. Dust filled the air, obscuring the ground and the van only a few dozen feet beneath the aircraft's belly. Ripping a loaded magazine out of my vest, I quickly thumbed out rounds, sending them tumbling onto the sand. At the halfway point, I grabbed the tracer bullet that was there as an indicator of how much ammo remained. Tracers are embedded with a chemical compound that is ignited when fired. They burn briefly to mark a bullet's path, but they also burn very hot. That was exactly what I needed. Whipping my rifle up, I dropped the magazine and yanked the charging handle back. The chambered round spun away and I shoved the tracer in and let the bolt slam forward. Sighting in on the red fuel cans strapped to the racks on the rear doors of the van, I pulled the trigger. A green streak raced out and punched into one of the cans. Fire bloomed at the back of the van as the gasoline ignited. Flames engulfed the rear of the vehicle, then I threw myself on top of Rachel and pulled dog close. It wasn't a moment too soon as there was a thunderous explosion an instant later, followed by a wave of heat that washed over my back. I was deafened and couldn't tell if the hind was still firing. Raising my head, I looked to see if my idea had worked. The van was a shattered inferno, the flames whipping wildly in the downdraft of the gunship's rotor. The hello was tilting sideways, slipping away as burning fuel that had been thrown up by the explosion dripped from its undercarriage. Slowly, the angle of the cant increased and the pilot began to lose control. The engines bellowed and the whole aircraft shuddered, then with no warning the tail rotor disintegrated, throwing shards of titanium and sending the hind into an uncontrollable spin. It whirled around the axis of the main rotor shaft for a moment, then the nose dipped and it plummeted to the asphalt, the entire airframe collapsing on impact. It was so close to the hellish inferno of the van that within seconds I could see the paint on its side begin to bubble. "Stay here!" I barked to Rachel and leapt to my feet, running parallel to the road. I quickly covered 100 yards, which got me past the worst of the heat from the fire. Taking a breath, I dashed out of the brush and pounded across the road. No fire came my way, but that didn't mean there weren't still Spetsnaz on the ground and hunting us. I leapt a shallow drainage ditch and threw myself to the ground behind a small pile of rocks. Crawling forward, I angled to the north, pausing when I spotted a shape 30 yards to my front. A Russian soldier had taken position behind a bush, intently watching something in the area where I'd left Rachel and dog. Moving cautiously, I found a better angle on my target and settled the dot in my scope on his head. A few seconds later I pulled the trigger. The suppressed rifle was quiet. Inaudible over the roar of the fire that was beginning to consume the crashed hind, gunfire sounded to my right as another enemy popped his head up and fired on a position behind a large boulder. The same location I'd seen the injured SEAL take cover. I swiveled to target the Russian and his lifeless body disappeared into the brush an instant later. 2 Russians confirmed down by my hand. Sherman had told me his men had confirmed 3 kills. 5 out of action. But a hind can carry up to 8 troops. Were there 3 more of the bastards running around out here? I had no way of knowing. I was about to move again when I heard several suppressed shots from the other side of the road. They were answered with 2 short bursts of Russian fire, then things went quiet. I gave it a few seconds, then crawled backwards, keeping the protection of the terrain between myself and the location of the firing. Reaching a shallow channel carved by running water, I dropped into it and headed east. Uphill. Without a radio, I had no way to communicate with my team or the SEALs and find out if there were any Russians still alive. I had to assume we were still under attack and was working my way behind them. It took 10 minutes to reach a point where I could turn north and move into their rear. The bad thing about this was that it had given them time to move and take up new positions. I hadn't heard any additional weapons fire, suppressed or otherwise, but that didn't mean a damn thing. In these kinds of battles, it's not about haste. We're not standing there, slugging it out, or charging across a battlefield to meet the enemy head-on. That's easy, even if it is scary as hell. The winners of this engagement would be the ones who exhibited the most patience and cunning. Getting in a hurry would cause mistakes and give away both your position and intentions. Slow and methodical would win the day. Well, that and a little luck. Sometimes, that's what it all comes down to. And luck was on my side this day. As I crept along the side of the ridge, continuing to move north, I picked up the sound of a bush rustling that wasn't consistent with the movement caused by the wind. Someone had either gotten sloppy or was in a hurry. Freezing in place, I slowly turned my head, but could only see a narrow slice of the slope. Good concealment can also mean you can't see the enemy either. An inch at a time, I wormed my way forward, pausing frequently to listen and look. After almost 15 minutes, I saw my target. He was a Spetsnaz sergeant, painfully dragging himself up the hill. A blood trail marked his passage, coming from bullet wounds in his left shoulder and leg. With only one functioning arm, he would reach out and grasp a rock or branch and use it to drag himself forward a couple of feet. Then he'd rest for a few seconds before doing it again. I thought about capturing him. Interrogating him. But what was the point? All he'd know was that he and his team had been sent to kill us. Taking a deep breath, I pulled the trigger and drilled a round through his skull. It was half an hour later, time I'd spent prowling through the brush, before I was reasonably sure we'd gotten all of them. Unfortunately, I'd also found a lot of dead seals. Hoping I wasn't being too hasty, I slowly stood and looked down at the road, ready to throw myself to the ground if I saw any movement that didn't feel right. 12. Carefully, I picked my way down the slope, keeping count in my head of the bodies I found. American and Russian. The news wasn't good. So far, I hadn't come across anyone that was still alive. Ahead, the van and crashed gunship burned furiously, sending a thick column of dense, black smoke high into the late afternoon sky. This was going to be a problem as it could be seen for miles. I might have been in the middle of the outback, but there had to be someone that would see it and contact the authorities. Emerging from the thickest brush, I glanced to the north and paused when I saw two massive trucks. Both were the incredibly long road trains that are common in rural Australia. These two had been heading south and had come to a stop a couple of 100 yards away from the flaming wreckage that blocked the highway. It wasn't a stretch to think the drivers were already on a radio or satellite phone, calling the police. Leaping across the ditch that bordered the pavement, I hurried across, raising an arm to shield my face from the blistering heat coming off behind. If the truckers hadn't already called this in, I was pretty sure the sight of a man armed with a rifle running across the road would spur them to action, but there was nothing I could do about that. Pushing into the scrub, I brought my rifle around at the sound of movement in the tall grass to my side. Moving cautiously, I zeroed in on the sound and came to a stop, looking down at an injured Spetsnaz. He'd been gut-shot, at least with 2 rounds, and was writhing in pain as he weakly clawed at his abdomen. Blood soaked the front of his uniform blouse and he'd been lying there long enough that ants had already found him and were starting to swarm in a feeding frenzy. He was pale from loss of blood, sweat beaded on his face. When he realized I was there, he looked up at me and sighed. I shot him in the head and moved on without a second thought, adding his corpse to my mental tally of bodies. By now I had grown seriously concerned about Rachel and Dog. Between the gunship and the ground troops, the Russians had hit us hard. My only hope was that she had done what I told her and stayed in shelter. It's not safe being a non-combatant in the midst of a battle, but at least you don't draw attention to yourself. Circling a row of trees, I broke into a jog when I saw Rachel kneeling over a figure on the ground. Dog, standing watch over her, saw me coming and flicked his tail in greeting but didn't take his attention off the surroundings. When I reached them, I dropped to a knee on the far side of Commander Sherman. He was flat on his back, pain-filled eyes staring up at me. Rachel had removed his vest and shirt, exposing 3 bullet wounds in his chest. She'd done the best she could with the small medkit he carried, but nothing short of a trauma center was going to save him. That much was obvious, even to me. "My men?" he asked, his voice whispery and weak. I shook my head. "One unaccounted for," I said, reaching out and grasping his hand. "The rest are Kia. Got a missing Russian, too." "Got that motherfucker," he muttered, flecks of blood staining his lips. He cut his eyes to the side and I looked in that direction to see a Russian soldier lying face down behind a bush. "Find my man," he said, then passed out. "Anything you can do for him?" I asked Rachel. "Nothing with what I have," she said. "He needs a hospital." "Did you find Nitro and the guys?" "Not yet," I said. "Stay with Sherman. I'll be back." Telling Dog to stay with Rachel, I pushed deeper into the brush. I found Bunny's body first. The ground around it was carpeted with spent brass. In succession, I came across Goose and Monk's corpses, both shredded by the Heinz Gatling gun. Looking around, I headed for the only high point on this side of the road. Nitro had gone after the SEAL sniper and I was pretty confident that would be where he'd found him. Since he wasn't already up and wandering around, I was afraid of what I'd find. But I had to know. Approaching the crest of the low rise, my concern progressed to near certainty. Either Nitro or the SEAL had made the shots on the hind that had saved me from a strafing run. Had distracted the pilot and gunner long enough for me to set off the fuel tanks on the van. But before I'd brought it down, the gunship had unleashed hell on their position. No vegetation remained on the top 10 feet of the rise. It had been reduced to splinters as the heavy, high-velocity slugs tore through, the debris now carpeting the churned-up red soil. On the back side of the low hill, I found Nitro and the SEAL. Neither of them had escaped the fury of the helicopter, their bodies nearly unrecognizable. I sank to a knee next to my friend, reaching out then stopping with my hand hovering in the air. There wasn't a square inch of his corpse that wasn't covered in blood. Before I got too lost in memories, I forced myself up and started to turn away. Pausing, I looked down at Nitro a final time, not happy I was leaving his body behind. Or any of the other Americans for that matter. But I had no choice. There was nothing I could do. At least the Australian authorities would most likely be here soon. The dead would be collected and treated with respect. Scavengers wouldn't get to them. Before I left, I knelt again and checked Nitro's pockets. Found the cross that had apparently meant a lot to him. When I held it up, most of one of the arms was missing, having been blown off by a shell from the gunship. Blood dripped off the smooth gold. I shoved it in my pocket as I stood and hurried to where I'd left Rachel and Dog. "We have to move," I said as I ran up, my voice rough with emotion. "Cops are going to start showing up." "Nitro and the guys?" she asked, but her face told me she already knew the answer. I shook my head and knelt next to Sherman. "Not leaving him here," I said, working my arms beneath him. "What do we do with him?" she asked, reaching out to help. "Let's leave him with the truck drivers. Get them to do what they can, but we've got to get the hell out of here, and fast." "How? Where do we go?" Rachel asked, grunting with exertion as she helped me lever Sherman off the ground. Sherman had told me their C-130 was a little over a mile away and I knew they'd come in on foot from the east. "They're plain," I said as I stood up with the SEAL's weight on my shoulder. "Let's go. We're out of time." Hurrying through the brush, panting from the exertion of the extra weight, I stepped onto the pavement and moved as fast as I could toward the 2 stopped road trains. When we were still 100 yards from the closest one, the driver swung down from the cab. He started to back away, ready to run. "Help!" I shouted as loud as I could. He hesitated, then the driver from the second truck appeared at his side with a rifle or shotgun in his hands. I couldn't tell which at this distance. "Help us!" I shouted again before he decided it would be a good idea to raise the weapon in our direction. They stood there, watching us approach. I was puffing like a steam engine from trotting with close to 200 pounds on my back and didn't have the air to keep shouting, so Rachel took over. A woman's voice seemed to allay some of their fears and they slowly walked forward to meet us. "Are the cops coming?" I panted as I reached them. I called them, one of them answered. I stopped and started to lower Sherman to the asphalt. The unarmed driver hesitated, then helped me so the wounded SEAL was placed down as gently as possible. "You!" Rachel barked as she knelt over Sherman. "Call them back and tell them there's a man who's been shot in the chest. We need a medical flight or he's going to die." The man with what I could now see was a shotgun didn't move, just stood there gaping. "Move your ass!" Rachel shouted. A beat, then the driver turned and raced for his truck. "You!" she said, grabbing the other driver by the wrist and pulling him down. "Hold here and here. Keep the pressure on and maybe he'll survive until help arrives. Don't let off. Do you understand?" The man bobbed his head up and down, pressing on 2 bullet holes in Sherman's body like Rachel had showed him. "What the hell's going on?" he asked, voice shaking. "Classified," I said, standing and grabbing Rachel's arm. The clock was ticking and we needed to get the hell out of there before the police began arriving. Turning to face east, I took off at a run. Rachel stayed close behind and Dog took up position at my side. There were now 3 trucks stopped on the north side of the flaming wreckage and I caught a glimpse of the armed driver in the cab of his, speaking into a radio as he gestured with his free hand. I didn't see the third driver. 13. We slowed to a fast jog once concealed by the brush on the east side of the highway. The sun was setting at our backs, shadows growing long as we picked our way up the slope. A few yards below the crest of the ridgeline, I paused and looked back at the road below. The flames of the wreckage were as furious as ever, shooting high into the air. The thick, black smoke had cast a pall over the entire area, turning the last rays of the day a red the color of blood. It fit the scene. And my mood. Another road train, this one traveling north, had arrived and come to a stop with a battered SUV behind it. From my elevated position, I could just make out a set of emergency lights far to the north. I couldn't tell if this was police or fire, but it was a single vehicle and seemed to be coming fast. Passing over the top, I led the way down the backside of the hill toward a broad valley that stretched out to the base of a mountain range far in the distance. Shielded from the dying light, the ground at our feet was dark and we had to move carefully to not turn an ankle on an unseen rock. "Why did we survive?" Rachel asked in a haunted voice. "That's just the way it goes sometimes." We were quiet the rest of the way to the valley floor. I'd hoped to spot the C-130 while we had the advantage of elevated terrain, but had failed to see the large aircraft. I nearly faltered when I realized my error. I should have searched Commander Sherman's body for a radio that could communicate with the flight crew. I was certain he'd have one with him, but hadn't thought to look. Now it was too late. There was nothing for us to do but continue on and hope we found the plane. "How are you on ammo?" Rachel had moved next to me now that we were on level ground and the walking was easier. She took a moment to check herself over before answering. "I've got the magazine in the rifle, and that's it. 1 spare for my pistol." I nodded, not expressing my concern that there were only 2 loaded rifle magazines in my vest. We could defend ourselves if we had to, but certainly weren't prepared to get into another firefight. In addition to our poor state of ammo, we didn't have any food or water and there wasn't a single sign of civilization anywhere ahead. The darkness had quickly spread across the valley floor and only the peaks of the distant mountains were still lit by the sun. They glowed in shades of red and gold for a few seconds, then disappeared as night encompassed us. Overhead, what looked like a million stars began to twinkle as the sky deepened into what would be a perfect, velvety black. "Are you sure the plane is out here?" Rachel asked, moving closer in response to the yipping wail of a dingo. Dog's head swiveled in the direction of the sound, but he didn't slow or react in any other way. I was happy to have his finely tuned senses along as I could barely see where I was about to put my foot each time I took a step. This slowed us even more and I idly wondered what kind of snakes lived in the Australian desert. At least when I lived in Arizona I could normally count on the warning sound of a rattlesnake, but I didn't think that species existed here. "Should be, the way Sherman talked," I said. "Problem is, no way to know we're going in the right direction." "Tracks?" Rachel asked, surprising me that she'd learned enough to think about that option. "How?" I asked, feeling a little bad that I was shooting down her idea. It was already too dark by the time we got off the slope. "No way to see them." I looked up and scanned the sky, hoping to see a glow on the horizon that would herald a rising moon, but saw nothing but stars. They provided a faint, cold light that helped us see well enough to avoid large objects, but there was no way I could spot and follow footprints left in the dirt. "How did the Russians find us?" Rachel asked after several more minutes of silence. "Only way I can think of is they tracked the C-130. Got no idea how long they were up flying around, waiting for the order to come after me. Must have drawn attention and the Russians reacted." "No way they were there for us?" "Don't think so," I said. "I'm pretty sure we got into the country without being detected. If we hadn't, there would probably have been an attack on Lucas's compound. No, I think when the SEALs took off this morning they probably went into an orbit while waiting for orders. Maybe the Russians got them on radar or, who knows, but they were spotted." "Okay," Rachel said, digesting what I'd said. "Then, wouldn't the Russians have taken out the plane, too?" I stopped, looking at her in the dark. Her face was invisible, but I could see her clearly silhouetted against the sky. Dog came to a halt with us, panting softly in the hot air. "Let's hope not," I finally said, then started moving again. 10 more minutes of walking and I called a halt. "What?" Rachel asked quietly. "We've covered more than a mile. Sherman said the plane was over a mile away. Not 2 or 3, just over a mile. So, we've gone far enough, but not in the right direction." I turned a slow circle as I spoke, peering intently at the horizon in hopes of spotting the hulking outline of a C-130. Nothing. Rachel did the same, twice, pausing when she was facing almost due south. "There's something big in that direction," she said. I looked, but couldn't see anything. "Can't see it," I said. "Losing an eye has an even more dramatic effect in the dark," she explained automatically. "There's definitely something that way, but I can't make out the shape." "Let's go see," I said. We walked for 5 minutes and I still didn't see whatever had caught Rachel's attention. "I don't see anything." "Me either," she said, disappointment in her voice. "Maybe I just wanted to see something." I glanced at her, reaching out to squeeze her hand. As I turned my head away from the south, a darker blot on the horizon caught my attention and I looked back at that point. Nothing. Turning my head slightly, I used the peripheral vision in my one good eye and could clearly make out the faint outline of a C-130 against the starry sky. "It's there," I said. "Don't look directly at it and you'll see it." Something else I'd forgotten. The human eye's ability to see in near darkness is due to photoreceptors called rods. They don't let us see colors and are arranged around the periphery, which means we can see things at night better if we aren't looking directly at them. I knew this and had relied on it in combat situations when I was younger, but night vision equipment had created a reliance on technology for me that wasn't altogether beneficial. "I see it," Rachel said with relief. I checked on Dog, who had probably seen the plane 10 minutes ago. If only he could talk. Okay, let's go in careful and quiet. Don't know what kind of reception we're going to get. What are we going to do? Rachel asked. If the Russians spotted the plane, we aren't going to be able to go anywhere in it. And how would you make the pilot take us anywhere? You willing to hold a gun to his head? I've got an idea. Ready? Rachel looked at me a moment before nodding. With Dog at my side, I brought the rifle around as I led her toward the dark and silent aircraft. 14. Captain West coming, sir, Captain Black said. Admiral Packard was seated on his usual bench, puffing on a cigarette. It was a beautiful morning in Hawaii with a gentle breeze whisking away his smoke and bringing the smell of the sea. The Admiral suppressed a sigh and didn't turn around. These days, his aide didn't come find him if there wasn't something that had gone wrong. Think you could sidetrack him for half an hour? The Admiral asked, earning a smile from the normally taciturn Marine. I could try, sir, but I'm afraid he'd make me start training with him. Not feeling up to a triathlon, Captain? The Admiral teased. You are aware, sir, that Captain West runs 20 miles a day, no matter how long he's been on duty? 7 days a week. And you Navy types say us Marines are crazy. Sir. Packard chuckled and stripped the butt of the cigarette. Facts are what they are, Captain, Packard said, still laughing. Maybe I should assign Captain West to lead the Marine PT training for a few weeks. Toughen you up with a little old-school exercise. My grandfather used to say things like that, sir, Black said. Thought today's Marines were too soft. Said we didn't compare to the men that fought at Iwo Jima and Guadalcanal. He was there? Packard asked. Yes, sir. He was a gunny sergeant. Lost a foot and half his face, but that tough old Marine survived. Corps gave him a wooden foot and I can still remember the sound of him clumping around the house when I was little. Ora, Captain, the Admiral said softly. Ora, sir, Captain Black echoed, then stepped a respectful distance away as Captain West arrived. Bad news, sir, West said without preamble. We've lost the SEAL team in Australia. What? Packard shouted, leaping to his feet. What the hell happened? Major Chase? No, sir. The Russians. The Admiral slowly resumed his seat, staring at his aide as he lit a fresh cigarette. Proceed, Captain, he said, pain over the loss of the men written on his face. Commander Sherman and his team intercepted the Major and his group several hours south of a small town called Coober Pedy, in the outback. There was an initial standoff, but the commander and the Major were speaking, face to face. A Heinle 24 and a squad of Spetsnaz attacked while they were talking. All the SEALs except for Commander Sherman are dead, as well as all members of the Major's team. Sherman survived? Bad shape, sir. The Major and Ms. Miles rendered aid and got him to a pair of truck drivers who were stopped by the fight. Had them call for an airlift. They just took off with him and he's still alive, though barely. Packard slowly nodded his head. And the Major? He and Ms. Miles are on foot. It looks like they're trying to reach the SEALs plane. How the hell did the Russians get involved? Packard asked, his tone icy. Our best guess, sir, is that our aircraft was detected by the enemy while over Australian airspace. Why were we not able to get a warning to Commander Sherman? The Admiral growled. We were supposed to be watching. Yes, sir, we were, but once the SEALs touched down, the satellite was red-asked to aid in the search for the Russian boomer off the eastern coast of Australia. It has advanced thermal and electromagnetic detection capabilities and there was hope it would work. Who approved the red-asking during a combat operation? Packard asked, his eyes hard. Lieutenant Commander Booth, sir. The officer of the deck in the CIC at the time. I've already had him relieved, pending a review board, but... The Admiral stared at West for several long seconds, then turned to face the blue harbor. "God damn it," he muttered to himself. "God damn it." "One more thing, sir," West continued. "We've been unable to contact the flight crew aboard the Hercules." "Comms down?" "No, sir. We've confirmed we're activating the secure satellite terminal located within the aircraft, but the crew is failing to respond. This is unacceptable, Captain." The Admiral barked. "Agreed, sir," West said, unperturbed. Packard sat silent, smoking the cigarette to the butt, then immediately lighting another. "What assets do we have that can intercept the Major?" "None, sir. There's a handful of Marines at the embassy in Sydney, but they're being watched very closely by the Russians and ADF troops loyal to the PM. If they try to leave, they will be detained." "Options?" the Admiral asked. "Only one, sir. Notify the Australians and have them pick up Major Chase. Of course, the PM will almost certainly hand him over to Baranov once the Russians learn of his capture." "I'm damn well aware of the consequences, Captain," Packard snapped. "How shall I proceed, sir?" West asked as if the Admiral hadn't just barked at him. There was a long stretch of silence as Packard stared at the ocean and puffed furiously on his cigarette. When it was finished, he stripped the butt and jammed it into his pocket as he stood. "Get the PM on the phone," he sighed. "The Major isn't giving me a choice." Before Captain West could respond, Captain Black stepped closer. "Sir, Chief Simmons is asking to speak with you." "She's here?" Packard asked, looking around and spotting Jessica 50 yards away, waiting next to a heavily armed Marine. "Let her through, Captain." "Yes, sir," he said, mumbling an order into his radio. An instant later they could see the Marine nod his head to Jessica and she hurried across the lush lawn. "Sorry to disturb you, sir," she said as she arrived and came to attention. "Relax, Chief. Tell me what's so important." "I've found something, sir. To do with Baranov." Packard and West looked at her in surprise and she barely managed to suppress a smile. "Go ahead," the Admiral said. "Well, sir, I've been playing with some of the capabilities of the NSA satellite. I won't bore you with the details, but I detected a low-powered signal coming from his building. At first, I kind of dismissed it. After all, there are probably all kinds of secure comms, not to mention security systems. But as I kept looking, it was apparent this one was unique." "In what way?" Captain West asked. "Sir, it's too low-powered to be communicating with anything other than a local receiver. Say within 10 to 15 miles. "That sounds like a security system," West countered. "And that's why I didn't pay attention at first," Jessica said. "Then I realized it's on a frequency that is far outside the band of anything else the Russians are using. It's also well removed from any Australian or commercial radio channels." "What would be the purpose of that?" Packard asked. "To mitigate the possibility of unintended interference by an outside source, sir," Jessica explained. "And it's a constant transmission, unlike everything else that's emanating from the building. It doesn't stop, which pretty much eliminated everything. I asked around, spoke with several radio frequency engineers, and they took a look. They all agreed it was odd, but none had a suggestion of what its purpose could be." "You're losing me, Chief," the Admiral said. "What did you find?" "Sir, the signal is encrypted. Heavily. It took me and my entire team to break in and view the data that was being transmitted. It's human vital signs, sir. Excuse me? Vital signs? Like blood pressure?" Captain West asked. "Exactly, sir. BP and heart rate." "What the hell for?" Packard asked, frowning as he lit a fresh cigarette. "If you'll bear with me, sir," Jessica said, pausing until she received a nod. The other aspect I noted was that this is being transmitted by an omnidirectional antenna on the roof of the building. That means the intent is to spread the signal equally in all directions. I was quite intrigued at that point. I mean, why would the Russians be broadcasting vital signs in an encrypted data stream? Chief? Captain West prompted. Sorry, sir. It's just that I want you to understand my line of thinking before I share my conclusion. Anyway, as I kept monitoring, one of the engineers I'd spoken with dropped by. He looked at the frequency spectrum I was watching and, well, long story short, we found another signal buried on what he calls a subchannel. It's only a burst of less than half a second, but it happens once every 5 minutes. And it's coming from multiple locations within Sydney. An answer back? Packard asked. That's the assessment, sir, Jessica said, nodding. It took some doing, but we identified the locations of each of the transceivers that are responding to the constant stream of vital signs coming from the building. And, sir, one of those is doing more than responding. It is also repeating the original signal in a very tightly focused, higher-powered broadcast that is aimed at Melbourne to the south. We're still working to identify and locate additional transceivers outside the Sydney area. You've found the nerve gas locations and how the Russians are ensuring they will be triggered if Baranov is killed. Packard cried, hope coursing through him. That's the conclusion I reached, sir, Jessica said, smiling from ear to ear. Can you spoof the signal that's coming from his building? West asked quickly. Yes, sir. We can. But it may not be that simple. There's an additional stream of data within the signal that I haven't been able to figure out what it is. The basic vital signs weren't that hard, but this is like nothing I've ever seen. I'd shown a sample to several of the engineers and they have theories, but nothing more. Whatever it is, it constantly changes and fluctuates. BP and heart rates are easy to fake. This? The pattern is too complicated, and without knowing what it is, trying to create a substitute could very well lead to the system recognizing something is wrong and activating the release. The two senior officers were quiet for a moment, thinking. How long to be confident you've located and mapped out all of the suspected locations of the nerve agent? The Admiral asked. It's a slow process, sir. Once we knew what to look for, it took over a day for Sydney. Several days is my best estimate at this point, but quite possibly longer as we do not have a comprehensive list of cities to check. That means we have to check all of them. What do you need, Chief? Captain West asked. I could use a couple more engineers, sir. Other than that, we're limited by only having one satellite over Australia. Sir? West asked, turning to the Admiral. Whatever the Chief needs. Highest priority, Captain, Packard answered immediately. This just might be the key to solving our problem. Yes, sir. I'll make it happen. And that phone call you wanted me to place? The Admiral hesitated a moment before shaking his head. Not quite yet, Captain. We've got a few hours. Let's see what can be done before we take that step. 15. We had covered maybe half the distance to the parked C-130 when I signaled Rachel and brought us to a halt. Dog shifted until his side was pressed against me and I could feel the tension in his body. Rachel was on the other side and after a long pause, she leaned close and mumbled in my ear. What's wrong? Too quiet, I replied. And too dark. These guys have been waiting for a long time. They haven't had contact with the SEAL team for a while and they should be getting antsy. Maybe they're more disciplined than I think, but they're not in a combat zone. Really no reason for them to not be out enjoying the evening air. Gotta be hot and stuffy inside after baking in the sun this afternoon. Rachel didn't have a response, just stood next to me, staring at the plane. Finally, I moved us forward, very cautiously. Dog stayed close and alert, but not acting as if there was anything to worry about. I was willing to trust his keener senses, especially with a rifle to my shoulder. Just in case. We reached the rear of the aircraft, pausing to look up at the closed ramp. There was no way to open it from the outside, at least no way I was aware of, so after checking the length of starboard, I led the way around the back and along the port side. There is a crew door in front of the wing, which was my destination, but as soon as we rounded the corner and Dog caught scent of the breeze, he stopped. I watched him for a few seconds, his nose in the air. He didn't growl or seem concerned, which made me feel slightly better. At least there weren't any infected upwind from where we were standing. A moment later the wind gusted, bringing the smell to me that had caused him to pause. It was the smell of death. Turning my head slightly, I used my peripheral vision to see what was ahead of us. Several forms lay on the smooth, desert floor beneath the wing. Glancing at Rachel, I could tell she had smelled what was ahead of us, then moved forward and circled past the bodies to check the rest of the plane. The crew door was open, the set of folding stairs extended down. I couldn't see beneath the belly of the aircraft, but Dog was low enough to have a clear view, so I trusted there was no one playing hide-and-seek with us. Signaling for Rachel to watch our rear, I approached the dark door, leading with the muzzle of my rifle, stopping again at the bottom of the steps. Dog was calm, alleviating my concern that an enemy was hiding inside. I tapped him on the back and he bounded up the steps, into the plane. I followed, slightly slower, pausing inside the opening. As dark as it had been outside, there was an absolute absence of light within the cavernous interior. I couldn't even see Dog's shape, but could hear him a few feet away, softly sniffing the hot, stale air. Without a light or night vision, I wasn't about to start trying to wander around and clear the aircraft. Grumbling a few choice words to myself, I dug out the disposable lighter from the mostly empty pack of cigarettes in my pocket. With a deep breath, I flicked the wheel and a brilliant flame sprang to life. Holding it above my head, I looked around and located a large electrical panel, found the right switch and moved it to on with a solid thunk. Lights affixed to the ceiling of the cargo area came to life, washing everything in a blood-red glow. I'd intentionally avoided turning on the white lights that would have destroyed my night vision. Red wasn't great to search by, but it allowed me to see everything and I'd be able to walk back outside without being blind until my eye adjusted. It was a matter of less than a minute to determine that Dog and I were the only living things within the plane. I also found and opened several large lockers which held all variety of items for the SEAL team. Slipping on a pair of night vision goggles, I took another for Rachel as well as 2 lights that would attach to the rails on our rifles. Stepping back outside, I activated the NVGs and handed Rachel the other set. "All good?" she asked. "Inside's clear." I turned and walked over to what I could now see were 5 bodies. We'd been on a very long flight, requiring multiple, in-air refuelings. Because of the duration of the trip, 2 flight crews had been assigned. While one was in the cockpit, the other was resting so they could switch on a regular basis and ensure an alert pilot and co-pilot were in control. The 5th corpse belonged to the crew chief, who didn't need a relief as there hadn't been a whole lot for him to do. All 5 men had been shot in the back of the head. It appeared they had been herded beneath the wing and made to get on their knees before being executed, where their bodies would be concealed from orbiting cameras. "What the hell?" Rachel breathed from next to me. "Goddamn Russians," I said bitterly. Took the flight crew out first so they could approach from this direction without the SEALs being alerted. Despite the stench of voided bowels and bladders, as well as the obvious bullet wounds in their skulls, Rachel still stepped forward and checked each body for a pulse. It didn't take long and she stood without saying anything. There was no point. Dog stood between us and he turned his head to the side and let out a low growl. A second later I heard a howl that reminded me a lot of a wolf. Quickly there were answering calls from all around. Rachel shuddered and moved closer. "What the hell is that?" she asked. "Dingoes. I think," I said, scanning the surrounding desert through the night vision. At the limit of their range, I thought I could see several sinuous forms moving across the desert. "They want the bodies. I'm surprised we got here before they did." "Will they attack?" "No idea," I said. But let's not mess around. Go inside and start opening lockers. There'll be some body bags somewhere. I'm not going to leave these guys out here for the fucking scavengers. Rachel hurried into the plane, returning a few minutes later with a bundle of heavy bags in her arms. While I'd been waiting, the dingoes had continued to howl and had moved close enough for me to get a good view. They looked pretty much like any medium-sized, mixed-breed mutt I'd ever seen. More domesticated dog-like than the coyotes I was used to in the American Southwest. And there were a lot of them. The pack was constantly in motion, but I was pretty sure there were more than 20 of the little bastards. Dog was growling frequently and I was glad he wasn't of a mind to go charging out to face the pack. He was much larger and stronger than any of the dingoes, but he was seriously outnumbered. They'd worked together to take him down. "Get the bags unfolded and ready," I said to Rachel, not wanting to take my attention off the wildlife. "They're coming closer," she said, fear in her voice. I glanced over to see her standing and watching the pack. She was probably remembering nearly being taken by wolves in the Idaho mountains, but I was getting a little nervous, too. Coyotes wouldn't have been this bold. Well, there's a reason they aren't. Confident there was no one within hearing range, I removed the suppressor from the end of my rifle and started shooting. The pack froze in place for an instant at the loud report of the first round. It found its target, the dingo flipping sideways and tumbling to the dirt, dead. Before I could sight in the second one, they turned and streaked away into the night. I still managed to drop one with a lucky shot, then fired a long burst of full auto in the direction they had gone. I didn't expect any of the bullets to find their mark, I just wanted to reinforce the fear they had of the sharp reports of the weapon. "Okay, let's get this done before they get their courage back." Rachel nodded and we moved quickly, being as respectful of the fallen as we could, under the circumstances. Dog kept watch as we worked, sweating from the exertion of getting the men into bags then carrying them up the steps and through the crew door. Before we were finished, Dog growled again and I scanned our surroundings. The dingoes were back. But this time they weren't running around or trying to push closer. They were just out there, a couple 100 yards away, watching us. Moving the final corpse into the cargo area of the C-130, I called Dog inside and stood in the opening, looking out across the desert. The pack hadn't drawn any closer and were still quiet, but I decided they needed a reminder not to press their luck. Finding the largest animal, I took my time in drawing a bead, then pulled the trigger. The dingo fell dead before the sound of the shot reached the rest of the pack. They immediately scattered, running away until I lost sight of them. Pulling the door closed behind me, I turned and shoved the NVGs off my face. Rachel had already found water and was drinking deeply. I did as well, pausing and looking around when a soft electronic beep came from the cockpit. We made our way forward and looked at a small screen with a dedicated keyboard to the side and behind the co-pilot's seat. It sounded again and I reached out and touched the enter key. The screen lit up, displaying a request for a passcode. "What's that?" Rachel asked as the beeping continued. "STU," I said. "Secure terminal unit. Someone's trying to reach the crew or the SEALs." "Should we answer?" "Can't, even if we wanted to," I said, pointing at the message. "Don't have a code to unlock it." "So, what now?" she asked as muted howls from the pack of dingoes reached our ears. First things first. We both drank some more water, fighting dehydration from the hot, arid climate. Dog drank greedily, splashing as much on the deck as he consumed. The next order of business was to open some more lockers and load up with full magazines and several other tools of the trade. Once our supplies were replenished, I went on a search for any type of communications gear that didn't require a passcode to function. As I did this, howls from the dingoes increased in volume as they surrounded the plane. There wasn't a window to look out other than the cockpit windscreen and I didn't bother to go forward. I was pretty sure the pack had zeroed in on the blood-soaked sand where the pilots and crew chief had been murdered. At least, that's what coyotes would do. But even in a pack, coyotes won't close in on a human the way the dingoes had done. But coyotes are sneaky little bastards, whereas their Australian cousins seem to be more brazen. I didn't know if there was a real risk of them attacking as a group when we stepped outside, but I'd deal with that when the time came. I was now well armed and could see at least as well as the wild animals right outside the skin of the plane. I spent close to 20 minutes searching the plane. Other than the STU, which was still sounding an alert, and the radio built into the cockpit, I struck out. No cell phones, satellite phones, or any other comm devices. With an internal sigh, I realized I should have checked the bodies of the dead seals before heading into the desert. That thought gave me an idea and I moved to where we'd placed the 5 body bags. Unzipping the closest one, I wrinkled my nose at the smell and thoroughly checked over the dead man's flight suit. Car keys, a pack of cigarettes that went into my pocket and a battered leather wallet with photos of a smiling woman, and that was it. Closing the bag, I moved to the next, glancing over at Rachel who was seated on the deck with Dog by her side. She had prepared an MRE from one of the lockers and was sharing the food with him. Finally, in the next to last bag, I found a personal cell phone in the breast pocket of a man wearing Lieutenant Commander's oak leaves. Rocking back on my haunches, I pressed the power button and watched intently as it went through its startup procedure. It finished quickly, displaying a lock screen. Across the top were a couple of icons that told me the battery was fully charged, but there was no service. Rachel had moved next to me when she saw the phone and peered at it over my shoulder. "We're in the middle of nowhere," she said. "That, or an American phone isn't compatible with Australian cell service." I almost tossed the device back into the body bag, but changed my mind at the last instant. Instead, I used the pilot's thumbprint to unlock the handset and poked around menus and disabled the locking function. Powering it down, I shoved it in my pocket and moved on to check the final corpse. Nothing. Frustrated, I closed the zipper and moved away from the dead, taking a seat on the deck and leaning against a bulkhead. Dog immediately came over and lay down with his head in my lap. Scratching his ears, I took a slow look around the inside of the plane as Rachel sat on the other side and rested her hand on my leg. 16. "Think we're safe here?" Rachel asked after a few minutes of silence. "From the dingoes?" "Well, yes, but I meant the Russians. What if they send another helicopter?" I thought about that for a minute before answering. Her question wasn't at all invalid, but the idea wasn't something that worried me. Even though they'd lost their Spetsnaz team, from their perspective the assault had been a success. It was probably all over the news by now, so even if they weren't watching on satellite they'd be getting reports of how many bodies were found. But what had to be a massive response from the authorities, as well as the news media, most likely meant we were safe. The scene of the battle really wasn't all that far away and, even as arrogant as the Russians were in operating a gunship and killing lots of Americans, I didn't think they'd push their luck and send in a second team. It just didn't make sense that they'd be worried about a man, a woman, and a dog having survived. "I think we're okay," I finally said. "There's got to be a lot of attention on this part of the outback at the moment and they won't want to stir things up any more than they already have. Besides, they don't know who I am, so I don't see them expending the effort to come after 2 lone survivors." Rachel nodded when I finished speaking and was quiet for a bit. I continued to absently scratch Dog's ears, trying to come up with the best idea for continuing the quest to reach Sydney and kill Baranov. "Why are we still doing this?" Rachel asked. "Doing what?" "This. Still fighting, just so you can kill a single man. Isn't it time to call it a day and figure out what the rest of our lives are going to be like?" It certainly seems as if that's what the Admiral has done, but "I have to do this," I said. "We've had this conversation. I don't know what's changed that the Admiral is pulling back, but this son of a bitch needs to be removed from what's left of the planet. The world is still dying." "What if it's not?" Rachel asked, interrupting me. "What if that's why he called off the mission? Maybe the scientists were wrong, or had bad data or something. Or found a way to neutralize the virus in the environment. You don't really believe that, I said. I don't know what I believe. It's possible, but without knowing, you're charging into a situation to take an action that may no longer be necessary. Still necessary to me, I mumbled. I know, she said sadly. I was hoping you would be able to move on without having to extract vengeance. I fell quiet again, the only sound the scratching of my fingers on Dog's head. I'm sorry, I said. I know that's what you want and I don't blame you. But I can't let this go. I've tried. I'm so damn tired of running and fighting, especially since it seems like we're not making any progress. Everything that's happened since the night of the attacks, and where am I? My wife is dead. Most of my friends are dead. All I have is you and Fur Face. There was a long silence, Rachel gently rubbing my leg. I've got a really bad feeling, she finally said. About what? Remember the conversation in the van with Nitro about gut feelings? I nodded. Like that, she said. Nothing I can describe. Just a sense of dread. Like something really terrible is going to happen if we don't turn around and leave. I turned and looked at her eyes. There was no doubt she was sincere. This wasn't something she'd made up to try and sway me. How long have you had the feeling? I asked. Not sure, she said, shaking her head. Since before we left Lucas's place. And it's getting worse. Like something bad's going to happen. Something really bad. To us? Us, she said, nodding. Dog, too. Dog opened his eyes when he heard his name, but when there wasn't food or a ball in view, he closed them with a sigh. I looked at Rachel for a long moment but didn't know what to say. Something had been nagging at me, too, but I'd ignored it. Until now. Her revelation sent prickly little bumps down my back. Were we walking into a trap? And why the hell was I still going down this path with only Rachel and Dog? Could I really go against Baranov by myself? As that thought ran through my head, I remembered Lucas and his men. I wasn't by myself. It only felt that way. All I needed to do was get to Sydney and connect with them. Put a bullet through the fucker's head that was responsible for so many deaths. Once that was done, I could stop fighting and begin the next chapter of my life with Rachel. Neither of us had anything else to say. After a few minutes went by, I snagged one of the MREs out of the locker next to me. Dog was instantly alert, sitting up and intently watching every movement of my hands as I activated the heater. When it was ready, I ate a little over half before spreading the package out on the deck. He polished it off in 3 seconds flat, then stood there looking at me expectantly and licking his lips. Settling back against the bulkhead, I put my arm around Rachel's shoulders so she could pillow her head on my chest. Dog held out for nearly a minute, hoping for more food, but finally surrendered, turned a couple of circles and lay down with his chin in my lap. I decided that we would spend the night in the plane, then head out when the sun came up. My plan was to walk a couple of miles south to clear the area where the battle had taken place, then head back to the highway. We'd ditch our weapons in the bushes and hopefully be able to flag down one of the rare travelers. It shouldn't be hard to find our way to Sydney, and I still remembered the name I'd been given. Once we arrived, I'd contact him and he should be able to put me back in touch with Lucas. It was probably going to take a long time to make the journey, and we couldn't be walking around the civilized world with weapons strapped to our bodies. Hopefully Lucas would be able to provide what we'd have to leave behind. There wasn't another option, so I didn't spend any more time thinking about it. Despite the body bags being tightly zipped, there was still a noticeable stench of death inside the aircraft. Probably because I had opened them to search for a phone. It apparently didn't bother Dog or Rachel as they were both already asleep, breathing deep and regular. Well, if the sawmill snores coming from Dog can be considered regular. I sat there for a few minutes, listening to them, then drifted off. Sometime later, my head snapped up when a roaring buzz sounded from just outside. We'd been overflown by a small aircraft. Dog was already on his feet and I leapt to mine, hurrying to the cockpit so I could see through the windscreen. I caught a glimpse of a small plane with brilliant landing lights as it climbed away from the ground and banked, then the lights went out and I lost all sight of it. Russians? Rachel asked from behind me. Don't think so, I said. Got an idea who it is? At least who I hope it is. The droning of the light plane faded briefly, then grew louder as it approached the ground. The lights mounted in the leading edges of its wings snapped on and a few seconds later its landing gear came into contact with the smooth desert floor. Though I couldn't see it in the darkness, I knew there would be a large plume of dust thrown up in its wake. Let's go, I said, squeezing past Rachel. Lowering the night vision goggles over my face, I released the crew door and shoved it open. To my left, the plane was slowing. I looked around quickly for the dingoes, but didn't see them. Hurrying to the ground, I led the way to the far side of the C-130 and huddled with Rachel and Dog behind the large landing gear. Though I was fairly certain we weren't in any danger, I wasn't going to take a chance. The small plane came to a stop, a dense plume of dust enveloping it as the pilot pivoted to taxi in our direction. For a moment, the cloud was lit from within by the landing lights, glowing ethereally, then the plane emerged and slowly approached. When it was near the tip of the Hercules wing, it came to a full stop and a second later the lights and engine shut off. I was watching through the rifle scope and was glad to see the pilot was the only occupant. I also recognized the plane and with a grin I stood and moved into view as Lucas popped the door open and stepped out into the night. What took you so long? I called. Can always leave your ass out here for the dingoes, you unappreciative bastard, he shouted back. I'm very appreciative, Rachel replied as we walked forward to meet him. You can come with me, then. I'll just leave him, Lucas said. How'd you know we were here? I asked when we were standing near his plane. Got a call from your friend in Hawaii. Was about to leave for Sydney. Figured I'd scoop you up on the way, he said. Seems she's doing a good job of looking out for you. And she told me what happened. Everybody but Sherman? I nodded and he looked away briefly, cursing under his breath. We'd better get going, he said after a long pause. Flew over the scene on the way here. More cops than I've ever seen and the ADF is there, too. Couple of hellos on the ground. Not going to take them long to start searching the area and they'll spot this thing pretty fast. 17. The eastern horizon was quickly lightening when we touched down at Wedderburn Airport, south of Sydney. There was only a single runway, carved out of the surrounding forest with a grouping of perhaps 50 small hangars at the southern end. You just land wherever you like? I asked as we slowed to taxi speed. Private field. Have to belong to the New South Wales Sport Aircraft Club to use it, he said. This is where I learned to fly when we decided to move to the outback. He taxied to the farthest row of hangars, making a sharp left. 3 down on the right, a door in one of the small, sheet metal buildings was open, light spilling across the tarmac. Beyond the entrance sat a shiny black Range Rover, a compact man wearing a well-cut suit leaning on the fender. That your friend? I asked. Lucas nodded as he guided the small plane into the hangar. A moment later he shut off the engines and the sudden absence of noise and vibration was a relief. We climbed out, the air much cooler than it had been in South Australia. While Rachel followed Dog out of the hangar and to the tree line, I went with Lucas to meet his friend. They shook hands and hugged briefly, then Lucas turned and introduced me. James Wellington, the man said, taking my hand in a firm grip. What happened to your eye? He spoke in a much flatter accent than Lucas, his Aussie strine nearly undetectable. Nosy bugger, aren't you? I asked, earning a grin to which I smiled. Bullet fragment in the head. Fucked up the optic nerve, dot. Lucky bastard, that's all it did, he said, peering at my eye patch. Well, gather up the lady and let's be on the road. Traffic is about as bad here as any city in the world. We can just beat some of it if we aren't mucking about. Rachel joined us, smiling politely at Wellington's overly solicitous greeting. Dog, seemingly aware the man was wearing a several $1,000 suit, immediately rubbed against his perfectly creased trousers. To my surprise, he knelt and rubbed Dog's neck, apparently unconcerned with the forest of fur that had been deposited on his clothing. Lucas began unloading the gear he'd brought. Rachel watched with an odd expression on her face. "Something wrong?" I asked quietly. She shook her head, slowly looking around. "What?" I persisted. "Nothing," she said after a long pause. "Just... I don't know. A sense of déjà vu, maybe." "It's nothing." I looked at her and she finally shrugged off whatever it was and smiled at me. A few minutes later we were on the B69, heading north toward Sydney. Traffic was heavy, despite the early hour, and growing worse as we approached the city. Wellington pushed a button on the dash, activating a small screen set above the radio. It displayed several graphs that were updating in real time, and after a brief examination, he nodded to himself. "We can talk," he said. "No electronics within the vehicle. Saw the news, by the way. Sounds like you had a little dust-up on the Stuart." I grunted, not feeling like reliving the incident. Lucas had learned the details while we were flying to Sydney, and when it became apparent I wasn't going to talk about it, he related the story. I stared out the window as he spoke, feeling the acute pain of having lost more friends and comrades. When he finished, Wellington was quiet for several miles, either out of respect for the dead or because he just didn't know what to say. It didn't really matter as I appreciated his silence. "So, what's the plan?" I eventually asked. "We're going to my office," he said. "We've been preparing for this contingency, supporting the regiment, and my people are ready to share the intel they've gathered." I nodded, not surprised that the Australians were ready to kick the Russians out of their country. Traffic was every bit as bad as Wellington had made it sound, and it took us a long time to reach his building in Sydney. Once there, we spent the day with his senior staff, going over the security situation at Baranov's building. He was well protected, and there wasn't a viable option on the table for several hours until we came up with the idea of creating a plumbing stoppage so I could go in disguised as a plumber. Several hours later, after the evening rush hour had let up, we moved to a large training compound located in a western suburb of Sydney. Wellington owned the facility, and at the moment we, along with his senior staff, were the only occupants. We all had dinner, then worked on our plan some more, which evolved to dispersing some foul-smelling gas into the building's pipes to reinforce our ruse. We had finally settled on all the details, especially after Rachel sprayed a burst of the stuff into the air of the conference room. "You didn't need 2 cases of that shite," Lucas gasped. "One can should send the Russians running." Rachel started to say something, most likely sarcastic, but we were interrupted as Tanner burst out of another room. "We've got a problem," he shouted, dashing past and down the hallway. No one hesitated, just charged after him. We caught up with the chief inspector in a cramped office. Several PCs sat on the floor, feeding monitors that were piled on a folding table amongst a bird's nest of wiring. "Tanner?" Wellington asked as we all squeezed in. "There," he said, pointing at a screen displaying an image of the compound's main entrance. 2 men in dark clothing stood outside the rolling gate, rifles in their hands. Tanner pointed to 2 other monitors, both showing more identically dressed and armed men standing outside the perimeter fence. "Russians?" I asked rhetorically, assuming the worst. "Wellington, you have an armory? Follow me." He pushed through the crush of bodies and took off at a dead run. We did as instructed, running close on his heels. After a couple of turns, he stopped at a door labeled as custodian, a large wad of keys already in hand. It hit a slate gray vault door and he tugged it open after entering a long series of digits into the keypad. Lights popped on as he stepped in and immediately reached for a rack of American M4 rifles. They were quickly passed down the line until everyone was armed, then he grabbed a large ammo can off a shelf. "Loaded mags," and there's a radio in each can, he said. Everyone take one. Brillard arrived, slightly winded from sprinting to the armory. I tossed him the rifle I was holding and grabbed another. Going to the roof, Wellington said, picking up a very long sniper rifle with a high-powered scope. The senior sergeant knows the terrain and will direct you to defensive positions. He slipped out of the vault and disappeared at a run. Fuck that, I said before Brillard could open his mouth. I'm going outside. We need a little offense. I'd spotted a shelf that held night vision goggles and grabbed a set. Brillard started to protest, but Lucas cut him off and snatched another pair of NVGs for himself. He's right, and I'm going with him, he said. Stay here and keep dog close, I said to Rachel. She slapped a loaded mag into her rifle and nodded as I stepped into the hall. This way, Lucas said, taking off to our right. We passed the classroom and turned down a narrow hall that led to the rear of the building. At the end was a steel fire door and I knew where we were. Just outside, there was a small smoking area that had been set up for the trainees, and I ducked out there for a cigarette a couple of times. Lucas paused before opening the exterior door, glancing up at the light over our heads. I reversed the rifle in my grip and used the butt to smash the bulb, plunging the hallway into darkness. Dog's nose bumped my leg and I spun around in surprise. Rachel was right behind him. He wanted to come with you, she whispered, shrugging. I shook my head, but didn't have time to argue. Slipping the night vision goggles into place, I activated them and followed Lucas out into the dark. We were on a concrete pad that extended from the rear of the structure, surrounded by a grassy field with occasional clumps of bushes. Lucas scanned quickly before leading the way to the closest shrub. We took up positions on opposite sides and I hand-directed Rachel to the third area. Dog settled in at my side and I could feel the tension in his body. Clear, I said after a full 30 seconds of scanning. Clear, Lucas and Rachel both echoed a moment later. Lucas raised the radio to check what Tanner could see on the security monitors, but paused when the sound of a heavy helicopter rotor reached us. It quickly grew in volume, approaching fast. That's a Black Hawk, I said when I recognized the unique sound signature. Has to be ADF, Lucas said, meaning the Australian Defence Force. Russians brought their own. What the fuck? I muttered. Don't know, he said. By now we could see the helicopter's navigation lights approaching from the south. It was coming fast, but wasn't low or blacked out. At least it wasn't on an attack run. Not trusting it wasn't a decoy, I carefully scanned the night sky in the opposite direction. Nothing was airborne. The Black Hawk lost altitude and slowed until it was in a stable hover above the large parking lot for the classroom building. Lucas had already pulled around close to me, so we were all concealed by the thick bushes. We watched as the helo descended and came to rest on the asphalt. Side door sliding open, half a dozen men in body armor with rifles jumped to the ground and spread out in a defensive perimeter. When they were in place, an older man with a star on his uniform collar stepped out into the night. He was ramrod straight with a profile straight out of Central Casting when they wanted a hard-as-nails military commander. He stayed by the helo for a moment, surveying the area, iron gray, brush-cut hair not even twitching in the fierce downdraft from the rotor. Fuck, Lucas breathed. Know him? Recognize him, he said. Brigadier Stonebridge. Right bloody prick. He's a political puppet and whenever the PM farts it clears out his sinuses. What the hell is he doing here? Rachel asked. Nothing good. That's for sure, Lucas said. This means the PM has gotten wind of our plans, or at least that we're making some, and the Brigadier is here to shut us down. We need to get the hell out of here, I said, turning and surveying the distant fence line. We do, Lucas said, then turned to face me. But if the Brigadier is here, that means it's not Russians surrounding the perimeter. We aren't here to start killing soldiers who are simply doing their job. If we get caught, we get caught. Fuck that, I growled. Where were these bastards when Baranov was executing a squad of American SEALs? They made their choice and they've got to live, or die, with the consequences. Lucas glared at me, then shook his head. You know better than that, he said, not breaking eye contact. Look, Lucas. You know the score. Know what's coming if we don't remove Baranov. I understand your concern for your fellow soldiers, but do you think they'd hesitate to fire on us? I promise I'll do everything I can not to kill one of them, but I will not let them stop me. Look, Rachel said. She was staring at the idling Black Hawk and Lucas, and I turned to see what had caught her attention. Another man in uniform had stepped out and was standing next to the brigadier, only this one wasn't a member of the Australian military. I raised the rifle to use the scope for a better view and gritted my teeth. Goddamn Russian Colonel General, I said, lowering the rifle and looking at Lucas. Don't know about Australia, mate, but I know what we do to traitors in my country. Fuck 'em, Lucas growled, lowering his weapon. Let's get out of here. 18. Fyodor Shevchenko struggled with his footing in the deep snow, despite running in the tracks created by Igor's much larger and heavier feet. They had only been out of the prison camp for a short time when the first sounds of pursuit reached them. Initially, it was the faint, distant barking of dogs. That had gotten Igor's attention, and he hadn't waited to see if they were being pursued. Hissing at Irina and her uncle to stay close, he set off toward the south. His pace was fast, his thick legs pumping in and out of the snow as if it were nothing, but Shevchenko didn't possess his strength or stamina and soon began to lag. Then the dogs bayed again, closer than before, and he was spurred to push harder. Slowly the older man closed what had been a widening gap, running as hard as he ever had. The air was bitterly cold, burning Irina's lungs with every breath. A strong wind had picked up, blowing from the east and chilling her even more. The scarf she had wrapped around her lower face provided a small degree of protection and comfort, but not enough. She was almost certain the tip of her nose and her cheeks were going to freeze. A woman who had always prided herself on her beauty, Irina wondered what life would be like with permanent frostbite scars on her face. She had inherited the flawless, pale skin of her mother and pictured herself as a monster as she struggled through the night. She was so wrapped up in her thoughts that she didn't notice Igor and her uncle had stopped until she crashed into Shevchenko's back. Knocking the older man down, she lost her balance and tumbled to the ground. Igor turned and grabbed both of their arms, easily lifting each out of the snow and onto their feet. Shevchenko panted, coughing softly as Irina looked at Igor in embarrassment, but his attention was focused to the north. The direction they had come from. And the same location where at least 3 dogs were baying frequently. We cannot outrun them, Igor said after a moment. Even if we could, our trail in the snow could be followed by a child. What do we do? Irina asked, a fresh thrill of fear prickling her frigid skin. Fight, he said. With what? Irina cried. We have a pistol and a knife. The guards will have rifles and they have dogs. Igor looked at her, his eyes in shadow. A pale moon reflected faintly off the snow, but not enough for her to read his expression. After a long moment, he nodded and raised his head to look north again. You must continue, he said resolutely. I will face them. You are crazy. You cannot face a squad of guards and a pack of dogs. Not with only a pistol. If I do not, they will run all of us down within 10 minutes. I can at least buy you some time. There is a small village 5 kilometers to the south. On the banks of the river. He ripped open a hole in the lining of his coat and reached inside. When he removed his hand, he held out a small, canvas bag that jingled slightly as she took it. 10 gold coins, he said. You should have no problem purchasing a vehicle from one of the villagers. Now, go. He started to step around her, but Irina grabbed his shoulders to stop him. Her uncle stood watching, wheezing quietly as he slowly caught his breath. No. I will not leave you. We cannot run them. We cannot, he said, shaking his huge head. But you can, if I stop them. Do not forget why we are here and what still must be done if our people are to survive. Both of you are important. I am not. Irina stared into his eyes, tears rolling down her cheeks. You know there is no other way, he said softly, pulling her into an embrace. She buried her face against his chest, circling her arms around his waist and holding tight. I love you, she sobbed, the words catching in her throat. And I, you. He tilted her head up with his hand and pulled the scarf to the side. Leaning down, he kissed her frozen lips, then gripped her shoulders and pushed her away. Shevchenko stepped forward, softly clearing his throat. There must be another way, young man. Do not sacrifice yourself for me. I sacrifice myself for Russia, Igor rumbled. And for her. Now, you must go. Do not fail in what you have to do. As long as Baranov is dead, I will succeed, Shevchenko said, his voice growing stronger. The man hunting him does not fail, Igor said firmly. Baranov will die. The man nodded, holding Igor's eyes with his. Thank you, he said. Do not thank me, Igor snorted. We should have killed all of your kind many years ago, then we would not have this problem today. Shevchenko stared in surprise, then smiled. His head snapped around when fresh barking from the dogs erupted from the dark forest, sounding much closer. Keep the moon over your left shoulder and you will stay on course. As it rises, it will be at your back. If it is not beside or behind you, you are going the wrong way. Now, go. Igor said urgently. Irina hesitated a beat, then grabbed her uncle's arm, turned and ran. Igor watched them for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and looked around the immediate area. He was standing at the edge of a small clearing, no more than 50 meters across. Surrounded by forest, the snow-covered ground glistened in the light of the moon, which made his and Irina's tracks stand out. They were a straight, dark line on the pristine surface that pointed the direction she and her uncle had gone. Running forward in the disturbed snow, Igor turned right when he reached the middle of the clearing and kept going until he was 30 meters into the forest. Snapping a thick bough off a tall tree, he followed his trail back to the center. Bending at the waist, he retreated toward the forest along the newer path, brushing the snow as he went. The tracks weren't erased completely and it was obvious that there had been an attempt to conceal them. That was exactly what he wanted. Once back in the forest, Igor moved beneath the spreading branches of the trees where the ground was clear of snow and he could walk without leaving obvious signs of his passing. 20 meters in from the clearing, he leapt and grabbed a thick, horizontal branch. Pulling himself up, he worked around until hidden in the foliage. Drawing the pistol, he made sure it was ready to go, then pulled the knife and held it tightly in his other hand. He had a nearly unobstructed view of the clearing and settled in to wait, hoping his simple trick would work. The sound of the dogs was loud in the night air and he could tell he would know soon enough. Sitting in the tree, he allowed himself to think about his situation. Finding Shevchenko alive had been a surprise after having been told by another prisoner that Irina's uncle was dead. Igor didn't understand what game the man had been playing, but counted himself fortunate to have found the man they were there to rescue. But it still bothered him. Why tell them the admiral of the fleet was dead? But now, it didn't matter. All that did was for Irina and her uncle to escape and the old man to seize power over what remained of Russia. That was what John had explained to him had to happen, and over the past several months Igor had come to trust the American. Implicitly. He didn't expect to survive this encounter. If it had only been men hunting them, he was confident he could have melded into the trees and picked them off one at a time. He was very good at that. But dogs drastically changed the dynamic. His only hope was that there weren't as many of them as it sounded like. He was comfortable that he could get 1 or 2 shots off, in quick succession, to take out the dogs. After that, dropping out of the tree and taking the fight to the guards was something he could have done in his sleep. But if there were 3 or more animals, his chances went down significantly. The longer he had to spend spotting, targeting, and shooting dogs, the more time he gave the poorly trained camp guards to realize where he was and begin returning fire. Once they had him spotted, he was a sitting duck. But coming out of the tree before the dogs were all down wasn't an option. They'd be on him in a flash, taking him to the ground. Even if he did manage to win that battle, which was doubtful, it would give the men time to get into the fight. No, the only way to do this was to take out the dogs. If that meant he was killed by rifle fire, then so be it. He wasn't important. Irina and her uncle were the ones that mattered. And without the hounds on their trail, the odds of them reaching the village went up dramatically. Igor didn't believe the guards would continue their pursuit without the animals. With a deep breath, he steeled himself for what was coming. Then movement at the northern edge of the clearing caught his attention and he shut down all thoughts other than how best to attack. 2 men, each with long leads connected to a pair of straining dogs, came into view. 4 dogs. Igor filed this away, but didn't let it worry him. At least they were close together because of being on restraints. A few seconds later, 4 additional men trudged out of the trees. Each carried a rifle, the weapons low and pointed at the ground. The guards were tired. There was no doubt that they had run much of the way to catch up with Igor, Irina, and the escaped prisoner, and they were winded. He was sure he could have easily outpaced them on his own, but that didn't matter at this point. Focusing on the men and dogs, he watched as they reached the center of the clearing and came to a stop. The 2 handlers stared down at the ground, then their heads moved as they looked first at the obvious trail, then viewed the path to where Igor waited. "Come on, you fucking bastards," Igor muttered to himself. "Take the bait." The other 4 men reached the point where the 2 trails diverged and the group came to a stop. One of them stepped forward, carefully examining the snow, then turned to the others and began speaking. As he talked, he extended his arm, first along the path Irina had taken, then toward the forest where Igor waited. He waved his arm from side to side, in a sweeping motion, then pointed emphatically in Igor's direction. Slowly, the squad reoriented itself and the 2 dog handlers began leading the way. Hidden amongst the thick boughs of a massive pine tree, Igor gripped the pistol tighter and smiled as they approached. 19. I stood to lead the way to the rear fence and nearly tripped over a bush. It was to my left and I didn't see it until I'd already stuck a foot into a tangle of trailing vines growing from it. Without a word, Lucas moved past me and headed for the perimeter. With Rachel following him, Dog and I brought up the rear. Wellington's compound was several acres and it took us a few minutes to cover the open ground. Dog wasn't alerting, but I wasn't sure that he would in the absence of an infected. We came to a stop and dropped to the ground when Lucas held up a clenched fist. Looking in the direction he was facing, I could see a pair of men patrolling the outside of the fence. It took them several minutes to pass out of sight. Once they were gone, Lucas leapt to his feet and ran to the 6-foot chain-link fence that formed the perimeter of the compound. Without breaking stride, he jumped, placed a hand on the top rail and vaulted over. Rachel, who had probably never run an obstacle course in her life, came to a stop before climbing over. I crossed in the same manner as Lucas and Dog cleared the barrier in a seemingly effortless bound. Lucas was looking to our left, making sure the 2 soldiers hadn't heard the soft jingle of the fence as we crossed. I scanned right, something catching my attention. A man was standing behind a sedan parked on the side of a narrow road. He was bringing a rifle around to target us and I'd caught a brief glint from a streetlight reflecting off the scope's glass. There was no time to shout a warning and I threw myself at Rachel and Lucas who were only a few feet apart. As we tumbled to the ground, there was a faint report from the direction of our attacker, telling me he was using a suppressed weapon. I heard and felt the shockwave of a heavy bullet pass just above my back. "Shooter!" I screamed, twisting around to face the threat. I didn't take time to aim. Wasn't even sure there wasn't already a bullet on its way toward my head. Instead, I pointed my rifle in the general direction of the sedan, pulled and held the trigger. The M4 was unsuppressed and shockingly loud in the still night. Rachel joined me an instant later and we thoroughly hosed down the car, shattering glass, flattening tires and riddling the sheet metal with bullet holes. Move! I jumped to my feet and ran for the protection of a squat warehouse on the far side of the street. Rachel was at my side, dog sprinting ahead. We skidded to a stop behind a large delivery van and I looked around for Lucas. He still lay on the ground near the fence, unmoving. I tugged on Rachel's arm to get her moving in the right direction. Along the back edge of a parking lot was a water control channel that disappeared into a culvert that ran beneath a broad thoroughfare. We leapt over the curb and into the concrete ditch, running into the concealing darkness of the duct beneath the road before coming to a stop. Ahead of us, I could see the channel continue on the opposite side of the street. Hear that? Rachel mumbled the question at the same time I began hearing the distant wail of approaching sirens. Soon, they reached a crescendo as 3 police cars passed directly overhead. More cops were coming and I began to hear the beat of a helicopter. Not the heavy pounding of a Black Hawk, but the lighter sound of a smaller hello. The kind that's used by police departments. Let's go, I said to Rachel when I made the only decision I could. Leave your rifle. What? She said, still unmoving. Just do it, I said, dropping mine and the set of NVGs into the dirt that had been washed into the tunnel. All I kept was a pistol and knife, which weren't too effective against a sniper. We can't conceal them and all they'll do is draw attention. Now, move. She did as I said and we hurried to the far end, pausing before emerging into the open. Dog stayed at my side as I took a second to stick my head out and scan the area. For the moment, it was clear. We reached the edge of the parking lot and transitioned into a residential area that bordered the commercial buildings. The road was narrow, lined with small homes on the far side. None of them had driveways, the owners having to park on the street. Crossing, I turned us left, away from the center of the activity. A police car turned out of a side street a block to our front. Its siren was silent, but the roof lights were strobing brilliantly in the night and a roof-mounted light was being played across the lawns and parked cars. It took the cops about 2 seconds to spot us. Keep your cool, I said to Rachel as the vehicle's engine roared. I brought us to a stop, just like law-abiding citizens, and stood holding Rachel's hand. We were caught in the beam of the cop's light and it stayed solidly on us as the car screeched to a stop a few yards away. Both front doors opened, but I couldn't see the officers behind the glare. Please stay where you are. A voice shouted. What's wrong, officer? I called. Please keep your hands in sight, sir, the same voice called. A moment later, a dark figure stepped between 2 cars to our front. What's your business this evening? The cop to my front asked. We're just out walking our dog before going to bed, I said, trying to sound frightened. What's wrong? What did we do? I need to see some ID, please, sir, he said. You and the lady, both. I didn't bring my wallet, I said, turning to Rachel. Honey, do you have yours? I left my purse, Rachel said, releasing my hand and making a helpless gesture. The cop was quiet for a moment, probably frustrated that this was taking longer than it should have. We weren't presenting an image of people who had just been shooting up the city, but he had enough time on the job that something was tickling a warning in his head. Please stay where you are with your hands in sight, he said after a long pause. He disappeared between the cars, returning to his vehicle. While they were talking, the helicopter drew closer and suddenly we were bathed in the blinding light of its spot. Rachel and I both looked up, just like anyone would, but I was taking the opportunity afforded by the large diameter of illumination to scan our surroundings. As the helicopter circled in a tight orbit with us pinned at the center of its light, I searched the edge of the commercial office buildings on the far side of the street. At first, all seemed calm. Then a flash of movement on the roof of a 1-story building drew my attention. Down! I screamed, pulling Rachel with me as I fell to the sidewalk. I heard the crack of a bullet. The cops immediately began yelling for us to stop and I was certain they had their weapons out. Rolling, I shoved Rachel against the side of a vehicle for protection and grabbed Dog, pushing him against her. "Sniper behind you!" I screamed at the cops, but they either couldn't hear over their own shouts, or they didn't believe me. Both moved onto the sidewalk this time, one on either side of us. They had drawn their pistols and aimed them at us, screaming commands as they cautiously approached. I screamed back that there was a shooter across the street, but they ignored me and kept advancing. From behind, there was the roar of an engine. Probably more cops coming. Tires screeched in the street and the sergeant glanced at the source of the sound, swiveling his aim in that direction an instant later. He was opening his mouth to shout a warning to his partner when his head suddenly dissolved into a cloud of pink mist. Getting to my knees and keeping my head below the level of the car's windows I was sheltering behind, I drew my pistol and scrambled to the rear bumper. The other cop was aiming his weapon at the street, shouting for someone to drop their gun. I screamed for him to get down an instant before his chest was blown out and he tumbled dead to the ground. Taking a fast peek, I saw a compact SUV sitting dark in the middle of the street, two men armed with rifles dashing for the line of cars I was hiding behind. I fired 2 fast shots and one of them stumbled before I lost sight of him. The helicopter was still orbiting, the pilot keeping the light focused directly on us. He had failed to notice the sniper, only concerned with the 2 cops who had been shot. His light suddenly went dark and a few seconds later there was the sound of broken glass falling to the street. The sniper was engaging the helo. "Get in the cop car. Run!" I shouted to Rachel, keeping my pistol trained on where I expected the 2 new attackers to appear. A head had just popped up over a car, then automatic rifle fire chattered in the night. Bullets tore into the trunk and rear window next to me as I fired 2 more shots. I don't know if either found their mark, but the head disappeared. Hoping the sniper was otherwise occupied, I stayed low and dashed for the police car. As I moved, the sound of the helicopter changed to a pounding roar, as if it were making sudden maneuvers. I couldn't tell if it was trying to avoid incoming fire or if it was crippled and about to crash down onto my head. More bullets came my way as I ran and returned fire without aiming, simply hoping to keep the shooter's head down. The car was just ahead, pointed to my left. The closest door, on the driver's side, stood open. I could see Rachel and Dog inside, waiting. Another bullet screamed by. Stutter-stepping, I twisted to return fire and hesitated when the shooter who'd arrived in the SUV suddenly pitched sideways with a shattered skull. I started to glance up at the sniper, but had to turn and cover my face when the police helicopter plummeted to the road less than 50 yards away and burst into a ball of flame. Turning, I dove for the open car door, catching a glimpse of the roofline which was brightly lit by the burning aircraft. A tall man stood watching me, long rifle in his hands. But the muzzle was pointed at the sky, not at me. In that brief instant, it struck me that this wasn't the same man that had pursued us from Wellington's training compound. I was in the car now, momentarily confused when there wasn't a steering wheel in front of me. I'd forgotten that Australia was a right-hand drive country. Rachel was gripping the wheel tightly and I shouted at her to get us moving as I slammed the door. The street ahead was completely blocked by the flaming wreckage of the helicopter, so she threw the police car into reverse and floored the gas. We shot backwards, wobbling a couple of times and nearly sideswiping the line of parked vehicles. Leaning forward, I peered up through the windshield at the roof. The tall man still stood where I'd last seen him. The fire illuminated everything quite well and I got a good look at him. Didn't recognize him, but was certain it wasn't the original sniper. Just before Rachel cut the wheel and shot backwards into a side street, he raised his right hand in a fist, thumb and pinky extended, making a hang-loose gesture. 20. Admiral Packard stood at the back of the CIC, watching as the Major fought a battle in the streets of Sydney with a Russian kill team. It looked as if his luck had almost run out when a second man suddenly appeared, seemingly from out of thin air, on the roof of the warehouse where the sniper had set up. "Zoom on that rooftop," he shouted, startling everyone in the room. One of the console operators recovered from his surprise and quickly did as the Admiral had ordered. The view changed just in time to give them a ringside seat as a tall man stepped up behind the Russian and shot him in the back of the head. He quickly picked up the rifle and fired a single shot toward the street before standing to watch the major escape. "Son of a bitch," Captain West muttered under his breath. "Agreed," Packard said. "That's our boy from the interrogation room." The Admiral had the operator widen the view and continued to watch as a light helicopter crashed into the street. With a large fire burning, it was easy to see the Major dive into a waiting police car which immediately reversed away at high speed. Before it turned onto a smaller street, the man on the roof waved and made some sort of hand gesture that seemed to be friendly. "What the hell?" West breathed again. "Exactly, Captain," the Admiral said. "It seems as if our mystery FBI agent just saved the Major's life." "But, why? I thought we needed to." He paused when Packard held up a hand. "Let's continue this in private, Captain," he said. "First, how long before the secure link with the platform is ready? Should be within the hour, sir. The Reagan discovered some additional damage that was preventing them from maintaining lock on the satellite. I'll be notified the moment repairs are completed and we have a secure connection with the platform." The Admiral nodded and led the way out of the CIC, Captain Black falling in at his side as the squad of Marines spread out and formed a protective bubble around the two senior officers. To none of their surprise, Packard headed directly for the bench where he liked to smoke. "This would seem to change the dynamic," the Admiral said, lighting his cigarette. "Yes, sir. It would seem so," West agreed. "If our theories are correct, the Athena project must have a reason for having intervened. Perhaps it is best that you decided to not involve the Australians in stopping the Major." Packard puffed on the cigarette, staring out to sea as he considered the circumstances. "There are too many variables," he finally said. "We're trying to react to a cryptic comment without the information we need to determine a course of action." "Agreed, sir," West said, then excused himself when his phone beeped. "Secure comm link is up, sir," he said after reading a brief message. The Admiral jumped to his feet and quickly stripped the cigarette butt. "Let's use the SCIF in my office," he said, already striding across the lawn. A SCIF, or Secure Compartmented Information Facility, is exactly what the name implies. It is a location that is secure from eavesdropping, either in the classical sense or the more modern notion of electronically gathering data. The Admiral and Captain West entered the medium-sized room, Captain Black taking up station immediately outside the locked door. Taking seats at a small table, they faced a large video screen and West quickly initiated the secure teleconference. When the monitor came to life, Packard recognized the SCIF aboard the Reagan, then all his attention locked onto one of the two men staring back at him. It was the man who had vanished from the interrogation room. The same man he just watched save Major Chase from a Russian sniper in Australia. "Hello again, Admiral," the man said with a smile. "Amazing," Packard said after a long pause. "It really is true." "Yes, it is," the man said. "Admiral," the other man said, drawing attention to himself. "My name is Ian Patterson. I am the director of the Athena project. I asked Agent Bering to join me to ensure you fully grasp the reality of the situation. But this isn't possible." West interjected. "Less than 20 minutes ago, you were in Sydney, Australia. You killed a Russian sniper and another member of his squad to protect Major Chase. You can't be in both locations." "You are correct that one individual cannot be in two locations simultaneously," Patterson said. "However, the individual in Australia must be the future Agent Bering." "What do you mean by must be?" West asked. The two men on the monitor exchanged glances and Patterson nodded slightly for Bering to answer the question. "If you just saw me in Australia, but I'm sitting right here, that is the explanation. It is my future self. Something I will do. At this point in time, I have no awareness of it because it hasn't happened for me yet." But I can understand why, and I'm glad to know we've been able to restore the system to operational status in time. Wait, Packard said, holding his hand up. I think it best if you start from the beginning. This isn't making any sense at the moment. Patterson nodded and looked intently into the camera. I agree, Admiral. I wanted you to see Agent Bering's face for yourself. Now, I'll excuse him and introduce our chief scientist, Dr. Johanna Anholtz. He looked off screen as Bering stood and moved out of the shot. He was immediately replaced by a stick-thin woman in her late 40s or early 50s. A pair of horn-rimmed reading glasses swung from a chain around her neck, and she was one of the palest individuals Packard or West had ever seen. Gentlemen, she said once she had taken her seat. As the director said, my name is Dr. Johanna Anholtz. I was responsible for the development of the Athena project and oversee the ongoing operation. If you'll bear with me, I am going to provide you with an abbreviated version of the orientation normally given to new assets. Assets? The Admiral asked. Assets are what we call the individuals who are capable of being sent through time, the director answered. Dr. Anholtz began speaking, and it was quickly obvious that this was a briefing she had delivered on many occasions. Packard and West listened in rapt attention as she discussed how time travel came to be a reality, then explained the technical and physical limitations under which they operated. It took over half an hour, even with a minimum of questions, before she was finished. Doctor, the Admiral said. I'm not sure I understand your concerns. Gravitational waves? That's correct. We have documented evidence, as I said, that there are multiple, parallel timelines. Each of us exists in all of these, but we may not be the same. An individual whom you know is easygoing and funny could be uptight and angry in another time. They would still be the same person, but all the millions of interactions that occur in an individual's life could be diverse enough to result in a starkly different personality. But forgive me for getting off topic. We have been carefully watching damage to other timelines. We cannot see what is happening there, but we can detect and measure the impact of the disturbance in the form of rogue gravitational waves. These waves are pure gravity, and the stronger they are, the more pronounced their effect on other timelines. We recently experienced the strongest waves to date, just as Agent Bering was beginning to speak with you. Typically, he would have been able to share all the data that was sent, but things are no longer normal. The gravitational anomalies affected time in a way that triggered his return to the future and placed the project in grave danger. It was necessary to scram the super collider that allows us to open a wormhole to the past. This is concerning, and I am endeavoring to find a resolution to the instability created when these waves appear. However, there may be farther-reaching impacts that we are, as of yet, unaware. And what would those be, Doctor? Packard asked. Unintended and unexpected changes to our own timeline. Some of them might be immediately noticeable, while others would affect all of us and no one would be aware that something drastic had happened. Doctor, please, the Admiral said, shaking his head. I'm just an old sailor, not a scientist. What kind of changes are we talking about? Why, anything. Dr. Anholtz said. Events that we know happened, no longer happened, and vice versa. People that should be alive, aren't. And again, vice versa. Have you received any reports of anything odd? Missing people, or people that have suddenly reappeared? Packard glanced at West before both men shook their heads. Please understand, gentlemen. I'm not saying it will happen. I am simply reporting that it is possible, considering the impact on spacetime of these gravitational waves. The two officers were quiet, thinking about the fantastic story they had just heard. Patterson and Anholtz recognized their expressions and remained quiet for a few moments. Admiral, the director finally spoke up. While we have been speaking, I have transmitted a data file for your review. I would suggest you watch it carefully, then both myself and Dr. Anholtz will be available to answer any of your questions. What's on it? Packard asked. the reason Agent Bering first came back. It's the data you didn't have an opportunity to see, and I feel it is of the utmost importance that you do so before making any further tactical or strategic decisions. That's a very ominous statement, Mr. Patterson, the Admiral said. We live in ominous times, Admiral, he replied. Very well, Packard said after a beat. The Reagan will remain in the area for the time being. I'll review the file and be in touch. Patterson nodded and the Admiral reached for the button to terminate the call, but paused when Captain West spoke up. One final question, if I may, he said, then didn't wait for permission to continue. Agent Bering made an offhand comment when we told him he was in Australia to the effect of he was glad the system was operating again. What did he mean by that? The scramming of the super collider, Anholtz said. It takes a lot of time to restore operations after an emergency shutdown. At this moment, we are not operational, but my team is busy working on a solution. Apparently, we will find one. She shrugged her shoulders and smiled into the camera. 21. Where are we going? Rachel shouted over the roar of the racing engine. She'd gotten us turned around and we were screaming down a narrow road with small commercial buildings lining each side. I looked around, still trying to shake the surprise of whatever the hell it was that had just happened. Who was the guy that had probably saved our lives? Shaking my head, I dismissed the thought. Right now, there were bigger things to worry about. We were in a stolen police car, fleeing a scene where 2 cops had been killed and a department helicopter had apparently been shot down. And we weren't in the sticks. Sydney is a modern city and I had no doubt there was a GPS tracker of some sort in the vehicle. That meant we had next to no time once the rest of the officers realized that 2 of their own were down. At that point, they wouldn't be terribly interested in hearing my side of the story before they started shooting. Frankly, I didn't blame them. I'd be feeling the same way. So, the first order of business was to get the hell away from this vehicle. Gotta ditch the car, I said. Fast, before the rest of the police start looking for it. In there! I'd spotted a swiftly approaching parking garage. Rachel jammed the brakes, hard, cutting the wheel and sending us into a skid before regaining control and screaming into the entrance. A ticket dispensing machine flashed past an instant before a lightweight gate arm was smashed aside, then we made a sharp left. The tires protested loudly and I pointed at the first parking spot I saw. Rachel turned into it, coming to a stop with more tire squealing. She shut the engine off and I leapt out of the passenger door, drawing my knife. Pop the hood! I yelled before she could get out, too. She fumbled for a second, then the front edge of the hood jumped up a few inches. I stuck my hand inside, felt the release and jerked it fully open, pausing long enough to put the bracing rod in place so the damn thing would stay up. By this time, Rachel and Dog were out of the car, standing next to me. What are you doing? She asked. I had already found the negative battery cable and was sawing away at the tough, insulated wire. Hoping this thing's GPS doesn't have its own battery backup, I said, grunting with exertion. If I cut power, maybe it won't be so easy for them to find the car. She didn't say anything else as I kept working. Finally, the cable parted and I bent it well clear so there was no chance of the 2 ends coming into contact and restoring power to the vehicle. I didn't bother taking the time to close the hood. It didn't matter. Let's go, I said, glancing around before heading for the entrance we'd used. I spent 30 seconds cleaning up the debris from the shattered gate, tossing it behind a thick bush that was growing right outside the garage. If I'd left it there, it would have been an obvious clue that would attract the attention of the police when they started hunting for us. The missing gate was another tip-off, but it wasn't glaring and there wasn't a damn thing I could do about it. Where are we going? Rachel asked. Don't know, yet, I said, leading the way to the sidewalk and turning away from the direction we'd come from. On the horizon to our rear, there was a bright glow from the burning helicopter. There were several cars parked immediately next to where it had crashed and it wouldn't surprise me to learn that the flames had spread to them. Sirens were loud on the soft, night air, seemingly from every direction. Fortunately, none sounded like they were within a block of our location. For now. We've got to get off the street, I said. I'm willing to bet one of those cops called in our description, and I doubt there's too many couples out walking a big dog in this neighborhood. Dog glanced up at me to see if I was talking to him, then snorted and looked front again. I was scanning all the buildings on the street, hoping to find one that looked like it would be easy to break into. But we apparently weren't in one of Sydney's better areas, as every door and window was protected by iron security bars. We were the only people out moving, sticking out like a sore thumb. There wasn't a thing I could do about that. We simply needed to keep going and put more distance between us and the scene of the murders as quickly as possible. In addition to searching for a candidate building to break into, I was also identifying places for us to hide if a vehicle approached. It wasn't a great plan, but all I had for now. If we could conceal ourselves quickly enough, a searching patrol car might drive on by without spotting us. No sooner had I had the thought than I heard the rumble of an engine from behind. Looking over my shoulder, I saw an SUV turn onto the street from a minor side road. Grabbing Rachel's hand and calling dog, I raced across a small parking lot that separated a printing shop from an auto repair business. Around the side of the printer was darkness and a few struggling bushes. I crashed through them, dragging Rachel with me, and came to a stop in a crouch behind the largest one. Dog pressed himself against my side, alert for danger as I drew the pistol and took a second to check the load. I was down to less than 8 rounds and only had a single spare magazine. Hardly enough to go into a gunfight, but it was better than nothing. Weapon trained on the area we just crossed, I waited as the sound of the SUV drew closer. There was a low-frequency hum from aggressive off-road tires, then the note changed as the driver slowed. A moment later, a battered and filthy Land Rover came into the light and slowly turned into the parking lot. This wasn't a cop. What the fuck was this idiot doing? The Rover pulled to a stop 30 feet away, headlights shining brightly on the side of the opposite building. After a moment, the driver's door opened with a squeal of rusty hinges. I could see movement, but the dome light didn't come on, so I couldn't make out details. Damn near pulling the trigger, I paused when the tall man stepped out of the vehicle and into the light from the print shop. Hands on his hips, he looked directly at where I was crouching in the dark. "Cops'll be here any second," he called. "Might should come out of there before they catch your ass." 22. Igor watched as the group of guards drew closer. The men couldn't see him and the wind was wrong for the dogs to catch his scent. He was optimistic that he would be able to severely reduce their numbers before he was killed or wounded so badly he couldn't continue to fight. That was all that mattered. By time for Irina and her uncle. Thoughts of Irina sent a stabbing pain of regret through his heart. He knew this was the end. He'd never see her face again or hear her laugh. Never hold her in his arms. But she would survive, of that he had no doubt. The pursuers hesitated at the edge of the forest, bunching up as they tried to see what was waiting for them in the darkness. Igor understood this without even having to think about it. Childhood stories of wolves and ogres and witches were still common in Russia. Parents and grandparents repeated tales, told for generations, of children wandering into dark forests to be taken and never seen or heard from again. Igor had been one of the unique children who hadn't been frightened by the old stories. At 5 years old, he had begun dreaming of charging into the woods and battling the monsters. Slaying the ogres and witches and taming the wild wolves. Few things scared him, especially those that he knew he could fight and defeat. But the guards who were still hesitating were different. Like him, they'd almost certainly grown up as peasants in the stark poverty of rural Russia. Unlike him, they weren't warriors. They allowed irrational, childhood fears to cause them to hesitate. To hold back. Igor suppressed a snort of derision as he waited for them to start moving again. Despite his lack of respect, he knew they would eventually gather their courage and come forward. The group was large enough that they would draw strength from each other. And they'd feel more confident because of the dogs and the weapons they carried. A man with corporal stripes on the sleeve of his coat turned and began berating the others, waving his arm at the dark forest. Igor recognized that he was just as frightened as the rest, but was deriding them for not having charged ahead. Soon, they would surge forward as a group, rushing in to meet the unknown before their resolve wavered. As the leader continued to shout at his men for behaving like children, Igor blinked in surprise when two dark objects sailed through the air, one after the other, and disappeared into the snow at the men's feet. There were shouts of concern as they began to stumble backwards, away from whatever it was that had come out of the forest to Igor's rear. A second later, there were two violent blasts as a pair of fragmentation grenades detonated. Snow and frozen tundra fountained into the air, momentarily obscuring the squad. Before it cleared, there was the sound of suppressed rifle fire from several yards behind the tree where Igor was positioned. As debris from the twin blasts rained onto the ground, the firing continued and one of the three guards that were still standing pitched sideways with a gout of blood blossoming from his throat. Two of the dogs were down, but the other two seemed unharmed. Their handler was dead, his limp hand releasing their leads. With snarls, they surged forward, rushing toward whoever was still firing. Igor hesitated for a beat, then decided that the enemy of his enemy had to be a friend, or at least an ally. He began firing the pistol, bringing down the lead dog with his first shot. The second animal was coming fast, gaining speed when it reached the ground beneath the trees that was free of snow. Still firing, one of his bullets found its mark as the dog was nearing the base of his tree. It flopped over, dead, skidding a short distance on the loose carpet of pine needles. Glancing up, Igor saw that all the guards were down. The suppressed rifle was silent and he twisted around to try and spot whoever had crashed his party. A man wearing a winter camouflage snowsuit stepped into view, rifle in his hands but not pointed at Igor. He raised a pair of night vision goggles off his face and looked up, smiling at the big Russian. "Thanks for taking out the dogs, Ivan," he called. Igor recognized the man as one of the SEALs who had accompanied him and Irina to Siberia. He didn't remember his name, but knew he was one of the more junior men on the team. He was also the only body they hadn't found after the disastrous parachute jump. Holstering the pistol and sheathing his knife, Igor swung off the branch and dropped lightly to the ground. Turning to face the American, he frowned. "Igor." "No, Ivan," he said in English. "Whatever, dude," the SEAL said lightly. "Where's the chick?" "Chick?" Igor asked, confusion on his face. "The hot blonde. Something happened to her, dot." "Irina," Igor said, reflexively turning to look to the south where she'd gone. "She run. I fight." The SEAL thought about that for a moment then nodded approval. "Where you go?" Igor asked. "Goddamn windstorm," he said, coming forward and gently pushing on the dead dog with the toe of his boot. "Had to cut away my mane when it collapsed. Got the reserve out, but was still too high and got caught up. Came down on the other side of the river. Took a while to get back. Where's the rest of the team?" "They should be with you." Igor looked at the younger man for a long pause, then lowered his eyes. "They not survive jump," he said in a quiet voice. "What?" The SEAL blurted in shock. "None of them?" Igor met the man's eyes and shook his head. "Where are they?" he asked, voice tight with pain and his jaw set hard. "Maybe 5 kilometers, Igor said, turning and pointing to the northeast. "I've got to get them," the man said, starting to step around Igor who held a hand up to stop him. "Nothing do with them," he said. "Bodies frozen. More guards coming. We find Irina and go." "Fuck that, Ivan," he snarled, eyes flashing. "Don't know about you goddamn Ruskies, but Americans don't leave anyone behind." "What do with them?" Igor asked calmly, not rising to the insult. "I'll get," he started to say, then his voice trailed off. "Have mission," Igor said, his tone and demeanor still calm. Rescued prisoner. Must get out him. The seal stood there, torn between going for his fallen brothers and the reality of what Igor was saying. Maybe he would have continued arguing, or set off in the direction he'd been shown, but the sudden baying of dogs to the north changed the circumstances. More come, Igor said, looking in the direction of the sound. We go. Now. Igor hurried to the fallen guards and took 2 of their rifles, tossing one to the American. As the young man stared to the north with pain and sadness on his face, Igor went over each body and took all the loaded magazines, stuffing them into a satchel one of the dog handlers had been carrying. The seal didn't seem ready to go. Every fiber of his being firmly believed that you never leave a fallen man behind. But he didn't know what to do. There was no ride coming to pick them up. The only way out of here was on foot. As he stood there, torn, the approaching dogs barked again. They weren't close, but would be soon. With a deep breath, he turned to look at Igor. I'm coming back for them when we get your girl to safety, he said. Igor nodded and put his hand on the seal's shoulder. I come too and help, he said. The man held his eyes for a moment, then looked down and nodded. Lead the way, Ivan, he said. Igor shook his head and sighed, then turned and took off to the south at a run. 23. I stood, pistol steady on the stranger's chest. Dog, sensing my tension, rumbled a deep growl and took a step forward, stopping when I told him. There was a rustle of bushes as Rachel moved to my left. We've got maybe 30 seconds before the police come driving by, he said, seemingly unconcerned with the weapon being pointed at his heart. Probably not a good idea to be standing here with a gun in your hand when they do. Sure, this was the same guy that had taken out a couple of Russians so I could escape. But that didn't mean I was going to trust him. Who the hell are you? I asked. I'm FBI, Major, and I'm here to help. But we don't have time for this. Get in the car and let's get the hell out of here, then I'll answer all your questions. He took a hand off his hip and gestured at the Land Rover. I didn't respond, unsure if this was legit. 20 seconds, he said, still seeming in no hurry. Better make up your mind, fast. I looked him up and down. He looked nothing like any FBI agent I'd ever seen. But that didn't mean anything, especially now. Then I realized he had called me Major. He obviously knew who I was, and if he wanted to harm Rachel or me, he could have done so with the sniper rifle. 15 seconds, he said, turning away and opening the driver's door. Last chance. Fuck it. Whatever his intentions were, I'd deal with them. What I did know was that once the Australian authorities got their hands on me, it wouldn't be long before someone figured out who I was. When that happened, the Russians would call the PM and he'd order the police to turn me over. That wouldn't end well. Let's go, I said, lowering the pistol and running for the SUV. I yanked the rear door open and Dog jumped in, followed quickly by Rachel. Coming in after them, I closed the door and settled on the floor behind the driver's seat, then made sure all of us were low enough to not be seen from a passing vehicle. I jammed the muzzle of the pistol into the back of the seat hard enough for the man to feel it. Betray us, or try anything, and you're the first to die, I said. He nodded and shifted into gear, sedately driving toward the exit from the parking lot onto the road. A second later, the interior of the Rover lit up as a brilliant spotlight was aimed at us. Passing cops, checking out the vehicle. From where I crouched, I could see the man stick his arm through the open window and wave as he braked to a stop. For a few moments, I thought we were in trouble. Expected the cop to get out of his car and walk over for a better look at the driver of the vehicle. But after several interminably long seconds, the light was turned off and I could hear the sound of an engine accelerating away. How'd you know? Rachel asked from the darkness of the far side footwell. Long story, ma'am, he said. Now, sit tight and stay low and we'll be out of the search area in a few minutes. Where are we going? I asked. Safe house, he said, and I was sure I detected some sarcasm in his answer. Well, in for a penny, in for a pound. I'd made the choice to trust this guy, and there wasn't a lot I could do about it now. Still, I kept the pistol tight against the back of the seat. He might have saved my life, or appeared to have done so, but I didn't have a problem pulling the trigger if he gave me a reason. He drove slowly. Cautiously might be a better way to put it. Steady and calm. Exactly the way one should drive if he doesn't want to draw the attention of the police. But I knew that tonight it wouldn't matter how someone was driving. 2 cops were dead. Actually, more than that. There'd probably been a couple in the helicopter who'd been killed in the crash. Any vehicle was going to draw a lot of scrutiny. What I didn't understand was why the cop with the spotlight had been satisfied with simply shining it at our driver. It would make sense that they'd want a better look than he could have gotten. Unless the dead officers had managed to broadcast a description of me, including my shaved head. This guy, with his thick hair, was about as different looking from me as possible. 3 more times in the next 5 minutes, spotlights were directed at the Rover. Each time, the driver slowed and gave a friendly wave. Despite my fears, the cops quickly moved on after getting a good look at him. 10 minutes later, we were on a busy street, traffic heavy despite the time of night. Rachel, dog, and I rode in silence. I'd like to say I had relaxed and started to trust the stranger, but I'd been around long enough to be cynical. He wasn't helping us out of the goodness of his heart. Rachel didn't seem any more inclined to accept him at face value. Every time I looked at her, she had a concerned expression on her face. Dog, however, was enjoying the close contact as she kept her arms wrapped around his neck. Finally, the SUV slowed and made a gentle turn to the right. The tires thumped over a seam and I heard the driver click a button. He slowed to idle speed, then we pulled into a cramped residential garage. Shutting the engine off, there was another click, then the rattling of a rolling door from overhead. "We're here," he said. "How about you take that gun out of my back?" "Exactly where are we?" I sat up and glanced around. We were in a single-stall garage, both walls close to either side of the vehicle. The drywall was old and yellowed, the dim bulb in the opener motor making it appear even more dingy than it probably was. Other than the Rover, it was completely empty. No rusting garden tools or stored items that were no longer wanted in the house. "I told you." "A safe house," he said, starting to reach for the door handle. I jammed the pistol hard against the seat, causing him to freeze. "Hands on the wheel and keep them there," I said. After a moment, he complied. Reaching around with my free hand, I ran it over his upper body. The first thing I retrieved was a pistol, which I handed to Rachel. I kept searching the stranger as she dropped the magazine and racked the slide to ensure it was loaded. A wallet and a flat leather case were in his inside jacket pocket and I passed them over to Rachel. Finding nothing else, I stuck my hand inside his waistband and ran it around, finding a fixed blade knife and a spare magazine for the pistol which also went to Rachel. "You come prepared," I said as I pushed him forward to check the small of his back. "Is there any other way?" he asked as I pulled another knife out of the back of his pants. "Okay, lean back and put your feet on the dash," I said once I satisfied his upper body was disarmed. He sighed, but did as I told him after squirming around to get his long legs up and over the wheel. "Pull your pants legs up," I said. "I'll save you the trouble," he said. Small pistol on left ankle. Blade on the right. Very slowly, take them both off and put them on the dash. I pressed my pistol into the seat again, just as a reminder. "Then get out and stand facing the wall." "Ray said you were a pain in the ass," he said as he gently removed a subcompact pistol from an ankle holster. "Ray who?" "Cox. Said he knew you in Delta," he said as he put a knife on the dash beside the pistol. "Now, out," I said, not ready to discuss how he knew Ray. Moving cautiously, he complied, stepping out and gently closing the door before standing still, facing the wall. I tracked him with my weapon, the muzzle steady on his body. What did you find in his wallet? I asked Rachel. Texas driver's license and credit cards, all in the name of Michael Bering. Also, a bunch of cash. Got to $3,000 in quick counting. And that other case you gave me is an FBI badge and ID. Same name and it's his picture. No phone. It's in a pack behind the back seat, Bering said without turning his head. Get in front, I said to Rachel. She slithered over the seats, pistol in hand, then moved to the side of the SUV farthest from the stranger and aimed the weapon at his back. All right, Special Agent Bering, I said. I'm about to check out the inside of that house. Anything I should know before I do? Anyone going to jump out and go boo and get their ass shot? If there is anyone in there, shoot them, he said. Place was empty an hour ago when I left to save you. I snorted, then glanced at Rachel who nodded she was ready. Popping the door open, I let Dog jump down, then climbed out, wincing as my knee popped in protest from having been bent at an awkward angle for so long. Moving to the rear of the vehicle, I raised the hatch and gave the cargo area a quick inspection. It was empty, other than the pack Bering had told me about. Pulling it toward me, I quickly went through it, searching for weapons. All it held was an iPhone, iPad, and 2 charging cables. Leaving it where it was, I walked Dog to the rear corner of the SUV and told him to stay. Rachel might have a weapon pointed at the man, but she was inside and he outside. It wouldn't be difficult for him to suddenly drop out of sight and retrieve a weapon hidden somewhere beneath the vehicle. With Dog keeping an eye on him, that wasn't something to worry about. Okay, I said. I'm going inside. You've got a pistol trained on your back. If you try something and she doesn't shoot you, the dog will tear you a new asshole. Understand? I'm fine where I am, he said. But I wish you'd get on with this. I'm getting bored. Asshole, I mumbled under my breath. 24. The house was as empty as Bering had said it would be. It was small, at least by American standards, with 2 postage stamp-sized bedrooms that each held a twin bed and a solo bath with chip tub and stained toilet. In the corner of one of the bedrooms was a large safe, nearly as tall as I was, which I suspected was the house's armory. A combination living room/kitchen took up the remainder of the space with a narrow table that sat on peeling linoleum. The air was musty and a fine layer of dust covered every surface. There were cobwebs in a couple of the corners and I took a quick look to make sure none of Australia's infamous spiders were waiting to drop on my head. A memory of a friend we all called Spider flashed through my mind and I smiled, despite the situation. There were several windows, completely concealed by steel shutters mounted to the interior frames. The single door was stoutly braced by an iron rod that locked into it beneath the knob and ran at an angle to an attachment point on the floor. Bering had definitely been telling the truth. This was a safe house and it had been set up to be very difficult to gain access if the occupant didn't willingly allow it. Returning to the garage, I opened the Rover's door and told Rachel to go inside. She scooped up the pistol and knife from the dash before stepping out and calling Dog to follow. Once they were through the door, I walked over to Bering. So, some of what you said is true. I put my pistol away when he turned to look at me. Can I move now? He asked, his voice laced with heavy sarcasm. I tilted my head toward the door into the house and stepped to the side so he could pass without coming close enough to make a grab for me or a weapon. Need my pack, he said, pausing by the rear of the Rover. I'll bring it, I said, not wanting him reaching into the vehicle. He sighed dramatically, shrugged and headed inside. Grabbing the pack, I followed, closing and securing the door from the garage. Rachel had pulled a chair to the far side of the room, sitting with Dog next to her, pistol still in her hand. I didn't see the need to tell her to put it away. Start talking, I said, pointing at one of the chairs on the far side of the table. I'd already checked the bottoms of each chair and the table, ensuring there weren't any weapons squirreled away. I had little doubt that there weren't at least some knives well hidden in strategic locations, but it could take hours to find every blade or pistol that might be in a clever hiding place. But knowing they were probably there gave me an edge. I simply needed to not let Bering out of my sight. "What do you want to know?" he asked with a grin. I glared at him, but didn't respond to the slight provocation. "How do you know Ray Cox, a dot?" "So, you do remember him?" "Answer the question." He sighed and leaned back in his chair. "I work for something called the Athena Project," he said. Rachel and I exchanged a glance. The name had registered with both of us. "You've heard of it?" he asked in surprise when he saw our exchange. "Took a file away from some Russians in Omaha," I said, unsure why I was revealing anything. It was about the Athena Project. "Russians?" he asked in alarm. "Had they read it? Copied it?" "Don't think so," I said. "Wouldn't matter if they had. None of them left Nebraska alive." He looked at me for a long beat before nodding. "Ray said you were a hard ass, too." "Fuck Ray," I growled. "Why are you here?" He took another breath and slowly exhaled as he looked me directly in the eye. "The Athena Project's mission is to undo bad things that have happened to America," he said. "Undo? What does that mean?" Rachel asked. "It means going back in time and stopping bad guys before they have an opportunity to act." I stared at him a moment, then shook my head. "Okay, fuck this," I said with disgust. "Thanks for the assist with the Russians, but I don't have the time or patience for bullshit. You keep your ass right there in that chair and we'll be on our way." I was already waving for Rachel to follow me when he spoke up, apparently unfazed by my outburst. "You died tonight," he said, sounding perfectly rational and sincere. "All three of you. I can show you how it happened." I turned back to face him, opened my mouth to say something, then shook my head. "I'm quite sane and I can prove it," he said. "Give me 5 minutes." I looked at Rachel, who appeared as unconvinced as I was. Yet, something was nagging at me. Something she'd said earlier about a gut feeling that terrible things were going to happen to us if we came to Sydney. As much as I wanted to dismiss what the man was saying, there had to be something pretty special about the Athena Project for the Russians to have gone to the trouble they had to retrieve the file at Offutt Air Force Base. 5 minutes, I finally said, my tone leaving no doubt that he wouldn't get 1 second more. He nodded and started talking. "You have spent the day today planning how to get into Baranov's building." Rachel accompanied Wellington this evening to a gag gift store where they purchased 2 cases of fart spray and brought them back to the compound. "But you were betrayed before you could launch your assault. You escaped with Lucas Martin and immediately began a running gun battle with a Russian kill squad. Lucas is fine, by the way. Bullet grazed his skull and knocked him out, but that's it. You had thought you were clear of the Russians and were stopped by the Sydney police responding to reports of gunfire. What happened, the first time you did this, was each of you took fire as you escaped in the police car. Including him." He nodded at Dog. "The wounds were mortal, but you were able to drive away. Rachel was behind the wheel and you were in the back seat with the dog. She was going fast and passed out from blood loss. The car crashed into a bridge abutment and exploded. Get the iPad out of my pack and play the video that's queued up." I looked at Rachel, unable to read the expression on her face. After absorbing what Bering had said, I opened his pack and found the tablet. The screen came to life, a paused video file waiting to be started. Rachel came and stood at my side as I pushed the play button. There was no audio, the video obviously patched together from pole-mounted security cameras and what had to be satellite surveillance. We watched in silence as the events he just described unrolled on the small screen. Rachel caught her breath when the police car slammed into the bridge and burst into flames. The video ended, playback automatically pausing. I looked up at Bering and he held my gaze, nodding. Returning my attention to the iPad, I rewound the file and hit play again. This time, I paid attention to small details. How did Rachel move? How did dog move and react to us? I'd had the thought that this was just a fancy CGI production to convince me for some unimaginable reason. If that was the case, they would have had to use actors and later superimpose our images on their forms. It can be quite convincing, unless you are intimately familiar with a person and how they move, which I was by now with Rachel. And, try as I might, I couldn't spot anything that didn't look precisely like what I'd seen for the past 8 or 9 months. When the video ended, I rewound and started watching it a third time. Rachel moved away, sinking into her chair, wrapping her arms around Dog and burying her face in his scruff. The third time through, I looked for anything wrong. How did we react as bullets slammed into our bodies? Was there the right amount of debris from shots that hit the windshield? Were the bullet holes appearing in the sheet metal nothing more than Hollywood special effects, or were they real? I couldn't find a single thing to make me doubt the authenticity of the video. Other than our deaths. We were standing right here. This couldn't have happened. If this is what happened, why are we alive? And if it didn't happen, how do you have this video? It's a really long story, he said. You might want to sit down. 25. Igor set a fast pace, the seal matching him stride for stride as they followed Irina and her uncle's tracks. He expected to catch up with them in no more than an hour, knowing the older man would slow her down and require occasional rest breaks. Despite Admiral Shevchenko's age, he had seemed to be in surprisingly good condition. It had only been necessary to stop twice as they fled the prison camp, despite how hard Igor had pushed. He had been tiring by the time they reached the clearing where Igor had sent them on. Still, he'd been steady on his feet and despite heavy breathing, had held his own. Now, with only the young American in tow, Igor ran hard. The air he was breathing was brutally frigid, the temperature still dropping as the night deepened and every breath felt like fire in his lungs. But Igor had been born and raised in exactly this kind of weather and prided himself on his ability to stoically endure the cold. Dogs could be heard barking from behind and Igor suspected the guards had figured out who had been broken out of the camp. Shevchenko was an important prisoner, quite probably the most important prisoner in residence. That meant there would be a frantic response to his escape. Normally, the guards wouldn't even bother leaving their warm barracks, knowing the harsh Siberian weather would more than likely take care of the problem for them. All they'd have to do was go out the next day and follow the tracks in the snow until they came across a frozen corpse. But there was no way the warden didn't know the importance to President Baranov of the former admiral of the fleet. The man who had plotted a coup and had come close to pulling it off. Baranov was notoriously unforgiving of men whom he felt failed in their duties, regardless of the circumstances. The prison staff would be very aware of this and would go to Herculean efforts to recapture Shevchenko so they didn't wind up inmates in their own camp. Or worse. If only they'd been able to spirit Irina's uncle out of the camp, as had been the plan. It had seemed as if that was going to be possible, but an unknown prisoner in the barracks where they had found Shevchenko had betrayed them. They had escaped only because Igor was armed and the guards had no idea who and what they were facing when they came to arrest him. Igor had killed them all, fleeing the camp with Irina and her uncle in tow. A sick, old man imprisoned for criticizing the government over 20 years ago had tried to help them slip out unnoticed, but they'd run into a patrol and Igor had been forced to shoot their way past. From that moment, they had been running for their lives, barely staying ahead of pursuit. Igor pulled to a stop and looked over his shoulder to the west. The seal stood next to him, deep breaths sending a plume of steam into the cold, night air. Before the American could ask why they'd stopped, he heard the distant pounding of a rotor. The two men listened for a moment as the sound came closer, exchanged a quick glance and began running again. It wasn't a certainty the warden had called the military and asked for a helicopter to aid in the search, but that was the most likely reason a helo was up and flying in this area in the middle of the night. Russia didn't have many aircraft left in the motherland, most having been taken to America, and even less available pilots. That meant there had to be a compelling reason for someone to put a helicopter in the air. Will it have fleur? The seal called loud enough to be heard over the crunch of snow beneath their feet. Not no, Igor said. Maybe a dot. Fuck, the seal mumbled, but his pace never wavered. Within minutes, the sound of the hello had grown to the point that both men were able to identify it as a Hind gunship. That was bad news. Not only did it increase the odds that there was on-board Fleur, it also meant they didn't stand a chance against its armaments. Igor had hoped it might be a civilian aircraft that had been pressed into service. That would have meant the only threat it posed was limited to spotting them and relaying the information to pursuers. There was even a chance that they could have damaged it, or possibly shot it down, with the SEAL's rifle. But not a Hind. Nothing short of an anti-aircraft missile was going to bring one of those beasts down. The beat of the huge rotor continued to approach, and now they could make out the whine of the turbines that powered the gunship. Glancing to the rear, Igor breathed a sigh of relief when he saw a spotlight come on and stab down toward the ground. No night vision, he said, pointing at the beam of light. Finally, some good fucking news, the SEAL said. They ran hard, pushing on through the night as the Hind went into a broad orbit to their rear. The spot slashed back and forth as the operator searched the ground. It was only a matter of time before their tracks were spotted. There was no way to hide them, especially from the air. As long as the aircrew understood what they were seeing, it would be simple for the helo to fly along the path they were leaving and spot them. The only question was, would they be content to find the two men and stay on station until the guards arrived, or would they notice the trail continuing to the south and follow it until finding Irina and her uncle? There was no way to know and no way to conceal the tracks they were following. Risking a glance over his shoulder, he was thankful to see the Hind still in a search orbit. They hadn't found the trail yet. But it was only a matter of time. He pushed harder, slightly increasing his speed. They were climbing a gentle slope, the snow deeper from the terrain having faced the oncoming storm. In two places, he saw the imprint of a body where someone had stumbled and fallen. This wasn't a good sign and gave him something additional to worry about. Was either Irina or her uncle reaching the point of exhaustion? If so, their chances of surviving the night were not good. Reaching the crest, he nearly paused in surprise when the track suddenly veered to the right in the direction of the river. Why had Irina not continued to go straight south as he'd told her? Shaking his head, Igor plodded on, faithfully following the path. At the bottom of the slope there was another imprint where someone had fallen, this time the snow around the marks jumbled as the other had obviously struggled to help. Igor noted this, but didn't slow, dashing forward into a stand of tall trees. They were large, the thick trunks close together, and the ground beneath their spreading boughs was clear. Despite a snow-free surface, Igor had to slow so they could weave their way through the forest. Sure we're going in the right direction? The SEAL asked after several minutes of not seeing any tracks. Igor glanced at him, shook his head and pointed at the bed of carpet needles. At first glance, they appeared to be undisturbed, but if one paid attention and knew what to look for, there were clear signs of the passage of two sets of feet. Needles compressed by their weight. Faint marks where the side of a boot pushed them into a ridge as someone changed direction. And that was what Igor could see in the dark. The SEAL looked at the ground but didn't see what Igor was using to stay on Irina's track. But he understood enough to not question the big Russian. He'd grown up a city boy and had never been in the wilderness until joining the Navy and going through BUD/S. He understood the concept of tracking, but didn't have the skills and experience that Igor displayed. Keeping his mouth shut, he stayed close. Behind, the sound of the gunship's rotor suddenly changed. It had gone into a hover. Igor glanced back, but couldn't see from within the forest. He didn't need to. They'd almost certainly just spotted the path left in the pristine snow. A few seconds later, the noise of the helicopter approaching was final confirmation for him that they were out of time. Slowing, he followed the path Irina had taken, but was in no hurry to move out of the forest and back into the open. It wouldn't take the helo long to spot them, then there was nowhere to go. A radio call to the search parties and there would be 100 guards and a dozen dogs on the way to their location. Even if they were able to stay ahead of the pursuit on the ground, they'd never be able to shake the hind. The gunship passed directly overhead a minute later. The ferocious downdraft from its rotor set the trees swaying, dislodging snow and sending it swirling down onto their heads. They hadn't been spotted, but the helo returned a moment later, blasting more snow off the upper branches. Quickly, the tracks Igor had been following were obscured. With a string of curses in his native tongue, he pushed on in the same direction, hoping nothing had caused Irina to deviate from what had been a nearly straight line since entering the trees. "What's the plan, Ivan?" the seal asked, looking up as it passed overhead again. "That bastard isn't going away." Igor said nothing, remaining focused on what lay ahead. A few meters to the front was a break in the forest and they slowed, coming to a stop where the trees ended at the edge of a snow-covered road. Two sets of prints led to a pair of parallel tracks that had barely compressed the surface. Between them, the snow was churned, but Igor didn't think enough to be noticeable from the air. He looked in each direction, unable to tell which way the vehicle had been traveling. "What the hell made that?" the seal asked. "You call it snow car? Snow car?" Igor asked, struggling with the American name. "Snowmobile? Duh. Yes. Well, fuck me. Who'd have thought you Ruskies had snowmobiles?" Igor shook his head and called the young American several derogatory names in Russian. "Same to ya, Ivan." Whatever the hell all that gibberish means. Igor looked at him and grinned. He kind of liked the kid, even if he was irritating at times, but mostly he was happy that Irina might have found a way out. Even if that did mean he was left behind to face the guards. "Ready fight?" he asked the seal, tilting his head toward the direction the guards would come from. "Out goddamn time we stopped running. Let's go fuck up some Ruskies, Ivan, what?" Igor shook his head again as the seal laughed. 26. "You should write novels with all the bullshit you're spinning," I said to Bering when he was through telling us about the Athena project and how things worked. He shrugged his shoulders, not saying anything. I looked at Rachel and couldn't read her face, but was pretty sure she was dubious as well. "Look," he finally said. "I thought it was crazy, too. At first. But I've lived it. I'm here now. And you've seen the video. I get why you watched it a bunch of times. You were trying to spot a tell. Something that would indicate it's a fake. Well, it isn't." I shook my head, glancing down at the iPad that was still in my hand. For a moment, I considered watching the file again, but didn't see the point. If I hadn't already spotted something wrong, there was little chance I would now. I stepped to the table and returned the tablet to him. Dropping into a chair, I sighed and brought out my cigarettes. "Do you mind?" I looked at Bering, who had an expression of disgust on his face. "Don't be a pussy," I said, lighting up and taking a deep drag. "What the hell is with you guys? All balls and no brains and call me a pussy because I don't like breathing in your smoke. It's fucking old." "You guys?" I asked. "Yeah. Ray does the same goddamn thing. Knows I can't stand the smoke, but still lights up and tells me to quit whining." "Tell me about Ray," I said. "Tell you what?" "You know him." "How do you? What does he do for your project?" "He's the tactical trainer for the project. Taught me most of what I know. Bit of a prick, but he knows his shit." "That he does," I said, peering at him through a cloud of blue smoke. Right on schedule, Rachel got up and walked over, taking the cigarette out of my hand. With a sigh, I lit another, much to Bering's obvious displeasure. "What?" he asked, waving a hand in front of his face. "How much do you know about Ray?" I asked. "About him? He's former Delta and he's hot shit in a fight." "Why? He have access to your systems? Like the one that made that video?" Bering frowned when I asked the question. Don't know for sure, but probably, if he wanted to. Why? I shook my head. Not important. I was just curious, I said. Why did you save us? Rachel asked. I didn't turn to look at her, rather kept my attention focused on Bering's eyes. He glanced her way, then picked up the iPad and tapped a few times. Hadn't gotten there yet, he said. Placing the tablet back on the table, he spun it around so I could see the screen. I flicked my eye down and saw that he'd queued up another video. What's this? I asked. This is what happened after you died. I stared at the iPad for several seconds, unsure I wanted to watch. Just tell me, I said. Before he could speak, Rachel stepped next to me and reached out, tapping the play icon. My eye was drawn to the screen and we watched in silence as Baranov's building was destroyed, presumably by airdropped ordnance. The image jumped to what were obviously various feeds from surveillance cameras. In every view, throngs of infected were tearing apart fleeing civilians. That's several Australian cities. Next is Hawaii, Bering said. A fresh view from a camera high above the surrounding terrain came on and I immediately recognized Hickam Field in Honolulu. Everything was serene for a couple of seconds, then a brilliant flash bloomed on the horizon. Within moments, the camera blanked out and the video ended. How? Rachel asked, sinking into a seat next to me and reaching for the fresh cigarette I just lit. After you were killed, Admiral Packard moved to Plan B, dropped a big-ass bomb on Baranov's head. Unfortunately, that triggered a release of the nerve gas and a nuclear attack that wiped Hawaii off the map. Have you told him this? Rachel asked. Bering nodded in response. That's why he recalled the SEALs, then sent them to stop you when you wouldn't stand down. Jesus Christ, I breathed. All he had to fucking do was tell me. All you had to fucking do was obey orders, Bering snapped. Fuck you. I spat, not sure if I was angry at him or myself. Both of you stop. Rachel said, still staring at the paused video. I glared at Bering for a moment, then turned to look at her. I don't get it, she said. If you've warned the Admiral and he isn't going to drop a bomb, why did you save us? You said you've come back in time to undo bad things. Well, what's so bad about us being killed? In the scheme of things, I mean. Bering looked at her for a long pause, then smiled and stood up. He went to one of the windows and released a heavy bolt which allowed him to rotate the shutter into an open position. Reaching through, he pushed open the glass. Going to one on the opposite side of the room, he repeated the process. A breeze began flowing through the house, flushing the haze of smoke out into the night. Because as time progressed, it became obvious you were needed, he said, earning curious looks from each of us. Needed for what? I asked, confused. I'll get to that in a minute, he said, waving the question aside. What does is that she's asking a good question. With the Admiral not repeating the mistake of bombing the building, you two were no longer a factor. Your deaths didn't matter. In fact, they eliminated the possibility of you doing something to trigger the events we were trying to stop, so the decision was made to not interfere. Not interfere? Rachel asked. You mean to let us die? Yes, Bering said without hesitation. Then why did you save us? I asked, not sure I wanted to know the answer. Hell, I still wasn't sure I even believed the fantastic story, video evidence aside. But as I thought about it, was it really that incredible? Technology had been advancing at an exponential rate my entire life. Things I took for granted today would have been just as impossible for my father to have accepted when he was my age. And that was just on the consumer side. Considering we'd created the first atomic bomb in the 1940s, what could the government have done in the shadows with nearly unlimited funds? 24 hours from now, all of this happens again, he said, gesturing at the iPad. We die? Rachel asked. No, he said, shaking his head. The second part. You're already dead, remember? Or you were. I just undid that. What I mean is, tomorrow night Baranov is killed, which triggers the release of the nerve gas in the nuclear attack on Hawaii. I saved you so you can save Baranov. 27. Are you fucking kidding me? I exploded when what he'd said sank in. Save that motherfucker? I'll dance on his goddamn grave, then take a piss on it. Then you'll be dancing and pissing in the middle of a city full of victims of the nerve gas. And Hawaii will be glowing in the dark, Bering said, ignoring the emotion of my outburst. I was breathing hard, jaw clenched so tight it hurt. Dog, sensitive to my mood, moved next to me. His hackles were up and he growled deep in his chest, eyes locked on Bering. Rachel put her hand on his head and after a moment he went silent and sat down next to her. You're not serious, I said, calming slightly. I'm very serious, he said. That's the only reason you're alive right now. You're needed. This doesn't make sense, Rachel said, frowning at him. If you're able to save us, why can't you stop something that's going to happen 24 hours from now? 2 reasons. First, we're having problems. Normally, I could and would. But I could be pulled back home at any second, with no warning. And if that happens, again, the machine that transports me could be out of service and I lose the window to stop this. What does all that really mean? I asked, earning a shake of his head. More technical than I can understand, he said. You'll just have to trust me. I snorted but didn't say anything. What's the second reason? Rachel asked. Baranov will be killed by a large team of trained operators. Too many to go against on my own, even if I am here. Who are they? I asked. Don't know, he said. Our intel gathering capabilities have been severely degraded. But I can tell you where they're going to be 6 hours before they attack. I've already loaded all the data onto a jump drive that will stay here if I get pulled back unexpectedly. All you'll need to do is find a computer or tablet. What's wrong with that one? I asked, pointing at his iPad. It came with me. That means it will go back with me. I can't leave anything physical behind. The jump drive was already here and data isn't physical. He walked into one of the bedrooms and I got up and followed, still not ready to trust him fully. Dialing a combination into the safe, he tugged the heavy door open and I pulled it to the side so I could see what he was doing. There were 6 rifles, several pistols, knives, and a lot of ammo stored inside. He ignored these and picked up a small USB drive off a narrow shelf and handed it to me. I stared at it a moment before scooping it up and putting it in my pocket. Leaving the safe's door swinging open, we returned to the kitchen. And you think the 2 of us, and a dog, can stop an entire team bent on killing Baranov? I asked. No, but I think you've got resources here in Australia available to you that I don't. I nodded, acknowledging his point. Why don't you just warn Baranov? Rachel asked. Let his security handle the threat. We gamed that idea. The concern is that if he knows he's about to be attacked, he'll preemptively release the gas and launch the missiles. He'll see that as a way to stay in control, then he evacuates from Sydney and heads for wherever he feels safe. I sat there thinking about that for a minute. There was nothing I'd seen of Baranov's behavior that led me to believe this wasn't a likely scenario. In fact, I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. All that was keeping the majority of the Australian citizens alive was that the Russians didn't know the world was in a death spiral. The Aussies. Tell them. They've got a vested interest in protecting Baranov, I suggested. Same problem, he said, shaking his head. Who do I trust to keep it quiet so word doesn't reach the Russians that there's a kill team coming for their president? You've got the contacts that will listen to you. I don't. I stared at him for a long stretch, finally bobbing my head in agreement. Fair enough. So? Bering asked with raised eyebrows. Are you in? What's your game plan if I'm not? Don't have a good one, he admitted. But I'm pretty good at coming up with shit on the fly. I snorted again. He had no idea. Who betrayed us? Rachel asked. How did the Russians know to have a team waiting outside the fence? I was glad she asked and was also a little miffed at myself for not having already done so. That's what getting upset does to you. Clouds your mind and keeps you from focusing on the important details. Can't tell you, Bering said. Can't, or won't? I asked. Can't. Don't know. Tried to figure that out, but like I said, our intel gathering ain't what it used to be. I chewed on that for a moment, trying to make a decision. Lighting a cigarette, I sighed when I decided it was better to tell him what had been bothering me. Ray Cox, I said. What about him? He asked, surprised at the sudden change in topic. Bothered me when you said he was working on the project. Something like you're describing is going to have really tight security. People are vetted up and down, then an investigator crawls up their ass with a really bright light. Am I close? He nodded without saying anything. So, I'm wondering how Ray passed the vetting. What are you talking about? He was Delta. Aren't you guys already cleared for all kinds of shit? We are, I said. Or were. But I don't see them just accepting someone based on a clearance issued by the DoD while they were on active duty. They'd still dig into someone's past. Right? I suppose so, he said. I'm kind of a unique case, but even then, they still knew everything there was to know about me when I was brought in. Okay. But you need to be careful what you do with this. I paused until he nodded his understanding. Delta is divided into squadrons. Think of each squadron as a platoon, if that helps. Ray was in a different squadron than me, so I knew him, but not well. We kind of passed in the night, if you get my meaning. My unit was going into Iraq as his was coming out. So, there's this rumor going around that Ray and a couple of other guys in his squadron ran into an Iraqi colonel that was trying to get out of the country. Supposedly out in the middle of nowhere, heading across the desert to Saudi Arabia. The story is that the Iraqi officer had loaded down a truck with as much of Saddam's gold as it could carry, stuffed his family inside and took off. Ray and the other two shot them up before they knew there were women and kids in the vehicle. Killed them all. Then the gold disappeared. How much gold we talking about? Bering asked. I shrugged my shoulders. Depends on which rumor you believe. I've heard everything all the way up to $100 million. But there doesn't have to be much. A standard-sized gold bar was worth about $500,000 back then. That's around 25 pounds. So even if he only had 4 of them, that's 2 million. Anyway, one guy could easily put 4 bars in his pack and just walk it out. Back then, at least for special forces, no one paid a bit of attention when we rotated home. No checks for contraband at all. Hell, there were guys that started smuggling in heroin. Made a small fortune until CID got wind of it. But back to Ray. That's the rumor. And the day before his squadron was scheduled to rotate home, the 2 guys that were with him got killed in a blue-on-blue accident. What's that? Rachel asked. Friendly fire, Bering said, explaining before I could. Ray was the one on the radio, calling in an airstrike on a small convoy of insurgents. His 2 buddies were unfortunate enough to be in the wrong location when a flight of A-10s came over and obliterated everything. There was an investigation? He asked. Of course there was, but if you've seen what I think you've seen, you know what's left after a bunch of A-10s use you for target practice. The investigation was limited to interviewing Ray, who had just inherited the shares of the gold his teammates had. Assuming there was any, of course. So, with no evidence, he skates. CID climbed in and out of every single one of his orifices when he got back to brag, but they didn't find anything. No gold. No suspicious activity. All they had was a rumor that couldn't be attributed to any single person who might actually know the truth. What happened to him? Bering asked. Our CO at the time didn't like Ray to begin with. This pushed him over the edge and he bounced him out of Delta. Ray was sent down to a Ranger training brigade. Kept a low profile and finished out his time. Then, the day he separated, the colonel's dog turned up dead on his front lawn. Shot. Now, you aren't going to believe this, but when the vet pulled that bullet out, it was solid gold. Bering looked at me, starting to smile. He thought I'd just told a long story to get him with a joke at the end. Unfortunately, I wasn't kidding. I kept my face straight and stared back at him. You're serious? He asked, the smile fading. I nodded. The colonel went batshit. CID got involved. Questioned every single one of us in Delta. Dug into bank accounts. Followed Ray around for weeks, but didn't find a damn thing. No surveillance cameras on post in the area where the colonel's house was and no witnesses to the dog being killed, so no evidence. They tried to analyze the gold and compare it to what was found in some of Saddam's vaults, but the results were inconclusive. After a couple of months, they closed the investigation. Ray's record should have been full of references to him being under a cloud. Both the blue-on-blue deaths of his team as well as the Iraqi colonel, the gold, and the CO's dog being killed. My point is this. I've been around a while. Been part of projects and missions that required a thorough vetting, even though I already had a high security clearance. And I've seen guys get turned down over something in their file as minor as an Article 15 for being late to training. So how does a guy who's been the subject of multiple CID investigations, and rumored to have caused the death of 2 of his teammates, wind up cleared to be part of a project that's got to be as tightly held as the Manhattan Project was when they built the bomb? I don't know, Bering said, concern on his face. Only one way I can think of, I said, then paused. What's that? Someone with one hell of a lot of horsepower and access had his record scrubbed clean before he was vetted. Then they got to the people who might say something and found a way to ensure they kept their mouths shut. That's a hell of a conspiracy, Rachel said. I shrugged, then noticed Bering staring contemplatively at the table. Did a missing piece just fall into place? I asked. Maybe, he said. Ray doesn't know that I know this, I said. The army did its best to keep everything quiet and under wraps. How'd you find out? He asked. Long story, I said. For another time. But that's why I asked you earlier if Ray had access to the data you showed me. I don't trust the fucker. 28. What name? Igor asked the SEAL. They were looking for fighting positions near the north edge of the stand of trees in preparation for the arrival of the guards. Chief Strickland, the American said. Todd. Igor repeated the first name, struggling with the English vowel, then said his as he thumped his chest. Nice to meet ya, Ivan. Asshole, Igor mumbled. Know that word, do ya? Must have learned it from that crazy army major. Igor said with a grin. Asshole squid, . Goddamn, Ivan. You did get an education. Strickland said with a toothy smile. Igor raised his middle finger, then it was time to get serious. The 2 men spread 50 yards apart to set up an overlapping field of fire, then each settled in behind thick tree trunks. The SEAL carried a suppressed American rifle and still had a good supply of loaded magazines. He also kept the Russian AK rifle Igor had taken from the dead guards and half a dozen spare mags. With an unsuppressed AK, Igor would only join the fight if necessary. The hind was still orbiting, shining its spot down through the trees as it searched for them, but both knew there was little chance they'd be located from the air. The problem would be if Igor had to open up with his rifle, which would make a hell of a racket. It wouldn't be difficult for the guards to identify his position and radio it to the helicopter. At that point, the gunship would rain hell down on him. Neither man expected to survive the next 10 minutes. There was no help coming. They were trapped by an enemy with both ground and air assets. If they had a weapon that could have brought down the helo, there was a better than even chance they could defeat or evade the pursuers that were on foot. But they didn't, and that meant the best hope was to take as many of the guards with them as possible. Both intended to make their lives very expensive. They didn't have to wait long for the first group of trackers to come into view. A single handler with a pair of dogs led the way, 3 more guards close on his heels. Unlike the first group they'd encountered, these men were alert and obviously frightened. This told both warriors a lot about what they were facing. The men were accustomed to dealing with prisoners. And it was rare that one of those inmates was a hardened criminal. Typically, they were the intellectual type, even the young ones having no idea how to fight. If they did, they'd almost certainly been cowed by the brutal justice system before they arrived at the camp. Men like that didn't stand up or pose much of a physical threat to the guards. But this was different. They'd almost assuredly come across their comrades' corpses. Had noted that despite the added security of 4 dogs, none of them had survived the encounter with their prey. Igor knew this without having to give it any thought and recognized the advantage they had. Catching Strickland's eye, he signaled for the SEAL to take out the dogs. A moment later, there were 2 rapid coughs from his suppressed rifle. In quick succession, the dogs tumbled into the snow and lay still. The guards froze for a beat, then one of them pulled and held the trigger on his rifle, emptying an entire magazine into the trees where he'd thought the fire had come from. None of the bullets came close. The guards turned and began hurrying away, but Igor saw one of them raise what had to be a radio to his mouth. Leaping to his feet, he signed to the SEAL and they ran deeper into the forest. As they ran, the pitch of the hind's rotor noise changed. The pilot was repositioning and coming into a hover over the bodies of the dogs. Shouting to Strickland, Igor dove to the side into the shelter of a massively thick tree trunk. As he crashed to the ground, the hind cut loose with its chin-mounted gun. High-velocity explosive rounds tore into the forest where the 2 men had been hiding, shredding trees and churning up the ground. Smoke and debris filled the air as the gunner hosed down the entire area. Once again, no rounds came near either man, which was a good thing. Even 2-foot-thick tree trunks were shattered when the shell struck them. The hind didn't need a clean shot on an unprotected human. If a hapless target was within a few yards of where the round detonated, they were going to be turned into a puddle of steaming jelly. As the barrage continued long beyond the point it should have, Igor glanced over at the young SEAL. He was seated with his back against a tree trunk that was so large the 2 of them couldn't have held hands around its circumference. When Strickland noticed him looking, he flashed a big grin and gave a thumbs up. Despite the situation, Igor smiled and shook his head, remembering when he was younger and felt indestructible. The hind's gun eventually fell silent. Giving it a few seconds, Igor poked his head into the open for a look. The helicopter still hovered over the clearing, its spotlight working across the moonscape that was all that remained of the edge of the forest. Glancing at his AK, he cursed silently to note it was not even equipped with a flash suppressor. If he fired, there would be a large gout of flame that would immediately compromise his position. But, with a sound suppressor, the American didn't have the same problem. Spotlight! He shouted to Strickland. Be shooting it! The SEAL glanced at him briefly, then rolled around the tree and onto a knee, rifle up and seeking his target. He knew what Igor was thinking. The use of the spot meant the hind didn't have any other capability of searching for them in the dark. Taking out the damn light would handicap the Russians and they might not get another opportunity for a shot. Holding steady, he rested the red dot in his scope on the center of the brilliant white disk hanging beneath the helo's belly. The aircraft was in a rock-solid hover, so sighting in was easy, but he hesitated before adjusting for elevation. He was 200 yards from the hind, which meant his bullet would drop 2 inches between the end of the muzzle and the target. That wasn't terribly concerning as the light was easily 2 feet in diameter. But what about the fierce downwash of the heavy machine's main rotor? He had heard some of the more senior guys discussing this exact kind of shot. They were talking about the problems with finding the right aim point to compensate for a bullet in flight suddenly encountering the nearly 100-knot winds created by the downdraft of a hovering helicopter. Unfortunately, the team had been in a bar at the time and he'd been more interested in beer and the two girls' shooting pool than the conversation. He hadn't heard their opinion or suggestion on how to deal with the issue. But he had the intensive training provided by the Navy under his belt. Taking a deep breath, Strickland placed the scope's dot on the very top edge of the light. He had to adjust slightly as it was rotated to scan across the destruction, then he exhaled and pulled the trigger as the last breath left his lungs. I glued to his target, he cursed when it became apparent he'd missed. The wind created by the rotor had been strong enough to push his bullet more than 2 feet off course when it entered the downwash. Aiming at a point on the nose of the gunship, he repeated the deep breath and pulled the trigger a second time. Less than a second later, the spotlight flared brightly for one brief instant, then a shower of sparks shot out of the housing as the light faded to complete darkness. He hoped the aircrew would think that the light had simply failed, but wasn't going to count on it. Swiveling around the tree trunk, he sheltered behind it and glanced at Igor, grinning and giving him another thumbs up. But the celebration didn't last long. There was a whoosh, audible even over the roar of the hovering gunship. A heartbeat passed, the first rocket slammed into an adjacent tree, detonating with an ear-splitting blast. It was immediately followed by several more explosions and he threw himself flat on the ground. He glanced to the side to check on Igor, but the big Russian's position was hidden by the smoky haze of the Heinz rocket attack. 29. So, tell me about the team that takes out Baranov and how they did it, I said. From what I've seen, there aren't too many options other than an overwhelming, head-on assault. I don't know much, Bering said. Normally, I'd have received a full briefing based on intercepts, surveillance, and whatever the FBI, CIA and NSA had on a subject. But all that is gone. We're still able to tap into functional video feeds, like here in Australia, and we hacked into their intel databases but couldn't find anything on these guys, So, we don't know who they are or why they want Baranov dead? I asked. Correct. He nodded. Australian? Heard some of their operators aren't very happy with the Russians setting up shop in their country. Possible, Bering acknowledged. But not likely. If that was the case, we should have been able to ID them. We got into the Australian Defence Force system and these guys didn't pop. Maybe they've been scrubbed, but the experts don't think so and I can't tell you why they formed that opinion. Fine, I said. Then tell me about them. There's 18 of them and it certainly appears they are trained operators. It's probably easier if I show you than tell you. He reached out and woke the iPad, tapped a couple of icons then pressed the play button on a new video. A quiet, leafy street that I recognized from the briefings with Wellington was visible. It was night, but easy to see with the illumination from modern street lights. The camera was focused on a roadblock that consisted of 2 Toyota SUVs pulled nose to nose. 4 men carrying AKMS rifles and looking bored stood around the vehicles. Bering reached out and tapped the pause button, freezing the image. This is the only road into the area where Baranov's building is located. What you're looking at is the outer security perimeter. Seen it, I said. Had a good briefing just a few hours ago. He nodded and pressed the play button. For a few seconds, the guards walked around listlessly. They were on sentry duty in the middle of the night and were bored. Tired. Sleepy. Would almost rather be doing anything else. Then, one of them suddenly straightened and peered at a point that was behind the surveillance camera. He remained frozen for a couple of seconds, then leapt for the rear of one of the Toyotas as 2 of his companions aimed their rifles down the street and the third shouted into a radio. The first man reappeared, raising a Russian-made, shoulder-fired anti-armor missile launcher to his shoulder. Before he could fire, Both vehicles began taking heavy weapons fire, then erupted into a ball of flame that immediately consumed all 4 men. The camera whited out briefly from the intensity of the change in light. It took a few seconds for it to compensate. When the image returned, a hulking, 8-wheeled armored vehicle barreled down the street and blasted through the roadblock. The flaming husks of the Toyotas were shoved aside, the military vehicle hardly slowing from the impact. "What the hell is that?" Rachel asked. "That's an ASLAV," I said, recognizing the attacking vehicle as an Australian light armored vehicle. "The Aussie version of our Marines' LAV. Where the hell did they get that if they're not Australian military?" I tapped the pause button and looked up at Bering. "Stole it," he said. "There's an ADF yard not far from where Baranov lives. They don't run exercises or missions out of it, but they do store a good number of vehicles, weapons and munitions there." "In downtown Sydney?" I asked in surprise. He nodded. "Okay," I said, looking back at the iPad. "They got themselves an ASLAV and broke through the outer perimeter. There are 5 more rings of security and we've already seen a Russian Kornet anti-tank missile. How the hell did they get past the rest of the layers?" 3 ASLAVs, Bering said, tapping the play button. Only seconds behind the first armored vehicle, 2 more roared through the breach. The view changed to follow them as they penetrated the Russian lines and spread out. They used their heavy machine guns to decimate the next perimeter, the drivers keeping the speed on as they advanced. By now, the Russian guards were getting their shit together and fighting back. Light arms as well as heavier machine guns opened up, but neither could penetrate the ASLAV's armored hide. More return fire chewed up the resistance, then a missile streaked in from off-screen and destroyed one of the attackers' vehicles. Another flashed past the flank of the middle one, detonating against the side of a large building and filling the air with pulverized cement dust. The ASLAVs continued to maneuver, taking full advantage of the urban terrain as they chewed up the Russian security. Another vehicle raced into the shot. A Bushmaster. This was the Australian version of the American MRAP. It screeched to a stop behind the protection of one of the ASLAVs and 6 men boiled out. I leaned close to the screen, hoping to identify them, but they were dressed in identical and unremarkable tactical clothing that could have come from anywhere. 2 of them carried a bulky device that I recognized. An American-made TOW, or tube-launched, optically tracked, wire-guided missile. While the other 4 provided security, they quickly deployed the tripod and placed the weapon in the middle of the street. One of them ran for the controls, but pitched sideways and lay still, presumably taking a hit from the Russian defensive fire. His partner dashed behind the missile system, spent a few seconds acquiring a target that was several degrees above the horizon, then fired. The view changed to a wide shot of a tall, residential building. A streak of fire raced in, impacting the penthouse level, which erupted in billowing smoke, dust, and flames when the warhead detonated. A few seconds later, the video ended and I looked up at Bering. "Baranov was in the penthouse when the missile struck," he said. "They were on a suicide mission," Rachel said quietly. I nodded in agreement. "See anything that helps us?" Bering asked. "No way to tell," I said. "Aussie vehicles and an American missile. The few guys we saw were carrying AKMS rifles, but that don't mean shit. They're the most common rifle in the world." "Our assessment as well," Bering said. "What we've been able to find by tracing them backwards with video surveillance is almost nothing. They are all white." That was less than helpful. Tells us nothing about where they came from. But it doesn't really matter. I know where all of them are going to be before they break into the ADF yard and steal the vehicles. They already had weapons when they broke in? I asked. Yes. They brought the rifles with them, but the tow was taken along with the ASLAVs and the Bushmaster. It appears they knew exactly what was there. It took them less than 6 minutes to breach, obtain what they wanted and leave. You said Baranov was in the penthouse. He was killed? You're certain? I asked. As certain as we can be without physically inspecting the rubble and identifying the corpse. He was there and the nerve gas, along with the nuclear strike on Hawaii, was activated, so the evidence is pretty damn compelling. 30. I lit another cigarette as I sat there thinking. After a brief moment, I shook my head at the concept of protecting the man I was determined to make pay for Katie's death. The thought of feeling my hands sink into the flesh of his flabby neck as I choked the life out of him was a recurring theme in my head. Sure, there had always been the problem of what would become of Australia if the nerve gas was released, but I'd somehow managed to dismiss the concern. In my mind, it wasn't a valid reason for me to not push forward in my quest. Not that I'd ever admit that to anyone, even Rachel, but it was there. I glanced at her, catching her in profile as she rewatched the assault on Baranov's building and realized I'd been less than honest with both her and myself. I hadn't been ready to move on from Katie. I'd thought I was, or perhaps it was my way of coping with losing her, but my heart still ached whenever I thought about her. Which was often. More often than I should? I didn't know the answer to that. But there were too many times I'd nearly slipped and addressed Rachel as Katie. Fortunately, that hadn't happened as I had no doubt it would cut Rachel's feelings to the bone. Puffing on the cigarette, I forced myself to tamp down my emotions and return focus to the problem at hand. How to mount a preemptive strike against a much larger enemy that appeared to be highly motivated and well-trained. There had been no hesitation during the attack. No holding back. They'd hit the Russians fast and hard. That almost guaranteed these guys were combat-hardened vets. They understood the concept preached by the late, great General George S. Patton. Attack with overwhelming speed and violence and defeat the enemy before they figure out what is happening. Unfortunately, that didn't give me any insight into who these guys were or what had motivated them to sacrifice their lives in exchange for taking Baranov's. I understood my motivation, but I paused as that thought rattled through my head. Motivation. What would motivate someone to willingly sacrifice themselves to kill another? Revenge came out at the top of the list. A blind hatred-driven quest to avenge someone you loved. The same reason I so badly wanted to stand over the Russian president's corpse. But how did that help me figure out who I was dealing with? Baranov was responsible for something in the neighborhood of 7 billion deaths. 7 billion. There probably wasn't a person left alive on the planet that didn't have good reason to want to see the son of a bitch die a slow, agonizing death. It didn't really matter why, I finally acknowledged to myself. All that mattered was it was going to happen if I didn't step in. Not that there was any guarantee I could head this off, but I had faced worse odds before. And as much as I wanted Baranov, I couldn't allow the deaths of millions of Australians and another million Americans in Hawaii. If only I had Nitro and his guys to help. I thought about that for a second before looking up at Bering. Where the fuck were you yesterday? I growled. What? Yesterday, when a whole team of SEALs and 4 of my friends were slaughtered by a Russian gunship and a squad of Spetsnaz. Where the fuck were you? Why didn't you stop that? You could have told me all of this, then. Rachel put the iPad down and stared at him. I guess the idea hadn't occurred to her yet, either. I couldn't, he said. You're here. I shouted. Unless this is all bullshit. I was angry again, rising to my feet and facing him across the table. It took all my self-control to not reach across and yank him off his feet to shake the truth out of him. Think about what I told you already, he said, taking a step back and raising his hands in supplication. I can only be sent back a maximum of 36 hours. By the time Baranov was killed and we analyzed the situation, it was too late to do anything other than come back far enough to save you. I'm sorry. It's not something I can control. Then what fucking good are you? I asked, glaring at him and breathing hard with emotion. John, Rachel said, placing her hand on my arm. He did tell us. And if it's the truth, it's not his fault. If it's the truth, I grumbled, not ready to concede the point and calm down. Come on, she said, taking my hand. I grudgingly allowed her to lead me away from the table into the garage. It was a tight fit with the Rover, but we squeezed our way around the rear bumper to the far side. Rachel turned to face me, taking the burning cigarette away before reaching up and resting a calming hand on the side of my face. Dog had followed and bumped my leg with his head. Guess he was trying to help, too. You buying this? I asked Rachel. She lowered her hand and slowly smoked my cigarette before responding. It's pretty fantastic, I'll agree. What kind of answer is that? I asked when she didn't continue speaking. She gave me a warning look, then dropped the butt on the floor and ground it out. The best kind I have, she said a moment later. It's hard to believe, but at the same time, it has the ring of truth. After a pause, I nodded agreement, fished out another smoke and lit it. Why are you so angry? She asked. Because he's, hell. I don't know, Because he's reminded you that there's more at stake here than getting vengeance for Katie? Rachel asked, watching me closely. I didn't answer and after a bit had to look away. She touched my chin, turning my face so she could look in my eye. I get it, she said gently. I really do. You still love her. Still think about her. Miss her. You wouldn't be human if you didn't. After another long pause I nodded, but didn't look away this time. Am I a replacement? She asked, breaking the silence. No. I answered immediately. Good, she said. Because if I was, I'd walk out that door and you'd never see me again. It's not like that, I said, taking her hand in mine. Not at all. What I feel for you is real. It's just, Her ghost is with us, Rachel said when I didn't finish my thought. Something like that, I said. I can't imagine the grief and sense of loss you must have felt, Rachel said gently. Are still dealing with. But I understand. I don't expect you to forget her. But I do expect you to deal with your grief in a rational manner. So, you think I should protect Baranov? Don't you? Knowing what you know? I turned sideways and leaned my back against the yellowed garage wall. Stared at a large, rusting dent in the Rover's fender. Took a deep breath and blew it out. I do, I said. Then how about you get yourself under control and let's go see what else he has to say. She grabbed the cigarette out of my hand, took a long drag, then dropped it on the floor to be ground out beneath her boot. I shook my head in resignation and led the way back into the house. When we entered, I didn't see Baring. The bath was at the end of a short hall, and I could see the door standing open. Afraid I made a mistake in leaving him alone, I drew my pistol and carefully stepped forward. A check of the front door revealed the iron security bar was still locked in place. There was no way to exit and not leave it unsecured. I thoroughly checked all the rooms, which took less than 2 minutes. Every window was still shuttered securely other than the 2 that he'd opened to vent my cigarette smoke. But there was no way he could have exited through one of them and relocked the steel shutters to the frames. What the hell? I muttered, back in the main room with Rachel. There's no way out of here, she said. And he sure as hell didn't come past us in the garage. I shook my head and even though I'd looked everywhere, checked the entire house again. Shook every shutter and carefully examined the door brace. Found the access panel into the attic, which was covered with steel grating and secured with a padlock from the inside. Inspected every wall and the floor, searching for a hidden door, and found nothing. He was just gone. Seemingly vanished into thin air. His stuff is gone, too, Rachel said, pointing at the table. Baring's pack and iPad were not where I'd last seen them and they hadn't been anywhere else in the house. Well, he said he could be pulled back at any time, I said, turning a slow circle before stopping to look at Rachel. Guess this kind of proves he was telling the truth. 31. The area of the South Pacific off Australia's east coast is a vast, empty stretch of water called the Tasman Sea. Leaving Sydney Harbour, the seafloor plummets to nearly 5,000 meters, or well over 16,000 feet. Known to mariners as the Tasman Abyssal Plain, the sheer scope, size and depth of the area makes the prospect of detecting a very stealthy submarine a daunting one at best. For 2 days, the North Carolina had remained deep, far below the point where the cold water of the depths meets the warmer surface layer. Creeping along at no more than 5 knots, the boat was nearly silent. So quiet, in fact, that unless an enemy was within a few hundred yards, there was no chance the big American sub would be detected. But the opposite of that was also true. The suspected Russian boomer they were hunting was every bit as quiet and had no reason to be in motion. This knowledge tortured Adrian, who despite appearing calm to the officers and crew, was a bundle of raw nerves on the inside. The water was far too deep for their prey to be sitting on the ocean floor. At best, a submarine the size of the North Carolina, and her prey, could dive to a depth of 2,000 feet before running the very real risk of being crushed by the incredible pressures of the deep ocean. That meant that if the Russian was indeed in the general area, he was very likely simply hovering in the water. Still and silent. Waiting for the order to launch his deadly cargo of nuclear-tipped ICBMs. And if the North Carolina happened to sail right past the unmoving enemy, there was a chance they'd be detected, and the first indication would be a panicked shout from the sonar room that torpedoes were inbound. The crew wasn't much better off than Adrian. To mitigate the risk of unintended noise that could be transmitted through the hull and into the water, compromising their presence to enemy sonar, anyone that wasn't absolutely necessary to the operation of the boat was restricted to his rack. Meals were cold as the galley was shut down, and not even showers were permitted. After nearly 48 hours, the crew was growing restless. It was only the discipline instilled in them over the years that prevented outright complaint. That, and the knowledge that even if they were doing nothing other than lying in bed all day, they were contributing to the mission. Ma'am. Adrian, seated in the control room, looked up from a chart of the area displayed on her iPad to see Master Chief Petty Officer Simon Lee, chief of the boat, standing a proper distance away. He was the most senior NCO on the sub and, even though he'd never gone to Annapolis or worn officer's rank, was more respected than any other person aboard with the possible exception of the captain. "What's up, COB?" she asked, putting the tablet down and rubbing her tired eyes. "Begging your pardon, ma'am, but the crew's getting a bit restless. I was hoping you'd allow me to start cycling them through the showers, a few at a time, and see if we can find a way to get some hot show into M." "Restless?" Adrian asked, concern creasing her brow. "Are we about to have a problem, COB? "No ma'am," he said quickly, shaking his head for emphasis. "But think about doing nothing for 2 days other than lying in your rack. We're going to need these boys alert and sharp when we find that Russian bastard, and a break from the monotony of staring at a bulkhead would be good." "Message received, COB," she said with a smile. "You have my permission, but make sure you stay on top of things. I don't want any errant noise that could give us away." "Thank you, ma'am. I'll be on them like a duck on a June bug." "What exactly is that like?" Adrian asked, happy for the momentary distraction. "Well, ma'am," he drawled and grinned. "That's what we'd call it in Mississippi, where I'm from. Not sure what you New Yorkers would say that." "Jersey boy on a socialite," Adrian said with a straight face. The grin fell off COB's face for a moment, then his eyes danced as he suppressed a laugh. "Yes, ma'am," he chuckled. "Just like that." Adrian smiled at him, then waved her hand in the direction of the hatch. "Dismissed, COB. Let me know when the men have all had a shower and a meal." The man headed out with a smile still on his face, pausing to allow a young ensign to enter before stepping through. "How's the skipper?" Adrian asked as the junior officer came to attention in front of her. "Doc's worried, ma'am," he said. Doc wasn't really a doctor, despite the moniker. U.S. Navy submarines don't carry physicians, rather a non-commissioned officer rated as an independent duty corpsman. They are highly skilled and can handle most medical emergencies that arise while at sea. But they're not doctors and don't have the resources of an actual hospital. Worried? Yes, ma'am. The skipper's fever isn't breaking and his lungs are filling up. Doc says we need to get him to shore-based medical care. Adrian stared at the man for a moment, feeling the pressure of another concern descending upon her shoulders. Thanking the ensign, she dismissed him and hurried out of the control room. Approaching Commander Talbot's quarters, she saw Doc, Chief Petty Officer Marsh, step through the hatch into the passageway. "Doc!" she called, drawing the man's attention. "Ma'am." Doc looked tired. Not just tired, she corrected herself. Exhausted. And worried. "When's the last time you slept?" she asked. "Can't really say, ma'am. Been keeping an eye on the skipper and got a few other things I'm dealing with, too." "Anything I need to know about?" "No, ma'am," he said. "At least not the other things. But the skipper's going to be in trouble, soon, if we don't get him off the boat." "How soon?" He shrugged as he answered. "Maybe 8 hours. Maybe less. He's not responding to the antibiotics and I've given him the strongest we have on board. The infection is spreading and his fever is spiking. I'm keeping it somewhat under control with chilled saline drips and cold compresses, but that's about to be a problem." "A problem? Why?" "We're out of ice, ma'am. The ice makers are shut down for noise abatement." "What are our options, Dot?" "Those are our options, ma'am," he said. "And I'm all out of ideas. We've got maybe 8 hours, at the most, to get the skipper to more advanced medical care, or I'm afraid we're going to lose him." Adrian stared at document. She was in a degree of shock, not having realized just how much the skipper's condition had deteriorated. She'd been so wrapped up in the hunt for the Russian that she had been unavailable for anything else. When she'd finally remembered and sent the ensign to check, she'd fully expected a report that Commander Talbot was on the mend and would be ready to return to duty very soon. "Thank you, Doc," she finally said. "I want hourly updates from here on." "Yes, ma'am," he said, then excused himself. When he was out of sight, Adrian turned to face Talbot's quarters. Reaching out, she placed her hand on the hatch, closed her eyes and said a prayer for the man on the other side. She hoped God was listening because she wasn't going to abandon her mission, even if it meant losing her friend and mentor. 32. The onslaught of rocket fire didn't last more than a few seconds, stopping as suddenly as it started. Smoke and debris hung in a thick cloud amongst the shattered trees, obscuring Igor's view when he tried to spot Strickland. When he shouted, he realized he'd been deafened by the high explosive warheads and knew the SEAL wouldn't be able to hear him. Climbing to his knees, he looked around at the tree that had protected him from the attack. It was shattered a few feet above the ground, the tall trunk leaning drunkenly into the surrounding forest. He wanted to know if the hind was still hovering over the clearing, prepared to launch another assault, but couldn't see through the dense cloud that filled the forest. Visibility suddenly returned as the gunship moved overhead, the rotor wash tearing rents in the smoky air and whipping it away. Igor spotted Strickland, sheltering behind the thick trunk of a tree that had been felled by the rocket attack. The SEAL gave him a nod and popped his head up, ignoring the hovering hind and looking toward the clearing. Both men were still unable to hear anything, but could feel the pulsing beat from the heavy rotor of the helo. Igor ignored it and signaled a warning to the SEAL. He knew the aircraft had moved out of position to allow the ground forces to come in and mop up whatever the aerial bombardment hadn't killed. Now it was time to go farther into the woods and draw in the guards. They moved together on Igor's sign, getting to their feet and rushing 100 yards deeper into the forest. Again, they took up positions that allowed each man overlapping coverage of the other's firing lanes. But despite that tactical advantage, Igor didn't want to open fire unless they were given no choice. Silent and stealthy work with their knives would be just as effective and more demoralizing to the frightened men who would have to push into the trees. Nearly 15 minutes passed without either of them seeing any indication that the guards were coming. The hind had remained in a tight orbit, but without floor or a functioning spotlight, there wasn't much chance that it would find them. Their hearing returned slowly and they looked up as the sound of the gunship's rotor changed. It came out of the orbit and quickly departed to the west. Low-altitude maneuvering burns a lot of fuel. Igor had no idea where the aircraft had launched from, but wasn't terribly surprised when it headed home. He would have preferred it stay overhead as the guards entered the forest, but things rarely worked out the way he wanted. The hello produced a hell of a racket that would have covered any sounds he and Strickland made as they went after their pursuers. Then a bad idea passed through Igor's head. Maybe the hind had hung around as long as it had to provide noise cover for the men on the ground to penetrate the forest and get into position to attack. Rifle to his shoulder, Igor slowly swiveled without raising his body, scanning the dark forest around him. Strickland noticed his action and did the same. Igor's view passed across a lighter patch of ground, continuing before stopping and reversing. Tracks in the snow traversed a small, open patch in a direction that neither he nor the seal had moved. Focusing on the area, he slowed his breathing and carefully checked the brush on each end of the trail. A moment later, he spotted movement. Not a human or canine form, but the brief shaking of a large bush. Holding aim on the spot, Igor removed a hand from the rifle long enough to sign to Strickland that he'd seen something and the direction. He had just resumed his grip on the weapon when a dark figure stepped from behind the bush and ran clumsily toward the shelter of a tree. Despite the noise the AK would make, Igor didn't hesitate to fire. The man was no more than 50 yards away and flopped to the ground. Throwing himself to the side and crawling into the cover of a fallen tree, Igor was already gone when several rifles began chattering from the dark. Bullets chewed up the ground where he'd been and he popped up to sight in on one of the muzzle flashes. Firing 3 fast shots, Igor dropped back into cover. A second later, more bullets came his way, slamming into the far side of the dead tree. Crawling on knees and elbows, Igor moved laterally, glad to hear the faint thumps of Strickland's suppressed rifle. There was more return fire, this time from a different location, and Igor changed directions. He kept moving, circling what he was sure was a large group of guards. From at least 12 spots, he'd observed muzzle flashes as they fired. But none of them were changing locations. Each had seemed to find a firing position they liked and didn't understand that remaining static was a great way to get killed. Using the terrain and forest for cover, Igor moved beyond the edge of the attackers' formation and turned again, crawling along their flank. As he did this, he could hear the occasional suppressed shot from the seal. Consistently, the guards would respond with a heavy volume of full auto. Soon they would realize they were almost out of ammo, but Igor intended to end the fight before then. Reaching a point behind their ragged line, he angled for the man on the outside edge and carefully made his way forward. It didn't take long before he was only 5 yards behind the guard who had succeeded in temporarily deafening himself by keeping up a steady rate of fire. Glancing to the side, Igor confirmed he was unseen. Slinging the rifle along his back, he drew his knife, gathered his feet beneath him and lunged forward. His thick arms circled the guard's neck an instant before the blade plunged deep into his lower back, penetrating the man's kidney. Igor levered back, withdrew the knife and stabbed several more times, hard and fast as he squeezed with his bicep and cut off the man's air. With his target's body in shock, Igor changed his grip on the hilt and slid the blade between ribs and into the guard's heart, then silently lowered the corpse to the forest floor. There had been almost no sound, certainly none that could have been detected by the other guards as they continued to fire, so Igor slipped backwards before heading down the rear of the line. Strickland was still firing occasional shots, each one coming from a different location, keeping the men's undivided attention. Reaching the next guard, Igor kept going without a pause when he saw the neat, red hole in the man's forehead. The seal wasn't just keeping them engaged, he was also taking out targets. With a nod of respect, Igor angled for the next man who was behind a large tree. He was firing frequently, but keeping his head and body in cover, only extending his arm enough to point the AK in a general direction and pull the trigger. Without slowing, Igor rose from the ground and took 3 long strides. In sync with his steps, he buried the full length of the blade in the side of the guard's neck, then slashed out, severing his windpipe and both carotids. The body tumbled to the snow, twin jets of steaming blood spurting into the air. 5 minutes later, there were only 2 of their attackers that remained alive. Strickland had managed to kill 4 with headshots while Igor had taken out 6 with his knife. The final pair were out of ammo and Igor watched them from behind a tree as they huddled together. Their backs were touching as each man stared into the forest with a pistol in his hand. There was a flash of motion beyond them that they failed to detect, but Igor spotted the young SEAL. He hadn't been sloppy, he'd flicked his hand to draw Igor's attention. They communicated briefly, using rough hand signs, then Igor melted away into the dark. When he was clear of the possibility of one of Strickland's rounds passing through a target and striking him, there were 2 muted thumps. A moment later, the American called softly and they met at the location where the last 2 guards had huddled. Both were dead, splashes of blood from the headshot staining the snow where they lay. "Shooting good," Igor mumbled. "Thanks, Ivan," Strickland said, flashing another of his toothy grins. Igor frowned at him and held up his knife, which was coated with dark, sticky blood. The SEAL grinned bigger and Igor shook his head as he bent and thrust it into the snow before cleaning the steel on one of the dead guard's coat. He had just straightened and sheathed the blade when both men's heads snapped to the north in response to the barking of a dog. "What the fuck, Ivan?" Strickland asked. "Why are the bastards so determined to get this guy back? What did he do, fuck a general's wife or something?" Later, Igor said, tilting his head to the south before taking off at a fast jog. 33. Despite my comment about Bering's unexplained disappearance from a locked house, I was still struggling with the whole story he'd told. With Dog at my side, I made another, slower search of the house. I tested every shutter, tapped and pushed on every square foot of wall and floor, hoping to find a hidden door. Rachel followed, arms crossed as she watched without participating. When I was finally done, we returned to the bedroom with the safe. Bering had left the door swinging open and I peered inside. In addition to the weapons and ammo, there was a small laptop and cell phone. Taking the last 2 items, I led the way back to the kitchen and placed them in the middle of the table. "What now?" Rachel asked when I didn't do anything other than stare at the iPhone. I snorted a laugh and looked up at her, opening my mouth, then closing it and shrugging when I couldn't come up with an answer. What the hell did I do? Trust a man who just spun a tale right out of a Hollywood production? Take everything at face value and protect Baranov? "Call Hawaii," Rachel said, pointing at the phone. "He said the Admiral knows about this. Let's see if that's true." I hesitated, unsure if returning to the fold was the best thing to do, given the current circumstances. But after a minute of considering what I'd been told and giving it even a chance of being true, I realized there wasn't much of an option. Every part of me longed to kill Baranov and end this nightmare, but if there was even a degree of reality to what I'd been told, doing that would only result in the deaths of millions of people. With a sigh, I picked up the phone and powered it on. Something about the texture of the back of the device didn't feel quite right and I flipped it over. A strip of tape ran the length with a 7-digit code written on it in permanent marker. I frowned, checked the screen and saw it was asking for an encryption code. "Son of a bitch thought of everything," I mumbled. I carefully punched in the code and the screen changed, appearing as if the device were a normal iPhone. Well, except for the message across the top that notified me that encryption was successful. Taking a seat, I lit a cigarette and accessed the contacts. I wasn't certain, but was reasonably sure that the phone would only connect with another that had the same encryption key. It wasn't even necessary to scroll. There were only 2 contacts. One was listed as Operations, the other simply as Johnson. Rachel, seated next to me, watched closely as I selected the second one and pressed the green button to initiate a call. There was a long delay, a series of clicks which I assumed was the encryption synchronizing, then a normal sounding ring that was answered immediately. "Where are you?" a deep, gruff voice asked. "I'm probably not who you're expecting," I said. There was a momentary pause of surprised silence. "Who is this?" he asked, but spoke before I could answer. "Never mind. You're in our safe house in Sydney." "Major Chase?" I was taken aback, glancing at Rachel when she bumped my arm and pointed at the phone. Taking the handset away from ear, I enabled the speaker so she could hear and placed the device on the table in front of me. "Correct," I said. "Who are you? Is Agent Bering with you?" "No," I said. "He was, but he disappeared." There was another moment of silence, then a different voice spoke. "Major, my name is Ian Patterson. I am the director of the Athena project. Since I am speaking to you, I must assume that Agent Bering successfully intervened and prevented the deaths of you and your companion." "That's what he claimed," I said. "I can assure you, Major, that if you are alive and well at this point in time, that is precisely what he has done." Rachel reached out and tapped an icon to mute the call. "How would he know this?" she asked. "What do you mean?" "I've been thinking about all of this while you were searching the house. If we supposedly died a couple of hours ago, even if we actually did die, then everyone would be aware of it. Because it happened. Right?" "I guess so," I said, nodding but not understanding her point. "So, this guy is saying that he knows we were killed, but also that we must be alive because Bering saved us. Get it?" "No," I said, looking down when Patterson's voice came from the phone, asking if I was still there. I pressed the mute button and barked at him to stand by, then muted the call again. "Think about it," Rachel said. "If we died, then that's reality. History. Written in stone. But if we didn't die, for whatever reason, then there is no record of us dying, because we didn't. If this is all true, the moment Bering saved us changed history. So, how could this guy know we were dead if we never were in the first place?" I stared at her a long beat, realizing she was right. Maybe. The whole concept made my head hurt, but I couldn't argue with her logic. Placing my hand on top of hers, I took the phone off mute and leaned forward to ensure it clearly picked up my voice. "I've heard some pretty fantastic tales tonight," I said. "And the pieces aren't fitting together." "What pieces would those be, Major?" Patterson asked calmly. I glanced at Rachel, seriously considering terminating the call and finding another way to contact the Admiral. She read my expression and nodded at the phone, encouraging me to keep going. I took a deep breath and continued. "If all this bullshit is true, then how the hell do you know we died? Once we were saved, that was something that never happened. I don't have any memory or knowledge of it, and I supposedly had a ringside seat. If I don't know this, how the hell can you?" "Very astute, Major," Patterson said, sounding unperturbed. "I'll assume this was actually Ms. Miles who worked out the logic." "Am I correct? That's not an answer," I said, refusing to let him get under my skin. "Quite right. It's not. But the question is valid and the assumption is correct. Except for the fact that data already recorded and sent back to us does not change. I am, at this very moment, viewing footage of the vehicle accident in which you were killed earlier this evening. That is how I know what I know." I tapped the mute button and looked at Rachel. She stared back at me, then raised her eyebrows and shrugged her shoulders. After a long pause, I shook my head and unmuted the phone. "I really need to speak with Admiral Packard in Hawaii," I said, prepared to disconnect the call if I was given any excuse about why that wasn't possible. "I'm here, Major," the Admiral said. Surprised as I was, I recognized his voice. "Sir, I wasn't expecting you. Director Patterson brought me on as soon as he realized you were the one calling. I've seen the footage of your death and I'm pleased to be speaking with you." "You've bought into this, sir? Major, do you trust me?" Packard asked patiently. I hesitated. Not because he'd ever given me a reason to doubt him or his intentions, but, hell, I don't know why I was still reticent. Yes, sir. I do, I finally said. Then believe this. Whatever you have been told that relates to the viability of the Athena project is true. I've met Agent Bering. Sat across a table from him and watched him disappear into thin air when he was pulled back to his time. I've read the file you brought out of Offutt and I've spoken extensively with the director. The Reagan is currently at their location and both the captain and the XO have verified the existence and functionality of the machine. This is real, Major. I sat back in my chair and let out a long, quiet breath. Part of me had wanted to believe, but another part hadn't. Perhaps I wasn't willing to acknowledge that I'd made a poor tactical decision that had resulted in Rachel, Dog, and me losing our lives. If this was all some fantasy, well. But now I had to accept that everything Bering had told me wasn't a tall tale. It was reality. Are you still on the line, Major? The Admiral asked. I'm here, sir. Just feeling a little shell-shocked at the moment. I understand the reaction, he said. But we don't have time for that. Now, listen carefully. 34. The Admiral talked for close to half an hour, relaying all the same details that Bering had provided. I listened closely, without interrupting. By now, everything was starting to settle in. My brain still didn't want to wrap itself around the idea that there was an actual, honest-to-God time machine in existence, but neither was I still outright rejecting the concept. As the Admiral droned on, covering the same ground, my mind began to wander. The first place it went was questioning why someone couldn't go back and prevent Katie's death. That got me thinking and, unfortunately, I couldn't come up with a point in time where something could have been done differently. Why had she turned? She'd received the same vaccine at Tinker as the rest of us and I was unaware of anyone else that hadn't been protected by the inoculation. So, what had made her become one of the infected? I couldn't answer that. All I could say for sure is that if America had never been attacked in the first place, my wife would be alive and well. Questions, Major? Apparently, the Admiral had finished speaking while my mind was elsewhere. Yes, sir. I do have one. Maybe I've missed a detail, but if we have a time machine at our disposal, why the hell hasn't someone gone back and undone this whole thing? I'll take that one, Admiral, Director Patterson interjected. Major, we do have a functioning time machine, but not without limitations. I thought you understood, but I'll address them again. First, there is only one individual who can be transported. This is due to biological damage that occurs to almost anyone who enters the gravity well of the wormhole. Before the world was destroyed, there were estimated to only be a handful of people with the proper genetic structure to survive the rigors of transport. Now, there is one and you have met Agent Bering. As you're almost certainly aware, the attacks were carried out by a very large force, operating in most of the larger cities in North America. Combined with the second limitation, which is that we can go no farther back than 36 hours, it was and is impossible to conduct a successful redaction. Redaction? I asked. Our word for changing past events, Patterson said. Why can't you go farther back than 36 hours? I asked, not ready to let go of the hope that somehow something could be changed. It is a technical limitation. I am not a physicist and cannot explain it, but it is what we have dealt with from the inception of the Athena project. I nodded my head and was quiet for a long time, absorbing the information that had dashed my fledgling hope with a huge bucket of ice water. Thank you, Mr. Director, the Admiral finally said. If you wouldn't mind, I'd like to have a word in private with the Major. Certainly, Admiral. A moment later there was a click as he disconnected. Major? Here, sir, I said. I can't say I'm not disappointed. Sir, I seem to recall you giving me your word that you wouldn't go after Baranov on your own. Yes, sir. I believe you're correct. I'm sorry, sir. I don't want apologies, Major. He bellowed into the phone. You broke your word to me and you caused events that could have been avoided. If I had another asset in Australia, believe me, I'd have asked the director to let events remain unchanged. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes, sir. I do, I said, lighting a cigarette with an unsteady hand and staring at the wall on the far side of the room. The phone was quiet for a moment as Packard got his emotions under control. Major, he finally spoke, his voice tight. I'm not going to ask if I can count on you. You've shown, at least when it comes to Baranov, that you cannot be trusted. However, I am asking you to think about the millions of people that will be killed if you do not stop the strike team. I've already decided that's what I'm going to do, sir. For what it's worth. I sincerely hope so, Major. For all our sakes. But if you fail, or change your mind, understand this. I will personally call Baranov with a warning. That may result in the release of the nerve agent within Australia, but my hope is it will not facilitate the launch of nuclear weapons on Hawaii. There's still 1 goddamn million Americans here, Major. If I can't stop the death of Australia, I'm sure as hell going to roll the dice and hope to save the last remnants of our country. Do you understand? Yes, sir. I understand, I said, my voice weaker than normal from the dressing down I'd just received. Good luck, Major. Once again, Hawaii finds itself depending on you. Don't let us down. I'll do my best, sir. Now, stand by. You need to speak with Chief Simmons. With that, there was a click as he put me on hold. That was unpleasant, Rachel said, gently rubbing my arm. Deserved, I suppose, I said. I was still smarting, but not because I'd been yelled at. Hell, I'd been taken down a few pegs by some of the best the U.S. Army ever produced. First sergeants and command sergeant majors can chew us better than any flag officer ever thought possible. But it's one thing to take a verbal assault, it's entirely another when the person delivering it is precisely on target. What the Admiral had said, without actually using the words, was that the deaths of the SEAL team, Nitro, Goose, Monk and Bunny were on me. That if I'd simply followed orders, none of them would have been put in the situation in the first place. And he was right. I'd already had the same thought, many times, and was trying to deal with the guilt. Hi, sir, Jessica said from the phone. Hi, Chief. What have you got for me? Something you need to know about. We've found the dead man switch, and it's apparently on or in Baranov's body. We've also identified most, if not all, of the locations where nerve gas canisters are positioned throughout Australia. That's great news, Chief. I said, sitting up straighter and sharing an excited glance with Rachel. Not necessarily, sir, she said. Let me fill you in. I lit another cigarette, glanced at Dog who was asleep on his back, then focused my attention on the phone as if I could see Jessica. There is some sort of device constantly monitoring Baranov's vital signs, blood pressure and heart rate, and then transmitting them to all of the weapon stations. But there's more to it than that. They built in a safeguard to prevent anyone from spoofing the data. What do you mean? I asked. Faking the vitals. Killing him and hijacking the signal to prevent the triggering of the nerve agent release. How did they do that? Rachel asked with a frown. BP and heart rate are nothing unique to any individual. I suppose so, ma'am, Jessica said. I'm relying on the engineers and medical staff for this. But what I'm talking about is a data stream within the transmission that took us a while to figure out. In fact, we only did because Admiral Packard lost his daughter to brain cancer. Excuse me? I said, growing more confused as she talked. Sir, I was looking at the signal when the Admiral stopped by to check on my progress. He took one look at the data and recognized it as an EEG. He'd seen many of them performed on his daughter before she passed. Electroencephalogram, Rachel explained when I looked at her. Brain waves. I don't understand, I said. What's the purpose? Are brain waves unique to a person? No, Rachel said before Jessica could answer. They aren't, unless the individual has a specific type of ailment or injury. But even then, there shouldn't be anything there that can be used to positively identify someone. That's what the medical staff here at Pearl has said, too, Jessica said. They could be spoofed. So, what's the problem? I asked excitedly. Gin up some fake vital signs and brainwaves and let's kill the bastard. Or better yet, let the guys who are coming after him do the job for us and I'll sit back and watch the show. Not that simple, sir, Jessica said. Why not? You just said it can all be spoofed. Yes, sir. I did. But there's disagreement amongst the neurologists who have been consulted. It seems the Russians have been pursuing the goal of weaponizing neuroscience since the Cold War. There was literally an effort to develop a method to read the minds of highly placed American politicians and military leaders. So? I asked. The concern is they may have discovered or developed something we're unaware of. Specifically, a method to positively identify individuals using only their brainwaves. And, if you consider this, sir, why else would they go to the trouble of integrating an EEG into the dead man's switch? They know BP and heart rate can be easily faked. So, they added a third layer. Why do that if it doesn't provide a foolproof method of determining whether Baranov is actually alive? Then why do the vital signs at all? I asked, not sure I was buying into the theory. If the EEG is the key, why bother with the rest? No one has an answer for that, sir. But it doesn't change what we're dealing with. In that case, Chief, why are you telling me all of this? What good does it do? Because the Admiral wanted you to fully understand what you're dealing with. Not only is it necessary to keep Baranov alive, he must be protected from any sort of head trauma that could alter his EEG. The fear is that even a blow that rendered him unconscious could activate the failsafe. The cigarette in my hand had burned out, unsmoked. Crushing it out, I lit another and let my mind work on what I'd just learned. Chief, you said you've located all of the nerve agent canisters. Is there a reason we can't just go disable them, or even tell the Aussies and let them do it? The consensus among the engineers is that the devices are meshed to each other. Each one acts as a repeater for all the others, so there aren't any radio dead spots. But that also means they're likely monitoring for any that go offline. Tampering with or disabling one could trigger a release from the rest. Jesus Christ, I muttered. Neither Jessica nor Rachel had a response. Smoking some more, I mulled it all over again and reached the same conclusion the Admiral already had. The only way to stop this, in the time available, was to intercept the team that was targeting Baranov. Any more good news, Chief? I asked after a long pause. Sorry, sir. That's what I've got at the moment. Okay, then how about you tell me where Lucas Martin wound up after the firefight? I think I'm going to need help. 35. I pulled the rover to a stop at a red light, wincing at the shrill squeal from the brakes. It was well past midnight and the streets of Sydney were empty. Well, mostly empty. We'd passed a few cabs ferrying late-night workers or partiers to their homes, or possibly the next soiree. Delivery trucks were out and about, only a few so far, but that number would grow as sunrise drew closer. But cops were everywhere. In only a few miles, I'd seen 5 different marked police vehicles and 2 others that I was pretty sure were official. Things aren't any different in Australia than any place I'd ever been in the world. The men and women of law enforcement are one big family and they don't stop when one of their own goes down. It had only been a few hours since the shooting and their loss would still be a raw, open wound driving them to find everyone involved. Were they looking for me? Had one of the dead officers managed to broadcast a description of the people they had stopped before the Russians attacked? Or had they found the police car we'd used to flee the scene and checked its cameras? The latter was the most likely scenario in which they'd know who to look for. A big guy with a shaved head, a pretty woman with long hair, and a German shepherd. It wasn't hard to imagine that there wasn't a trio other than us, matching the description, that was wandering around Sydney. So, we'd had to do something, no matter how simplistic it might be. Behind me, Dog was stretched out on the floor and Rachel lay across the back seat. They were both concealed beneath a rough woolen blanket. No, they wouldn't remain hidden more than a second if the vehicle was searched, but at least they weren't obvious to a casual glance from the outside. Hopefully, we didn't encounter any roadblocks. Even the laziest cop would shine a bright light into the back seat and probably spot something that would pique his interest. Then they'd pull us out of the vehicle and really go through it. If our physical descriptions weren't enough to get us arrested, the pile of weapons I'd loaded into the cargo area would be. But they'd find the ones on my body and within easy reach long before the cash I'd brought along from the Athena safe house. Headlights in the side mirror caught my attention and I watched a vehicle approach. It came fast, braking to a smooth stop in the adjacent lane. I glanced over and nearly froze when I saw a pair of uniformed cops in a marked police sedan. I'd met the eyes of the one in the passenger seat and now had to force myself to remain calm and not immediately look away like a man with something to hide. I was wearing a greasy ball cap that had come from the Rover's back and hoped that was enough to disguise my shaved head. Probably not, but maybe the eye patch I'd put on would help. I hadn't been wearing it during the interaction with the two dead cops, nor while escaping in their car, so just maybe it would be enough of a change in appearance to distract an observer. Both of the cops were studying me intently. I gave it a couple of seconds, then nodded a greeting and casually turned to face front again. The light was still red and I squeezed the wheel tightly in frustration. From the side, I could feel the weight of the stares from the pair of officers, but wasn't going to look in their direction again. After an eternity, the light cycled to green and I gently accelerated. Flicking my eye to the side, I could see the cruiser wait for me to move forward, then change lanes to slip in behind. Fuck me. Had I done something to alert them? But if that was the case, why hadn't they jumped out at the light, pointed their guns at me and ordered me to get out of the Rover? Was it that they weren't sure? But what the hell did that matter? Two of theirs were dead. They weren't going to be terribly concerned about having a reason to pull anyone over and question them. So, what were they waiting for? Back up? By now, my eye was spending as much time focused on the mirror as on the road ahead. I expected the blue and red roof lights to come on any second and sweat had popped out on my forehead, quickly soaking the hat's band. My heart was racing and adrenaline was pumping as my body prepared to fight. I couldn't stop the biological reaction, but had already made the decision that I wasn't going to fight the cops. My war was with the Russians. The police kept following, maintaining a steady distance from the Rover's back bumper. Not too close, but close enough that their headlights brightened the interior of my vehicle. "What's with the light?" Rachel called from the back seat, startling me slightly. "Cops," I said. "Are we in trouble?" "Don't think so," I lied. "They got a look at me at the last stoplight. Maybe they're just going in the same direction." She didn't respond and I focused my attention on driving and keeping a close watch on what the police were doing behind me. The iPhone from the safe house spoke, telling me to make a right turn in half a kilometer. I could see the intersection ahead. It was controlled by another traffic signal that was green at the moment. Glancing in the direction I was supposed to turn, I could see a hulking building a couple of blocks away that was well lit with a helicopter sitting on a landing pad on the roof. It was the hospital where Lucas had been taken. Now came decision time. Did I make the turn and drag the cops along to my destination? Did it matter? Yes, it did. If they hadn't pulled me over by now, I didn't think they were going to. But what if they saw where I was heading and decided to circle back around, catching either me or Rachel on foot? Letting out a deep breath, I made myself stop overanalyzing the situation. Turning on the blinker, I moved into the right lane and let off the gas. To my dismay, the cop moved with me, slowing to maintain some distance. The light ahead was still green, and as I drew closer, I spotted another marked car sitting at the red on the street I was about to turn onto. My stomach clenched. This was it. The guy behind had been waiting for backup, now here it was. They were waiting for me to draw closer, then the vehicle ahead would surge into my path. While he did this, the one behind would block me so I couldn't back up and escape, then I'd be surrounded by screaming cops with their weapons drawn. "We're about to have a problem," I said to Rachel. "Keep control of dog. They'll kill him if he's aggressive." "What's happening?" Rachel asked, fear in her voice. I glanced in the mirror and saw the blanket that covered her start to shift. "Stay down," I barked. A second later, the light at the intersection changed. Briefly, I considered running. All I had to do was floor the gas and blast through, even if I did bounce a bumper off the car on the cross street. But the Rover was severely underpowered and top-heavy. It might be great for crawling across rough terrain in the outback, but on a paved street it was all but useless against the nimble sedans the police were driving. Taking a breath, I let it out slowly and stepped on the brakes, coming to a squealing but gentle stop at the light. The cop was still directly behind me, idling a few feet behind the rear bumper. My body wanted to fight, was ready, but I pushed down the impulse and stared at the vehicle ahead. Any instant, the roof lights were going to begin flashing and the car would scream across the intersection to cut me off. 2 seconds later, the signal had completed its cycle to display a green for the cross street, and I tensed as the cop began to move. At first, I couldn't figure out what was happening. Accelerating slowly, the vehicle entered the intersection, then continued in a straight line. I couldn't help but stare in surprise at its taillights. Glancing in the mirror, I could see the first cop car still behind me, then I turned to make sure the second one was still departing the immediate area. Watching it dwindle into the distance, I was startled when a horn beeped. Looking up, I saw I had a green light again. Sticking my arm out the open window, I waved an apology and made the turn, the cop staying right behind. Immediately, I began seeing signs that directed visitors to different parking lots for various areas of the hospital. Directly ahead, at the end of the second block, was a brightly lit entrance for the emergency department. Not room, like in America, and I wondered why I even have these kinds of absolutely irrelevant thoughts at the worst possible times. A large sign pointed the way to the ED, another to outpatient surgery, and a third to visitor parking. Slowing, I turned on the blinker and wheeled into the large, mostly empty lot. I breathed a huge sigh of relief when the cop car didn't follow. The driver went straight for another block, then turned into the sweeping ramp that ran to an ambulance bay. Driving to a point where the Rover wasn't visible from where they stopped, I pulled into a lined-off space and shut down the engine. "We're okay," I said a moment later, turning to look into the back seat. "What the hell was that all about?" Rachel asked after she pulled the blanket off her face. Dog took the cue and scrambled around, finally slithering out from under cover and sticking his head over the seat for petting. I spent a couple of minutes telling Rachel about the last few minutes of the drive, then opened the door and stepped out into the night. 36. Igor and Strickland ran hard. Reaching the road with the faint snowmobile tracks, they paused long enough to satisfy themselves the vehicle had been going south. Staying off the track and in the shelter of the trees in case the hind returned, they settled into long, loping strides. Igor may have been a decade older than the seal, but he set a grueling pace that required the American to stay focused or fall behind. Nearly an hour later, they came to a stop on a low ridge that overlooked a tiny village. It had been at least half an hour since they'd heard any sounds of pursuit, but neither man was willing to bet that the guards had given up. They'd shown too much determination. This couldn't be personal for them, which meant they were being pushed by higher-ups to capture or kill Shevchenko. No one wanted to tell Baranov that he'd allowed the escape of the man who had plotted to kill him. The village ahead was dark. No more than 25 low shacks huddled on the banks of the Angara River. Smoke from wood stoves hung low to the ground, creating an almost mystical atmosphere. Beyond, deep snow covered the frozen waterway, creating a stark white ribbon that wound through the slightly darker terrain. Sheltered at the edge of the forest, Igor waited patiently as Strickland lowered his night vision goggles and surveyed the town. He took his time before letting out a long sigh. "Tracks pass through and keep going," he finally said. "Can't tell if it stopped, or if anyone got off. Too far away, . Igor nodded and without a word, stepped into the open and led the way down the gentle slope. He wasn't happy about having to leave the cover of the forest. The tracks they were making would draw the guards directly into the small, peasant village, bringing them trouble they didn't need. He felt for the residents, knowing their plight was one of nothing but a constant struggle to survive. They would have none of the conveniences of the modern world, not even electricity, running water, or indoor plumbing. Their subsistence was derived from the meager crops they could grow in the short summers and whatever meat the hunters could bring home from the forest. They really lived no differently than their grandparents and great-grandparents had. Hurrying along the tracks, they slowed as they entered the confines of the village. Here, the snow had been trampled, exposing the frozen ground beneath. The entire area was a confusion of footprints, the snowmobile tracks frequently vanishing when the machine traversed an area that was nothing more than bare tundra. They walked the width of the town, then paused, looking at the continuation of the marks in virgin snow before turning back and staring at the path they'd just taken. "Can't tell if they got off," Strickland mumbled. Igor shook his head, agreeing. "Do we go house to house?" the seal asked. "Yet," Igor said after a moment. "'Cause much trouble, . "Then what, Ivan? Your girl and the target could be in any one of those goddamn shacks. You got a better idea how to find them?" Igor looked at his companion, then slowly walked back toward the center of the village. As he moved, he dragged his feet, deliberately making noise. From within one of the larger huts, a dog began barking as they passed. A moment later, more barking sounded from all around them. "What the fuck are you doing?" Strickland hissed. "Keep rifle down," Igor said, coming to a stop and turning a slow circle. Within a few seconds, several doors opened and dark figures stepped into the night. Strickland turned so his back was to Igor, but did as instructed and kept his weapon pointed at the ground. Each of the men who emerged from the shacks held a rifle. But these weren't modern, by any stretch of the imagination. In the faint moonlight reflecting off the patches of snow, Igor recognized a Mosin Nagant that was based off a design from the late 19th century. It had most likely seen action in the Great Patriotic War, or World War II as the Americans called it. All the other weapons were at least a generation older, but that didn't mean they couldn't kill just as quickly as the ones the two men carried. "What do you want?" the old man who carried the battle rifle asked suspiciously in Russian. "Only information, grandfather," Igor said, respectfully. "We are searching for lost comrades. A woman and her uncle. Perhaps you have seen them?" The old man moved closer, peering at Igor's face. The others had formed a large perimeter and were content to stay back, their rifles held close to their bodies in both hands. "We have seen no one," he barked. "Now, be on your way." "She is my woman," Igor said, not put off by the command to leave. "I know they were picked up by someone with a snowmobile. The tracks pass through this village." He pointed at a small patch of ground where the marks from the two leading skis and the track drive were visible. The old man didn't bother looking down. "Those are old tracks, frozen in the ice. No one has passed through here, other than you. Now go. I shall not warn you again." As he spoke, the man's eyes flicked briefly to the side before returning to bore into Igor. It would have been easy to miss and had been a reflex that the speaker was probably unaware of, but Igor saw it and understood the meaning. "They hear," Igor mumbled to Strickland in English. "He tell you that?" "No." As he'd been speaking, the seal had been busy cataloging each man within a 180-degree radius of where he stood. Fixing their positions in his mind, he visualized the movements necessary to raise his weapon and kill each of them. Igor had done the same for his half of the circle. "Fight or leave?" Strickland asked. Igor paused, then nodded at the old man. "We are leaving." "I am sorry to have disturbed you," he said, switching back to Russian. Taking a step back, he bumped the American with his arm. Slowly, they began moving to the south. The old man watched them for a moment, then raised his hand and flapped it in the air. The men to Strickland's front moved to the side, clearing a narrow path for them. All the men watched them closely as they exited the village. Once they were clear, Igor gestured at the edge of the forest and followed Strickland until they could no longer be seen. "What the fuck, Ivan?" "They there," Igor said. "See in his eyes." "What the hell are they doing with them?" Igor shrugged and pointed at the night vision goggles resting on top of Strickland's head. "Keep look," he said. "Watch." "Keep watch, not look, Ivan," the SEAL said as he lowered the goggles. Igor shook his head before melting into the darkness. 37. It was a warm night, the black asphalt radiating the last of the previous day's heat. Well-spaced light poles provided illumination, but just enough to see objects. It certainly wasn't bright. I lit a cigarette and turned a slow circle, surveying the surroundings before opening the rear door for Rachel. Dog tried to jump down ahead of her, staying put when I told him to, but giving me a hurt look that he wasn't being included. Remembering the video of our deaths, I took a moment to lean in and ruffle his ears before closing the door in his face. "You sure this is a good idea?" Rachel snagged the cigarette out of my hand and turned to look at the hospital. Standing next to her, I put my arm around her shoulders, her wet hair cool against my skin. We'd needed to be out in public and hadn't had a chance to clean up since the night before we left Lucas's compound. If we strolled in, streaked with sweat and grime and stinking of burnt gunpowder, we probably wouldn't make it very far. So, we'd taken the time to shower and dress in clean clothes at the safe house. Not much choice. Too many to go against alone. "I need Lucas." Rachel nodded and handed the cigarette back. "Let's go," I said a moment later, grinding the butt out on the asphalt. Walking across the dimly lit expanse of pavement, I removed the eye patch and stuck it in my pocket before making sure the weapons on my body were hidden, but readily accessible. I only had a pistol and knife, but didn't really expect to run into any trouble. I wasn't going to get into a firefight with the medical staff or the police, so there probably wasn't even a need to be armed. But the days when I was willing to be without a gun were long behind me. The main entrance was closed, a large sign directing visitors to the emergency department. Rachel had warned me to expect this at this time of night and I wasn't concerned. Turning onto a sidewalk that was bordered by neatly trimmed shrubbery, I intentionally walked faster than her, opening room between us. We didn't want to walk in together. Approaching the glass doors that fronted the ambulance bay, I noted the parked police car that had followed us. The driver was alone, head bent as he typed on a data terminal mounted between the seats. Paperwork, or maybe emailing his girlfriend. It didn't matter and he didn't look up as I passed without changing my pace. The double glass doors slid open as I drew close and I stepped through, immediately assaulted by the myriad of smells common to emergency medicine everywhere. The acrid stink of sweat from people who are afraid and in pain. The cloying stench of unwashed bodies and old tobacco smoke. The sickly sweet aroma of vomit and underlying it all, the sharp tang of disinfectant that could never completely eliminate the other odors. To my right was a vast waiting area, molded plastic chairs kept in neat rows by being bolted to chromed steel frames. About a third of the seats were occupied by people waiting to be seen. Some of them had injuries, others showing no obvious reason for their presence. None of them even glanced in my direction. Directly ahead was a large, circular desk with two women wearing pale green scrubs seated behind it. A large sign hung from the ceiling over their heads declaring they were triage nurses. Both were busy with patients and neither looked up as I strolled past. Beyond, a solid-looking pair of wooden doors was set in the wall. To the side, a large button that would activate rams to push the doors open. Still moving like I belonged, I walked up to the door on the right and, ignoring the automatic opener, grasped the handle and pulled. It moved fast and I came to an abrupt stop, face to face with a uniformed police officer. He had to be the other guy from the cruiser parked outside and had pushed on the door to exit as I'd pulled. For a heartbeat, we stared at each other. I saw in his eyes when he recognized me, remembering my face from the stoplight where we'd sat next to each other. He squinted, probably trying to reconcile my features without the eye patch. "Sorry, mate," I said, using the Aussie accent I'd worked on so hard earlier in the day. With what I hoped was a disarming grin, I stepped back, holding the door so he could pass through. Only he didn't. He stayed right where he was, looking at me curiously. "Do I know you, sir?" he asked, the curious expression changing to a frown. "Don't think so, officer," I said. "What's your business here?" he asked, eyes pointedly looking at my street clothes before flicking toward the triage station behind me. "He's with me, officer," Rachel said as she appeared next to me and looked up at my face. "Get lost again, honey?" "And who are you, miss?" the cop asked, giving Rachel's clothes the same scrutiny he had mine. While his eyes were on her, I glanced over his shoulder. A long, empty hallway running past a nurse's station that was unoccupied at the moment. There was no one visible, though I could hear muted conversations from behind curtained exam areas. "I'm Dr. Bailey. I just started here and my husband is always getting turned around." The cop didn't move for a beat, then his eyes flicked back and forth between us. Maybe he was buying Rachel's story, but I didn't like it when he glanced at each of our faces and the frown on his deepened. This had to end now, before we drew more attention or the cop outside walked in and saw his partner talking to us. "Is there a problem, mate?" I asked, still smiling. As I spoke, I raised my hand in a questioning gesture. He should have watched my hands, but he was still peering at our faces. Without any further warning, I struck, driving my fist directly into his solar plexus. It was a short, powerful punch, and unless someone had been looking directly at us, they wouldn't have noticed. I went with the momentum, shoving him back into the empty passage. The blow had paralyzed his diaphragm. If you haven't trained for this and experienced it, it's terrifying as hell. You can't move air in or out and you feel like your body has shut down. Other than being unable to breathe for several seconds, it causes no damage. But the attack is effective because people freeze when their lungs stop working. Moving quickly, I cleared the doors and wrapped him up from behind, one arm around his throat as I ripped his weapon free of its holster. Rachel followed, glancing behind as the door side closed and I shoved the pistol at her. She took it from my hand, then I had to apply more leverage as the cop began to struggle. Rachel stepped close, pressed the muzzle of his gun against his chest with one hand as she held a raised index finger in front of pursed lips in a shushing gesture. The cop stopped resisting other than pulling on my arm, which was tightly constricting his neck and cutting off his air. Rachel reached out with her free hand and flicked open the edge of a curtain. She glanced in, then pulled it aside and tilted her head toward the opening. I moved backwards, bringing the cop with me, Rachel following and closing the drape. "I'm going to let you take a breath," I muttered into the man's ear. "Make a sound and I'll snap your neck. Understand?" He stopped tugging on my arm and after a beat, tapped it with both hands. Carefully, I relaxed the pressure and he gasped before taking a deep, ragged breath. I didn't feel good about what I was doing, but there wasn't another option. Holding tightly to the smaller man, I cut my eye around the room and spotted a gray metal cabinet with a glass front. Several vials were visible on a pair of interior shelves. Glancing back at Rachel, I flicked my eye toward the drugs when she looked at me. Nodding once, she stepped back and opened the door. When the cop saw what she was doing, he began struggling again. Suddenly kicking out, he came within a hair's breadth of knocking the pistol out of Rachel's hand and renewed his efforts to break my hold. He tried dropping to tear free as he clawed at my arm, but I'd been ready for the move from the moment I'd grabbed him. Clamping down tightly, I rode him down to the shiny floor, pinning him under my much greater body weight. He kept fighting, black uniform shoes drumming on the tile and leaving dark marks with each contact. Getting a knee beneath him, he levered up, trying to slam me back against the metal railing on the exam table as he threw elbows into my ribs. I twisted, pulling him around and pinning one of his arms when he flailed behind his head in an attempt to claw my eyes. We wound up with me on my back in the middle of the floor, the now wildly struggling cop on top. He tried to spin in my grip so we would be facing each other. He was panicked, fighting for his life, and was beginning to turn. I was in a bad spot. Despite what he thought, I had no intent nor desire to kill him. That kept me from doing several things that would have ended the struggle, but unfortunately, they would have all been permanent. He was still kicking, heels of his hard shoes finding my shins more often than not. It hurt like hell, but I couldn't let go. If I did, the only way I'd gain control again would be to seriously injure him. But it was rapidly approaching that point and I was trying to decide the best way to handle this when Rachel threw herself across the cop's legs. She grabbed his free arm, struggling until finally pinning it against her body. A large syringe was in her hand and I gripped the man tighter as she leaned her weight onto the arm she'd captured. It took her 3 tries, but she managed to stab the needle into his arm and press the plunger. Removing it, she tossed it aside and wrapped him up. We held him like that for a minute, then his struggles began to weaken. I took a chance and eased the pressure on his throat until I heard him draw a deep breath. Prepared to immediately clamp back down, I paused when he stopped fighting. Then his body relaxed. I could feel his chest moving as he breathed and after a few more seconds, Rachel released him and climbed to her feet. Bending, she checked his pulse and held a hand in front of his mouth to feel his breath. Raising his eyelids, she looked closely, then straightened and nodded at me. Extricating myself from beneath the limp body, I took a few deep breaths before squatting and gathering him up. With Rachel's help, I put him on the gurney and pulled a white sheet up to his neck. "What the fuck did you give him?" I asked quietly, breathing hard. "Ketamine," she answered, also huffing slightly. "He'll be out for a few hours." "Won't take that long for his partner to come looking," I said. "We've gotta move." I took a second to remove the unconscious man's badge from his shirt and slip it into my pocket. You never know when something official looking will come in handy. 38. After a quick peek around the edge of the curtain, Rachel and I stepped out and hurried past the nurse's desk. A corridor ran to the right, lined with more privacy curtains. Somewhere in that direction, a man was screaming in pain. Whatever was wrong with him was bad enough to have apparently pulled in all the staff and we disappeared deeper into the hospital without being seen. Once we moved beyond the brightly lit emergency department, we entered a long, dim hallway. The overhead was lined with banks of fluorescent tubes, but only about a quarter of them were currently lit. This created pools of light with long stretches of near darkness between. Made sense, as there was no reason for the hospital to waste power when no one other than a few staff members were walking around. Still, it made for a creepy environment, especially when you've been fighting infected for months. It wasn't long before Rachel pointed at an unmarked door with a large basket of dirty scrubs parked beside it. There was also a bright yellow commercial mop bucket and a small cart with cleaning supplies that had been used to prop the door open. Through the gap, I could see a row of metal lockers with a long, wooden bench running the length of the room. Leaning forward, Rachel poked her head through the gap and looked around. "Empty," she said. "I'll be right back." She pushed in, moving fast as I turned to check both directions of the hall. No one was in sight, which was just fine with me. The less people we ran into who might ask questions, the better. I knew I'd gotten lucky with the cop, catching him unprepared for a sudden attack, but I couldn't count on being that fortunate 2 times in a row. If he'd been half a second faster, he might have been able to deflect the blow, backpedal and draw his weapon. "Ready." I turned, pausing in surprise when I saw Rachel. She'd changed into a pair of blue scrubs and had even found a white lab coat to wear. A stethoscope was slung casually around her neck and her hair was up in a tight ponytail. Something that looked like a metal-covered patient chart was in her hand. "Third floor, Pod B, room 2, I said. Jessica had broken into the hospital's computer system while I was on the phone with her and had identified the specific room Lucas was in. It had taken less time to actually hack in than it had to find him in the records. He had been checked in as John Doe, and I hoped that meant he wasn't providing a real name rather than he was too injured to speak. But according to Baring, he had only been grazed by a bullet. If that was the case, why the hell was he in the hospital? Finding the elevator and making it to the third floor was easy. Finding Pod B, on the other hand, was an adventure in frustration. We followed the signs that were posted prominently on the walls and wound up back where we'd started after making a big circle. Either I can't follow directions, or there was an Aussie that had a twisted sense of humor. Setting off a second time, we ignored the sign that would have started us back on the loop, instead continuing straight. At the next intersection, we were rewarded with a sign that pointed straight ahead. An older, dark-skinned man was operating a floor buffer, looking up and staring as we approached. I'd never met one of Australia's Aborigines before and was surprised when he not only stared, but gaped as we drew closer. "What the hell?" Rachel mumbled under her breath. Before I could answer, the old man shut off the machine, turned and waddled away from us as fast as he could on arthritic legs. Rachel and I paused in bewilderment, exchanging a quick glance. I looked down at my clothes, making sure there wasn't any blood from the wrestling match with the cop, but saw nothing. Checking my weapons, they were still out of sight. "What the hell?" "Let's go," I said, dismissing the odd behavior. We continued down the hall, made a sharp left and found ourselves in front of a pair of closed doors with a large B painted across them. "You good?" I asked Rachel. We'd spent a few minutes working on a script for her if one of the nurses questioned our presence. It was simple and believable, which is the best way to go when you're trying to bluff your way into somewhere you don't belong. Rachel nodded and I pulled the door open, holding it for her to enter ahead of me. Immediately to our left was the nurse's station. The area was aptly called a pod as it was shaped like a three-quarter circle around where the staff worked so that without even having to stand, they could see all the patient room doors. Two young women wearing green scrubs were seated behind the curving desk. A small radio was playing hip-hop music and both had their feet up as they chatted. The door was nearly silent and they couldn't hear us enter over the radio. Rachel moved to the counter and slapped the chart she carried onto its surface, the sharp noise seemingly as loud as a gunshot. The two women snapped their heads around in surprise and leapt to their feet. "I'm sorry, doctor," the shorter of the two said after eyeing Rachel's scrubs and coat. "We didn't hear you come in, Dot." "I need the chart for John Doe in room 2, she said with a dismissive air about her. I came to stand behind Rachel, playing my role. "I'm sorry, doctor," the young nurse said hesitantly. "I don't recognize you. May I have your name?" Rachel sighed dramatically and glared at the woman. "I'm Dr. Bailey and I'm from the ADF. You were notified I was coming to examine the patient that was brought in this evening." The two nurses traded glances, neither of them quite sure if they should follow the rules, or comply with the doctor standing in front of them. "I'm sorry, doctor. I didn't." "I don't really care if you did or not," Rachel said. "I have a job to do, and I've got a surgery in 3 hours. I don't have time for incompetence. Now, hand me the chart, Dot." The nurse was nervous and unsure, but didn't seem ready to cave. "My turn." I stepped next to Rachel and gave the young woman my best smile. Holding up the cop's badge, I let them catch a brief glimpse before tucking it away and turning on the Aussie accent. "Major Lucas Martin, miss. I'm with the Australian Defence Force and it's a matter of national security that Dr. Bailey examines the patient. You see, we think he's involved with well, I can't say anything else about that. I'm supposed to interrogate him and I'm sure that you, being a professional, are well aware of the Duncan Act. It's a pain in the arse, but I can't question the bloody bastard until the doctor here clears him medically. And, you know what? I was there when the call was made. Heard my commander speaking to a nurse. You probably came on shift sometime around midnight. Am I right? A little before that, she said, nodding. See? There's the problem. The last shift didn't tell you. Not your fault you don't know anything about this. And I'll bet it happens all the time, too. You have no idea, the other nurse chimed in, rolling her eyes and nodding. I smiled at her and turned back to the one who seemed to be in charge. So, how about it? Can you help us out so I don't have to start waking people up? You know the other shift is gonna say they told you and it's your fault for not paying attention. The two women stared at me for a beat, then the shorter nurse spun, snatched a chart out of a rolling rack and handed it to me. Thank you, I said, still smiling. She nodded and looked at Rachel. I'm sorry, doctor, she said. The evening shift really didn't tell us you were coming. Rachel waved a hand in the air as if it didn't matter, flipped the chart open and walked away in the direction of room 2. I gave the two nurses a wink and followed her around the curve. What the hell's the Duncan act? Rachel mumbled, eyes on the chart in case we were being watched. Beats the hell out of me, I said. But it sounded good, didn't it? We reached Lucas's room and she pushed in. I followed, softly closing the door behind me. Lucas, wearing only a hospital gown, lay in a bed looking at us. Both wrists were manacled to the bed's metal frame and N4 was hooked to his left arm. A thick swaddling of bandages was on the side of his head and purple bruising was visible around both eyes. About fucking time, he growled. Bite me, I said, stepping around Rachel and unlocking both sets of cuffs with a key I'd taken from the safe house. Up your arse, you damn bloody yank, he said, rubbing his wrists when the steel bracelets fell away. Love you too, sweetie, I said with a grin. Rachel went around the bed and checked the 4, closing it off and removing it from his arm. Saline drip, she said when she saw my questioning look. Lucas, how are you feeling? Got a damn bloody headache to beat the band, but otherwise I'm okay. Why were you cuffed? I asked. He swung around to sit on the edge of the bed and looked up at me. Those bastards were Russians, he said. The PM's office got wind of what happened and sent some preening asshole over with a couple of cops. Told me I was going to be charged in the morning, soon as the docs released me. Cuffed you and didn't leave a man on the door? I asked. What are you talking about? There's a bloke out there. You didn't see him? I shook my head as my heart rate shot up. Not another fucking cop to deal with. Get dressed. I hissed, turning to the door. I'd already seen his clothes in a plastic bag sitting on a chair on the far side of the cramped room. While he stood, I cracked the door open and peeked into the hall. No guard and not even a chair. Stepping through, I walked to the nurse's station and was greeted with a warm smile. The cop that was here to watch him, I said, hooking my thumb at Lucas's room. Where is he? Oh, him, the taller one said. He left not too long ago. Got a phone call, then said goodnight. That's all he said? I asked with a sinking feeling. That's it, she confirmed, shrugging. Thanking her, I hurried back into the room. Lucas was buttoning his shirt, which had a large blood stain, and still had to put his boots on. Move your ass, I said. Something's not right. We need to get out of here. 39. Lucas finished dressing quickly as I bent and unlocked the handcuffs from the bed. I tossed him a set that he slipped into his pocket before turning around and holding his arms behind his back. I slapped the second pair on his wrists, making sure the keyhole was pointing down and only clicking to the first position so they were very loose. Pressing the key into his hand, I grabbed him by the upper arm and nodded at Rachel who was waiting at the door. She pulled it open and strode purposefully out of the room. I waited a couple of seconds, then emerged with Lucas in tow, appearing to be in my custody. Rachel was at the counter, speaking with the two nurses who both looked up in surprise when I emerged with their patient. I ignored them and headed directly for the exit. "Major," the shorter one called. "He's not been discharged. You can't take him." "Government business," I said without turning my head. I moved fast, seemingly dragging Lucas along, but he was staying right with me. The nurse protested again, but we had already reached the doors and I pushed through without pausing. As we headed down the empty hall, I expected to hear her voice from behind, but either she decided it wasn't her business or Rachel managed to dissuade her from coming after us. Turning into the corridor that would take us to the elevator, I saw the old Aborigine man back at work with the buffer. He looked up, saw me and held his hands out in some sort of sign before fleeing as fast as he could. There was a clink of steel, Lucas removing the cuffs, and I released his arm as we continued down the hall. A few moments later, I glanced over my shoulder at the sound of running feet. It was Rachel, hurrying to catch up. "What the hell was with the ABO?" Lucas asked. "The what?" "Aboriginal." "Sorry. Not supposed to say ABO these days." "Beats the hell out of me," I said. When we came in, he acted like he'd seen a ghost or something. "That's what that was," Lucas said. "The sign he made. Supposed to ward off spirits of the dead." Rachel and I looked at each other and very nearly came to a stop. "What?" Lucas asked when he noticed our exchange. "Long story," I said. "Let's get out of here, first." "Here." I reached behind my back and pulled an extra pistol out of my waistband and handed it to Lucas. He checked for a round in the chamber, dropped the magazine to make sure it was fully loaded, then shoved it in his pants and adjusted his bloody shirt to hide it. We reached the elevator bank and I pushed the down arrow. It wasn't more than a few seconds before one of the cars dinged to announce its arrival. Lucas and I moved to stand shoulder to shoulder, facing the car. Rachel was behind us. The doors started to slide open and I leaned forward, ready to hustle inside. I wanted away from the hospital before the cop we'd left in the emergency department was found. As the doors opened, I paused in surprise. I'd expected the car to be empty this time of night, but 4 men were standing there, waiting to exit. For a beat, we all stared at each other. In that instant, I categorized them as either police or military. All were extremely fit with neatly cropped hair and smooth shaves. Hands were empty and not in any pocket. They held themselves tighter than normal civilians, bodies ready to respond instantly to any threat. While I was evaluating them, they were doing the same to us. The one in front, to my right, was a few years older and had the hard, flat stare of someone who's seen a lot of shit. His eyes shifted between me and Lucas, then beyond to check Rachel. They widened ever so slightly in recognition, then he went into motion and barked a single word. In Russian. Lucas and I both responded instantly. He lunged to the side, tearing the pistol out of his waistband as I spun and yanked Rachel with me in the other direction. As we moved, I pulled my weapon, shoved her clear and turned to the open elevator doors as Lucas began shooting. I joined him an instant later, both of us understanding the situation. We had a numerically superior force that was here to do us harm. But, for the moment, we had then boxed into a confined space. Our best course of action was to pump as many bullets into the car's interior in as short a span of time as possible. And that's what we did, but it didn't prevent the men inside from returning fire. The crash of all the weapons was shockingly loud, immediately deafening us as the sound bounced off all the hard surfaces. I pulled the trigger as fast as I could, leaning to the side in hopes of finding a target. Stepping in front of the open doors to aim would be suicide. When my pistol slide locked open on an empty chamber, Rachel was ready and snatched it away, slapping the cop's weapon into my hand. I continued firing, but Lucas had run dry. Bullets were coming out of the car at all angles, slamming into the opposite wall and sometimes passing too close for comfort. I felt Rachel's hand on my back pocket, then heard her shout Lucas's name. He looked at her in time to snatch a loaded spare magazine out of the air, and a second later was back in the fight. We kept pumping out rounds, but I didn't think we were doing anything other than keeping them bottled up. I'd yet to see anything to target. This was confirmed when one of the Russians suddenly threw himself through the doors and across the hall. He came low and fast, firing his weapon in Lucas's direction. Before I could react, there were 3 fast shots from behind me, where Rachel stood, and he flipped over and lay still. Expecting another rush, I waved at Lucas and both of us took a step back. There was another shot from Rachel, this one taking off most of the Russian's face. The bastard must have been wearing body armor for her first 3 shots to not have taken him out of the fight. Instead of another runner trying to attack us, the elevator doors started sliding closed. On impulse, I reached for the call button to keep them open, stopping myself at the last instant. I only had 1 more magazine and I'd just seen Lucas run dry again. My gun couldn't have more than a couple of rounds left and Rachel had fired 4 times. At best, we had 25 or 26 bullets between the 3 of us, and we'd already fired off more than that in less than 10 seconds. If the Russians were pulling back, then that's exactly what we needed to do. Besides, after the noisy firefight, half the Sydney Police Department was probably on the way. Stairs! I shouted after looking around and spotting a sign. I passed the last full magazine to Lucas and led the way. I shouldn't have crashed through the door in case there were more Russians in the stairwell, but I didn't think we had a moment to spare. At least in America, the police are very quick to respond when a hospital calls for help. I didn't see any reason to think it would be any different in Australia. Fortunately, the stairwell was empty when the steel fire door slammed into the concrete wall. Running down the first half-flight, I nearly tripped and fell. Cursing vehemently, I forced myself to slow slightly. With only one working eye, my depth perception was gone. I knew this, but in the heat of battle had ignored the deficit. We made the turn and pounded down to the 2nd floor, flashing past the door. Making the final turn, I nearly shot a hospital employee who was standing in the 1st floor landing, gawking at us. He was wearing scrubs and had a smoldering cigarette in one of the hands he raised when I pointed my weapon at him. I shoved him aside and reached for the door, pausing when Lucas shouted. I turned, expecting a problem, but he grabbed the man and pulled him to stand next to the metal handrail. He fished the manacles out of his back pocket, securing the frightened man to the railing. "Someone will be along and find you, mate," he said, patting the man's face. Pistol tight in my hand, I cracked the door open an inch and looked through. We had come out near the elevator bank and there was a long hallway to our left that led to the emergency department. I didn't want to go that way. Every cop that responded would know the hospital locked down every other entrance at night, so they'd just come in through the ambulance bay. And, once inside, straight down the hall to the elevators or, if they were smart, the stairs. The hall was empty, but it wouldn't stay that way for long. Pulling the door open, I went through with my pistol up, covering the elevator doors. Rachel and Lucas followed. I had moved us in the direction of the emergency department while the man shackled in the stairs could see us, but reversed direction as soon as the door closed. It wouldn't be long before someone found him and I didn't want him telling them we'd headed deeper into the hospital. Hurrying forward, I shoved the pistol into my waistband beneath my shirt, but kept my hand on the butt. There was a good chance we'd run into an employee and we were memorable enough without having them freak out at the sight of a weapon. Glancing back, I saw Lucas's blood-stained shirt and moved us into a shallow alcove that held portraits of people who were big donors to the hospital. "Give him your shirt," I said to Rachel. She looked at me in confusion for a beat, then glanced at Lucas and nodded. Without hesitation, she shrugged out of the lab coat while he removed his shirt. Rachel peeled the scrub top over her head, seemingly unconcerned over baring her breasts. I was keeping watch and it's not like I hadn't seen them before. Lucas, a perfect gentleman, kept his eyes averted. "Tell Ziggy about this and I'll kick your ass," he said, pulling the shirt over his head. It's a good thing scrubs are intentionally made several sizes too large. What had been a sack on Rachel was stretched to bursting by Lucas's shoulders and chest. But it was still better than walking around looking like the survivor of a zombie attack. Rachel pulled the coat on and buttoned it up as far as it would go. While it may have been obvious to someone who knew she wasn't wearing a shirt, it was good enough for now. As we stood there, two nurses came around a corner, chatting brightly with paper cups of coffee in their hands. They glanced at us, smiled and kept going. So far, so good. 40. Strickland watched through the night vision as Igor circled to the far side of the village. He was impressed with how well the big Spetsnaz soldier moved, but kept his rifle up to provide fire support if any of the townspeople spotted him. The wind had dropped and with it, the steady sighing of the pine boughs in the forest. He absently noted the temperature had plummeted. The thick blanket of snow muted sounds, creating a hushed environment in perfect conditions for noises to be carried long distances. He noted the very distant bark of a dog without taking his attention off the dark village below. They were still being pursued. But there was time. He was willing to bet the baying he'd just heard was well over 2 miles away. In these conditions, on foot, it would take the guards nearly 45 minutes to reach their position. They had time, as long as the hind didn't return. It was only a guess, but it probably hadn't come back because the spot was being repaired. Obviously lacking any advanced night imaging equipment, the gunship was useless as a search platform without the light. How long did they have? There was no way to know. He had no idea where the helo was based or if they would even have a replacement light available. But that was all going to be a moot point in a few hours when the sun came up. Glancing at the sky, he saw that what had been dense cloud cover was quickly breaking up. Huge rents had opened, revealing a black sky dotted with millions of twinkling stars. The ground was going to be brilliantly lit by the sun come morning, and he suspected the hind would be back on the job. If they weren't captured or killed before morning. Dismissing his musings, he focused on Igor's dark form as he moved to the back wall of one of the largest huts. Igor stopped behind the shack the old man had glanced at when they were talking. It may have been the largest structure in the tiny village, but it couldn't have been more than 2 cramped rooms. The walls were rough-hewn wood, taken from the surrounding forests, and after several minutes of careful listening he couldn't hear any sounds from the interior. This didn't surprise him. The home had been built for the climate, which meant as much material as possible between the occupants and the long, bitter winter. It wasn't uncommon for people to double up the thickness of the exterior walls, filling the narrow space between with soil to add a layer of protection from the elements. Inside, every surface would probably be covered with blankets or animal pelts, or a mix of both, to help hold the heat generated by a small, wood-burning stove. There were no windows and only a single door on the far side of the structure. The roof was low to reduce the volume of indoor space that had to be heated. Slowly Igor stood and, after scanning the surrounding area, worked his coat open and reached inside for a rough scarf. After slinging his rifle down his back, he reached up and grasped an eave. Slowly, he pulled himself onto the snow-covered roof, pausing and listening as soon as he was off the ground. Other than another bark from a dog far to the north, silence. An inch at a time, he wormed his way toward the peak. The snow was deep and hampered his movements, but he made steady progress. His biggest concern was not alerting the occupants to his presence by moving carelessly and creating a sound. But he also worried about the roof collapsing beneath his weight. He was on his belly, spreading the pressure across as much of the surface as possible in hopes the crudely built shack wouldn't collapse beneath him. It took several long minutes to reach his destination, the rusting pipe that served as a chimney. Smoke curled out of it, climbing a few feet into the sub-zero air before settling back and wreathing the home at ground level. Heat from the metal had kept a small circle surrounding the flue free of snow and ice. Pausing, he took another look around before reaching up and stuffing his balled-up scarf into the pipe. Moving somewhat faster, he slithered down the front of the roof and peeked over the edge, spotting the door. As cautiously as possible, he swung around and dropped to the ground with hardly a sound. Certainly nothing that would be heard more than a very short distance away. Drawing his knife, he put his back against the wall to the side of the entrance. It wasn't long before he heard the faint sounds of a man coughing from the interior. There was a string of muted curses in Russian, then the door was yanked open and the old man he'd spoken with rushed out, turning to look up at the chimney pipe. Igor went into motion the instant the door moved, lunging forward and wrapping an arm around the man's neck. There was an instant of resistance, but the struggle ceased when he held the blade in front of his face and rested the ice-cold steel against his cheek. Inside, Igor mumbled in Russian. Together, they moved through the open door, which Igor gently closed with his foot. In the middle of the room, an ancient, cast-iron stove squatted on the floor, a rusting and dented pipe running to the ceiling. Smoke billowed from around its closed door, and with only 2 small candles providing light, it was next to impossible to see more than a few feet. "Where is she?" Igor hissed in the old man's ear as he pulled him along. His guess about the number of rooms had been right. The main room, where they were, and another space created by a blanket hanging from the ceiling. The old man didn't answer and Igor clamped down tighter with his arm as he moved forward. With his prisoner shielding his body, he shoved through, coming up short when he saw Irina's uncle lying on a dirty, straw mattress. He was bound at the ankles with his hands pulled behind his back. Smoky air followed them through the curtain, but Igor ignored it despite the burning in his eyes and throat. Spinning the old man around, he slammed him against the wall and pressed the tip of his knife against his neck with enough pressure to draw a trickle of blood. "Where is she?" he asked through gritted teeth. "Irkutsk," the man gasped, blinking rapidly as tears from the smoke streamed down his face. "Why is he here?" Igor asked. "I knew the guards would come looking," he said, voice rough in the hazy air. "I give him to them, they give me things, but..." Igor nodded in understanding, but worry for Irina fueled his anger. "Who took her to Irkutsk?" The old man stared back at him, not wanting to answer. "Who?" Igor hissed, moving the knife until the bloody tip was in the old man's line of sight. "Bratva," he finally answered. Igor cursed and shoved his face closer. "Why?" he asked, though he was afraid he knew the answer. "You know why," the old man said, then had to pause and cough. The smoke was getting thicker. "They supply women to the guards." "Why did they leave him with you instead of killing him?" "He's just deadweight to them." The man stared back for a moment, then his eyes slid away from Igor's angry countenance. "You help them, don't you?" Igor asked when no answer was forthcoming. The man still didn't answer and seemed unable to meet his accuser's gaze. Igor clenched his jaw tightly, muscles along the side of his face popping out. Glancing to the side, he met Shevchenko's eyes. The man nodded. Turning back to the front, Igor looked into the old man's eyes for a beat, then shifted the blade and stabbed up into his chest, piercing his heart. Stepping away, he let the corpse drop to the floor and bent over Shevchenko, quickly cutting his bonds with the bloody knife. Sitting up, the older man pulled a filthy rag from around his lower face that had been used as a gag, then accepted Igor's help to get to his feet. "We didn't know who they were," he gasped, pulling his coat up to filter the air he was breathing. "Stay close," Igor said, turning and leading the way to the door. The 2 men exited the building, Igor leading the way and making sure they weren't going to run into any of the other villagers. Everyone had apparently returned to bed and they were able to slip around the house and disappear into the forest. Strickland covered their backs until they were in the concealment of the trees, then hurried to meet up with them. "The target?" he asked Igor, glancing at Shevchenko before turning toward the north in response to a not-so-distant bark. "De," Igor said, pointing south and leading the way. "Where's the girl?" the seal asked. "Bratva took her," Igor growled. "We go to Irkutsk." "What the hell's Bratva?" "Mafia." "Russian mafia," Shevchenko answered when Igor didn't. Strickland nodded and didn't say anything else as he fell into rear guard position. 41. We jumped when a strident alarm suddenly blared from speakers mounted in the ceiling. A moment later, all the lights that had been turned off for the night popped on, flooding the hall in brilliance. "Better go," I said, stepping out of the alcove and heading away from the emergency department. I turned the corner, going in the direction the two nurses had come from. Hopefully, there was a cafe ahead that kept coffee going for the night shift. If there was, I was willing to take a chance that it would have a door we could use to exit the building. After all, there had to be more than one smoker that worked in the hospital, and they all couldn't be sneaking into the stairwells. The corridor ended in a T intersection, a large sign on the wall directly to our front pointing the way. To the right was radiology, a cantina to the left. We were moving fast, but not running when I rounded the turn and ran directly into a man wearing coveralls. He was about half my size and bounced off my chest to carom against the wall before ending up on his ass in the middle of the floor. I was about to keep going and ignore him, but the wad of keys hanging from his belt had jingled loudly when he'd gone down. Taking a closer look, I realized he was part of the maintenance staff, which meant he probably had a key for every door in the building and would almost certainly know the layout like the back of his hand. If there was anyone that could get us out quickly, it was him. Reaching down to help him to his feet, I looked at his face for the first time and realized he was an Aborigine. Probably half the age of the old man who'd been polishing the floor upstairs. Our eyes met and his mouth fell open in surprise, then the expression morphed to fear and he began trying to scramble away on his back. Taking a big step, I bent, grabbed his upper arm and hauled him to his feet. He shrank away, panting like he'd just run an Olympic sprint. "How do we get out of the building?" I asked, not releasing my hold on his arm. He stared at me, mouth still open, then looked at Lucas and Rachel. "Don't take me," he whispered as if afraid to speak too loudly, his accent vaguely Australian but not one I'd heard before. "An exit. Where's the closest one, Dot?" I shook his arm to pull his attention back onto me. He looked at me again, terror in his eyes. "What the hell?" "I won't hurt you," I said, trying to sound calm despite the adrenaline pounding in my veins. "Just show us the way out. Please. Don't take me to Baralku," he said, trying to break free. He was strong. Stronger than he looked. The arm I held was solid muscle beneath the sleeve of his coveralls. But he didn't fight. Only tried to pull away. I squeezed hard enough to make him wince in pain and glared at him. "All I want is a way out," I said. "Get us to a door and you're free to go." He stared at me, eyes large with fear. From around the corner behind us I heard the sound of running feet. Heavy boots. Had to be a police response team. "Now!" I hissed. I shoved my face close to his and caught the smell of fear coming off him as he recoiled in horror. Whatever had him so spooked, maybe I could use it to my advantage. "Help us, or I will take you. Understand?" His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, almost comically if he wasn't so filled with terror. After a long moment, he nodded his head and seemed to gather himself before looking over his shoulder. "The cantina," he said in a shaky voice. "We can go through the kitchen. Out the delivery door." "Show me," I said, not about to release his arm. I might have longer legs than this guy, but I had a feeling he'd run like a rabbit if I let go. Keeping a tight grip, I walked beside him and we hurried down the hall. As we moved, he put as much space between our bodies as possible, frequently shooting frightened glances at me. Occasionally he would glance behind at Rachel, but seemed uninterested in Lucas. "What are you so afraid of?" I asked as we made another turn, following the signs to the cantina. He shook his head rapidly, as if trying to flush something out of his ears. "He thinks you're dead," Lucas said when it was obvious the Aborigine wasn't going to answer. The man gasped when Lucas spoke, looking over his shoulder and slowing. I yanked hard on his arm to keep him moving, but the comment had stunned me. "What do you mean?" I asked. Baralku is the island of the dead in Aborigine mythology. I looked at my friend, but now wasn't the time to have this discussion. We'd reached the cantina and moved quickly to the swinging door that opened into the back. Pushing through, I glanced around and drew my weapon. Strangely, the man I was forcing to help us seemed completely unconcerned when he saw the pistol. The kitchen was like any other commercial food prep area I'd ever seen. Cramped. Shiny floors and lots of stainless steel counters. We navigated the maze, passed through a curtain of wide strips of clear plastic hung from the ceiling, then came to a stop in front of a large, roll-up door. "Open it, and you're free to go," I said to the man. I released his arm, but not before I positioned myself to stop him from bolting. He snatched the keys from his belt, then fumbled through the ring until finding one that fit the lock. It opened with a click and I tested it, satisfied when the panel shifted up a few inches. "Lucas," I said, tilting my head at the man I terrorized. Lucas took his arm, led him to a nearby iron pipe that ran from floor to ceiling, then used the second set of handcuffs to secure him. We didn't need him to dash off and find the cops the instant we stepped outside. I raised the door a few more inches, then lowered myself to the floor and peered out into a dark delivery bay. Twisting, I looked as far in each direction as I could, but the only view I had was of a concrete wall that screened the area from public view. 2 large dumpsters were shoved against it, far to the left, and that was all that was visible. Standing, I grabbed the handle and pulled the door up, keeping my hand in place while Rachel, then Lucas, slipped through. I started to follow, but turned back at the last moment to face the man who'd helped us. "You think I'm dead?" I asked, feeling a little foolish. He bounced his head up and down. "I was told about you by my grandmother. I always thought it was rubbish meant to scare small children. But you and the woman. You're real." He moved his free hand close to the manacled one and made the same sign of spiritual protection the old man upstairs had when he'd seen me. "How do you know?" "What do you see?" I asked. "Your soul," he said in a whisper. I looked at him for a beat, then ducked through and rolled the door closed behind me. Lucas was already halfway to end of the bay where it opened out into the parking lot, but Rachel was waiting for me. "What did you ask him?" "Asked him what he saw," I said quietly as we hurried to catch up with Lucas. "And?" "He said he saw our souls." "What?" Rachel asked, fear briefly flashing across her face. I shrugged and kept us moving. "Do you think?" I cut her off with a raised hand. This was neither the time nor place for a conversation about our souls and who might or might not have seen them. As crazy as that sounded. Right now, we had to get the hell out of here before enough cops showed up to lock down the entire area. 42. "Got a vehicle?" Lucas asked when we came to a stop next to him. He was at the end of the tall concrete wall, leaning out and peering around the corner. I stuck my head out as well, sighing when I saw police lights flashing at several different locations. "Yeah," I said. "Main visitors lot." "Where the hell's that?" I took a moment to orient myself, finally spotting a distant sign that pointed the way to the emergency department entrance. "That way," I said, pointing. Beyond the sign and around the building to the right. Even though the ambulance bay was screened from sight by the building, the reflections of multiple red and blue flashing lights lit the night in that direction. There had to already be a hell of a lot of police cars that had arrived. As we watched, 2 more approached with light bars strobing in the darkness. They were coming from the same direction I had earlier, tires squealing in protest as they whipped into the drive and screeched to a stop. "Not good," Lucas mumbled. "Can we abandon it and find another?" "No," I said, shaking my head. "Dogs in it, and a good supply of weapons we may need." Those were Russians in the elevator, if you didn't notice, and they were probably there to kill you. "Fuckers ain't gonna stop." "I'll go," Rachel said, drawing our attention. "They won't be as likely to be worried about a woman by herself. I'll walk down the street then cut across the parking lot. You 2 head over there and I'll pick you up, Dot." She was pointing at a distant strip mall, if that's what they're called in Australia, that sat at the corner of where the road by the hospital intersected with a main boulevard. It was probably half a mile away and I could see the bright lights of what seemed to be a gas station or convenience store. "Not a good idea," I said. "The Russians could be in the parking lot, waiting for us. You'd be on your own. You really think they're going to stick around after all this?" she asked. "I think they don't give a fuck," I said. "They've got the locals by the balls. What's the worst that could happen? They get busted and inconvenienced until someone from the PM's office calls the cops and tells them to kick 'em loose?" "Okay, fine," Rachel said. "How else do you think we're going to stroll past all those cops without someone asking questions?" "More coming," Lucas said. "Better decide quick, because they're going to start locking down the entire area and we'll never get out of here." "Look, they won't recognize me," Rachel said, taking my arm. "Even if they did see me, I'm dressed like I work here. They won't realize I was with you." She had a point and so did Lucas. We were fast running out of time. "Go," I said. Rachel gave me a smile and hurried around the corner, heading for the sidewalk on the far edge of the large delivery area. I watched her for a few seconds, then Lucas and I stepped out of cover, heading in the opposite direction. Glancing to the side, I pointed at Lucas's head when I saw how visible the white bandages were. "That holding your brains in?" "Piss off," he said, but reached up and unwound the gauze. It was too dark for me to get a good look at the wound beneath, but I could tell the bullet had carved a deep furrow in the side of his head. He stuffed the dressing in his pocket and we kept moving, resisting the impulse to hurry. The only thing that would draw the cops' attention more than two men out for a stroll immediately after a shooting was two men hurrying to leave the area. "Next time, don't forget to duck," I said. Lucas gave me a look but apparently didn't have a good response. By this time, we'd reached the sidewalk that bordered the hospital grounds. It was broad with a strip of green grass to the side, dotted regularly with ornamental shrubs. There were evenly spaced decorative light poles that cast broad swaths of illumination. "Let's cross," I said, nodding at the far side of the road as I stepped off the curb. Across the street was a series of low buildings that looked like medical offices. There were few lights on the exterior of the buildings and there weren't any that brightened the sidewalk. Both of us moved with our heads on swivels, ready to disappear into the darker office area if a police car started in our direction. We looked over our shoulders at the sound of more tires protesting a sudden maneuver. A large panel truck, painted with the scheme of the Sydney police, had just turned into the emergency entrance. The SWAT team had arrived. I took a moment to try and spot Rachel, but failed. Cop cars were everywhere, blocking my view, then men wearing body armor and carrying rifles boiled out of the truck that had just arrived. "She'll be fine," Lucas said, reading my mind. "No one's going to look twice at her in that white lab coat." I nodded and kept walking, hoping he was right. "Wanna tell me what's going on?" he asked. "What do you mean? That bullet give you amnesia?" "I meant the abos in the hospital, asshole," he said. "Beats me." I wasn't ready to try and explain how Rachel and I had been saved from death by a time traveler. Despite everything, even the conversation with Admiral Packard, I still wasn't sure I bought into the story. But, truth be told, I was a little spooked after my encounter with the two Aborigines. "You're gonna think I'm crazy," Lucas said. "But don't dismiss what an ABO tells you." I glanced at him, then over my shoulder again. The SWAT team had disappeared into the hospital. "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Worked with a few of them, and known a few. They're different. Not like us." "What the hell does that mean?" "I don't mean the obvious," Lucas said. "I'm talking about them as a people. They're connected to the world differently than we are. No one wants to admit it, because that might be racist, but I've seen it. They know things. Can see and feel things we can't. They're scary good in the bush, even the ones that grew up in a city that Did that bullet scramble what little brains you had? I'm serious, he said, ignoring my barb. I've read stories about American Indians. How some are more attuned to nature and what they call the spirit world. Well, the Abos I've known are the same way. They just see and feel things the rest of us can't. You're losing it, mate, I said. I wasn't so sure I didn't believe him, but if I accepted what he was trying to tell me, that meant the frightened man in the kitchen really had seen something when he looked at me and Rachel. He'd said we were from some place that was the island of the dead. Contemplating that there might be even a grain of truth to what he'd said and what Lucas was telling me, well, it gave me a serious case of the willies. You okay? Lucas asked, peering at my face. I nodded, but shoved the thoughts of time travel, mystical aborigines and islands of the dead out of my mind. We were getting close to the gas station and needed to be paying more attention to our surroundings. I didn't understand why there hadn't been any police cars approach from our front, but wasn't about to question our good fortune. That her? We were less than 100 feet from the gas station entrance. Stopping, I turned and looked back down the road. 2 vehicles were coming our direction. I squinted my one good eye, trying to get a better sense of what was approaching. The one in the lead had wide-set lights, lower to the ground. Had to be a car. The second one, following, had older style, round lights that were higher up and closer together. I think the second one, I said. We're driving an older Rover. Both vehicles slowed as they passed the emergency entrance. It was lighter at that point, but still too far away for me to be able to make out details. Turning back, I followed Lucas the final few steps into the brilliant lights of the filling station. There were 4 islands with modern pumps beneath a large canopy, but none were currently in use. The convenience store was tightly locked up and dark inside. A large sign advertised that petrol was available around the clock for credit card customers. Happy there wasn't an attendant to see and take note of us, I turned to look at the approaching vehicles. Lucas and I were both in the light, clearly visible. I watched the lead car for a moment, standing in the open, frowning when its engine roared and the headlights suddenly leapt forward. This wasn't good. Looking around quickly for some cover, I cursed when none was immediately visible. The far wall of the store was tight against the adjacent building and there was nowhere to get out of the light. Russians? Lucas asked, drawing his weapon. Probably. I glanced down at a heavy, metal box that held a stack of free newspapers. Lifting it off the ground, I swung it sideways and released my grip at the farthest point of the arc. It crashed through the safety glass door of the store and I reached through the hole, releasing the deadbolt and yanking it open. 43. I led the way inside with Lucas tight on my heels. We had just made it out of the open when there was the sound of a roaring engine from the road. Glancing back, I saw a 4-door BMW slide to a stop in front of the store. 3 doors popped open and the surviving Russians from the hospital stepped out warily. Each was armed, but this time it was rifles, not pistols. Find a back door. I shouted to Lucas as I ducked behind a shelf full of snacks. He raced for the back and I raised my pistol and fired 3 fast shots at the man standing next to the driver's door. One of them punched into his shoulder and he dropped out of sight behind the car, but I knew he wasn't down. The other 2 took cover behind their doors, weapons coming onto target. I flattened myself on the floor and scrambled for a new position as they began firing. Their rifles were suppressed and the reports weren't loud, but the shelf where I'd fired from was quickly shredded. Popping up at a different spot, I fired 2 more shots and dropped again as return fire blasted into the store. Crawling laterally, I risked a glance at them in time to see the passenger side of the BMW suddenly light up. The men turned in surprise, one of them shouting something in Russian as they all tried to scramble clear. An instant later, the Rover slammed into the side of the car with enough force to shove it 20 feet across the smooth concrete apron. Both men at the point of impact were crushed between the 2 vehicles. The wounded driver was knocked back before the car was pushed on top of him, grinding his body into a bloody pulp. I stared in relieved surprise for a second before leaping to my feet. Lucas! Let's go! I shouted, dashing through the shattered door and to the side of the rover. The window was down and Dog shoved his head out to greet me. I pushed him back, tore the door open and jumped in an instant before Lucas leapt into the back seat. Rachel, focused on the task at hand, threw the transmission into reverse, backed up enough to clear the wrecked BMW, then steered around it and bounced into the street. Where to? She shouted over the racing engine. Safe house, I said, turning to face Lucas. Weapons behind your seat. Get us ready, Dot. He hitched around and leaned into the back, sorting through and distributing pistol magazines first. Where is it? Rachel asked, checking the mirror and slowing slightly. I paused for a beat, then pulled out the iPhone. We'd used the built-in map to get us to the hospital and all I had to do was tell the app to reverse our course. It thought about things for a few seconds, then drew a route and announced the first turn we needed to make. That was risky as hell, but good thinking, I said to Rachel as Lucas passed a rifle to me. She glanced at me and smiled as a loaded vest was chucked over the back of my seat. I leaned forward and worked it over my upper body. What's this safe house? I turned around when Lucas spoke. He was donning a vest of his own and had a rifle on its sling in place, ready to go. Even longer story, I said. Can you contact your guys? Get them to meet us? He shook his head, looking distinctly unhappy. Remember that goddamn brigadier that showed up at the training compound? I nodded. Bastard came to see me right after they took me to the hospital. Wanted to talk to me before he'd even let them x-ray my head to see if my skull was cracked. Told me he'd swept up all the traitors in Sydney and that troops had moved into position around my property to arrest my men. Fuck me, I said. You need to call Ziggy. Want to, but if I do, they'll intercept and trace us. Know right where we are. Will Smith and the boys put up a fight? Probably. Most of them are right crazy bastards and won't take kindly to the ADF showing up and trying to tell them what to do. I took a deep breath and nodded. My money was on Lucas's men kicking the ass of any troops that tried to come in and take over. Turning, I started to reach for the iPhone, intending to call Jessica and have her check in with Ziggy. We were crossing an intersection on a green light and blinding headlights suddenly lit up the inside of the rover. Snapping my head around, I saw the grill of a car bearing down on us. Rachel had already seen it and was steering away, flooring the gas pedal. Her reaction saved us from being broadside, but didn't completely avoid the collision. There was a rending crash from the rear of our vehicle, then the world whirled as we were spun violently, coming to rest with one set of tires against the curb on the opposite side of the street. For a beat, I was stunned, body refusing to obey the commands from my sluggish mind. Then clarity returned with a rush and I kicked the door open and stepped out, rifle already coming up and seeking a target. Lucas was slower to recover, probably because of having had a bullet bounced off his skull earlier in the evening. I shouted at Rachel to stay behind the wheel and keep the engine running. Stepping to the back, I saw a large BMW that had hit us, sitting sideways across the street. Steam poured from beneath the buckled hood, then movement on the far side of the car caught my attention. Two men with machine pistols, one of them leaning over the trunk and sending a long burst of fire in our direction. Lucas and I dove in opposite directions, each of us returning fire that chewed up the exposed side of the car, but didn't reach our attackers. More fire came my way as I scrambled for the protection of a bus stop bench, several rounds sparking off the concrete sidewalk. I cut loose with several short bursts, just to keep their heads down as I dove into cover. Pull back! I shouted at Rachel. The rover groaned as she pressed on the throttle to open some room and I dumped an entire magazine into the BMW to keep their heads down while she was escaping the area. Tires screamed and at first I thought it was her, but the bad guys had reinforcements. Another BMW slid to a stop beyond the first one, disgorging 3 more men. They ran toward their comrades in a crouch. After a fast magazine change, I laid down more fire, trying to figure out where Lucas was and ignore the bullets pinging off the bus stop all around me. One of the new arrivals flopped to the ground and lay still, but the other two kept coming. I emptied another magazine at them as they dove into cover, then had to duck as a hail of bullets tore into the shelter. Where the fuck was Lucas? Dropping the magazine and slapping in a new one, I slithered to the opposite end of the bench and popped up, finger already pulling the trigger to send a stream of lead downrange. A flash of movement to the side pulled my attention for an instant and I saw Lucas step out from behind a small van. In one fluid motion, like he was bowling, he swept his arm forward and sent a small, round object skittering across the asphalt. The Russians saw him at the same instant, two of them spinning and sending a volley of full auto fire in his direction. I fired twice, putting a round through the neck of the one who was most exposed as Lucas twisted away and threw himself to the sidewalk. A beat later, the grenade rolled beneath the BMW the enemy was sheltering behind and detonated. The car shuddered from the blast, which immediately threw up a cloud of pulverized asphalt, then the fuel tank ruptured and added its fury to the party. A massive ball of orange flame consumed the vehicle and the men behind it, the shockwave shattering windows up and down both sides of the street. I ducked back into cover briefly, now poking my head up to see if there had been any survivors that needed to be shot. A roiling fireball ascended from the BMW in seeming slow motion. There was no way anyone survived that. Lucas was on his feet already, running toward me. I began backing away, turning and charging down the street when he reached my position. A block away, the Rover lurched away from the curb, running dark and coming to pick us up. Rachel swung it sideways across the street, tires chattering as she slid to a stop. We piled in and she pulled away, covering another block before turning the headlights on. All of us were breathing hard from the adrenaline and Dog was standing on the rear seat with his ears at full mast. He understood we were under attack and was ready to fight. How the hell did they find us? Rachel asked, whipping through a turn onto a new street. I looked at her, glanced around at the interior of the vehicle, then quickly turned to Lucas. Your clothes. He stared back at me for a second before his eyes widened in understanding. Without a word, he began stripping, continuing until he had removed everything other than the scrub top Rachel had given him. Cranking his window down, he tossed everything into the night. You'd better be right about them having planted a transponder on me, he said, slowly closing the window. Promised Ziggy a long time ago that I was done with running around Sydney at night with my willy hanging out. No worries, I said. Nobody's gonna notice that little thing. Rachel rolled her eyes and turned again where instructed by the iPhone. 44. Con, sonar. Intermittent contact, bearing 140. The muted report from the sonar room galvanized Adrian, who had been making herself stay alert by mentally recreating the maze of plumbing that kept the North Carolina's reactor cooled and operating properly. It took a second for the information to process in her mind, then she leapt to her feet and snatched a sound-powered phone off its cradle. Sonar, con distance? She had to force herself to speak calmly. 3 days of silent operations, deep in the Tasman Sea, had worn on her and the crew. And the captain's condition had worsened. Less than an hour ago, she'd spoken with Doc and been informed that the skipper likely had less than 3 or 4 hours to live unless they were able to deliver him to advanced medical care that was unavailable on the submarine. Contact is too faint, ma'am, came the response. I got a few seconds of a transient noise in the water. Not a screw. More like something mechanical. All stop. Adrian ordered. The command was relayed instantly and the 9,000-ton submarine drifted to a stop. Replacing the handset, she hurried the short distance to the sonar room and stepped into the cramped space. Like what mechanical? She asked the chief petty officer seated at the console. He had both hands up, pressing the cups of a pair of headphones tight around his ears. Despite her anxiousness for an answer, the XO knew enough to remain quiet and wait for the man to listen to whatever sound the sensitive electronics had detected. After nearly a minute, he flipped a switch and swiveled to look up at her. Ma'am, it was definitely metal on metal. Not reactor or hydraulic noises. I guess someone in their boat dropped something heavy on the deck. Maybe a tool, or could be something in the galley. Has it repeated? No, ma'am. For a second, I thought I heard a low speed screw, like they were just creeping along at minimal steerageway, but I lost it. If I get you closer, think you know what to listen for? She asked, hiding the excitement that was pulsing through her. Yes, ma'am, the chief said with total confidence. Good. Best guess on a distance to target? The chief swiveled around and manipulated controls for a few moments, analyzing a recording that had been made at the moment he'd heard the sound. Greater than 10,000 yards is the best I can do, ma'am, he said. The sound was sharp, but it had lost a lot of energy by the time it reached us. Got it, Chief. Good work. Adrian dashed back to the control room and issued orders to get them moving and turned to the new heading supplied by the sonar operator. She knew the North Carolina like the back of her hand and had practically memorized every report generated during its sea trials, as well as drills and exercises. Because of this, she was confident the boat could be pushed to a speed of 9 knots and remain all but undetectable unless an adversary was in their baffles, directly behind them. As the sub came about to its new course and gently accelerated, she issued another order. Torpedoes had already been loaded into their firing tubes, but she wanted the semicircular outer doors opened in preparation for firing. Their movement generated a small degree of mechanical noise which could potentially alert an enemy to their position before she was ready to announce their presence by firing the weapons. Knowledge that neither America nor any of its allies were operating in the area allowed her a greater degree of freedom than was normal. Instead of having to achieve a positive identification of a target, she intended to launch torpedoes the instant the North Carolina's computers had calculated a firing solution. Lifting the sound-powered phone, she spoke with the torpedo room, ensuring the men, equipment and weapons were ready to go at a moment's notice. Satisfied with their response, she left the acting XO in command and headed out for a quick tour of the boat. Passing Commander Talbot's quarters, she paused and looked back when the hatch opened. Doc stepped into the passageway, closing and securing the hatch before removing a surgical mask and latex gloves. "How's the skipper, Doc?" she asked. The man looked at her, exhaustion writ across his features. "Not good, ma'am," he said with a shake of his head. "I just had to intubate and put him on a portable ventilator." "Is that as bad as it sounds?" "Yes, ma'am. That's all that's keeping him alive." "How soon can we put into a port that will have modern medical facilities?" "How long does he have?" she asked without answering the question. "A few hours." "That's the best I can say, ma'am." Adrian nodded. "Keep me updated," she said. "I'll let you know if it looks like we're going to be able to put into port and get him some help." She turned and walked away, her back stiff. Finishing her tour of the boat, she returned to the control room and stood behind the captain's chair. It still belonged to Commander Talbot and, even though she was the acting captain, she didn't feel right sitting in it. With a sigh, she moved into the sonar room, the chief looking up when he felt her presence. "Anything, Chief?" she asked softly. "Something, ma'am. Too faint to even guess, but I gave an updated bearing to the lieutenant and we've adjusted course to pursue." "What are you hearing?" "Could be a biologic," he said, meaning sea life. "Or it could be our Russian boomer. Low frequency grown right on the edge of detection. Can't tell if it's natural or man-made. But we're slowly closing, whatever the hell it is." Adrian watched him monitor the instruments for a few moments, then returned to the con. Observing the crew go about operating the submarine, she weighed the options available to her for saving Commander Talbot. If this was, in fact, the Russian and they could sink the bastard as soon as he was in range, should she then make a high-speed run for Sydney Harbor and ask for help from the Australians? No, she thought as soon as the idea came to her. The Russians had a large naval presence in and around Sydney. Primarily to protect Baranov, But they weren't about to let an American attack submarine sail in like it owned the place. But what about going around the Russians? Contact the Aussies directly and ask them to send out a helicopter to evac the skipper. She shook her head and dismissed the idea as soon as she had it. The only way that could happen was for her to bring the North Carolina to the surface and provide the ADF with their precise location. She had no confidence the information wouldn't be quickly relayed to the Russians, who would be very eager to destroy the sub that just sank their last boomer. With a sigh of regret, she acknowledged to herself that Commander Talbot was doomed. Unless, by some miracle, he suddenly began responding to the medicine Doc had on board, the skipper was going to die. 45. You're a fucking daft bastard, Lucas said, staring at me with concern on his face. We were at the safe house and I just finished filling him in, to include playing the videos that Bering had loaded onto the jump drive. Hey, not sure how much of this I'm buying into, I said. But I can tell you there is something called the Athena Project. I killed a bunch of Russians in the old Strategic Air Command bunker to take a file on the project away from them. And I've spoken directly with Admiral Packard in Hawaii, who has confirmed the information. Lucas stared at me, finally tearing his eyes away to look at Rachel. She nodded confirmation, but didn't say anything. He shook his head after a long moment before turning his attention back to the screen. The video was paused on the moment the team of unknown operators killed Baranov with the TOW missile. So, we either stop these guys or it's the end of what's left of the world. That's what I'm supposed to believe? Jesus, Lucas, I said, letting him hear my frustration. I didn't make this shit up. You think I'm happy about having to stop someone from killing that motherfucker? Think again. I'm just telling you what information I have and it's been confirmed by the highest ranking officer in the American military. Do I believe it? I don't fucking know. But I sure as hell can't dismiss it. He ignored my tone and went back to staring at the screen. He spoke again without looking away. Is that why you were so freaked out by the ABO at the hospital? Yeah, I said, his question calming me down. Don't know if I buy into this whole connected with the earth spirituality bullshit, but you gotta admit it's one hell of a coincidence. Lucas met my eye and I could see him trying to reason out the situation. Slowly, he nodded, but I didn't have any idea what he was agreeing with. You got a plan on how to deal with these wankers? The three of us and a dog ain't gonna be enough. Dog, thinking he'd been called, got up and went to Lucas, sitting next to him with an expectant look on his face. Lucas's hand automatically went out and started rubbing his head. You talked to Ziggy. Any chance Smith and the rest of your guys can get out of there? I'd set up a call for him, relayed through Pearl Harbor so our location was masked. When he'd gotten off the phone, he'd said the situation wasn't good, but no one was in immediate danger. Not without a lot of bloodshed, he said, shaking his head. They're completely surrounded and told they're all under arrest. So far, though, no one has tried to force the issue. What about the unofficial official resistance you told me about? Your CO and an air marshal? They've been scooped up. Someone betrayed us and the PM is rolling up the carpet. Still plenty of regular troops that would answer the call, but the bastards cut our head off. No one left to lead. Who betrayed you? Rachel asked. Wish I bloody knew, Lucas spat. I'd make the fucker eat his own balls for breakfast. Okay, I said, trying to get us back on topic. What about some of your other mates from the regiment? Think there's anyone willing to help? The lads I know I can trust are all bottled up at my house, he said. Sure, there's others, but... Yeah, I got it, I said, standing and lighting a cigarette as I began pacing around the small room. Rachel reached out and spun the laptop away from Lucas and began running through the data on the jump drive. I let her work, not feeling like witnessing the deaths of millions of people again. There's something else you should know, I said after a minute of silence. Lucas watched me, waiting. I took a deep breath before telling him about the Admiral's plan to call Baranov directly if I didn't succeed. Bloody hell! Lucas exclaimed, jumping to his feet. Warn the bastard? Give him a chance to say, fuck it, and push the button that releases the nerve gas? I nodded, but didn't defend what I thought was the right decision. Sometimes, you can't save everyone. You have to save the ones you can. What the fuck does that mean? Lucas growled through his teeth. It means that's what it's coming down to, I said calmly. I don't want it to happen. But it is if we don't stop this, so quit bitching and let's figure out what we're going to do. Lucas was seething, probably as much from concern for his family as the fear of millions of his countrymen being murdered. I held his eyes, quietly smoking while he worked through his emotions. I can make some calls, he finally said. You sure about these people? We've already been betrayed, once. A second time just might trigger what we're trying to stop. You really think he'd gas the whole country? Lucas asked. If that's the case, why was he worried enough about me to send a team to the hospital to take me out? Who the hell knows? I said, shrugging. But to answer your question, yes, he'll gas the whole fucking country. Look what happened to America. You think he gives a shit about Australia? This was just a safe haven for him. His military has been busy setting up shop in California and they're only bringing in the right people. Maybe this was just a temporary fallback until things were ready in the US. To what end? How does it help him if he wipes out Australia? I don't know, Lucas. I just don't know. Maybe he has a master plan that we can't fathom. Or maybe he's just batshit crazy and will happily wipe out millions more before he's done. History's full of men just like him. Explain to me what was really in Hitler's head when he killed millions of Jews. What about Stalin's purges? Millions more. Mao. The Khmer Rouge? They get off on it, but I can't understand what this particular bastard will or won't do. But, if we don't do our job, I think the odds are too great that he will pull the trigger. Lucas stood there, watching me smoke until he finally lowered his eyes and shook his head. Fuck, he mumbled. Back to the problem at hand, I said, checking my watch. We've got a little over 16 hours until that team breaks into the ADF armory. How do we stop them when we don't know who or where they are? Can you call a tip into the ADF? Would they put some men there to prevent the robbery? Without that equipment, those guys won't be able to pull this off. Probably, he said. But what then? The team shows up and realizes they can't stroll in and take what they need. They aren't stopped, only delayed. They'll either already have a plan B, or they'll withdraw and make one. I looked at him and grinned. And, when they withdraw, we're there to see where they go. Once we know where they're holed up, we can take the fight to them. On our terms. If they don't have an immediate fallback, he said, but held his hands up when he saw my face. You're right. They aren't going to proceed without regrouping, first. I saw the video. These guys are pros. They'll have their shit together. I nodded, smiling and lighting another cigarette. Once we know where they are, we can hit them hard, I said. They'd be primed and ready while breaking into the armory. But wherever it is they're staying? They'll be alert, but not expecting trouble. That'll give us an edge we won't have at the ADF facility. Hell. We probably don't even need to take all of them out. Just hurt them bad enough that they're no longer combat capable. You saw the video. It took all of them to get to a position where they could fire the TOW. Deplete them by even half and we've done our job. Lucas thought about what I'd said for several minutes, working through the scenario in his head. Finally, he extended his hand toward me. Fine. Give me the phone and I'll call in the tip. Got a better idea, I said, grinning. I punched in the encryption code and initiated a call to Jessica. As always, she answered on the first ring. Didn't this woman ever go off duty? A few minutes later, I was speaking with Admiral Packard and explained the plan to him. I concur with your assessment, Major, he said when I was done. What do you need from me? Sir, I was thinking that the best way to get the Australians to take this seriously is if they get the heads up from you. From me? How the hell do I explain how I know about this? Tell them we've intercepted some communications between some survivalists or something like that. Australia's got to have some of those running around. I glanced at Lucas, who nodded to confirm my suspicion. Anyway, sir, make them believe this is just a raid on an ADF armory to steal weapons and munitions for themselves. Nothing about Russians or Baranov. These guys are just fanatics that are setting themselves up as warlords in the outback, or something like that. You know, road warrior wannabes. That'll get the Aussies' attention, ensuring a robust response. And even if the Russians do get wind of it, they'll dismiss the whole thing as an internal issue the PM is dealing with. Shouldn't upset them and shouldn't prompt Baranov to do anything rash. The Admiral was silent, thinking through my reasoning. You've convinced me, Major. Good thinking. Now, fill me in on what else is happening there on the ground. I spoke for several minutes, relating everything that had happened. He listened attentively, not interrupting. Thank you, Major. I'll make the call right away. With that, he was gone. He had been professional and polite, but I could tell from the difference in his voice that I'd burned down the trust and respect he'd had for me. I felt a little bad about that, but there wasn't anything I could do to change the past. Change the past. I stood there, staring at the wall as I thought about the idea that had just flashed through my head. What? Lucas asked. Maybe I know how we can get some help, I said, unlocking the phone and dialing one of the contacts. 46. That is not our purpose, Director Patterson said when I explained what I had in mind. I didn't know the guy. Knew nothing about him, in fact. But he sounded like a smug, condescending prick. What the fuck was he talking about? Not your purpose? I asked sarcastically. What the hell is your purpose, then? It apparently wasn't to try and undo the attacks that started all of this. He was quiet for a moment before continuing. This time he spoke in a calm, slow voice, almost like Mr. Rogers. I was starting to get more than a little irritated. If you'll bear with me, Major, I have asked our chief scientist to join us and she can explain the risks of doing what you've proposed. Upon hearing what she has to say, I'm willing to discuss the matter with you. In that case, you should contact Admiral Packard and ask him to join us, I said. I don't know why I thought this would be as simple as making a phone call. Nothing ever is, especially when dealing with government bureaucrats. If what you want them to do isn't specifically spelled out in some little manual, the chance of receiving their cooperation is just about nil. It took several minutes for the Athena project's chief scientist to come on the line, then we had to wait some more while Admiral Packard was tracked down and brought on. I stalked around the small house, smoking, as I waited. Rachel was still absorbed with the laptop, digging through a series of files she'd found in a different folder on the jump drive. Lucas looked as impatient as I felt, but knew how to deal with it and had wound up on the floor, rubbing Dog's belly. It was nearly 10 minutes later when I heard the Admiral's voice announce his presence on the call. Before I could speak, Patterson repeated my request, then asked the scientist, a woman named Dr. Anholtz, to explain the risks of my idea. The Admiral interrupted with a question for me. Major, why is this necessary? Manpower, sir, I said. I'm outmanned and outgunned. I need help if I'm going to pull this off and there's not anyone local that is available. He was quiet for a beat, then asked Anholtz to proceed. I activated the speakerphone feature so Lucas and Rachel could listen in. Gentlemen, she began. The Athena project was conceived and placed into operation to support the redaction of particularly heinous acts committed against American interests. Even before the first successful transport of an asset, we recognized the inherent dangers of manipulating past events. "Excuse me," I said, interrupting. "What is an asset?" "Forgive me, Major. An asset is a human. Currently that would be Agent Bering, whom you have met. Now, as I was saying, we recognize the danger of playing with time in the infancy of the project. Despite the fact that we are only able to travel 36 hours into the past, changing something that has already occurred is risky, at best. As an example, let's assume we were in the business of undoing every bad thing that happened. A single mother is hurrying to pick her children up from school and fails to see a red light. She is struck and killed in the intersection. We have the capability to go back and change that outcome. Slow her down, stop her, or stop the vehicle that collides with hers. The method is unimportant to our discussion, but the results are. Now, the mother, who should be dead, is alive and well and arrives at the school and collects her children. She is part of a carpool formed by several families and pulls away with 7 children on board. Distracted by her passengers, she runs another red light and all aboard are killed. This is an unintended and unforeseeable consequence of changing past events. I don't see what this hypothetical has to do with my request, I said. This is not a hypothetical, Patterson said sternly. This is an actual event from very early in the project. And the reason we have strict rules about what we will and will not redact. Excuse me, Mr. Director, the Admiral interjected. But I'm still failing to see how this translates to the Major's request. Perhaps this wasn't the best example, he said. However, the point Dr. Anholtz is trying to make is that we cannot foresee the impact of a redaction. There are certain events that are simply so heinous that any alternative is preferable. That is what we are here for. That is what we do. We cannot, and should not, interfere in the normal course of events. Everyone went quiet, considering Patterson's statement. Major? The Admiral prompted me, breaking the silence. Sir, I haven't changed my mind. Gentlemen, if I may, Dr. Anholtz said. I've been reviewing the data on the event that Major Chase has proposed we redact. And? Packard asked when she didn't immediately continue. Allow me to preface my comments with the fact that I do not have an understanding of why the Major feels this is important, but that doesn't factor into my opinion. I believe there is a very great risk of significant disruption to events that have occurred between the redaction point and now. Beginning with the event itself, and taking into account the series of events that have subsequently occurred, many of them influenced by the original, the possibility that we would be facing the same set of circumstances today is extremely remote. What does that mean? I asked, frowning. It means that you have made decisions and taken actions since they were killed that you would not have, had they remained alive and at your side. The result of that would almost assuredly be that your current reality would suddenly be drastically altered. Perhaps you, or one of your surviving companions, would have been captured or killed. Perhaps dissenting voices, that are currently silenced by death, would have convinced you to take a different path. We are dealing with the law of unintended consequences. There is no predicting the outcome. All that is certain is that if we were to redact the event, things will be drastically different for the current point in spacetime. This could be favorable or unfavorable from your perspective. There is no way to know. I stared at the phone, then looked over at Lucas, who was gazing at the floor with Dog's head in his lap. Glancing at Rachel, I could tell she'd understood the concepts Anholtz had relayed better than I had, but she didn't seem to be inclined to offer an opinion. Reaching down, I pressed the mute button. Do I push the issue? I asked, looking between Rachel and Lucas. We need the help, he said without hesitation. And if it brings Nitro back? Think about this for a second, Rachel said. The SEALs were after you when everyone died. Ready to return you to Hawaii, by force if necessary. That woman's right. The only reason we've made it this far, positioned to stop this, is because they all died. I looked at her and after a moment she looked away. I'm just saying, she said in a subdued voice. I turned to Lucas, who stared back at me then shook his head and shrugged. Major. Patterson's voice. I took a deep breath and unmuted the phone. Is it possible to stop the SEALs before they intercepted us? I asked. It was quiet for several minutes as I assumed they reviewed the data. Possibly, Anholtz finally said. There appear to be opportunities within our window of time, but it is closing fast and I feel I must remind everyone of my objections. Simply preventing one part of the group that was killed from interfering with the other does not mitigate any of the risks I have already laid out. I've heard enough, Admiral Packard said before anyone else could respond. Major, we are not going to take the chance. We have an opportunity to stop the kill team, even if you are at a disadvantage in numbers and weapons. Without knowing what might be triggered by changing past events, I cannot sign off on your request. I'm sorry. Understood, sir, I said, tightly clenching my jaw so I didn't say anything else. I'll be placing that call you asked for as soon as I hang up. Now, if there's nothing else. Thank you, sir, I said, tapping an icon to end the call. While my finger was still on the screen, Dog suddenly leapt to his feet and growled loudly. I snapped my head in his direction, seeing Lucas scrambling to his feet. Whirling, I grabbed for the rifle that was slung across my back, then froze in surprise for a beat before holding out a staying hand in Lucas's direction. Across the room stood Agent Bering, grinning at me. Heard you needed some help, he said. 47. 10 hours later, we were all in a Fleabag motel room that had only one redeeming quality. It overlooked the ADF armory. According to the data files Bering had provided, it was still several hours before the kill team would show up to steal the equipment and munitions for their raid, but that was the point. Get in place well ahead of time so you're not wandering around with your dick in your hand when the bad guys arrive. We weren't there to stop them, the ADF was going to take care of that little detail. We were there to identify them, then follow them back to wherever it was they had set up their base of operations. Jessica was backing us up from Hawaii, keeping close watch via satellite surveillance. The only potential fly in the ointment was if the team decided to proceed and risk an all-out battle with the men the Australians had positioned to protect the armory. It was Lucas's turn to sit beside the grimy window, keeping watch on the facility with a spotting scope that had come from the safe house. We'd pulled a battered end table and a chair with fraying and stained upholstery into place for the watcher to use. None of us enjoyed the job, but it was necessary. Rachel sat on a rickety wooden chair in the corner behind Lucas, computer on her lap and the power cord snaking across the matted carpet to an outlet. She was still poring over all the data on the jump drive. Dog was the only one of us who seemed relaxed. He was stretched to his full length on one of the double beds, snoring like a freight train. That was fine with me. I'd seen the faded comforters and had no interest in even sitting on them. Bering's sudden appearance at the safe house had been a surprise, to say the least. It had also cemented the truth of what he told me as he'd just arrived out of thin air in a corner of the room that was nowhere near a window, door, or hallway. It was absolutely impossible for him to have pulled this off unless he really was who and what he claimed. We'd talked for a few minutes, but I'd shut down the conversation, as well as made Lucas hold all the questions he wanted to ask. All of us had been awake for a long time. Running and fighting. And we needed to be prepared for what we were going to do in a few hours. So, feeling a little like a stern parent, I'd sent everyone to bed. Well, not everyone. There were only 2 bedrooms, but that worked out okay as Bering claimed he was well rested and wide awake. He had volunteered to scout the armory while we slept, which I agreed to with some trepidation. What if you disappear like last time? I'd asked. He'd shrugged his shoulders. Can't tell you, it won't happen. But sitting here on my ass while you sleep isn't going to make a bit of difference, so I might as well make myself useful. If I'm not back in 6 hours, then I probably got yanked home. Otherwise, I'll bring some food when I return. So, we'd gone off to bed. Rachel had something on her mind other than sleep, and it had been an hour before we'd managed to drift off. Truth be told, we'd probably kept Lucas awake, but like a true friend, he hadn't complained. 7 hours later, we were all up, though I would have been happy for some more time in the sack. The safe house had a postage stamp-sized backyard with a tall fence, and I'd stepped out into the afternoon sunshine with Dog. Lighting a cigarette, I'd watched as he thoroughly inspected every square inch before finding the right spot. Then, he'd had to mark every corner in several scraggly bushes before he was content to go back inside. Bering had brought sandwiches, which disappeared almost as quickly as he had the other day. Hunger satisfied, we each showered, rinsing away the last of the cobwebs of sleep, then loaded every single item from the safe into the rover. Bering made a point of studying the damaged push bar on the front end, nodding in appreciation when I told him how the vehicle had gotten banged up. Ready to go, we'd driven through heavy traffic, crawling our way across Sydney. It had taken an hour to arrive at the motel, even though it was less than 10 miles. Bering had already checked in and had also gone shopping. Several large canvas duffels were in the back of the rover, and they let us carry our weapons and gear up the stairs to the dingy room without freaking anyone out. Once inside, the first order of business had been to set up the spotting scope, and I'd volunteered for the first watch since I wanted to get an idea of the layout of the armory. I'd watched as 3 large trucks arrived, each disgorging a heavily armed squad of soldiers who spread out in the interior of the compound. Lucas and Bering had both taken brief looks as the defenders moved into position. "Bloody wankers are too obvious," Lucas said when he saw them. "If the kill team sends a scout before they try to make entry, which I would, then the bastard will drive by, see all the swinging willies and call off the raid. They won't come close and we'll never know who they are." I nodded in agreement, but didn't have a good idea of how to solve that little problem. Fortunately, one of the NCOs below was sharper than the average tool in the shed and pulled the men back into concealed positions. After that, things got quiet and all that was left was for us to keep watch. "How is it you were able to come back?" I asked Bering. "Thought you said the machine was malfunctioning, or something." I was seated in the only other chair, which was positioned near the bathroom. A tiny, fly-specked window over the equally disgusting tub was open, venting the smoke from my cigarette. Bering stood on the other side of the room, leaned against the wall. "It is. Or was," he said. "But Dr. Anholtz worked some magic. Don't ask me what she did, but she was able to bypass something and increase the power on something else and make it happen." "That was the lady I was talking to just before you showed up?" "Well, yes," he said. "To me, it wasn't just before I showed up. It was close to 28 hours before that." I shook my head, now convinced this was real, but unable to completely wrap my head around how things worked. "What did you do about Ray?" I asked. "Ray? What do you mean?" I frowned, trying to figure out if he was serious or playing a little joke. He didn't look like he was kidding. "We had a long talk about him the last time you were here," I said. Rachel had taken note of our conversation and looked up, also frowning. Bering stared back at me in confusion, shaking his head. Slowly, his expression changed to concern. "Are you being serious? You're not fucking with me?" he asked. "Totally serious," I said. "We sat at the table in the safe house and I warned you about him." "I have no memory of that," he said, pushing away from the wall and grabbing his pack off the floor. He produced an iPad and went to work, tapping furiously for several seconds. He paused in thought, glanced at his watch, then made some adjustments and peered intently at the screen. A moment later, I recognized my voice coming from the small speaker and stood, going to stand behind him to see what he was viewing. Rachel quickly joined me. We watched the screen as I spoke directly into a camera, telling the story of how Ray had screwed himself with Delta. I recognized the safe house in the background and the view frequently swung between me and Rachel. "Body cam?" I asked. Something like that, Bering said, stopping the playback and lowering the tablet. This isn't good, he said. No shit. None of this is good, I said. No. I mean me not remembering that conversation. That can happen if something is done to change time so that the event is erased, but nothing's been changed. That you know of, Rachel said quietly. We turned to look at her, then Bering dumped the iPad in the pack and pulled out a phone. He dialed, then told whoever answered that he urgently needed to speak with Anholtz. Speaker, I said while he was waiting. He looked at me, hesitating, then lowered the handset from his ear and activated the speakerphone so we could all hear both ends of the conversation. Doctor. Anholtz came on quickly and he filled her in on what we'd just discovered. She was quiet for a moment before responding. Oh, dear. This is quite disturbing, Agent Bering. I was afraid of this. I need to alert the director immediately. Afraid of what? He asked, staring intently at the phone as if he could see her. This is most disturbing. It is likely related to the rogue gravitational waves that we have been monitoring, but things are worse than I expected. I was concerned that there may have already been changes that have so far gone unnoticed, but now I'm afraid our timeline may have fractured. Bering and I exchanged a glance and I didn't like the expression on his face. What the hell does that mean, Doc? Major? I didn't realize you were listening in, Dot. Sorry to surprise you, but what the hell did you mean by our timeline being fractured? She hesitated for a long time before answering. It means that past events may change, spontaneously, without our intervention. This could be catastrophic. What the hell do you mean, change spontaneously? I asked. Exactly what it sounds like, Major. If I'm right, our history is now in flux. Fluid, if you will. What was, may no longer be, and what didn't happen may be the new reality. I'm sorry, I must go. Before I could stop her, there was a click and the call ended. What the fuck? I asked, staring at Bering. Rachel and Lucas were also watching him, waiting for an answer. Don't look at me, Bering said, holding his hands up in front of him. I'm just the blunt object, here. She's the brains. But if she's worried, we should be too. What do we do? Rachel asked. I wish I knew, he said, shrugging again. 48. Rocks in the sock. Lucas said several hours later. We'd rotated frequently so none of us was having to stay focused on the armory for more than an hour at a time. Lucas had been back on watch for less than 10 minutes when he called the warning. All three of us rushed to cluster around him while Dog raised his head off a pillow, looked at us briefly then put it back down with a deep sigh. What VE you got? I asked. I checked my watch, noting it was 90 minutes before the break-in was supposed to happen. 2 guys in a car. Saw them drive by a couple of minutes ago, but didn't get a good look. It just came back past and I saw the driver's face under a streetlight. Definitely one of them from the video. I unlocked the iPhone and hit the speed dial button for Jessica, who answered on the first ring. Got activity, I said without preamble. Silver Hyundai sedan, Lucas said after I activated the speakerphone. 2 male occupants. We could hear her clicking on a keyboard for several seconds. Got it, she said. System is locked on the target. We won't lose them. Lucas, have they spotted the ADF troops? I asked. Not sure, he said. I still pressed to the scope. They were definitely giving it a close look as they hold on at MO. They're coming back. We all remained quiet as he watched intently. I was itching to know what was happening, but didn't want to distract him. After a couple of minutes, he spoke again. Okay, they circled the armory twice more. I could see 2 of the defenders, so I'm pretty sure they did, too. They're exiting the area now, heading east. We're going mobile, Jessica, I barked into the phone. I'll call you back when we're on the road. Lucas was already breaking down the spotting scope and I called dog as I grabbed one of the duffels. Why are we not just letting her track them? Rachel asked as she packed away the laptop, getting ready to go. We're in a city, I said, waiting for Lucas. If they go into a tunnel or a garage and change vehicles, she'll lose them. Have to stay close enough to deal with it if that happens. Everyone was ready and we hustled through the door and down the stairs. Piling into the Rover, Lucas took the wheel and I joined him in front. Dog was all the way in the rear cargo area, hanging his head over the back seat to keep an eye on what was happening. With a screech of tires, Lucas accelerated out of the lot and onto the street. Dialing Jessica, I made sure my rifle was ready to go but not visible to a casual observer from outside the vehicle. 2 blocks ahead, turn right, Jessica said the instant she picked up the phone. Following her directions, we closed on the target vehicle, finally catching a glimpse of its taillights a few blocks ahead. Lucas hung back, staying far enough behind that we wouldn't be noticed but close enough to surge ahead if for some reason the satellite surveillance lost contact with the Hyundai. We circled 2 separate blocks as the driver performed counter-surveillance maneuvers, but with the eye in the sky we were able to recognize them for what they were and steer clear so we weren't detected. After half an hour, Jessica notified us that the silver car had turned into an auto repair garage and driven through one of the large roll-up doors. Surging ahead, we relied on her bird's-eye view to find a cross street where we could park close to the location, but remain out of sight. Tell me about the building, Jessica, I said once we were stopped. Structure is standalone and large, she answered. 400 by 100 feet. There are a series of skylights running the length of the building, but I don't have the right angle to see anything other than a concrete floor. 8 rolling doors on the front with matching doors in back. Front lot faces the street, rear is completely fenced with chain link. Looks like they picked a place that was out of business. All the signage has been removed. Stand by while I switch to thermal and I'll get you a count on what you're facing. It took a few minutes and all of us sat in silence, listening to Jessica breathing as she worked. Finally, she spoke again. Okay, sir. I've got 18 bodies showing on thermal. I nodded to myself, remembering that was the number Bering had already told me to expect. I've got the Hyundai's engine glowing red hot and 4 more engines that are still warm enough to show up, but much cooler. They've probably been turned off for a while. What are they doing? Lucas asked. 16 are gathered in a loose group near the west end of the building. The other 2 are at either end. I'm guessing lookouts. What about EM? I asked, meaning electromagnetic emissions. Quiet, sir. No phones or data devices in use. They're EM silent. Great. I was hoping at least one of them was talking to someone and we might be able to gain some intelligence by tapping into the call. Can you see anything else? I asked. No, sir. They're still in the group and the 2 sentries haven't moved. Okay, I'm going to leave the line open. Speak up if anything changes. I turned sideways in my seat to be able to see everyone as Jessica acknowledged my order. Ideas? I was mainly speaking to Lucas, but wasn't going to exclude Rachel or Bering. 18 men and we know they're already armed with rifles. Right? He asked, turning to look at Bering who nodded confirmation. So, we're outgunned 5-1. 4-1, Rachel said, cutting him off. 4-1, he said, cutting his eyes at me. They've got watches posted, which means they'll see us coming. We have no idea what the interior layout is. Basically, that means we're fucked if we try an assault. I wouldn't even attempt this without vastly superior numbers and some toys that we don't have. Everyone was quiet, thinking about what he'd said. I agreed with him, then reminded myself of the old adage, fight with what you have, not what you want. Jessica, is there any way to get above the building without being seen? An adjacent roof that's higher? Hold on, sir. It took her a minute of clicking and looking to answer. The west end of the building is close to the property line. Right across the fence is an electrical supply warehouse. It's 11 feet taller than the target and can be accessed from the far end, which would conceal you from the target. Can you see roof access? Yes, sir. There's a couple of hatches. Looks like a metal roof and the slope isn't too bad. Definitely appears manageable. What are you thinking? Rachel asked. Who's got the best arm? I asked without answering her question. 49. Adrian looked around the control room, ensuring the crew was ready even though she knew it wasn't necessary. They were all trained and dedicated professionals. But she still felt better to see each of them prepared to fight. They were currently submerged to a depth of 700 feet, trailing the Russian boomer by 1,000 yards. It had taken a lot of time and careful maneuvering to locate the enemy submarine, but they had done it. It was being monitored on sonar and the computers had developed a firing solution for the torpedoes which had already been loaded into their electronic brains. Even though the unique noise generated by the boat's screws told them it was a match for Russian manufacture, it was not in the database of signatures maintained by the U.S. Navy. But all that meant was the sub had never been encountered before. The sounds of its reactor operating, the propellers turning and the hull slicing through the ocean depths had not been recorded and catalogued. She double-checked the distance and bearing to their target, receiving confirmation that the enemy was proceeding along at a sedate pace of 6 knots. This also told her that the North Carolina hadn't been detected. The communist bastard didn't have a clue he was about to blown out of the water. "Weps," she said, speaking to the weapons officer. "Are we prepared to reload all tubes upon firing?" She knew the answer, but asked anyway. Aye, ma'am. Torpedo room reports ready. Taking a breath, Adrian felt the electricity in the room as the crew waited expectantly for her order. Tubes 1 through 4, fire. Belay that order. A strong voice shouted from the entrance to the control room. Everyone spun around in surprise, the weapons officer's hand hovering in mid-air over the controls that would release the torpedoes. Commander Talbot, appearing in the peak of health, frowned as his eyes flicked across the room and came to rest on Adrian. "What the hell do you think you're doing, XO?" he barked. "Skipper?" she whispered, staring in disbelief. "I asked you a question, Commander Cable," he snapped, striding into the room. Pausing in front of Adrian, he turned to the weapons officer. "Spin down those fish and close outer doors." The young man stared at his captain with his mouth hanging open, then looked at the XO who was just as shocked and confused as he was. "Weapons hold," Adrian said without taking her eyes off Talbot. "Captain? What? What the hell is the matter with you, XO? All of you?" he asked, looking around at the obviously stunned crew. "Who are you shooting at and why?" He took a step closer and Adrian involuntarily moved back, keeping distance between them. Pausing, Talbot frowned at her reaction. "XO, you'd better start explaining what you're doing and why you're trying to fire torpedoes without my knowledge or permission," he said in a low, stern voice. "Skipper," she started, then stopped and looked around at the expressions of fear on the crew's faces. "Spit it out," Talbot snapped. "Sir, you're dead," she finally blurted. For a moment, it was so quiet in the control room she could hear her heart pounding in her ears. The captain stared back in surprise. "XO, you've apparently had some sort of psychotic break. I don't know what you think you're doing, or what you've told the crew, but you are relieved. COB, escort Commander Cable to her quarters and post a guard." The chief of the boat didn't respond and Talbot whirled to stare at him. "Cobb, I gave you an order." "I'm sorry, sir," COB said, glancing quickly at Adrian. "The XO is right. You were dead. I saw your body myself." The captain turned slowly, looking at each crew member in turn. Seeing the same expression on each face, he strode across the deck and reached for a small safe. Adrian spoke a warning and Cob stepped in front of the skipper, stopping him from dialing in the combination and accessing the pistol that was stored inside. "Stand aside, Cob, or you will join the XO in being charged with mutiny." "I'm sorry, sir. I can't do that. This isn't a mutiny." "Captain," Adrian said softly, waiting until Talbot was facing her. "Sir, you were dead 4 hours ago, in your quarters. An aggressive respiratory infection that didn't respond to antibiotics. You've lost it, XO. And the rest of you are buying into her delusion. As you can see, what she's saying is a lie." Adrian stared at him, creeping gooseflesh running up and down her arms. There was no doubt. She had been with him when Doc had given up and turned off the ventilator. He hadn't even taken a final breath without the machine's assistance. Had just passed. Peacefully. Then how the hell was he standing here? "I'm sorry, Skipper," she said, then looked past him. "Cob, confine the captain to his quarters until further notice." "Yes, ma'am," he said, starting to reach for Talbot's arm, stopping before he came into physical contact with the man he'd seen die. The captain glared, looking around the room for support that wasn't there. Only confused and frightened looks. "This is mutiny, XO." He growled, trying one last time. "No, sir. I don't know what the hell it is, but it certainly isn't that." Talbot nodded, then started to turn to face Cob. Halfway through the movement, he threw a punch that flattened the older man and lunged for the closest control station. For an instant, Adrian and the crew were frozen by the sudden violence, then several of them leapt for the captain with warning shouts. Their hesitation was all the time he needed. Slamming a young sailor aside with his shoulder, Talbot slapped several controls in fast sequence before being tackled to the floor by 3 crewmen. The strident collision alarm began blaring, loud enough to drown out the cries of the men battling with their skipper. An instant later, a loud roar rumbled through the hull as high-pressure air was pumped into the ballast tanks. The captain had triggered the process for an emergency ascent to the surface. Adrian dashed forward and, ignoring the alarm, shut down the sequence of events that were already causing the boat to rise in the water. The crewman who'd been knocked aside scrambled into his seat and silenced the alarm. Turning. Adrian heard a shout from the sonar operator and yelled for him to repeat. "We've been heard. Target is responding. He's speeding up and turning." Ice water ran through Adrian's veins. The Russian sub. In her shock at seeing her dead captain suddenly walk into the control room, she'd forgotten there was a very dangerous adversary out there. "Fire all tubes," she shouted. "Tubes 1 through 4 have launched and are being reloaded, Captain." "Con, sonar. Target is maneuvering. He's opened outer doors, dot." "Torpedoes running normally, ma'am," a calm, professional voice called out. "Flank speed," Adrian called as she stumbled back from where the skipper was being held down. "Stay in his baffles." She knew the Russian was trying to simultaneously evade her attack and return fire. They were close together and her best hope was to remain tight to the stern of the enemy boat. Torpedoes have built-in safeties that prevent the warhead from arming within a preset distance from their launch platform. This is to prevent a submarine from accidentally sinking itself, and she planned to take advantage of staying inside the other sub's safe zone until the torpedoes she'd already fired had done their job. Talbot had stopped struggling, lying on the deck and staring up at her with hate-filled eyes. She ignored him, listening to a steady stream of reports from around the room. "Con, sonar. Target is still maneuvering and I'm hearing sounds of a launch." "Sonar, con. A launch of what?" Fear that the boomer was operating under standard orders to fire its nuclear payload if attacked, she raced forward to the sonar room. The sailor manning the equipment looked up in fear. "Computer says it's a squall, ma'am. Emergency surface," Adrian shouted as she ran back to the control room. Release countermeasures. A Russian shkval, or squall, torpedo is rocket-powered and can reach a peak speed in the water of 200 kilometers an hour. But with speed comes noise, which means it deafens itself and cannot find or home in on a noise source while the rocket is in operation. To be a viable weapon, it will travel at very high speed to come into proximity with its target, then switch to a conventional mode of propulsion. At this point, its seeker head will activate, identify, and home in for a kill. Adrian's only option was to get away as quickly as possible and leave countermeasures in her wake to distract it. Torpedoes 1, 3, and 4 have acquired target and are closing at 500 yards. Number 2 has malfunctioned. The report heartened her. At least the Russian was going to the bottom. She knew that once an American torpedo was locked onto its target, a kill was almost 100% assured. Squall has transitioned, the report continued. Weapon is pinging. Release more countermeasures. Adrian ordered, her voice surprisingly calm. Her order was acknowledged and she heard faint thumps as large, pressurized cylinders were ejected from the hull. Once clear of the sub, they would begin to release the inert gas, creating a cloud of bubbles in the water that would confuse an enemy torpedo and mask their presence. Several seconds later there was a muted cheer at the report of the destruction of the Russian sub. Adrian didn't join in the celebration. She was nervously watching their depth on the fathometer unwind as the North Carolina raced for the surface. Con, sonar. Squall has acquired. Range is 900 yards, bearing 230, but the Russian torpedo hadn't been fooled by the countermeasures and was currently pinging with active sonar as it homed in on its target. Adrian issued new orders, stopping their race for the surface and going to flank speed on a heading away from the torpedo, but she knew they couldn't outrun it. Even without its rocket motor, it was faster in the water than they were and would catch them before it ran out of fuel. With nothing to do other than wait for the inevitable, she stepped to where Talbot still lay on the deck. In the absence of a struggle, the 3 men who'd held him down had backed off slightly, but he hadn't tried to get off the deck. "What happened to you?" she asked, kneeling at his side. "This is on you, XO," he said, staring at her with hate in his eyes. After a long pause, she nodded her head and stood. Ordered the release of an emergency buoy that would carry a copy of the boat's electronic log to the surface where it would be transmitted back to Pearl Harbor. The North Carolina might be lost, but she'd ensured the people of Hawaii weren't going to die in the furnace of a nuclear fire. Smiling to herself, she listened calmly as a detached voice reported the rapidly shrinking distance to the Russian torpedo and the time to impact with her boat's hull. 20 seconds later, a hammer-like detonation near the North Carolina's stern blasted it sideways in the water. Both propeller shafts were sheared away, leaving gaping holes for seawater to pour in. The hull, compromised by the pressure wave of the exploding torpedo, failed and a raging torrent began flooding in, dragging the boat down to its final resting place in the Tasman Sea. 50. Igor, Shevchenko and Strickland huddled behind a small building at the edge of another tiny village. It was spread out in the valley beneath them, hugging the banks of the Ankara River. This part of Siberia was well removed from any of the strategic targets attacked by the Americans, either with the Thor rods or the nerve agent-tipped missiles, and had come through unscathed. The power was on, a scattering of lights twinkling in the early morning darkness. They were nearly 10 miles south of the village where they had recovered Irina's uncle. The structure they sheltered behind was part of a police outpost and held the only vehicle they'd yet encountered, an enclosed snowcat. About twice the size of a normal snowmobile, it had the same configuration of 2 skis in the front and a single, wide track in the rear for propulsion. Igor and Strickland exchanged glances as Shevchenko moved closer to inspect the machine. He began nodding almost immediately, then looked at Igor. "It is the one, but the man driving was not police." "Doesn't matter," Igor answered in Russian. "If it's here, then Irina must be here." The older man nodded and they moved out of the rough shack and took up position behind it. "What are we doing, Ivan?" Strickland asked, looking at the main building below their position through his night vision goggles. Igor stared at it, recognizing the same design that had been used all over Russia. He was certain this was a Soviet-era structure that combined an office, barracks, and holding cells. They had been built all over, some of them in completely inexplicable locations, but the old Soviet Union had been a very large place with lots of remote areas. The Communist Party had operated under the doctrine that it was necessary to have an official presence in as many places as possible. They viewed it as both a show of a strong hold on the country as well as a method to legitimize their claim to foreign lands that had been gobbled up as they expanded their hold. Igor didn't care about any of this. His only concern was to recover Irina before she was taken to Irkutsk and vanished into the mafia's underworld of prostitution, drugs, and other criminal activities too numerous to list. Calling a Russian Ivan, who isn't named Ivan, is actually rather insulting, Shevchenko said to Strickland in perfect, Oxford-accented English. His name is Igor and you should show him respect by calling him such. Strickland looked around in surprise. Igor didn't understand everything that was said, but knew the young American had just been schooled. "Who the hell are you?" the SEAL asked. "Admiral of the fleet, Fyodor Shevchenko. And if you call me Ivan, I will slit your throat in your sleep." The two men stared at each other for a few beats, then Shevchenko smiled. Strickland had no idea if he was joking or serious, but saw something in the man's eyes that confirmed he was much more than a run-of-the-mill prisoner. "We go," Igor said, ignoring the exchange and pointing at Strickland. "I go to back. You front." "Da." "Okay, Iva." "Igor," Strickland said. Igor pointed at the spare AK rifle that was slung around the American's shoulders and tilted his head at Shevchenko. The SEAL nodded and removed it, passing it across to the older man along with a stack of loaded magazines they'd taken from the dead guards. The Admiral expertly checked over the weapon and nodded. "If we don't come out, you must go without us," he said in Russian. "To where?" Shevchenko asked. "California. It is time for the coup. Convince the commanders to stop fighting the Americans or all of us will die." "What has happened?" "No time," Igor said, shaking his head. "If I bring Irina back, she will tell you. If not, Admiral Packard in Hawaii will help." Shevchenko frowned but didn't ask any further questions. Igor held his eyes for a beat, then looked at Strickland and rolled around the edge of the building. The SEAL followed, both men moving cautiously. The only sound was the soft crunch of frozen snow beneath their boots, but there was nothing that could be done to prevent it. Approaching the main building, they split apart and headed for their agreed areas. 5 minutes, Strickland mumbled to Igor, tapping his watch as they separated. Igor glanced at his and nodded. That should be more than enough time for each of them to get into position and be ready to breach. They didn't need to communicate any strategy. Both were seasoned warriors. When the clock expired, they would make simultaneous entry. Anyone they found, other than Irina, was an enemy. A heavy door, secured with a rusting lock, was in the middle of the back wall. Igor examined it closely, then pried it open with his knife. The ease with which the cheap metal tore free from the surrounding wood confirmed his suspicion of the building's age. A generation of Siberian weather, short, wet summers and frigidly cold winters had deteriorated the structure to the point it was surprising it was still standing. Checking his watch, he saw 1 minute remaining and took a deep breath to prepare himself. Fear for Irina, which had been pushed aside since they were separated, threatened to consume him. Though he made a concerted effort to mask his emotions and only show the world the gruff exterior they expected from a Russian, Igor was actually a deeply compassionate man. He just didn't like to show it, believing if anyone knew his heart they would think he was weak. 15 seconds. He gripped the rifle tighter and shut out thoughts of anything other than what the next few minutes would require. The men who were holding Irina were going to die. For them, he had no sympathy. They had chosen to take her, against her will. If only they'd realized they were signing their death warrant, perhaps they would have gone about their business and left her alone. At 5 seconds, he grasped the edge of the door and counted the remaining time in his head. Pulling it open, he cringed at the squeal of rusting hinges. The noise was probably not loud enough to wake someone, but would certainly alert the occupants if one of them was on watch. Yanking the door fully open, Igor rolled around the jam, rifle up and scanning for a target. There were no electric lights, only dim oil lamps. They provided more than enough illumination as he entered a long hallway that ran toward the front of the building. There were 5 doors that opened off the corridor, 3 to the right and 2 on his left. Moving quickly to the first, he gently tested the knob. It turned easily in his hand and he glanced in at a cramped storage room that stank of spilled beer. Gently closing it, he moved on and was reaching to open the next one when there was a shout of surprise followed by 3 suppressed shots from somewhere ahead. There was a crash of furniture being knocked over and glass breaking. Strickland had encountered someone. The door he had been about to check was suddenly jerked open from inside. An unshaven man wearing pants with suspenders over a pair of long underwear started to step out, an aging Makarov pistol in his hand. Igor pressed the muzzle of his rifle to the man's chest and pulled the trigger, shredding his heart and lungs. The body had absorbed much of the sound of the unsuppressed AK, but it was still louder than Igor liked. Stepping into the doorway, he shoved the falling corpse out of his way and scanned. This was the barracks, a pair of stacked beds against one wall, another by itself on the opposite side. A man lay in the upper bunk, frozen halfway to a seated position. He was young and his eyes were wide with fear as he stared at the deadly apparition that had suddenly stepped into the room. "Where is the woman?" Igor asked, rifle trained on the man's face. "Down the hall, in the cell," he said, stammering in fright. "Spasiba," Igor said, then shot him in the head. Spinning, he checked the hall and moved toward the front. No more firing from Strickland, which he hoped was a good sign. There had only been 3 beds and he'd just killed 2 men. If he was right about the meaning of the SEAL having fired, there should only be Irina remaining in the building. Despite feeling good that all the men in the building were down, he still cautiously checked each door as he went. A stinking restroom, an office with a desk and a cramped kitchen. All empty. Hurrying forward, he paused at an intersection with another hall, listening closely but hearing nothing. At the end of the new corridor he could see it opened into a larger space which had to be the front. Pale, flickering light cast dancing shadows on the wall, but he didn't see or hear any movement. Sliding down the hall with his back pressed to the wall, he paused when he saw a set of iron bars. They were a door into a cell and he had to resist the impulse to hurry forward and make sure Irina was really there. Edging along a foot at a time, he paused when he could see through the bars. Dirty straw covered the floor, but he couldn't tell if there was an occupant. To do that, he would have to step into view of the larger room. Taking a breath and hoping for the best, he called out in English. "Clear." "Clear," Strickland's voice answered almost immediately. "Coming," Igor said, warning the SEAL he was about to step into view. Hurrying forward, he glanced to his left, seeing the American standing over the bodies of a pair of men wearing expensive clothing. Strickland lowered his rifle when he saw Igor, nodding at the cell. Whirling, Igor smiled when Irina rushed forward to the bars to greet him. He was so happy to see her, it took a few moments before he realized there were 2 other women hanging back near the rear. Strickland made a quiet sound to get his attention, then tossed a large, brass key. Igor snagged it out of the air and hurriedly unlocked the barred door. Letting his rifle swing down, he gathered Irina into his arms and crushed her against him. Later, the SEAL hissed. "Let's get out of here while the getting's good." Igor grunted, releasing Irina and stepping back. She turned and motioned at the 2 women who tentatively came forward. "Who are they?" Igor asked in Russian. "Being taken to Irkutsk," she said. "We can't leave them here." Igor nodded, glancing at what he realized now weren't women, but girls that weren't even out of their teens. Turning, he hurried to a chair where the 2 men Strickland killed had thrown their heavy coats. Snatching them up, he handed one to each girl. A sound caught his attention and he reached into one of the second coat's pocket and pulled out the satchel of gold coins he'd given to Irina. My uncle? Irina asked. Safe. Waiting outside for us, Igor said, pocketing the bag. Irina smiled, squeezed Igor's hand, then took each of the girls by the arm and followed him through the door into the night. 51. I had explained my idea quickly, and though there were a lot of doubtful expressions, no one had a better suggestion. So, we jumped into action, preparing for our assault. It had only taken 15 minutes, but every second was critical. The kill team could decide to leave at any moment. They could spread out within the building, which would almost completely negate the effectiveness of the attack I had planned. A dozen other things could go wrong, but I didn't allow myself to dwell on them. Why are we doing this? Rachel had asked. You got a better idea? I'd responded, focused on filling a bottle. No. That's not what I'm asking. Why are we taking these guys out? Doesn't the ADF have the armory locked down? Without being able to break in, the team won't have what they need to attempt the raid. Do you know that? I'd asked without stopping what I was doing. Isn't that the idea of having alerted the ADF? Yes and no, I'd said. There are other armories. We have no way of knowing if these guys have a plan B and will simply just go to another location. I'm sure they picked this one because of its proximity to Baranov's building, but that doesn't mean they're not prepared with an alternative location. He's right, Lucas interjected. That's what I'd do. Can't put all your eggs in one basket. The only way to be sure they're stopped is to stop them permanently. Rachel thought about that for a moment before nodding and continuing to help with the preparations. Now, we were spread out and communicating over small, encrypted radios that had come from Bering's safe house. He was on the roof of the warehouse that overlooked the defunct auto repair shop with Rachel at his side. Lucas was in the storage lot of a towing company that abutted the fence surrounding our target's rear parking lot, lying across the top of a tall RV that was tagged with an impound sticker. I was prone on the roof of a commercial tire shop. My position gave me an unobstructed view of the front of the target and had the advantage of being low enough that I could drop down to the top of the rover and be on the ground in seconds. An unhappy dog was locked inside our vehicle. This wasn't a battle he could help with. Bering had insisted he was the one for the job when I'd explained what we were going to do. He said he'd been a pitcher on his high school baseball team and knew he still had a great arm. I'd looked at him for a moment before glancing at Lucas, who had only shrugged and turned away. Accepting Bering's assurances, we'd split up, moving to our current locations. I performed a quick scan of the area. This was going to be noisy and, even though there weren't any residential buildings nearby, I didn't think the fight would go unnoticed very long. The police would be called and, already on edge from the firefights that had been popping up around the city, they would flood the area in force. We had to hit hard and fast, then get the hell out of there. Unmuting the phone, I spoke softly even though I was too far away from the target to be heard. Have they moved? No, sir, Jessica replied instantly. Still 16 at the western end with 2 on watch. Lucas and I had identified the 2 doors where the sentries had set up. One opened into the rear, the other the front. They were heavy steel, as expected in a commercial building, the upper third's a window with steel mesh reinforced glass. This gave them a great view of the exterior, but kept them out of sight in the dark interior. I thanked Jessica, leaving the call connected and activating my radio. No change to target, I transmitted. Confirm status. Lucas, then Bering, responded that each was ready. I didn't hear Rachel's voice, but hadn't expected to. She was listening, but was focused on her task. Go! 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 I said sharply. I focused on the door where the sentry was watching the lot. I faintly heard 4 sound-suppressed shots in rapid sequence, but couldn't see the hand-thrown objects that arced between the warehouse and the target building's roof. Rachel's fire had blasted out the skylight that was nearly directly over the heads of the 16 assembled men. Now it was up to Bering to put his money where his mouth was. "They're reacting." Jessica's voice came over the speaker. An instant later, there was a brief flash of light visible through the skylights and window where the sentry stood, then the muted thump of a fragmentation grenade detonating within the building. 1 second pause, a second flash and blast, then a third. Almost immediately, a flaming object arced up from Bering's position, but this one was off target and struck the roof adjacent to the broken skylight. With a whump, the bottle shattered, releasing the gasoline inside to be ignited by the burning rag that had plugged its neck. With a bloom of bright orange flame, the burning fuel began running toward the hole in the roof and dripping through. "Thermal is masked," Jessica reported over the phone, letting me know the heat of the fire had blocked her view of the building's occupants. Another object came flying from Bering's location, a flickering flame marking its passage. This one sailed through the opening, and a second later I could see the undamaged skylights and window flare and stay lit as it erupted. "Lucas, sitrep," I called in a calm voice. "I've got flames visible through the window at the sentry's position. Don't think anyone's coming out that way." As he was speaking, Bering launched 3 more Molotov cocktails. One of them shattered on the roof, but the other 2 were on target and added to the conflagration inside. I could see the light of the flames through the door facing the front lot, but it didn't seem as if they were close. Pulling my rifle tight, I held aim on that point, waiting for someone to emerge. Black smoke was billowing through the hole in the roof, and it wouldn't be long. The door suddenly burst open and a man with a rifle to his shoulder ran through, turning and heading for the corner of the building. Right on his heels were 3 more. I pulled the trigger and the first guy tumbled lifeless to the asphalt. Shifting aim, I managed to not flinch when the other 3 cut loose with their weapons on full auto. They didn't have a target. Couldn't see me as I watched them run for cover and adjusted my aim. They were simply hoping to spray enough lead to distract their attackers so they could reach safety. One of them was moving slow, dragging a leg, most likely injured by one of the grenades. I bypassed him and took out another a moment before he would have rounded the edge of the building and been lost to sight. The next guy threw himself to the ground, eating dirt behind a low row of blocks that created what had once been a landscaping feature. I checked on the wounded man, who had taken cover in the shadow of a large cement pot that held a dead palm tree. Ignoring him for the time being, I shifted back to the one behind the blocks. They appeared to be standard cinder blocks and were only stacked 2 high. He was crawling forward on his belly, his head and vital organs protected, but that didn't mean everything was. Taking a deep breath, I let it out and pulled the trigger as my lungs emptied. The man spasmed in pain when my round punched through the meat of his ass, but he was savvy enough to keep the truly important parts in cover. Sighing, I fired again, earning a scream as he lost a chunk of his right hamstring where it connected to his butt. Shifting, I started pumping rounds into the blocks where his head and upper body would be. I didn't expect a 5.56 round to go completely through, but the bullets did a good job of chewing up the man's protection. He might not be taking hits, but he sure as hell knew he was under attack. After several more shots, he stopped moving and held up an arm in surrender. "Lucas, you clear in back?" I asked over the radio. "Clear." No one came out. "Move to the front corner, but stay in cover and let me know when you get there. Got 2 of them pinned down and wounded. One is surrendering. I'd like to talk to him." "Copy," he said, then Bering spoke in my ear. "We done?" "Affirmative. Get your asses down and to the vehicle." "Sir." Jessica's voice from the phone. "Go. I'm monitoring radio traffic in your area and the police just put out an alert. You'd better get out of there." "Copy," I said, then went back to the radio. "Step it up, Lucas. We're about to have company." "In position," he said. "You've got 2 of them when you come around the corner. One will be on the ground in a planting bed, 5 yards to your front. The other is behind a large planter with a dead tree, 10 yards beyond the first. Got it, he said. I didn't take my eye off either of the men I'd pinned down, but knew Lucas would have poked his head around the corner to get a view of what I was describing. A couple of seconds later I saw movement as he came into the open. Could tell he was shouting commands. I'm at the vehicle. Rachel letting me know they'd made it. The man behind the blocks was cooperating, tossing his rifle out into the lot and holding his arms straight in front of his prone body. Lucas approached carefully, swinging wide with his weapon trained as he cast a quick glance at the second man. One behind the pod looks unconscious or dead, he reported. I've got the one you're at, go check him, I said. Clock's ticking. Lucas didn't hesitate to turn away and hurry toward the other man. He shuffled sideways, rifle on target. I kept my focus on the prone man I'd already shot a couple of times. He might be hurt, but he was far from being out of action. I heard a short burst of suppressed fire from Lucas, but didn't shift my attention. Fucker was playing, Lucas reported, then stepped back into the field of view of my scope and leaned over the man. Sir, you've got police 1 mile out, coming fast. Jessica's voice over the phone. Lucas, hold him. We're coming to get you. He acknowledged as I snatched up the phone and slithered to the edge of the roof. Swinging my legs over, I dropped onto the top of the rover then climbed down to the ground. Rachel was behind the wheel and I yanked the door open and jumped in, shouting for her to go before the door was shut behind me. The vehicle surged forward and she kept us in a straight line. We bounced over a curb, a sidewalk and some small bushes, then roared across the parking lot and screeched to a stop near Lucas. Jumping out, I ran to the back and opened the hatch before grabbing the injured man and dragging him across the pavement while Lucas covered our retreat with his rifle. Grunting with exertion, I shoved our prisoner into the cargo area, told Dog to keep an eye on him and slammed the hatch. Lucas piled into the back seat, swiveling around to watch the man and I jumped back in front. Rachel floored the throttle, spinning us around and heading for the street. Which way, Jessica? I shouted when I fumbled the phone out of my pocket. Left out of the lot, then your first right. Stay straight and you should miss them. I glanced at Rachel, who nodded she'd gotten the instructions, then turned in the seat to check on our prisoner. It took a moment for it to register that Bering wasn't in the vehicle and turned back to look at Rachel. Where's Bering? Her jaw was set as she wrenched us through the right turn we'd been told to take. Gone, she answered, checking the mirror for pursuit. Gone? Like before? Right in front of me, she said, shaking her head in disbelief. We had just run up to the rover and I was reaching out to hand him the keys, and he just vanished. I stared at her for several long moments, then turned to look in the back seat as if Bering would suddenly pop up and shout surprise. But of course, he didn't. This wasn't a game and Rachel wasn't one to make things up. Well, I'll be damned, I said. 52. We made it back to the safe house without incident, thanks to Jessica. I'd kept the circuit open and 3 times we'd been diverted to avoid a responding police unit. The sky behind us glowed a dirty orange as the flames from the burning building lit a thick cloud of black smoke from within. Glancing back, I suppressed a shudder when the scene reminded me of what Atlanta had looked like the morning after the attacks. The prisoner stayed quiet and still as Rachel drove. Of course, he had Dog staring at him with his lips peeled back to expose sharp teeth, and Lucas ensured his cooperation by keeping the muzzle of his rifle aimed at the man's head. Pulling into the garage, I hopped out as soon as the door was down and dragged him out of the back. Grunting in pain, he hobbled in the direction I pointed but refused to sit in the chair I indicated. I understood, considering where I'd shot him, but was all out of compassion. Kicking the back of his good leg, I put a hand on his shoulder and pushed him down, earning a howl of pain and a string of invectives. Staring in surprise, I involuntarily took a step back. He'd just cursed me in fluent Russian. "You're Russian?" I asked. He looked up at me from the chair, greasy sweat covering his face and hate in his eyes. "Fucking American," he said in heavily accented English. What the bloody hell? Lucas said, as surprised as I was. Rachel stood next to me, dog between us, giving our prisoner the evil eye and an occasional growl to remind him to behave. Want me to treat his wounds? She asked. Maybe later, I said. If he tells me what I want to know. Good, she said, turning away and taking a seat on the far side of the room. Who are you? I asked. Fuck you, he said, gently shifting his weight away from the damage my 2 bullets had caused. Why do you want to kill Baranov? I asked, earning a surprised look and a long silence. Yes, I know what you're planning. What I don't know is, why? I was momentarily taken aback when he burst out laughing. Stupid Americans, he said. You are nothing but foolish children with your high and mighty moralities. Look at you now. He shook his head in disdain and I kicked him on the side of his ass. The spot where I'd put a round in it. He howled in pain again, twisting away, overbalancing the chair and crashing to the floor. I stepped closer and leaned over him. I'm not one of those Americans, I said. I'm just a simple soldier and I only have one question. Why do you want to kill Baranov? Why did you stop us? He gasped. Would you not want to see him die for what he has done to you? You misunderstand, I said, pulling a chair around and sitting down with the man at my feet. I'm not answering questions, I'm asking them. Does not matter, he said with a confident smile. I didn't like that comment or the arrogance. Frowning, I brought out the encrypted phone and snapped a photo of his face and sent it to Jessica with a request. He didn't like that, but hadn't realized what I was doing in time to try and hide his features from the camera. I'll know who you are in a few minutes, I said, hoping I sounded as confident as I wanted to. Standing, I told Dog to watch him and motioned Lucas to the far side of the room. Rachel joined us and we leaned our heads close together so we could speak without him hearing our conversation. Why'd you take his picture? Rachel asked. Asked Jessica to run him through facial recognition. Doubt the database is still available, but it's worth a try. This guy's English is too good. Has to be an officer. What did you think of what he said? Lucas asked. That it doesn't matter. He nodded. First thought that went through my head is that there's something in the works in case his team failed, I said. Lucas glanced at the Russian. Me too, he said. But why wouldn't Bering have told us? Because it wouldn't have happened, Rachel said. They succeeded, remember. There was no need. Are you thinking another team? Maybe, I said. Or a bomb, or, who knows? We'd better damn well find out, Lucas said. Things haven't changed. Baranov dies, Australia dies. Hawaii dies. I nodded, then looked down when the phone vibrated in my hand. Opening the text file I just received, I enlarged the view and quickly read the cover sheet of a dossier that had been provided by Naval Intelligence. Major Vladimir Masorin of the Russian Naval Infantry, I said, moving to stand over the wounded man. Perhaps I bundle you up and deliver you to Baranov. Good idea? That way he will know who you are and can make sure your family is well taken care of after your death. I was surprised when he started laughing. Fucking American, he said again. Do not make empty threats. Baranov cannot hurt my family. I stared at him, wondering if he was a little bit crazy, then glanced to the side when Rachel moved next to me. They're already dead, aren't they? She asked in a soft voice. His eyes shifted to her and after a long moment his entire demeanor changed. The smile melted off his face and his eyes dropped as he seemed to shrink in on himself. That's why you want him dead, isn't it? Rachel asked in the same gentle tone. Masorin took a deep, shuddering breath, then nodded quickly. Once. What happened? She asked. My wife was from Ukraine, he said in a voice so low I had to concentrate to hear him. And undesirable. And because of her, my children, too. After you attacked the motherland, an evacuation order was issued. But only true Russians are allowed to leave the hot zones and given a chance to survive in California. The room went quiet, even dogs ceasing to growl when he picked up on the raw emotion coming from our prisoner. I'm truly sorry, Rachel said. Is that why the other men were with you? Did they lose someone, too? He nodded, but didn't offer up any more information. I took a deep breath and let it out, all the anger and frustration evaporating. Slowly, I eased my way into the chair and told the Russian about my quest to kill Baranov and why. He listened as I spoke, finally nodding. Perhaps we are more alike than either would care to admit, he said. But why did you stop us if you want him dead? Why have you not already killed him? If we kill him, a dead man switch will release nerve gas across all of Australia, I said. Millions more will die. We had to stop that from happening, as much as I wanted to allow it. He stared into my eye for a long time, then lowered his gaze and shook his head. You have not stopped it. What? We are one of 3 teams. We were to be the first. If we failed, the second would take over. If they failed, the third. You have to stop them. Lucas said. I cannot. I do not know who or where they are or what their plan to kill Baranov is. All I know is they are here, and if we have not succeeded by 0800 tomorrow, they will act. 53. Lucas and I stepped into the backyard with Dog as Rachel finished treating Macerin's wounds. Just to be on the safe side, we'd brought all the weapons with us and cuffed one of his hands to the table. Not that we didn't trust him, but we didn't trust him. I have to call the Admiral, I said. Like hell you do. Lucas immediately protested. You call him with this news, he's going to warn the Russians. You know what that means. There's not another choice, I said, keeping my voice calm. Whether it happens tonight, or 2 nights from now, someone is going to kill that motherfucker. And when they do, the result is going to be the same. Australia and Hawaii get wiped out. You're not calling him. Lucas said, turning to face me. I've known my friend for a long time and could tell he wasn't bluffing. If I pulled out the phone to call Pearl Harbor, he was going to try to stop me. I wasn't willing to make a bet on which one of us would come out on top of that confrontation, but neither would win. Then what? I asked, lighting a cigarette and watching Dog water the bushes. I believe the Russian. He doesn't know how to stop the other teams. We don't have the first clue where to even start looking for them, and, even if we did, you really don't think we'd get lucky twice, do you? That was a lot of dumb luck that let us take out the target tonight. Lucas chewed on that for a few moments, moving upwind from the smoke drifting off my smoldering cigarette. There has to be a way, he said in a voice that was still angry. Then tell me, Dot. He glared at me before turning away and shaking his head. Look, Lucas, I said after a couple minutes of silence. Pearl was watching the whole thing go down. They know we pulled it off and escaped with a prisoner. Frankly, I'm surprised the phone hasn't already rang with the Admiral wanting to know what we've found out. Cutting him out of the loop isn't going to work. We go silent, there's no guarantee he won't decide to send the warning. Then we tell the ADF everything. Get them to understand what's at stake so no one leaks to the Russians. Then they can set up an additional perimeter around Baranov to stop any attack. You really think that will work? I asked, making sure he heard the doubt in my voice. Remember when I told you? You called me a daft bastard, among other things. There's no way to prove what we're saying is true. We go into ADF headquarters and start spinning this tale, they're gonna lock us in a fucking rubber room and you goddamn well know it. Why don't you try coming up with a solution instead of being so fucking negative? Fuck you. I said with some heat behind it. Fuck you, too. He snapped, turning away and looking at the slowly lightening eastern horizon. You two through pissing on each other's leg? We turned to see Rachel standing in the doorway. I could hear you inside. Neither of us said anything or looked at each other. Rachel sighed and came forward, gently taking Lucas's arm and turning him around. Go home, she said. Go be with Ziggy and your kids. John's right. There's probably not a way to stop this, and if that's the case, they're going to need you. And trust me, you don't want to be anywhere near a populated area if this shit is released. Lucas looked at her without saying anything. I was surprised at her suggestion, but as I thought about it I realized it was probably best for him. She's right, I said. You're in the fucking middle of nowhere. And this isn't the virus. If it gets released, it's not contagious. It'll burn itself out in a hurry. 2 or 3 days at the most. Your family will be safe. Run away and let millions die. That what you're telling me to do? He asked. That what you'd do, mate? I shook my head, refusing to rise to the bait. Everything I have is right here, I said, waving at Dog and Rachel. Take care of the ones you love first. After that, if you can, well. Nice try, Lucas said, staring at me. You'd no sooner take off than I would, so just stop the shite and let's figure this out. Lucas, I said, stepping closer and holding his eyes. I wasn't home when this started. Wasn't there for Katie when she needed me the most. Now she's gone, and I have to live with that. Go home. Be with your family. They need you. You've told me your story, he said. You didn't have a choice when the attacks happened. I do. Ziggy can survive without me if she has to. But if I ever want to look her or my kids in the eye again, I can't run away to hide in the outback and let millions of innocent people die. You're not running away and hiding, Rachel said. Running away from what? Almost certain death if you stay here? It's not like we've got a plan or anything. Would you go stand next to a bomb if no one knew how to defuse it? What would be the point? I lit another cigarette as Lucas turned away. Rachel's argument was getting to him, and me, too, for that matter. Standing there, thinking about things, I was wondering what the hell any of us were still doing in an Australian city. There was time to get away. Go back to the compound with Lucas and build our house. Maybe it was time to let events play out the way they were intended. We'd already gotten a second lease on life, courtesy of the Athena Project. Why the hell were we gambling with something that no one ever got? Simply to die in a futile effort to save a doomed country? I didn't say anything and Rachel went quiet as Lucas struggled with what she'd said. Sharing the cigarette, I idly scratched Dog's ears as we stood there, watching the sunrise. Tugging on Rachel's hand, I tilted my head at the door and she followed me inside. Dog came with us, heading to the corner and stretching out on the floor. Thinking we should go, too, I said. There's nothing more we can do. Rachel looked at me for a long beat before nodding, circling her arms around my neck and resting her head on my shoulder. I held her close, content to have the moment. We should all go. I looked over to see Lucas standing in the doorway. If there's no reason for me to stay, there's no reason for any of us. We can be there before the second team launches its raid. You run away? Mosorin asked in surprise. Shut up. I barked at him. Fuck you, American. The man kills your country and your wife and you run like a motherless whore. I pulled away from Rachel, turning, fighting the impulse to beat the Russian to death. Lucas, too, was advancing with murder in his eyes. Wait! Rachel shouted. We hesitated, looking at her standing there, obviously deep in thought. Wait, she said again, rushing to grab the laptop. Whores. That's it. 54. It took Rachel a few minutes to dig through the files she'd read earlier, then she plopped the laptop onto the table and called us over. Still angry, but curious, Lucas and I stepped closer. Ma Soren leaned forward for a look. Whores, Rachel said again. That's our ticket inside. Lucas and I exchanged glances. What are you talking about? We went over that at Wellington's. There's no advantage there. No. Listen, Rachel said. Not the string of hookers that are parading in and out every day. Something else. She was excited and I let her talk. The 8th, she glanced at the Russian. Bering's people were surveilling everything they could. Sucking up data and video feeds. Phone calls. Text messages. You name it, if it was out there, they were getting it. So? She glanced at Ma Soren and I got her meaning. Even though he was our prisoner, there were things he didn't need to hear. The fact that I didn't plan to allow him to leave the safe house alive didn't change the need for operational security. I nodded and she grabbed the laptop and led the way into the backyard. All right, I said. What? We didn't know if any of the girls were going to Baranov's quarters. And even if they were, it really didn't do us any good. Remember? Both of us nodded. Well, I don't know if Wellington's people missed this, or what, but Athena got it. It's a long file, but what it comes down to is that Baranov has particular needs. He gets off on violence. Come again? Lucas asked. He's a masochist, Rachel said, smiling. He likes pain. Doesn't just like it, it's how he gets off. But it has to be special. Done just right. Understand? No, Lucas and I said in unison. Jesus, you guys are sheltered. He's a submissive and he needs a DOM. A dominatrix. Are you fucking kidding me? I blurted. A guy like that is a submissive? Rachel held her hands up, palms toward us. Psychology classes, okay? That's how I know this. It's not uncommon for powerful men to take a submissive role in the bedroom. They're always in charge. Always having to make decisions. When they have an opportunity to step out of that world, even for only an hour or two, it allows them to perform when otherwise the stress of their lives would interfere. I sure as hell hope you learned this from school, I said, earning a look that told me to shut up. Look. Here's the bottom line, Rachel said. Once a week, since he's been here, a dominatrix has visited him. And he doesn't seem to have found one to his liking as he's asked for a different girl multiple times. The visits have been like clockwork and there's one scheduled for this evening. Okay, this is interesting and all, Lucas said. But what does it do for us? Being a true dominatrix is very specialized, she said. There might be girls working that say they are, but for a submissive like Baranov, who knows what he wants, there's a very small pool of specialists to choose from and apparently only one provider in Sydney. How do you know that? I asked. Only one, I mean. Because even though he's changing girls regularly and never repeating, they're all coming from the same agency. And, unlike the hookers, it doesn't seem to be Russian. She spun the laptop around and started scrolling through files, showing us what she was talking about. How did Wellington miss this? I asked Lucas. He shrugged. All right, I said a minute later. It looks like you're right, but how does this help? Hold on, Rachel said, pulling up another file. They pulled this off the agency's computer. Information on what their clients like. Here's Baranov's file, which is what the girls that visited him wrote down. He likes to be tied up, and, well, you can read. Holy shit, I said when I finished the file. No kidding, Lucas said. He's one bloody twisted bastard. To say the least, Rachel said, nodding in agreement. But this is our in. How we get to him? How? Lucas asked. Me. I go in posing as a dominatrix. When I get him tied up and then, well, that thing, she said, tapping a line on the screen with her fingernail. When I have control, I make him call down and order the guards to send John up. I'm sorry, I said. I'm just not seeing how this helps. Even if we get to him, we can't kill him. Remember what Jessica told us about the signal with the vital signs and brainwaves? I do, Rachel said. And I've got an idea. I need to talk to Jessica, but I think I know why the EEG is part of the signal. It's worth a call, Lucas said after a long pause. I nodded and pulled out the phone. A moment later, Jessica answered. Rachel held her hand out and I gave her the device. She spoke rapidly, asking for the neurologists who had already evaluated the signal to join them on the call. Lucas and I traded a look, then stepped away so we could speak without disturbing her. Sorry about earlier, mate. Forget it, I said. Just be glad you didn't try anything. I'd feel bad if I had to hurt you. I grinned at him as he shook his head and rolled his eyes. So, what do you think? Is she onto something, or maybe a little off the deep end? She's smarter than both of us put together, I said, shrugging. Can she pull it off and actually get Baranov alone? I wouldn't bet against her, I said. She hasn't survived this long and made it this far just because of me. Yeah, but is this a good idea? Sending her into the lion's den? Hell, we've both known trained intelligence officers that couldn't pull this off. I nodded, acknowledging he was right. That doesn't bother me so much as how did Wellington miss this? Unless it was on purpose. But, if it wasn't. It's not Wellington, Lucas said firmly. I don't know his guys, but it wasn't him. Maybe they're not as good as he thought. I walked over and picked up the laptop, glancing at Rachel. She was deep in conversation, her free arm waving around as she spoke. Focusing on the screen, I scrolled through all the data as Lucas peered over my shoulder. Rachel was correct. This was a regular, once-a-week event for Baranov. Right there, Lucas said, pointing. And that makes sense. He was pointing at a file that described the communications method between the Russians and the agency that was providing the dominatrix. It was strictly over a secure cell phone, and the same individual, identified as Baranov's chief of staff, was the only person with whom they ever communicated. Makes sense, I said. Russians are even more hung up on the strong, masculine persona than we are. He's not going to want just anyone to know about this. Maybe Wellington's people couldn't pick up the calls. Let's hope that's all it is, Lucas said. I nodded and looked up as Rachel approached. She handed me the phone and smiled. Well? I asked. He has a neurostimulation device implanted in his head, she said, beaming. The neurologists weren't looking for the signature, but it's there. What the hell does that mean? I asked. Means he's an epileptic. The device is designed to interrupt the signals in his brain that cause seizures. We stared at her in surprise for a moment. What? She asked, unable to stop smiling at being right. You think I didn't pay attention in medical school? Fine, I said, shaking my head. But how does this help? And why would they put his EEG into the signal for the dead man switch? Rachel smiled even broader. Because seizures have the potential to interfere with the autonomic systems. Heart rate and BP can go up, or the heart can stop. This is a failsafe that, frankly, I'm surprised is there. In English, please, I said. Okay. The device implanted to control the seizures isn't perfect. It can fail to stop them. If that happens and his heart were to stop, having a record of both vital signs and brainwaves, at the moment of death, would definitively show his passing was of natural causes. In that case, the dead man switch would not be triggered. On the other hand, if he were to die from sudden trauma, such as a bullet to the head or a knife to the heart, it would be a very different signature in what the system is watching for. Got it? That's it? So, he can die of natural causes and the nerve gas doesn't release, but if I shoot the fucker in the head, it will? What good does that do us unless we're ready to sit around until old age catches up with him? There's a way to induce a seizure with the neurotransmitter that's in his head and make it appear to be a natural event. We stared at her in shock, our mouths hanging open. Did we really have a way out of this? That will kill him? Lucas asked. Maybe, maybe not, Rachel said. But if his heart stops while he's having a seizure, the switch shouldn't trigger. That's where he comes in. She pointed at me and I nodded, already anticipating the feel of my knife-piercing Baranov's flesh. So how do we do this? I asked after a long pause. One of the neurologists knew of 2 research hospitals here in Sydney that have the equipment needed to control the implant. Jessica already texted the info to the phone. I looked down at the handset, then handed it to Lucas. Know where these are? I asked. He nodded. Then let's get going. This ends tonight. 55. We had a busy day ahead of us. The first order of business was to get our hands on what I learned was called an NRIP, or Neurotransmitter Response Inductive Programmer. It was simply a wand that, when placed near the implant, allowed the manipulation of the device's function. Not something we could run down to the closest Best Buy or Radio Shack and pick up. Instead, after cleaning up, we went to the closest research hospital on the list. Lucas, posing as an Australian military vet with a debilitating brain injury, simply walked in with Rachel and begged for a consultation with a doctor. I didn't think it had a chance in hell of working, but somehow, he convinced the staff to squeeze him into the schedule. Rachel, posing as his wife, accompanied him into the doctor's private office. Between the 2 of them and some creative imagination, they convinced him that Lucas suffered from frequent seizures as a result of a battlefield injury and persuaded him to perform a quick EEG to establish a baseline. This got them into an exam room. While the staff went about setting up the equipment, Rachel wandered around until she spotted a wand. It was in a treatment room that was in use, but the patient was either asleep or sedated, so she slipped in and pocketed it. Signaling to Lucas, she didn't wait for him, rather got the hell out of there before someone realized an incredibly expensive piece of equipment was missing. Half an hour later, Lucas joined us in the Rover. What the hell did you stick around for? I asked when he climbed in. Was it Proctological Thursday and you didn't want to miss out? He told me to do something that was anatomically impossible, started the engine and we were off. The next stop was a specialty store that catered to women who enjoyed dressing certain ways for their partners. I was worried about paying for what Rachel needed, but Lucas assured us that credit cards issued by Australian banks were still being honored. That was one of the first things the PM had done as the world began to collapse, ensuring that the citizens would still be able to pay for merchandise however they wished. It hadn't been popular at first, but was one reason there was still a great degree of normality in the country. Lucas, Dog and I sat in the Rover while Rachel shopped with Lucas's Virgin Australia visa. We didn't talk about anything in particular, just chatted to pass the time. Actually, we ran out of things to discuss by the time she returned, over an hour later. Don't say a word, she said, tossing an armload of heavy bags and a large box into the back. I looked over my shoulder and wisely held my tongue. Lucas grinned and we set off for the far side of town where the home of the dominatrix selected for Baranov was located. We knew there was a standing order and thanks to the Athena data files, and a hack into the agency's computer by Jessica, we knew who was going tonight and when they were scheduled to present themselves. The woman was an independent contractor for the agency, who did nothing more than book her appointments and collect her fee. Not being an employee, she didn't depart from or check in with them. They would simply receive payment from the client and transfer the balance, less their commission, to her account the following day. Currently, Jessica was monitoring both the woman's and agency's phones and data lines in case there was a change to the schedule. If that happened, we'd have to figure something else out. Think Ma Soren is okay? Rachel asked as we drove. We'd left the Russian restrained by handcuffs in the cramped bathroom at the safe house. I'd had a moment of compassion and decided not to kill him, so he'd been fed and had plenty of water. He might not be comfortable, but he would survive. He's fine, I said. What are you going to do with him? She asked. If this works, cut him loose, I said. If it doesn't, I'll still cut him loose as we're getting the hell out of Sydney. Good, she said, sitting back and rubbing Dog's head. I started to ask why she was so interested, then remembered that she'd treated his wounds. She seemed to become immediately attached to anyone to whom she provided care. I didn't get it, but it was one of her endearing qualities. We pulled to a stop outside a subdued, yet elegant apartment building. It wasn't high-end enough to have a doorman or security, but it was close. She's probably asleep, Rachel said. Huh? I asked. She works nights, Rachel answered, shrugging. I'd had a lot to think about and this wasn't one of the nuances I had considered. Nodding, I rethought my plan. I'd originally intended to simply knock on her door and shove a pistol in her face when she opened it. Push her inside and restrain her. No, nothing fancy, and it came with a degree of risk if one of her neighbors happened to see anything. Now, as I considered our options, I glanced over at Lucas. Still good with locks? Been a while, but I was always better than you, he said with a grin. I brought out the phone and called Jessica. It took her all of 5 seconds to verify the woman was in her apartment. Well, not the woman, but her phone. And since no one leaves home without their phone, I was comfortable with the odds that she was home. Leaving Dog in the Rover, the three of us entered the building and rode the elevator to the 5th floor. It opened into a subtly appointed, carpeted hallway that smelled of lavender. I had no idea what rents were in Sydney, but this place couldn't be cheap. I guess tying up and abusing old men pays well. The walls were a soft cream color, the doors flat white with gold accents and unobtrusive unit numbers. Stopping in front of number 58, I glanced around, feeling better about our chances of pulling this off without being observed. The doors on either side of the wide hall were offset from each other. That way, when you stepped out of your apartment, you wouldn't come face to face with your neighbor. The advantage was that someone couldn't watch us through a spy hole. There were no cameras, at least none I could spot, and there was a hushed quiet. Positioning Rachel so she would be the only one visible through the peephole in the center of the door, I tapped lightly. If the woman was in bed asleep, I didn't want to make enough noise to wake her. If she wasn't, and answered the door, I'd fall back on my plan to scare her into cooperating by showing her a gun. After 30 seconds with no response, I tapped again. A full 30 seconds later, I nodded at Lucas and he dropped to his knee in front of the deadbolt and inserted 2 thin pieces of spring steel he carried in his wallet. The lock succumbed to his efforts in a very short time, then he moved to the knob. It went even faster and he stood, stepping to the side. I slid in front of Rachel, grasping the knob and gently turning. The door opened an inch and I stopped, letting out a breath. No alarm. But there was a gleaming brass security chain visible through the gap. Lucas saw the problem and snapped the 2 pieces of the lock picks together in an L shape and handed it to me. Reaching through the opening with one end, I gently teased the chain until it fell free from the track mounted to the inside of the door. Glancing up and down the hall, I drew my pistol and stepped through into the apartment. It was as hushed as the hall and I moved 10 feet in and waited for Lucas and Rachel. Tasteful furniture and decor gave the room a light and airy feeling. To my right was a large kitchen, boasting sleek, modern appliances. To the left, a hallway leading to a closed door. Everything was spotlessly clean and nothing was out of place. The door closed with barely a sound, then Rachel put her hand on my shoulder to signal they were ready. She and I stayed put, my weapon covering the hall while Lucas checked the kitchen and pantry. Sighting it was clear, he stepped to a wide, sliding glass door with a filmy white sheer that filtered the light. He peered out onto a small balcony, then turned back and nodded. Leading the way down the hall, I cleared a bathroom on one side and an empty bedroom to the right. Both were as clean and neat as I expected. All that was left was the closed door to our front, which had to be the master bedroom. I wasn't happy about going through that entrance and possibly surprising the woman. Sure, Australia has supposedly confiscated all the civilian firearms in the country. And maybe if this was a normal, suburban housewife, I wouldn't be hesitant. But a woman who worked in the sex trade understood that the only thing that could level the playing field with a man was to have a weapon. I didn't like the idea that she could be aware of our presence and even now be sitting on the other side, waiting to fire the moment the door began to move. Signaling Rachel and Lucas to stay back, I stepped forward and listened closely. And heard nothing. This wasn't a cheap place and the door was solid. Taking another breath, I pressed my back against the wall, hopefully out of the line of fire, and tentatively took the knob in my hand. Turning it slowly, I expected bullets to begin punching through the wood, almost surprised when they didn't. The door cracked open silently, but I couldn't see anything. The room was dark compared to the rest of the apartment. Remaining to the side, I pushed it open with my foot and took a quick peek around the jamb. Heavy curtains blocked the sunlight, but enough illumination spilled through from the hall for me to see a form beneath the covers on a king-sized bed. Feeling more confident, I took a longer look, checking for any traps and seeing nothing other than a normal bedroom. Giving a clear sign to Rachel and Lucas, I rolled around the jamb and moved to the bed. She was turned away from me, dark hair spilling across a crisp, linen pillowcase. As I was reaching for her, she must have been disturbed by the light or felt a change in the air from the open door. Her eyes flew open and there was sudden intake of air an instant before I clamped my hand over her mouth. There was the beginning of a struggle, but I held the pistol in front of her face and she immediately went still. "I'm not here to harm you," I said slowly. "Blink if you understand." After a pause, she did. "I'm going to remove my hand from your mouth," I said, in the same slow, calm cadence. "Do not cry out. Understand?" She blinked immediately and, an inch at a time, I lifted my hand away from her face. As I was straightening to step away from the bed, she made her move. Covers were thrown, billowing in my face as she surged up. Jumping back, I narrowly avoided the slash of a straight razor that would have sliced open my throat. "Don't," Rachel said, surprising both of us. She had stepped into the room and was near the foot of the bed with a pistol leveled at the woman's head. "I'm rather fond of him and if you were to try that again I'd have to kill you. Now, put it down." They stared at each other for a long, silent moment, then the woman in bed slowly reached out and put the blade on a nightstand. She was nude other than a pair of panties and started to reach for the sheet to cover her breasts. "Don't!" I snapped, freezing her hand before it could grasp the covers. Out of the bed and to the couch. I glanced at Lucas and he went down the hall to make sure there weren't any weapons concealed in the cushions or beneath the furniture. "What do you want?" she asked, still frozen in place. "Right now, I want you on the couch," I said. "We'll bring you something to put on." She nodded slowly, scooted carefully to the edge and stood. I was glad to see our information was correct. She was the same height as Rachel and the two women were built almost identically. With our weapons on her, we escorted her out of the bedroom. She sat where I indicated, crossing her legs tightly and covering her bare breasts with her arms. I nodded at Rachel and she disappeared into the bedroom, returning a minute later with a silk robe. She tossed it to the woman who pulled it on and cinched the belt tightly at her waist. "Pandora Simone," I said, putting my pistol away and taking a seat in a chair that faced the sofa. "That's quite a handle. Personally, I like Natalie Smith better. But I understand why you changed it when you moved from Darwin to Sydney 5 years ago." Her eyes widened slightly when I used her given name. "I had it courtesy of a hack performed by Jessica. I'm John. That's Rachel and Lucas. We aren't here to harm you. In fact, we need your help." "I've heard that before," she laughed in a throaty voice. "Not like that," I said. "Then what?" "I don't have any money here and I don't do drugs." "It's what you do for a living," I said. "Tonight, you have an appointment with Russian President Baranov. For the second time, her eyes widened in surprise. "You guys are spies, aren't you?" she asked, looking at each of us. "Hardly," I said with a smile and shake of my head. "But it doesn't matter what we are. What matters is that you're going to stay home tonight." She looked at each of us again, her eyes going to Rachel last. Looking her up and down, I saw something click into place for her. "You picked me because I look like her, didn't you?" "No," I said. "For once, we just happened to get lucky." "So, that's all you want? Me to stay home?" I nodded. "That, and an education." Her eyes narrowed briefly, then flicked to Rachel and back. "What's in it for me?" "You get to live," I said, seeing fear flash across her face. 56. I didn't explain everything to Natalie. That could have taken all day, and besides, she didn't need to know all the details. But she was a quick study and easily put two and two together as I spoke. In fact, the girl was smart as a whip. With brains like hers, I didn't understand why she'd chosen the profession she had. That's why the Prime Minister has let him treat us like he owns the entire bloody country. "Now it makes sense," she said when I finished telling her about the nerve gas. "Yes," I said. "And that's where you come in. We need to get in there. We're going to put an end to this. There's a sword dangling by a thread over Australia's neck, and it's time to solve the problem. So, I'm just supposed to sit here tonight while she goes in my place. That's it?" "That's it. And we'd like you to help her with what she needs to know to pull this off." Natalie laughed again, turning to face Rachel. "Honey, no disrespect, but it would take months, maybe years, to teach you how to be a proper DOM. You've got 6 hours, I said. She looked at me and shook her head. "Can't be done. Don't you understand? This isn't about sex. Any woman can do that. Go in, lay down and spread her legs. No, this is about power and control. Finding that fine line that satisfies the client's needs without going over. You don't learn it by being taught, you must experience it. Make a mistake and go too far, the client may put you in intensive care. Don't go far enough and payment is withheld and you still might find yourself in hospital. Those are the best scenarios you can hope for if you don't know what you're doing. I won't recount the worst." "Look," Rachel said. "It's not going to get that far. I just need to be able to pass long enough to get him alone and restrained. After that, it won't matter." Natalie looked at her for a long time, then turned to face me. I nodded to confirm what Rachel had said. "I can do that," she finally said. "But you'd better be damn sure that's all you need to know. Some of these guys..." "What?" Rachel asked when she didn't continue. She sighed before speaking. "I'm not a hooker. Not in the traditional sense, at least. In fact, it's a very rare occasion that I have actually engaged in intercourse with a client. But there's something supremely broken in these types of men. I can't explain it, only warn you. They will smile and tell you how wonderful it was, then try to kill you if you pushed the wrong button and went over their line. Understand that they may be submitting during a session, but at their very core they are the ultimate alpha male. Extremely successful and wealthy. They do what they want, how they want, when they want. You're providing a service, and being in control of them is only an illusion to satisfy their need to submit, if only for a brief time. But no matter how docile and compliant they may seem, the wolf is always there, struggling to come out and reassert control. This can be extremely dangerous." "Why do you do this?" Rachel asked. "I'm good at it and it pays well," Natalie said, shrugging. "I turn 28 next month. I've been saving my money. Investing. By the time I'm 30, I'll be ready to retire and never have to work again. Then I'll do what I want, not what someone else wants. Is it worth it?" Rachel asked, receiving a shrug for an answer. While Rachel and Natalie continued to talk, I headed down to the rover. Lucas stayed behind, just in case the woman wasn't intending to be as cooperative as she seemed. She took on different personas for a living. And if she messed up, the consequences would be far more dire than not being cast for a role in a movie or play. She had to be flawless. Her very life might depend on it. I suspected she could easily lie to us and we'd never know until it was too late. Dog was ecstatic to see me. He'd only been waiting for maybe 45 minutes, but it had apparently seemed like a week to him. Looking around to make sure no cops were in sight to hassle me about the leash law, I let him out of the vehicle. There was a wide swath of green grass and trees in front of the apartment building, and while he sniffed everything, I lit a smoke. Pulling Rachel's packages out of the back, I piled them on the hood and locked up the rover. The phone buzzed in my pocket and I pulled it out to see Jessica calling. "All set, sir," she said. "There's a cyber expert here in Sydney that told me there was no way to be sure you'd updated every database with new photos and prints," I said. "You sure this will work and we won't get flagged at security?" Jessica snorted, then said something unintelligible as she cleared her throat and coughed. "Sorry, sir. Coffee out my nose. What was that you were asking?" I could hear the sarcasm in her voice, as well as a little bit of wounded pride. "Nothing, Chief," I said. "There must be some crosstalk on the line." "That's what I thought, sir," she said with a chuckle. We were quiet for a moment, neither of us knowing what to say next. "Are you ready for this, sir?" she asked, breaking the silence. "I've been waiting a long time, Jessica. A long, goddamn time." "The Admiral's worried about you," she said, surprising me. "He's worried about the op," I said. "I think I burned my bridges with him." "You Army officers aren't very intuitive, are you? Remember what I did? And I'm still here, . You're one in a million, Chief," I said. "I really mean that. That's why you're where you are." "You too, sir," she said. "You too." "Thanks, Chief." "Good luck, sir." "I'll be watching." A soft click and she was gone. What the hell was that all about? It felt like she was saying goodbye. Dismissing the conversation with a shake of my head, I gathered the packages into my arms, whistled for Dog and headed into the apartment building. Several hours later, I was seated on a really uncomfortable metal chair on Natalie's small balcony with Dog stretched out next to me. Slowly smoking a cigarette, I was watching the western sky turn a fantastic shade of orange as the sun slowly sank into the Tasman Sea. Lucas was on the sofa, speaking with Ziggy. Natalie and Rachel had disappeared into the spare bedroom 2 hours ago. I'd listened to the details and techniques she was describing to Rachel. At first I'd been amazed, and not in a good way. As she progressed, however, that had changed to shuddering disgust. I knew there were people in the world that enjoyed inflicting pain and degradation on others. I'd met plenty of that type in my day, though it hadn't often been overtly sexual. But I couldn't wrap my head around why any sane person would willingly submit to the things I had heard described in graphic detail. Hell, not only willingly, they actively sought out someone to do it to them. Perhaps sane was the key word in all of this, but then I've been called crazy for jumping out of perfectly good airplanes and running toward gunfire. I guess it all depends on your perspective. But there's still some sick fucks. I glanced around when Lucas slid the door open and stepped out into the evening air. He dropped into the other chair with a sigh. "Everything okay at home?" "Good as it can be," he said. "They're still surrounded. Smith and the lads have the perimeter secured, so they're safe. For the moment. Unless some bloody idiot decides to try and push the issue." "Ziggy and the kids?" "Got an underground bunker. Just in case," he said with a grin. "They're holed up and she's none too happy, but maybe just turn her loose on them," I suggested. "Poor bastards wouldn't know what hit him," he said with a snort. We were quiet for a few minutes, watching the sunset. This will all be over in a few hours, I said. One way or another. Still not too late to head home, I said. Just in case things go bad. Thought about that. I'll stay. Why? I asked, turning to look at him. It's what we do. Who we are, he said with a shrug. Bullshit answer, mate. Then why are you doing it? Why is Rachel? Rachel's a much better person than either of us. She's doing it because it will save a lot of lives. And you? He asked after a long pause. You know why, I said. Not going to bring her back, . I turned back to the west and lit a fresh smoke, remaining quiet for several minutes. I know, I finally said. Doesn't matter. Lucas looked at me for a long time, then took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I'm going home, he said in a quiet voice. I faced him, glad he'd made the decision. There was nothing left for him to do in Sydney. This either worked, or it didn't. One way, what was left of the world was safe. The other, well, it didn't matter if the planet died. Everyone would be gone before that happened. I stood as he did and, uncharacteristically for me, was the one who initiated a hug. I'll be looking for you in a day or two, he said, stepping back. We'll get that house built. We'll be there, I said, hoping I was telling the truth. Lucas bent and ruffled Dog's ears, then left without another word. I watched through the glass slider as he walked out the front door. A few minutes later he appeared at street level, climbed behind the rover's wheel and drove away without a backward look. I sighed deeply as it turned the corner at the end of the block and disappeared. 57. Stubbing out my cigarette in a bone china coffee cup I'd commandeered for an ashtray, I slid the door open and went inside. Dog followed and headed for the pristine sofa, intending to curl up in comfort. I stopped him with a sharp word and got a dirty look before he turned a slow circle and lay down on the floor. What do you think? I turned when Rachel spoke and my mouth fell open. She beamed at my reaction and made a slow twirl. Natalie stood behind her, also smiling. Rachel was, to use a trite phrase that was ironic for our situation, drop-dead gorgeous. She was wearing a supple, black leather dress with a plunging neckline and a back that was open to the top of the curve of her ass. It fit her like a second skin. The hem ended just above mid-thigh and the muscles in her legs rippled from the almost impossibly tall stilettos on her feet. Her long hair was pulled back severely, curled and tumbling between her shoulder blades. Expertly applied makeup highlighted her features and she, well, hell, I guess the right word is glowed. I wouldn't have recognized her if we passed on the street. Wow, I finally managed to say in a breathy voice. She lowered her eyes and I was pretty sure she blushed. I couldn't tear my eyes off her. Okay, this is sweet, Natalie said. But we've got to go soon. The appointment is in a little over an hour and it's on the far side of town. It took a moment for what she'd said to register. You're not coming. Not all the way, no. But the nerves are going to hit her in a few minutes, and I figured she could use my help. You, obviously, are worthless in the presence of a beautiful woman. When we get close, let me out and I'll call a cab. I shook my head to clear the fog Rachel had caused and looked at Natalie. She'd surprised me. I'd expected to have to leave her restrained, possibly with Lucas guarding her. Lucas! Glancing over at Dog, I realized the hole in my plan. Grabbing the iPhone, I hit a speed dial button to call the burner phone Lucas had purchased earlier in the day. He answered quickly, not arguing or asking why when I told him he needed to come back, just said he'd be here in a few minutes. Where is he? Rachel asked. Going home. Good. She said, looking surprised. How'd you pull that off? He talked to Ziggy. After that, it wasn't hard. So, why's he coming back? I want him to take Natalie and dog with him, I explained. What? Both women asked at the same time. Neither of you can go with us, I said, looking at Natalie. I appreciate all your help and your willingness to keep helping, but if this goes bad and the nerve gas is released, you need to be somewhere safe. She stared back at me, obviously not having considered the ramifications if we failed. After a long moment, Rachel turned to face her and nodded. He's right, she said in a quiet voice. There won't be a safe place anywhere in this city. You're not going to fail, Natalie said, shaking her head. I don't know what you're planning to do once inside, but I can guess. She'll pull it off. Willing to bet your life on that? I asked. Natalie looked at me for a beat, glanced at Rachel and started to say something, but the words died before she could utter them. Throw some things in a bag, I said. Just a few essentials. Lucas will be back in a minute. She stared at me, then turned to Rachel, who smiled a sad smile and nodded. Without a word, Natalie turned and hurried into her bedroom. When she left the room, Rachel looked at Dog and took a deep breath, fanning her face with her hands. You all right? Trying not to cry, she said softly. It would ruin my makeup. You'd better walk them down without me. I nodded, looking over her shoulder when Natalie appeared, carrying a small, soft-sided duffel. She paused next to Rachel. Remember. You are supremely confident at all times. Show no weakness or compassion or empathy. It would be like dangling red meat in front of a lion. Thank you. For everything. Rachel said, hugging her tightly with her face turned away to protect the makeup. Breaking the embrace, Rachel looked at Dog again, but quickly turned and rushed to the bedroom. Natalie, to her credit, didn't ask or say anything. Just followed me to the door as I called Dog. I rode down in the elevator with them, gently rubbing Dog's head the whole way. Lucas was pulling to the curb when we stepped out of the building and I got them loaded into the Rover. Nodding at Lucas, I stood there as he pulled away. Dog, in the back, watched me through the window until they were out of sight. It was that moment when the import of what we were about to do hit me. Up until then it had all seemed academic. But now, it was sobering, to say the least. If we failed, the absolute best we could hope for was that we'd be the only people to die. With a sigh, I went inside to collect Rachel. It was time to go. 58. I pulled to the curb a half a mile short of the first security perimeter that protected Baranov's residence. We were in Natalie's Mercedes, Rachel in the back seat as I played the role of her driver and bodyguard. Natalie had assured us this was completely normal and wouldn't alert the guards. She always hired a car service that catered to women in her line of work, as did every other working girl she knew. You ready? I asked, turning to look at Rachel. Yes, she said, sounding steadier than I expected. Need a minute? She took a deep breath and glanced at the car's clock. No. It's time. I could tell she was working hard to stay in the right frame of mind and didn't want to distract her with any more conversation. Starting to turn to the front, I paused when she touched my arm and looked back. If this doesn't work, it will, I said with much more confidence than I felt. She squeezed my arm, nodded and dropped her hand into her lap. Driving slowly, I brought us to a gentle stop at the first checkpoint. Two large Toyota SUVs, parked nose to nose, blocked the street. Four men holding AKMS rifles stood behind them. We were expected and one of them slung his weapon and picked up a device that looked like an oversized iPad. He walked around the rear of the SUV on the left, a second guard following, and up to the side of the car as I lowered the window. We're expected, I said, using my Australian accent. He leaned down and peered into the back seat as the second one slowly circled to the far side of the Mercedes. Her name? He asked in heavily accented English. Pandora Simone, Rachel called out. He glanced at the tablet in his hand and grunted. Out of the vehicle for inspection, he said, stepping clear. We'd expected this and complied without complaint. The man led us a few yards away while the second guard opened all the doors, the trunk and hood, and began searching the car. Your name? He asked me. I gave the fictitious name that matched the records Jessica had created and inserted into numerous Australian data systems. He grunted and held the tablet out. Put hand there, he said. There was the outline of a human hand on the screen and I placed mine on the glass surface. It took the device nearly a minute to read my palm and fingerprints, then it beeped. The guard pulled it away and turned to Rachel. Name? Pandora Simone, she said, raising her hand in preparation of being scanned. Real name, he said, frowning. Natalie Smith, she said without hesitating. He grunted again and held the screen out. It took as long for the tablet to read her hand as mine, then he lowered it and pointed at a spot near the front of our car. We wait. Stay here. Now came the worst part. Waiting while the Russian security system performed a search of all the databases they were connected to. I trusted Jessica much more than the German IT specialist that worked for Wellington, but that didn't mean I wasn't worried about something popping up that would raise a red flag. To her credit, Rachel appeared to be completely calm and composed. She was aware that all the guards were gawking at her, but projected an air of aloofness that I didn't realize she was capable of. I should have. There's not a woman that can't do that when she wants. I'd just never seen it from her before. We didn't speak as the time crawled by. We'd already discussed this, agreeing there were many reasons to simply keep our mouths shut. So, while Rachel looked around at the trees and checked her makeup in a small mirror, I watched the guards searching the car. They were professional and thorough and I was glad I hadn't tried to secret a weapon anywhere in the vehicle. It would have been found. Perhaps I could have passed it off to them as a tool of the trade when it came to driving working girls around the city, but we didn't need the extra scrutiny. A large leather satchel was in the trunk and at the moment was the object of their attention. It held several items Natalie had insisted should be part of the kit any dominatrix would bring. There were also 2 different outfits, ostensibly for Rachel to change into as the evening's activities progressed, and a pair of flat shoes. Any man who's ever spent time with a woman wearing heels will understand why they were there. Finally, the inductive wand we'd stolen from the hospital was in the bottom, safe inside a velvet bag. If you didn't know what the device was for, it could easily pass for a tool to be used on or with a client. In fact, it kind of looked like a large vibrator with a loop on the end. There was nothing about it that should draw attention, and when the guard opened the end of the bag and peered inside, he snorted a laugh, pulled the drawstring tight and returned it to the satchel. The man with the tablet was standing to the side, waiting for the search to complete. The other was through with the Mercedes and came over to where we were standing, looking at me and gesturing with his hands. I raised mine over my head and was completely and thoroughly frisked. No crack, crevice or bulge was left unchecked. Reaching behind his back, he produced a metal-detecting wand and scanned me. Buttons that tripped the device were examined, my belt was removed so the buckle could be closely inspected, but he didn't find anything. Signaling me to step away, he turned to Rachel and looked her up and down. She glared at him and put her hands on her hips. Well, get on with it if you must, she said, annoyance obvious in her tone and body language. This was something else we'd discussed and received some input from Natalie. Many of her clients had some form of personal security and she was accustomed to screenings. Her advice was to not complain or resist, but to display contempt for the whole idea that she could possibly pose a threat. I'd immediately agreed with her that this was how Rachel should behave. These guards were used to prostitutes coming through security on a daily basis. There were probably some who tried to joke with and charm them, but these would be the younger, more inexperienced girls. Those who had been in the life for a while and worked hard to present the image of a sophisticated woman would resent the treatment, even if they did endure it. I was surprised that the man didn't physically search Rachel. Not that there was anywhere in that dress that anything could have been concealed, but protocol is protocol. Unless they were under orders to not muss up the president's guest. He settled for thoroughly wanting every square inch of Rachel, taking extra time to hold the device close to her pelvis, first in front then in back. No metal there, genius, Rachel snapped when he slid the device over the curve of her ass. You prefer cavity search? He asked without pausing or looking up. Rachel sighed dramatically and stood still, making a production of rolling her eyes. I thought she might be overdoing it, but apparently not. The guard ignored her and finally straightened, pointing at her feet. Remove shoes, he said. What? Shoes. Off. Rachel sighed again, then bent her knees to reach down and unbuckle the stilettos. Stepping clear, she held them up, dangling from an extended middle finger. The guard ignored her disdain and examined each one, probing at different areas to make sure there wasn't a weapon, or anything else, concealed within. They were just shoes. We weren't trying anything cute. But standing there watching him, I wondered if he had ever considered that a 6-inch spike on the bottom of a lady's shoe could be a formidable weapon in trained hands. Maybe he saw so many fuck-me pumps on all the hookers that came through that they were now just part of the landscape. Inspection complete, he handed them back. Rachel reached out and grasped my arm, steadying herself as she slipped them back on. The guard with the tablet started in our direction and I forced myself to not visibly tense. This was the moment of truth. What would they do at the outer perimeter if our ruse was discovered? Deny us entry and let us go on our merry way? Somehow, I doubted it would be that simple. Watching him approach, I glanced around to confirm the guards were still where they had been. In the time I'd been standing there, I'd planned how I would respond if there was a problem. Where I'd strike first. Which one would go down and leave his weapon in my hands. What my first target would be, all while covering Rachel and getting to the car. You are cleared, the guard said. Coolness of relief flooded through me and I nodded. The hardest part was not sharing a victory look with Rachel. Proceed straight ahead. There will be security to show you the way. He turned in motion to one of the guards who'd hung back behind the Toyotas. As we got back into the Mercedes, he started the right side SUV and backed up enough to give us room to pass. I accelerated gently through the gap, seeing the next checkpoint in the distance. That was... Yes, ma'am. That was a thorough inspection. I said loudly, cutting Rachel off before she could finish her thought. Meeting her eyes in the mirror, I tapped my ear. A few seconds later I could see realization dawn on her face. Even though I doubted it, we had no way of knowing if the guard that had searched the car had planted a listening device. It would be a great way to find out what your guests were discussing when they thought they were in private, so I wasn't going to rule out the possibility. I was mildly surprised when we were waved through the remaining security cordons. Based on the briefing at Wellington's, I'd expected to endure at least one more check before we were allowed to approach the building. Perhaps there were different rules for Baranov's invited guests. Turning into a sweeping, circular drive where indicated, I drove sedately to a point in front of a pair of gilded doors. They were at the top of a set of broad, stone steps on which 4 uniformed Russian soldiers stood at attention. A tall, thin man wearing an immaculate Italian suit waited on the lowest step, coming forward smoothly when the Mercedes came to a stop. I turned off the engine and got out, but he had already opened Rachel's door and extended a hand to help her to her feet. He looked across the roof of the car at me as she straightened. You may wait here, he said. He didn't wait for an answer, apparently unconcerned if I was happy with the instructions or not. Stepping to the trunk, he raised the lid and retrieved the satchel, then turned and extended his arm to Rachel. She slipped her hand through the bend and allowed him to escort her up the steps. As they approached the doors, an automatic opener was activated and they swung open smoothly. Rachel and the thin man swept through into Baranov's building without breaking stride. 59. I leaned on the car's fender and looked around at the lush landscaping. It was dark and artfully placed lighting provided illumination that enhanced the feeling of luxury and power. Exactly what one would expect, considering who lived here. It had been less than 5 minutes since Rachel had disappeared inside, but I was already worried. Only through a concerted effort of will was I not looking at my watch every 30 seconds. Reaching through the open car window, I plucked a pack of cigarettes out of a cup holder and straightened. Taking one out, I put it between my lips, then paused before striking the lighter. I didn't need to antagonize the Russians. Turning, I caught the eye of one of the soldiers and held the pack up with raised eyebrows. He nodded and I waved a thanks before lighting up. Holding the cigarette in my left hand, I was able to get a surreptitious look at my watch every time I raised it to my mouth. That didn't help. 5 minutes passed as slowly as at any point in my life. An hour passed, every second of it with agonizing slowness. What was happening? Was Rachel okay? The only thing that was keeping me from going absolutely nuts was the fact that I still stood with my ass resting on the car's fender. If something had gone drastically wrong, I'd have been taken into custody or shot. But that didn't mean something horrible wasn't happening to Rachel. I did my best to not dwell on that possibility, but failed miserably. Another hour and I was ready to crawl out of my skin. But there was nothing I could do. I was as completely helpless as I'd ever been. It was a terrible feeling, but nothing compared to the near-frantic worry for Rachel that was threatening to consume me. I had just lit another cigarette when the doors burst open. I snapped my head around to see a uniformed officer rush out onto the steps and bark orders at the 4 sentries. I didn't understand what he was saying, but didn't need to as he was pointing directly at me. 2 of the soldiers rushed down the steps, taking positions at either end of the Mercedes with their rifles aimed at me. I looked back and forth between them, then over my shoulder, expecting to see the officer striding forward to arrest me. But he had vanished back into the building. From all around the area, activity suddenly began. Engines were started. People hurried across the broad, green lawn. Commands shouted. What the hell? Had she succeeded without me? Was Baranov dead? This went on for several minutes, the level of activity intensifying. I looked up when a flight of helicopters suddenly popped over the roof of the building. A Hind transport broke away from the group and descended quickly to land on the lawn. From behind, something was barked in Russian and I looked as the doors swung open again. 2 senior officers, each carrying briefcases, charged through, down the steps and past where I was standing under guard. They were headed for the waiting helicopter. 2 more men, wearing suits, stepped out and paused, looking around. They took note of me and one of them spoke to the 2 soldiers who were still guarding the steps. Both rushed forward to take up stations so that I was now encircled by 4 men with rifles pointed at me. The men in suits took another look around, then made a gesture toward the interior of the building. My breath caught in my throat when Baranov emerged with 2 more suited guards bringing up the rear. He was immaculately turned out in an expensive Armani suit, wearing it like a uniform. Without a glance in my direction, he swept down the steps and past, his security detail matching his pace. I stared and began to take a step in his direction, but one of the soldiers barked at me, gesturing with his weapon. The meaning was clear. More motion at the door and the thin man stepped out, his hand firmly gripping Rachel's arm. She was still wearing the dress, but was barefoot with the stiletto heels grasped in her free hand. Other than terrified, she seemed to be okay. She looked at me, fear plain on her face, then the man hurried past with her in tow, 2 more guards following to ensure she remained cooperative. They were moving fast and arrived at the idling Hind just as Baranov and his detail climbed aboard. Without slowing, they boarded. A moment later, the door was closed and the helicopter rose quickly into the night sky. For 15 minutes, I stood there in shock, simultaneously seething with anger. My guards didn't waver, maintaining their aim. During this time, a steady parade of Russian helicopters landed and picked up the people who were flowing out of the building. At first, it had been senior officers, progressing down through the ranks and a whole series of old men dressed in expensive suits. Baranov's political cronies, I assumed. Soon, the guards from the perimeter security rings loaded up and the noise level abated until there was only a single hello remaining. It landed on the lawn and took on 2 soldiers who came running from the far side of the building. An NCO rushed out of the doors and snapped an order at the men guarding me. They backed away, then turned and ran, following him to the last hello. It was lifting off before they even had the door closed, racing away to the southwest, the same direction the others had gone. It was quiet again and I stood there, not knowing what to do. Why had he taken Rachel and where had they gone? For that matter, what the hell was going on in general? This had been an emergency evacuation. Oh, fuck me. Racing up the steps, I entered the building and paused to look around. I was in a large lobby area with marble floors and walls. Luxurious furnishings were grouped around the space, creating a comfortable gathering area. I didn't care about this. I was only interested in the flickering blue light of a television from the far side of the room. Running across the open area, I slid to a stop in front of a massive flat panel screen mounted to the wall. Some local show was playing and I looked around frantically for the remote, finally finding it on a low-end table. Stabbing at a button, I started to change channels but froze when the displayed image was replaced with a stylized exclamation point surrounded with red circles. A logo warned me to stop and listen as a shrill warning tone sounded. Fuck me. The bastard had released the gas. Epilogue. Titus Bull woke with a snort. For several minutes, he remained reclined in his chair. Probably would have stayed there longer if biology hadn't forced him to get off his ass. Standing stiffly, he looked down in surprise when several empty beer cans tumbled from his lap to clatter hollowly onto the floor. With a sigh, he kicked them aside and moved slowly to the bathroom. Needs addressed, he returned and paused. Looked into the kitchen. He was hungry. Opening the refrigerator, he bent to peer inside. Looking at a plate of plastic-wrapped food, he reached in, hesitated, then shoved it aside and plucked a can of beer off the plastic ring of a full 6-pack. Popping it open, he drank without stopping until it was empty, then let it drop to the floor. He started to close the door, but reached in and grabbed the remaining 5 at the last second. Heading for his chair, he paused when a steady beeping began coming from the surveillance room. Staring at the half-open door, he frowned. It had been months since there'd been anyone in the small town of Mountain Home, Idaho. The crazy army major had blown up half the city battling the Russians, then had disappeared. The commies had pulled out shortly afterward, leaving nothing other than a lot of bodies on the ground. They hadn't even taken their own dead. But they'd done one good thing at least. They'd cleared out the last of the infected. Titus would have been perfectly safe if he'd left his bunker and returned to his modest home above ground, but there was nothing there for him either. Just more silence, broken only by the ghostly sighing of wind blowing through the empty city. No, he was fine where he was. Besides, he'd already decided that it was time. But he hadn't figured out why he was waiting. His wife was gone, having turned into one of the infected. Maybe killed by the invading army. Perhaps not, but either way she was gone to him. His daughter had turned during the night and killed his grandson before he could put her down. Now, there was nothing left. Nothing but the revolver sitting on his chairside table. With a sigh, he ignored the alarm and dropped into the recliner. The fancy surveillance system his son-in-law had installed was set to alert if any of the cameras scattered around town detected motion. And this wasn't the first, or even the second time they had gone off. Months ago, they'd been tripped by deer wandering the abandoned streets. That happened several times and he'd watched them on a monitor until they moved out of viewing range. Popping another beer, he raised it to his mouth, pausing before he could take a sip. Turning to look at the door again, he frowned. It had been months since the cameras had detected anything moving up above. No deer or feral dogs or even birds coming in to pick at the Russian corpses. Nothing. It had been silent and he'd forgotten that it was still patiently watching for motion. Cursing under his breath, Titus levered himself to his feet and walked to the room, beer in hand. Pushing the door fully open, he went inside, flipped the lights on and dropped into a chair at the control console. The screens were dark. In sleep mode. Pushing a button on the keyboard, he took a long drink as they came to life. He lowered the can from his mouth in amazement when several monitors showed different angles of a woman walking down an empty street. She carried a Russian rifle, moving carefully and constantly scanning her surroundings. She was favoring one leg with a pronounced limp. It was a bright, sunny day up top and he could see her in crisp, high-definition clarity. She was dirty, clothes streaked with mud and what appeared to be blood. Her hair was long and filthy, matted to her skull. "Ain't no goddamn infected," Titus mumbled to himself. "Bitches don't carry rifles." He watched her slowly move through town for several minutes, draining the beer and wishing for another, but didn't want to leave the room in case something happened. As she progressed, the system automatically tracked her, shifting the view across different cameras. They were placed at varying heights and when she reached one that was closer to the ground, he leaned forward for a better look and frowned in thought. She was familiar. Something about her. He racked his brain, trying to remember a brown-skinned woman with long hair. She was a few years younger than his daughter, so maybe one of her friends? But how had she survived this long? Titus didn't know the answer to his question, but the thought of his little girl spurred him to act. This woman might be a stranger, but she was someone's daughter. The least he could do was see if she needed help. Standing and moving with a purpose that had been missing since he'd shot the Russian sniper to help the major, he snatched the revolver up and holstered it before grabbing a shotgun leaned in the corner. Opening the vault door that protected him, he passed through into a concrete-walled chamber with a ladder leading to a hatch concealed in the floor of the sporting goods store above. Carefully relocking the door, he climbed, released a catch and pushed up and into the store. A solid steel door was to his right, leading to a small parking lot at the rear of the building. Mounted above was a small screen connected to a roof-mounted camera. He stood watching, waiting until he saw the woman approaching. Taking a breath, he unlocked the deadbolt and slowly pushed the door open. She spotted him the instant he stepped out, whipping the rifle up and pointing it at him. She was less than 30 yards away and he could see her eyes were locked onto his face. He held the shotgun low in one hand, hoping he appeared as non-threatening as he was trying to project. Several long seconds passed, the two of them staring at each other. Her rifle never wavered off target. "Looked like you was lost," Titus called. She squinted briefly, then took a step backward. "Hold on, missy," he said, raising his empty hand. "I ain't gonna hurt you. Where you been? How you been hangin' on, Dot?" The woman stopped when he spoke, but didn't lower the weapon. "I'll be on my way," she said, taking a limping step to the side. "You hurt?" "Seen you got a gimpy leg," Titus said. "I got medical supplies." "I don't think so," she said after a long pause. He could tell she wanted to trust him. She was obviously in pain and needed help. Raising his free hand again, he slowly stooped down and placed the shotgun on the pavement. Her eyes briefly widened in surprise when he carefully drew the revolver and placed it down before stepping away from the weapons. "Now, I ain't got no gun. Don't wanna hurt ya. Gonna help, if and you let me." Another long stretch passed as the woman watched his face intently. "Why?" she finally called. "'Cause just maybe you and me's the last two people left alive," he said with a shrug. "Figure that's good a reason as any." The muzzle of the rifle wavered slightly after another long stretch of silence. Slowly, she lowered it, but maintained a hold that could bring it into action in a heartbeat. "How is it you're still alive?" she asked. "Guess I can't get sick," Titus said. "Leastways that's what this army major told me a few months back." She frowned, tilting her head. "What major? What was his name?" "John something. Can't remember his family name." She took a step forward, grimacing as she moved her injured leg. Chase? She asked, hope in her voice. John Chase? Big guy with a shaved head? That's the feller. You know him, Dot. What happened to him? She asked, taking another step. Gone. Went and killed a whole bunch of those Russian bastards that had his missus. Last I seen him. Don't know if he got her back or not. The woman let the rifle drop farther and took another step. When was this? Where'd he go? She asked urgently. Few months ago, and I got no idea where he got to. Was you with him? She nodded and he frowned. Where you been all this time, then? I don't know, she whispered, looking around like she might spot a clue. Well, don't rightly know if I can help find him, but I can sure help you with that bum leg. Why'n't you come on in and let's see what's what? She looked around at the empty city, then slowly nodded. Limping, she walked up and looked him in the eye. What's your name? She asked. Titus Bull. And yours, Missy? Jennifer, she said. Captain Jennifer Martinez. U.S. Air Force. Afterward. Okay, what the hell just happened? I'm sure more than a few readers are asking that very question right about now, but hopefully in a good way. First of all, if you didn't take my advice and read 36 in the Void, you're probably really lost right about now. It's not too late. Reading them now will probably give you more than a few aha moments. A little about time travel. First, you have my promise that it will not enter into the V-Plague storyline again, other than as a discussion between characters as they try to understand some of the events in Fractured. I really struggled with adding this twist to the series and have received my share of hate mail for having done it, but with no risk comes no reward. In the end, you the reader will be the final judge of whether it was a good idea or a total pooch screw. But, if I made you cry when Dog died, well, I guess I did my job as an author. Secondly, this is for the plethora of armchair theoretical physicists out there. You've written me, some of you multiple times, with adamant assurances that I screwed up the entire time travel thing. You've sent me articles found on the internet in an effort to disprove the possibility of the paradoxes I created due to influences from adjacent timelines. You're certain that events as described in my books could not possibly occur. I haven't replied to any of you because I don't have time to engage in hypothetical discussions on the internet, so forgive me. I wasn't being rude, I was working. But now I have a challenge for you. Prove me wrong. Build a functioning time machine and prove me wrong. Until you do that, relax and remember this is just fiction that comes from a tequila-addled brain. Try enjoying the ride. But if you do manage to create a way to go back in time, please let me know. There are a few things I'd like to do over. Anyway, enough of that. I'm excited to have Martinez back. She was always my favorite character to write, except for possibly Nitro, and I hope you're looking forward as much as I am to the impact her return will have on the series. It's never bad to have a sarcastic, irreverent, ass-kicking woman along for the ride. Finally, the most frequent question I'm asked. When will it all end? How many are you going to write? My steadfast answer hasn't changed. I don't know. When the story ends, the series will be wrapped up. Next book? 5 books from now? 10? I don't know. I still love immersing myself in this world, and over the past 4 years the characters that aren't already real-life family and friends have become that to me. I still enjoy writing them and will continue to do so until a logical conclusion is reached. I'm not looking for one, but I'm sure that someday I'll reach it. If you're wanting a more definitive answer than that, I've got the contact info for a lot of physicists I'll let you talk to. Perhaps, with their expertise in time travel, they can bop into the future, then let us all know what becomes of John, Rachel, Dog, and company. In the meantime, as always, thank you for reading my work. DP. Table of Contents. Prologue. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59. Epilogue.